Jam a man of fortune, and J must seek my fortune. Henry Avery's 1994.
Go hide, Nix. I can still take you while you're paying for it. These guys don't stop. They can't mess with us.
Star Wars Outlaws is now a game that fully leans into the ambitious vision and scope that its creators originally intended for it.
This is probably the best game Ubisoft has ever made.
Star Wars Outlaws is a great game.
Overall, I'd say this was like a 6, 7 out of 10.
I think it's fair that a lot of people are calling it kind of a 7 out of 10 style game. It definitely feels that.
Ubimassive were not only trying to deliver the biggest and most beautiful Star Wars game ever made, they were also trying to respond to much of the criticism we throw at Ubisoft about how they design open world games.
The game really did live up to the reputation of its inspirations.
An 8 out of 10.
Outlaws is a shockingly solid game.
I think that Star Wars Outlaws is a really, really good game.
Star Wars Outlaws is a game that is incredible to look at, but it will also make you ask, what's over there? And it will reward your curiosity if you choose to find out.
I think IGN was right. It's a solid 7 out of 10 game.
I loved Outlaws.
As for my overall rating, I'd probably give it a solid 8 out of 10.
This is a game for me for sure. I'm going to give Star Wars Outlaws an 8.5 out of 10.
Excellent game that is easy to recommend in 2025.
Star Wars Outlaws is f***ing awesome.
Star Wars Outlaws. A petulant boil congealing in the more embarrassing cavities to be found in the clotted world of modern gaming.
$160. Early gameplay.
Nice. Great. Yeah, that's okay. Oh no, more spawned. You guys okay? You guys doing all right?
Oh God. Jesus Christ.
A little busy right now. You heard her.
What?
Keep moving.
Okay.
Your device ran into a problem and we have to immediately... My computer crashed.
Oh, shoot. Excuse me?
What the fuck? What are you doing up there?
Ubisoft, I want my money back. Want my money back. It ain't open world. The game's unfinished. I'm clipping through walls. Okay, my speeder won't go faster than freaking the Vespa in Boba Fett went faster than this shit.
Oh no, she punched that guy and she got all of her health back. How is this possible? There's a random scout trooper here? What the fuck? What are you doing here?
The notion of sicking this rotted slab of feces on the world was threatened for years. Only in recent times did the bastards actually do it. This game is, however, representative of an abhorrent, cancerous tumor pulsating across the entertainment industry as a whole, the culture surrounding it, and the individual devices unfortunate enough to have downloaded this malignant malware.
They're not even reacting.
Oh. Alright, loaded the map, so that crashed the game.
Oh my god! Oh good god! I punched his head into the table!
Oh, this is
Ooh. Gollum was better than this.
It's completely locked. It's completely soft locked. I can't do shit.
It's broken.
A very particular brand of cretinous slime, replete with almost every aspect of video game pus you could possibly imagine, while threatening a dark forecast in which we see the ultimate artistic mortification and cynical self-destructive regurgitation for the medium. In other words, I didn't like this game, and so why not delve into the how, the why, and the please never again.
And pushed you out of the map. Yep.
Okay, not bad. There she is. Not again.
Star Wars Outlaws is an action-adventure, open-world, golem-like video game.
I can just jump across from here.
What? That fucking kills you?
Can I just roll down here? Are you kidding me? Are you actually kidding me? That kills you.
Developed by Massive Entertainment, published by Ubisoft, and licensed by Lucasfilm Games. The cantankerous Disney-controlled saw slithered from the carcass of the much more beloved licensor LucasArts. The game is set between the events of The Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. You play as Vess, a girl who wishes to escape her life on Canto Bight as much as her chin wishes to escape her face.
He told me you could mod my speeder.
Yeah.
You see, she wishes to be free, like a bird from a cage. You spend the majority of the game assembling a crew to perform a heist that will provide said freedom to those involved, with some twists and turns on top. The game plays from a third-person perspective, with vehicle and ship traversal along with several systems to facilitate the nature of navigating an underground network of criminality as an outlaw. As many as 600 people worked on this explosive bowel movement, possibly more, from each of the previously mentioned studios, with Julian Garrity acting as creative director, known for projects such as The Division and its sequel. The base game costs £60 with an extra $35 for the season pass and another $20 on top to get yourself the Ultimate Edition, providing you access to the art book and the Rogue, Infiltrator, and Sabaac Shark bundles, both providing just wonderful cosmetics. A hefty sum expected for one of those triple, if not quadruple-A video gaming experiences. And what, dare I ask, does that mean for the purchase value of this digital compost? Well, before we get started, I want to make clear that the vast majority of references and footage come after many title updates and hotfixes. There's plenty more fixes to come, and it's safe to say this game was not in any way ready for release. With all that said, this video catalogues thoroughly why this video game failed miserably upon launch and within its first few months of life, in both its functionality and its critical acclaim. We will then discuss the absolute lack of even a supportive cult fanbase late into its lifespan, due to pathetic DLCs and updates sold as rehaul fixes that couldn't repair what was obviously a disaster. From there, an accounting of the damage this did to Ubisoft, their response to this failure, their current state, and their legacy, as well as a look through the gaming industry. From the higher-ups, to the creatives, to the bought and sold critics, to the very players, and how this game is a microcosm of a greater problem, even if it's faded from memory.
That fugitive won't get by us.
In fact, I'm willing to bet that most of you forgot this thing existed, if you even knew about it to begin with. The footage and sources are provided by myself, several other YouTube playthroughs, countless interviews, reviews, both positive and negative, and many clips that have simply reached a level of virality too difficult to ignore. This will be long. I picture many of you may prefer particular sections. Timestamps have been provided that tackle individual aspects, but for those of you in for the long long haul. Near all footage you'll be seeing is from a playthrough pushed up to the hardest difficulty, unlocking all abilities, speeder, ship, and weapon upgrades. The entirety of the footage you will see is taken from both console and PC. We run the full gamut here at Wombo Industries. I am now, unfortunately, something of a Star Wars Outlaws expert. So, sit back, relax, and let me walk you through a world of dilapidated digital degradation.
This looks bad.
Starting with the story.
Set in the dangerous golden age of the underworld. This is the life of an outlaw. A life where you fight, explore, and infiltrate parts of the galaxy you never thought possible.
We begin with the choice of setting and era. Apparently, Lucasfilm Games believed post-Episode 5 and pre-Episode 6 was the greatest slot to explore the underworld of Star Wars as an outlaw, because the Empire are reeling from the rebel attack on the Death Star, and so their power is scattered and unfocused. This provides the underworld a great opportunity to spread their influence further and take advantage of a world that the Empire have limited control over. Obviously, if that were your reasoning, then you would choose post-Episode 6 when considering the original trilogy timeline. Not only because you're able to explore extremely interesting elements of Empire dispersal, control, loyalty, and general storytelling post-OT, but it would be one of the greatest opportunities in the history of the universe for the Underworld syndicates to take advantage of a power vacuum. A cynical person might think they chose to set the game right in the middle of the most critically acclaimed moments in the franchise, because they actually want to leech off as much of the prestige of those very films' cultural impact as possible. I seriously doubt a game set in the sequel era was going to jazz any audience. The OT still has plenty of nostalgia to mine. They didn't want to have to deal with defining any particular storyline post-Episode 6. The world is relatively simplistic to recreate compared to the prequel-era galactic civil war, and setting it during the prequels doesn't allow for spamming the stormtroopers left, right, and center for bantha fodder, now does it?
Oh, we can shoot this guy. This game sucks so bad.
That's not to say you couldn't have had CIS or clones to blast away, and that there wasn't immense opportunity for storytelling all over the entire timeline. Hell, you could even, in theory, tell an amazing story with interesting characters explored via multi-layered and responsive mechanics in the sequel era, if you know how to make a game.
This part of the job's so boring.
That's the whole game, brother.
Regardless, the plot begins with Vess in the dregs of Canto Bight.
No! At Canto Bight? No! 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 Why do they insist we're on Canto Bight? On Cantonica? I can't believe this!
Yes, that Canto Bight.
No!
She spends all of half an hour here until being prompted, thanks to her sticky fingers, to engage in a job that should finally provide the freedom she needs to escape this horrible life. The job goes bad, and she ends up stealing a ship to then spend the game setting up an even bigger final job with a motley crew in the hopes of truly being free at the end of the story, and miraculously, she achieves that dream.
Where do we go next?
Anywhere we want, Andy.
You visit 4 major planets for exploration, and you meet plenty of characters during all kinds of wacky missions. This means the lads who created all of this had about 1 million opportunities to show just how good their writing skills are. And we're gonna have a look-see. Kay starts the game doing some standard thieving in order to make enough money to survive. The first significant move being an attempt at stealing the most valuable identicards, or scan docs, Star Wars things in Canto, from the Sixth Kin, a local crime syndicate, the security for which is easily dispatched and controlled, leading to a simple escape, which was hilarious, but we can get to that later.
Okay, alright, I'm in combat.
Wait, what? I can still take you out.
They won't quit.
Come on.
What?
Nice.
Now, Kay lives with a fella called Brahm. He owns a cantina and employs several people. The sixth kin show up to get Kay and manage to search the main area and possibly the kitchen. They don't even briefly check the only remaining rooms, being Kay's bedroom. A place they were fully aware exists beforehand, by the way.
I mean, I heard she has that place above the cantina.
Someone says they found something outside, and then they go outside and they find nothing. If they literally just went upstairs, it would be game over. Though not really, because Kay has a higher kill count than Darth fucking Vader in this game. The sixth kin then opt to instead shoot a man who owns and operates a local cantina for assuming he's hiding a thief. But don't worry, he's fine.
Your leg.
It's nothing.
Yeah, okay, I guess. The fuckers go outside and you are tasked with escaping, which involves walking out the front door since they have no one on the door and they're just standing about outside. Just brilliant.
Wouldn't it be funny if they were just waiting outside the door? Oh, they are. What if one of them was facing the other way?
Kay makes her way to the big heist supplied by connections Brahm has as an avenue of escaping Canto Bight with a big ol' score. Her job is to act as the slicer in the team. You get some basic stealth, takedowns, and hacking mechanics that we can discuss later, leading you to interact with a security droid.
Whoa, hi. Yeah,
I think this moment might be one of the best parts to show we are dealing with writing gods. And to understand it, we have to take it slow. This is the vault that holds the most important items that belong to the leader of the most powerful syndicate, who also happens to be an ISB officer. He's filthy rich, aggressive, and technologically advanced. And you have broken into his little stronghold here on the evil gambling world for the richest bad guys in the universe. And this is one of the final stops for security in the entire system. Now, first of all, Kay didn't know this droid existed.
whoa, hi.
Not knowing the droid would be security to overcome is funny on its own, but fine, let's go with it. She had no idea, so what is her thieving, slicing, experienced Kay Vess response to this situation but to simply say,
I need to get in.
No! What are you doing? What are you doing?
I need to get in.
What are you doing?
I need to get in. Not only does this mean Kay had no idea what she was supposed to be doing here, meaning the entire mission is just over now if the droid doesn't pop out, she asks the security droid to let her in, like some fucking mushroom person. What are you doing, Kay? This is a droid you need to subvert, not ask for help to steal from. Now, if this were written by people who know what the word security means, the droid would have alerted the entire building that an unauthorized person is attempting to access the vault. Instead, it just fucks off. Okay, that's extremely lucky for Kay, so what happens next?
Denyon, I'm at the vault door, and there's this droid.
You've met the TT-8L. Good. Password is Grandiocha.
What the fuck? You knew the droid was here, and you knew the password to get through it, and you didn't tell your hacker who is going to have to get past it to enable yourselves to get past it. You waited until she activated the droid to tell her it exists? Well, that's just fucking brilliant writing, isn't it?
This or the Acolyte?
Come on.
So Kay demands the droid return and provides the code and then gets through the vault. Genius. She then gets to the inner vault and is betrayed and left behind. Don't worry, we're gonna talk all about that in due time. Slero then finds her and doesn't capture Nyx, allowing Kay to engage in what can only be described as an insane escape.
Listen, I don't know when
How
you
the
rebels, but...
fuck is that gooba creature not been killed / captured? Are you kidding me? This is gonna be how she escapes, right? I fucking hate this. Cringe.
Blaster! Blaster! He doesn't get out of here alive.
I like how as well, she clearly was gonna ditch her Gooba creature. She's just like, oh well, fuck you, bye. if you get out of this, that'll be great.
Eventually, Kay manages to get through Sleero's entire defense in Canto Bight and steal his ship. It's actually impossible and incredible, but fuck it. We got story to start telling, right? Kay's ship achieves hyperdrive, but is damaged such that she crashes on one of Toshara's moons. Crashes right on top of a fella who immediately offers to become her mechanic and advises her a minute after meeting her to leave him alone with her ship. This is insane enough on its own, but it also happens to take place right after he tries to kill her.
Do it, kill her!
Makes sense to me. So off Kay goes into the wild world of Toshara, barging her way into a Syndicate meeting, stealing the leader of the Pike's Ring without him noticing a fucking thing, and bumping into Dunka, a lady who feels the need to explain how the entire world works for no fucking reason at all.
You want to survive? Know the players. Look there. The Pikes have the most say, thanks to Gorak. Cutthroat, political. They pay up to play favorites with the Empire. Then, Crimson Dawn. Hungry for Gorak's kingdom. Crafty, sneaky. Unlike the Hutts. With them, what you see is what you get.
She ends up being your quest giver for some time, providing an avenue for initial upgrades for the pistol and the speeder, the latter of which requires you shut down an entire Empire facility with no guards or technological security to stop you other than a fucking Tomb Raider sequence for some reason.
I didn't know they'd use it to divert.
What?
Sorry, where were we?
In exchange for some off-world...
Shutting this place down ruins the Empire's ability to capitalize on the natural winds of this moon, significantly changing the power dynamic of the people versus the Empire, something you never see repercussions for. The Empire won't stop you, they won't fix this, and they won't have backlash against the locals that would benefit by boosting their respective wind farms.
Why do I get the feeling you...
The people also don't see Kay as a hero for having done this. In point of fact, they have nothing to say at all. It's almost as though the world isn't even alive. Regardless, Kay ends up doing a job for the Crimson Dawn that requires the deletion of particular data in an Empire space station to frame a competing syndicate. The problem being, there is a caretaker of this kind of data manipulation that catches you in the facility, one that just so happens to be interested in Kay breaking him out. So instead of every alarm sounding and Kay being captured or killed while failing her mission, she has her mission facilitated by meeting who is very likely the one data guard in the entirety of the fucking Empire that could have provided the perfect outcome.
Hey, ND5, could you make any sense of that?
The most direct translation would be shoot me.
What?
Very relatable.
Once you get through a few more basic missions, understanding how things work, the story evolves and makes a significant change.
Don't be mad, Kay. I mean, I knew what she needed. I know what she's been through. I'm the one who fixed her.
Walker, your friendly mechanic who tried to murder Kay, directs her to a death-trap derelict spaceship, and during the adventure within, makes it clear that he has betrayed her and wants to murder her. Again. Crazy stuff. If only I had a choice as to whether I trusted him. He says he wants to do it to take the ship, and doesn't want Kay to be with him since she's got a death mark and all that. Which, like, bro, there are better ways to do this, you fucking lemon. Like hitting her with a stun shot while she's sleeping and tossing her into space, or literally just abandoning her whenever you want. Why the fuck would you go to the trouble of wannabe Indiana Jonesing your way through this insane death trap just to kill her when she might even kill herself in here?
Zarek Besh wanted you alive, but I can't afford any loose ends.
Neither can I.
So he got killed by a bounty hunter who happened to turn up right when he was about to kill Kay.
Vale, right? If this is about Sleero's ship or the rebels, it's just a big misunderstanding. I don't care.
Sleero hired this bounty hunter and she wants to get you because he put a death mark on you, which means capture, not kill. Regardless, that's because you stole his ship and locked him in a vault and all that. So Kay presses some random buttons and escapes. No, I'm not kidding. Play the clip.
At least hear me out. Nix, run!
But oh no, she ends up getting trapped. And then a droid who happens to be in the right place at the right time, motivated for the right reasons, saves your ass.
I said, run.
Well, if you survive the fall. This insane series of events leads to two new characters telling you they are hiring you for a big new job that will truly set you free, and you have no choice but to accept. First and foremost, however, we must collect a crew, and so it's off to Tatooine. Yes, it seems there's still more blood to be drawn from that decrepit stone.
Oh my god! Bro's coming home from work, just like having the worst day ever. Blow him up.
You see, we need a heavy, otherwise known as a person who can shoot their gun. After a crappy goose chase, you are told you have to swap this heavy's freedom for a crate dragon pearl. Once that's sorted, you find him gambling in Mos Eisley instead of simply joining the team, because that's the kind of fella Hoss is. And then this happens.
Is that yours? It's dressed up, want bread? No.
What the hell are you doing?
It's yours.
How the hell does this just happen? Like what?
Ow! Let go of me! Nix!
Whoa, that's crazy. You have Hoss losing a game and being unable to pay immediately after just being released, despite a job that pays extremely well waiting for him. You then have Nix being grabbed successfully for the first time in the history and future of this game and being tossed to some other guy. Just super unlucky. The fella who wanted the debt paid seems to not only accept, but takes Nix to Jabba immediately, while Kay is knocked out and wakes up to see Hoss is still here and has no idea why Kay would be mad. The entire thing makes no fucking sense at all, but hey, it facilitates the Jabba section since Nix is captured in the bowels of his palace. Or is he?
I'm coming, Nix.
Did you see that?
I'm coming.
Did you see that?
Nix spawned. They had to despawn him. Roll it back. Nix was there. They came out to get rid of him because they forgot. They're like, oh shit, he's not supposed to be there.
You saw that, right? Nix was there and then he got despawned. Oh, man.
God, you suck balls.
So you reach Jabba's palace, you even see the iconic Hansworth Solomon frozen in cold goo, and you even hear Jabba's iconic laugh.
Jabba.
Good God, just play the laugh from the movie, guys. This sounds like you recorded radioactive constipation and put an Instagram Jabba filter over it. Now, this gets particularly asinine in that Jabba has made a deal with Vale, that bounty hunter from earlier, who is also here, by the way, and she's also captured Hoss, who we last saw in the cantina for his debts to Jabba, I guess? And so, in exchange for Hoss, Vale wants Kay for Sleero, and Jabba says fuck it. He drops them all in the Rancor pit. Oh Obviously, this all makes complete sense, and I follow it with as much ease as you guys do. Anyway, in the pit, Kay and Vale casually let Hoss get eaten by some space dogs. We can definitely talk more about that later. Right now, I just want to be clear that these idiots were not only lucky enough to be dropped in the pit with all their gear, they also didn't have Jabba release the Rancor on them. In the Rancor pit. That's fucking lucky, I guess. Vale then shows she has an understanding of Jabba's palace that doesn't make much sense since she's never been here, but luckily, the writing accounts for it.
How do you know your way around this place? Syndicates all think the same. You've seen one crime palace, you've seen them all. Huh, good to know.
Ooh, boy, just brilliant. Moving on, Kay and Vale end up in an arena that forces them to battle the Rancor. Yes, that Rancor, the very same. However, because this game has serious issues with NPC partners, Vale then disappears off screen. She manages to escape the entire area in such a way that she can't also have you do the exact same thing. Storytelling. There's even this whole bit where Jabba's own men pour into the arena and start shooting the Rancor. I don't even know what the fuck to say.
I have something you want.
A better video game?
Eventually, you fuck up the Rancor, the hangar, and the men that came in. And that's on top of all the men I slaughtered on the way in before breaking in. Oh, and stealing from Jabba. Stealing everything that I could. And so, after all of this, he says he's impressed?
No! You just fucked up my Rancor. You blew open a whole bunch of my shit. You've annihilated my hangar doors. Not to mention the complete and utter disrespect you gave all of my guards. Found out a shit ton of them are dead. Oh, Jabba. You're not allowed to be you, but if you were, you'd kill the fuck out of these people.
You know, I'm inclined to agree with me.
No, they fell into the pit together with another dude who they fed to your dogs. Do you not remember? Fuck is happening, man?
I remember when Luke killed the Rancor and fucked up a few guards. Jabba said he was so impressed with him, he'd let him go, and all of his friends, too. What a great scene that was.
I used to live here, you know. You're gonna die here, you know. Convenient.
Moving on, Kay has to steal some data from an Empire base to complete her deal with Jabba. When defending a little outpost with Vale from assorted troopers, your droid friend, ND5, comes right in and saves you. It's beautiful. Only it is weird that Vale and Kay decide that they can't just leave when the stormtroopers arrive. We outsped them with speeders. Why don't we just outspeed them again?
Let's be careful. So, you, gonna tell me what really happened back there with your little friend?
You know what? It's fine. And that's pretty much it for the Tatooine portion of the story outside of side quests, like when you fetch a secondary Sarlacc mouth tooth for a Jawa in exchange for an auto turret on the ship, but oh no! You weren't alone.
Oh, damn Ferric.
Guys, that was a thermal detonator. This bitch is dead. Anyway, since Hoss died, the team lack a heavy, but it's decided that the team don't need a heavy anymore. Moving on. No, I'm not kidding. That's how we deal with that.
Jalen, we made it off planet.
Good. Replacing our heavy is one thing, but finding a new you, not possible.
Thanks. So you get any leads on a new heavy?
With the way you've been handling yourself lately, I'm wondering if we even need one.
Yeah, thanks.
You're so awesome, we don't even need one.
God, the writing is so fucking good. Anyway, we are now off to Kijimi, that place from Rise of Skywalker. Why the fuck did they take anything from that piece of shit? Kay needs to get an explosives expert, and the new Ashiga clan have a little Batgirl called Ankh who is capable of just that. She's been captured as a result of debts, and so we've got to figure out how to get her. Kay tries to find out more information on where she's being held, and instead discovers the Crimson Dawn have a stolen artifact that belongs to the Ashiga, so she steals that back to facilitate the release of Ankh. She doesn't get checked for weapons or proof of even finding the artifact and is welcomed right up to a room filled with the Ashiga leadership. Makes sense to me. Not like she's a complete fucking stranger. From there, Kay needs to work with Krisk, the daughter of the Ashiga Queen, to get access to and release Ankh. This is because the Queen is using Ankh's expertise to make deals with the Empire, and so won't give her up, but Krisk would if she was made Queen by Kay's efforts to kill the current Queen with the help of Kira, yes, that Kira, in order to change the power dynamics of the Ashiga and benefit in the long run. I just know all of this is making complete sense to you. So Kay gets Ankh out of the factory and makes a decision on whether the Queen or Krisk end up leading the Ashiga, leading to Ankh joining the team. We have our explosives expert. Wonderful. And so it's off to Akiva. Kay wants to recruit an old friend named Gadik. She finds his current location from a local gangster. Upon reaching Gadik and breaking him out of an Empire station, we discover that he will join the team as long as Kay helps him rectify having provided the Empire a crazy upgraded droid. Once you destroy it with the help of the rebels, it's on with the job. Or is it?
4.
Indy?
D. 5. 7.
Gadik!
6.
Cascading systems failure. Best guess, he needs a compound regulator, but he's a museum piece.
Kay, what's happening? I can't see.
There's an old factory from the Clone Wars. We need to talk to Temin. Now, Kay.
Okay, so... Wow, he looks totally fine again. Okay.
Your friendly robot ND is breaking down and we need to save him. Lucky for ND, we have Gadik on board, a man who knows exactly how to fix him and what materials are required. I should mention the Akiva missions unlock the ability to use your speeder over water, by the way. You have to get this donut from the sequels to fix it up for you. He's this guy. I'm sure all of you care. He gets it sorted, and I'm telling you this because it turns out this same fella we happen to have a tenuous connection with bought a home right above an old abandoned Clone War era droid factory. A factory that will just so happen to have the parts required to save ND. Wonderful! Imagine this had happened on a planet that didn't have a derelict droid factory. Imagine the droid factory didn't have the parts on hand to repair ND. Imagine if this happened when they hadn't met this guy. Imagine this guy just had a regular house. Imagine it had all happened when they hadn't yet recruited Gadik. Man, that's just so crazy. There's this part where Andy's wiring is fucked and he starts shooting, only narrowly missing Kay, and she doesn't give a shit. Marginally avoids death and it affects her to the sum of 0. He's fucking up throughout and nobody behaves as though he could kill them at any moment, which is explicitly a possibility. But instead of dealing with that, the writers decide that the characters would happily risk death if it means they don't have to figure out how to move him.
Okay, I'm going to cycle ND5 out of stasis.
How do we know he won't attack us when you turn him?
Yeah, seems like
I have to carry him. Are you?
Fine. Wake him up.
Why are they bringing him instead of leaving him on the ship?
Don't worry about it. Just stay with Gadik, okay?
Well, sure, but like, what's going to stop him from doing what happened before, where he nearly killed you?
Brilliant, believable characters, yes. Anyway, with the droid repaired and the team assembled, it's time for the final job. Except it's not, because suddenly Jalen decides Kay's mother needs to join the team.
We need 2 slicers, right? Well, here's the best of the best.
Not her. A ship? A crew? Big job in the works? I always knew you could do it. I'm just here to make sure you finish strong.
We can talk all about their relationship a bit later, as well as the incoming cameo. For now, all we need to know is she's coming with, and the first mission is stealing Sleero's master key in order to get into his vault on Canto Bight. So Kay sneaks in, slices away, and completes the mission, leading to the team being fully assembled. And the truth of the nature of Sleero is revealed to the team. He is an ISB director, as well as the creator and head of the Zerek Besh.
We got a problem. Zerek Besh? It's an Imperial front. Sleero's ISB.
ISB? Imperial Security Bureau. The Empire's intelligence outfit.
God eyes everywhere and a hell of a lot scarier than troopers.
If we're caught, it's not just us that's dead. Everybody we know.
You knew, didn't you?
Would you be here if I told you?
Dank Farik, no bata. That's a pichotza.
Now the team are terrified he will use all of that power to destroy them and the ones they love, no matter where they could possibly hide in the galaxy. The nature of this job has now changed, and rightfully so. You don't want to fuck with the ISB.
Hank, you lost everything. And here's a score that means you can start again. And how about a few million for an ex-Imperial to just vanish? And rebellions need a lot more than hope. Especially when they're losing.
However, after Jalen tells all of the members of the team that there's money to be had on this mission, they all jump back on board. As if that wasn't obviously a fucking given on this explicitly mega heist mission, and the ISB chasing them is a completely adjacent issue that does indeed change everything, but there's no time for that. The whole job is conducted as clunkily as usual, taking ages to move through all kinds of crazy scenarios until we reach the incredible droid. Once again. And if you can believe it, it's even worse this time.
I just want to talk.
The first thing this droid says is no, and the second is it's alerting the guards. But of course it doesn't. It even allows Kay to ask if she can talk with it. Fucking excellent system, mate.
Well, good news for you. I work for Sliro now.
I guess at this point the whole thing is just a joke. This droid is apparently fearful of being recalibrated, recognizes Kay, and isn't pulling the alarm.
I know all this is a front for the Empire. Come on, we both work for the ISB. No need to make this complicated. Let me in. Now, why'd you ruin it with a question like that?
Well, looks like we've graduated from completely nonsensical to downright medically concerning when it comes to the writing in this game. Kay tried to convince the droid that requires clearance to let her in by telling it she knows this is all a front for the Empire. Instead of raising the alarm in each of these precious moments, the droid asks who she reports to. This question makes her think she's been led to a dead end and she gives up. Why would Kay not simply say Sliro? Is she stupid? Don't answer that. Then this happens.
Now, why'd you ruin it with a question like that? That's more like it.
I guess this time he's really alerting the guards and he's super gonna get you. But oh, Gadik hacks in and makes it such that they have approved access. Why didn't you do that in the first place, you stupid lumpy alien fuck?
Gatekeeper droids are advanced, but not advanced enough.
Shut your whore mouth, Gadik. Now we're back in the big old valuables room, and Ank's explosives are used to destroy the lock on the safe with the codes to follow. Only, oh no, Zarek Besh are here.
Not Zarek Besh! How did they know we were here?
Good question. Once you wipe them all out, Sliro and Vale enter the room with a handful of Zarek Besh. It would seem he knew the whole time that this would happen, hence him appearing here now and sending the men to kill you. Only this raises a few questions. One, why the fuck did you let them get this far? Like, why not stop them much fucking earlier than allowing them to reach your most prized possessions? Two, why did you send such a pitiful force to deal with them? Had you prepped a major set of Zarek Besh and ISB, you could have easily arrested them all. 3. Why did you come here personally with barely any protection and this idiot bounty hunter? Kay can just shoot you at any moment. Is he stupid? Don't answer that. Before we can continue, I need you to understand that the wall next to the vault is blown open by Ank and the safe is grabbed by the team. It contains Sliro's databank, Imperial clearance codes, operational planning, base schematics, and blackmail on almost every ranking officer in the Empire, arguably the most important possession in the universe when it comes to making money, disappearing and subverting the government entirely, ready to be traded or sold in piece or in full to countless buyers, and they escape with it through the very same hole Ank blew open. So, 4. What the fuck? are you doing, Slero? Why did you leave your incredibly sensitive and prized data in the vault if you knew they were trying to steal it? Had you instead left a fucking trigger mechanism for a bomb in there, the ending to this story would have been significantly different. And 5. Why the fuck is this so easy to capture? This information is practically the foundation of Slero's control of the ISB and Zerek Besh. It represents a significant portion of the leverage he holds with the Empire. Losing it ensures his death. Maybe put a few extra padlocks on it, dude. But whatever, this all pales in retardity when it comes to Batwoman over here, blowing open a hole next to the safe that they then exit through with the loot. Meaning, of course, they could have just entered the vault through here in the first fucking place. What was the point of the extensive, stupid adventure through the whole damn facility?
Wait, what did she blow up now?
How could you know us, dude?
Why didn't we blow in here from the get-go? What the fuck did we all the other things for? We could have just blown up this place where there's fucking no one. The fuck was the point of everything else we just did? What? What?
Anyway, Vale betrays Slero because she's in love with Kay after knowing her for about 5 minutes. Extremely lucky how all of this plays out, eh?
Your lives are over. Your family, friends, gone. There's nowhere in the galaxy you can hide from the ISB.
Last thing I need is a dead ISB director. But I can get there.
I think the logic here is that you don't want to kill Slero because then you will have killed an ISB director. That would get you a lot of heat from the ISB in general, but having an ISB director personally and desperately despise you would obviously be worse. He knows you specifically and wants you to suffer. Surely him being dead would be more... Oh, whatever. The story reaches its final act payoffs with the team getting the loot on board the ship, without confirming what's inside, by the way, because brain trust. And then we get some reveals. You see, this fella, Asara, is a member of the Rebel Alliance, and he's with the team because they could use some extra firepower. In exchange, Jalen offered him information on the Empire that will come from the loot. Kay believed the whole time that it was a lump sum in the container. You know, shit tons of money, meaning Jalen made that deal with Kay while also making the deal with Asara for the information. It is then revealed to the team that it is a super crazy store of information, and so Kay is confused. Before that can be resolved, Asara is talking about how it's exactly what he expected, except it isn't.
Hey, you said the rebellion gets access and nobody gets hurt.
Is there anyone in here not stabbing me in the back?
Okay, so it turns out that Jalen wants to gain control of Zerek Besh and replace Slero by exchanging this stolen information with the Empire, with an added bonus of providing information regarding the Rebel network as a result of capturing Asara. He hopes that Darth Vader will promote him to the highest ranking positions in the Empire-controlled Syndicate as a result of stealing and blackmailing, while relying on Asara just going along with this whole mission as extra muscle. They then shoot Kay with a stun.
It's not me, Kay.
You see, she didn't like that Asara was being given up, a conflict easily avoided if they simply betrayed him later. But no, they just have to reveal everything to Kay. Kay is kept in a cell in her own ship while Jalen conducts the deal on a Star Destroyer. Luckily for her, Ank and Gadik manage to take her mum's shuttle and land without incident to break her out. Imagine it was checked. Imagine there was an interest in confirming it was Rico since she worked with Jalen. Imagine anything made any sense.
What? What am I to do? I'm not even...
Anyway, Kay uses a stormtrooper outfit to sneak into the base and eavesdrop on the big, bad final boss showdown. Yeah, the first and only time a change of outfit is used for the sake of stealth in this stealth game.
Oh, fucking now we do... now you all of a sudden remember, oh, we can actually do that. It's insane how we only now doing this.
Anybody see her?
I mean, you should be able
again.
to. Not again.
So it turns out Jalen and Slero are brothers, and they hate each other because,
Yet for 1 second that you were the favorite. I was the heir!
I find it immensely funny that the game thinks anyone would give a shit what the backstory between two people we barely even know is.
You had a place at the table.
I had scraps. And you never let me forget for 1 second that...
What are we doing? What are we doing? This is insanity. What are we doing? Like, you hit everything.
You were the favorite. I was the heir! But we were family.
Okay, Vin Diesel. It's about family. What is happening?
Like, holy fuck, they are ranting about growing up together as though it's supposed to round out the story of these two villainous brothers and their treatment of each other, leading to one another's suffering or something, but it's done so fast with such cringeworthy dialogue and such little development that it feels as though they came up with it seconds before the scene happened. Anyway, Jalen has ND shoot Slero, and it's very shocking.
So much for tipping the scales, huh? All this for some revenge on your brother?
Why did you reveal yourself, you space cow?
You're here for the Codex.
I'm here for Andy. And him, I guess.
And him, I guess. What a fucking character you are.
Run!
So she gets chased through the facility until laying a trap for ND, where she can then hit him with Gadik's freedom spike, relieving him of his restraining bolt. Only he grabs the arm with the spike in it, and instead of dropping the spike into her other hand, to free ND, Kay grabs her gun from Nyx, tossing it to her, and simply shoots him in the chest. And that fucking works.
Andy?
She didn't use the freedom spike nor an ion stun. She just shot him with her blaster. And for the record, she's an incredible crack shot in this universe. This could have happened at any time.
I didn't think you had it in you. They made those BX units tough. Blast her. No.
And then Jalen arrives with the explicit intention of killing Kay, but ND has now lost the bolt, and so despite being commanded to kill her, shoots him instead. How do you turn up to a gunfight with a meat shield and no backup to then realize you are even more outnumbered than you thought, and so you drop the meat shield against a sharpshooter droid that's currently aiming at you? Was he stupid? Yes, the answer is yes, he was stupid. He was too stupid to exist. Anyway, ND, Asara, Kay, Ankh, and Gadik all get in the ship and begin to leave, but thanks to the information provided by Jalen, the Star Destroyer is targeting the rebel base on Akiva, and so Kay decides she will fight to save them. When reaching a moment in which all seems lost, the ship is caught in a tractor beam. But oh, the rebels arrive in their X-Wings.
I've lost control. Why have I lost control?
We're locked in a tractor beam.
Sorry, acknowledge.
Daniel, did you get out?
You could say that.
Really fucking weird that they didn't stay in communication with the team when they launched from the planet below. You could have said you were on the way. I guess you needed to stay silent. You want to do the hero entrance in the middle of a war. A beautiful bout of sincerity on display. In any case, the game wraps up with a Syndicate coming in to save the day, depending on which one you have the best reputation with. In my case, it was the Hutts. Specifically, Jabba the Hutt contacted Vess to personally inform her he was saving her from the Empire. He will do this by sending in Hutt ships to attack and obliterate the Star Destroyer. Jabba the Hutt will prevent the Empire from attacking the Rebel base before the Rebels could escape.
Jabba and his little fucking fat guy ship running around. I am here, Kay. You'll never guess who did that. In the space battle. Fucking Jabba.
To be clear, Jabba the fucking Hutt very publicly dealt significant damage to the Empire's war with the rebels and assisted in the takedown of a Star Destroyer in order to save said rebels. This happened between episodes 5 and 6. This means during the events of episode 6, Leia killed an invaluable rebel asset. There is no way to capture just how fucking retarded the story in this game is. So maybe an animation can do it.
Diverting power to deflectors.
Deflectors? Are you serious?
Asara, keep trying.
Ugh. Not a space mission. No. Anything but.
A distress beacon.
Calling in some favors.
Oh god.
I hope.
It's gonna be the rebels. No. Press some more buttons, quick. What's going on?
Daniel, did you get out?
You could say that.
Oh, the rebels! Guys, the rebels are here.
Not bad.
But not enough.
What now?
Press more
Someone's answered
buttons.
the distress beacon.
The rebels.
Jabba, you missed me. Right, if you say so.
Jabba and his little fucking fat guy ship running around. I am here, Kay. I could never lose you, Kay. You. Yeah. What? You'll never guess who did that. In the space battle. Fucking Jabba. I'm picturing like Jabba's palace, but a spaceship. He's got like a Rancor and an X-wing. Like, I'm gonna save you, Kay. As if Jabba the Hutt would give a fuck about you. What?
You need to destroy the shield generators.
Jabba, you take the TIE fighters. I'll take the shields, buddy. You know what they need? When I blow up, they need Jabba going, no! Vess, no! This happened right before Leia strangled him, right? So Jabba helped the rebels and then got murdered by the rebels. Jabba saved the rebels. They killed him. Jabba, you will always be a hero to me. I will never forget your sacrifice. You beautiful boy. Never let anything take that away. Some people bought this for $110.
Truly masterful work, I cried.
Everyone's gonna cry. That whoever cries the loudest gets a prize.
After the battle, the team disperse according to their own interests. K and ND decide to use their freedom to explore the galaxy, but not before providing someone with the Codex.
Just here for my 20%. 10. But how about something better? I thought the Codex was lost in battle. To everyone else. I figure there's enough secrets in there for someone to start their own business. Just don't forget me when you rule the underworld.
K does not provide it to Jabba despite being the explicit deal and the reason they were able to succeed. She instead provides the entirety of the Codex to fucking Vale, a bounty hunter who worked for the Empire to kill or capture anyone for money. A person with zero moral standing even when compared to Jabba. This thing is invaluable and it represents a huge amount of data to be split apart and sold to all kinds of people. But she hands it off immediately, to the cringe.
Figure there's enough secrets in there for someone to start their own business.
What?
Just don't forget me when you rule the underworld.
You gave it to her? What?
Could use a partner. Already got one. But hey, I'm easy enough to track down, right?
That thing is worth bazillions. What are you doing? What? I didn't even get to choose.
What a great fucking story. So that's the plot.
I'm not good at this. I'm not good at this.
It's awful, nonsensical, and somehow worse than it has any right to be. You'd think they'd be able to string together something viable when the only thing they have to achieve is go to planet, find person, repeat 4 times, and then do final mission. But obviously that was too much to ask, and so we are showered with more insane stretches and holes than a plastic surgeon. This thing was littered. Every last piece of potential the story could have was tarnished.
Ready, Nix?
Now, the plot is only one portion of how much a game's story has to offer. What is there to say about the characters? Well, broadly speaking, the writing behind the people who inhabit this world beyond the main characters are already no less pathetic than what we've already seen. I find it rather amusing that none of them behave according to what they value. Take these fellas, for example.
I can't believe he just handed it over. Gorak's already paid us for the job.
Look, I didn't know. He said he was running with the Pikes.
Do you realize that scammer's gonna sell it off to Crimson Dawn?
We can still fix this. I found out he stashed everything in a building on the other side of the Pike District. We just need a data spike, and we can get it all back.
They lost a stash meant for Gorak, the leader of the Pikes, to then very publicly talk about how it's probably gone to the Crimson Dawn. In the Pike District. In front of a whole bunch of Pike men. Genius. There comes a point in the story where you need to work with someone named Silo, a speeder mechanic. You discover she's hiding from the Empire, and you meet some friends of hers.
CeeLo left. We don't know where she is.
Can't believe you're still protecting her after what she did. Well, I'm not. She's living cliffside, near Jaunter's Hope.
Got it. Jaunter's Hope.
They take no time to confirm whether you are with the Empire, and one of them makes it clear they will not give her up. But the friend here just reveals it anyway. You have to hang around and wait for the previous character to do or say anything about this. It's pathetic. Truly the strongest of backbones. I suppose what's funnier is you can easily find Silo by chance anyway. We'll talk about that later. Upon finding her from her friend's information, she immediately starts talking about working with Kay.
Are you CeeLo? I need to kick up the power on my speeder.
I don't work with off-worlders anymore. But you look like you're out of options. Got a name?
Right, sorry. It's Kay. Kay Vess.
This woman is in hiding. You aren't supposed to be able to find her, and she clearly doesn't give a fuck when you turn up.
I can help you, Kay. But if you want a real kick, I'll need a part. An atmospheric accelerator. The imps have one in their wind harvester.
I mean, why don't I just steal it for you then.
And here you get the explanation for the lack of characterization. She's being forced into an NPC quest giver role. Fact is, you get all kinds of weird character behavior thanks to the game's limitations and incompetence. Take, for example, the lady you help in the Empire base who wants you to hack into the station and release a ship for her to use, but not for you to use, despite it only taking just about a minute to get to. You are both under intense fire. You give her much needed assistance, and leaving with her would actually facilitate the next step in the mission you both have interest in. Only she abandons you. I guess making anything a little more dynamic was too much to code. There's a mission where you need to grab some items from a hut cache, including a transponder that would lead the owners directly to the person who stole said cache.
Huts didn't want to pay tribute, so now instead of their little cash, this transponder will lead them straight to me.
Why the fuck would it be good to have stolen the credits from a hut cache to then hang on to the transponder in the hope that they reach you, such that you inform them that you want a tribute from them? Surely the fact they've refused tribute and act on behalf of Jabba the Hutt implies this is ready to evolve into violence. And now they have your position locked down, as well as cause to know you are the one that stole their money. That's some clever shit right there. It doesn't stop though. Right here we have a fella who's been hiding in this building, hoping to evade all kinds of attackers. He's telling them to fuck off through the door, but Kay walks up and gives a foolproof bit of info that makes him walk out himself.
Look, if you're here to rip me off, Thrash guy's already cleaned me out.
It's okay, it's okay. I'm an old friend of Gadik's. My name's Kay.
Gadik never talked about you.
Bro, what if she had Gadik captured? What if she heard this from someone else? What if she killed Gadik? You gave no follow-up questions. You just walked the fuck out. Okay, look, there are so many random stupid interactions with average NPC characters. We can cover more in different topics. For now, let's try to talk about characters that are a little more important, like the Denian.
Hey, Vess. My first take on you was mistaken.
I don't even remember who you are.
Nobody does.
My first take on you was...
Huh? Literally, who are you? It's like, listen, I was mistaken about you. And you're like, I don't even know who you are.
Denian was the leader of the initial job. The job where they didn't tell Kay they were releasing a prisoner and would pay her for that, rather than the idea that she would be paid by the money they were stealing. That's about everything she contributes to this story. Which, hang on, why the fuck was Slero storing a person in his vault meant for his most valuable possessions, rather than a holding cell or a jail? It would have changed the whole... Speaking of character, I guess the rebels knocked out Kay and left her for dead instead of carrying her back to explain the situation and to ultimately pay her. Feels a tad out of character, especially when they are the heroes in this story. The heroes we save at the end with our good friend Jabba. I wonder what Asara has to say regarding this.
Hey, Asara.
What is it, Kay?
Something's been bugging me since your crew left me for dead.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that. The writers once again breaking the mold on what it means to simply not give a shit. Speaking of bad people, there was the character of Jalen, a man who turns up with a job for Kay, spends the whole game delivering random speeches about how he and Kay are so similar and have something to prove, but you take one good look at him and you know well before the reveal that he is going to be the twist villain.
Kay Vess making friends in the most unlikely places. Good skill.
Jalen is so lame.
So you get any leads on a new heavy?
With the way
He's probably evil anyway. He's gonna trick us at the end. He's gonna like, haha,
thanks,
I've been playing you the whole time.
His little speeches are very much last-minute additions, and they are designed to try and misdirect the notion that he's evil. Only there was no effort to properly incorporate him into the actual story, so there's nowhere to misdirect us to. Eventually, he provides his big history, mostly unprompted, and you end up less interested than Kay, because this is clearly being dropped as a moment of remembering he should probably have a story if he's going to be the villain.
We had everything, Slero. You had everything. I was your father's mistake.
You had a place at the table.
I had scraps. And you never let me forget for 1 second that you were the favorite.
I
was the air!
You end up hearing the two brothers have their squabble, and it's mostly embarrassing as you hope the credits would arrive early to spare you. One feels their brother ruined everything for them and so sabotages the other, and here we are. This revelation changes nothing about the entire story nor Kay's involvement in it, especially since she only cares about ND5. You don't actually fight Jalen at any point. He dies of retardulosis in the final scene, and all of this was only possible because he completely forgot to account for the people in the team he organized. A worthless, useless, dull villain that no one will remember just 2 minutes after I finish this sentence. Which leaves us with the other villain, I suppose. Director Slero.
Do you know what happened to these ships? Destroyed.
He threw it in a fucking hologram. It's like, okay, I can see you mad, I guess. I don't know what to do with that.
A man who I think we can properly summarize by looking at his opening scene.
Each of you represents some of the most powerful criminal organizations in the galaxy.
He gathers together significant representatives of each of the active syndicates to whine to them about how he wants to essentially take advantage of the Empire being busy with the rebels. We then see everyone is mad at each other because they've likely stolen or subverted someone here at some point, only for the writers to realize this is going nowhere.
What is the point of this?
The point is, Slero wants his syndicate, the Zerek Besh, to benefit the most from this entire situation, and so kills each of the fellas here.
I'm starving. It's time to eat.
An extremely stupid move, being that this will obviously be traceable to him as they all gathered under a peaceful banner, and none of them will return while Slero will be fine. He gains extremely little by killing any of these guys, as they were likely Syndicate representatives at best, so he gets nothing. He likely ruins his reputation and solidifies himself as a backstabbing asshole that cannot bring anyone to the table, while giving a strong reason for the surviving syndicates to now consider the Zerek Besh an existential threat, especially if they discover he's connected with the Empire. He very well could have united them against him. The scene only runs this way to give that very small amount of exposition while establishing Slero's brain is made of a deeply retarded slab of castrated cabbage. They couldn't translate a single piece of information about our villain with subtlety. The scene seems purpose-written by a 10-year-old for other 5-year-olds to understand that Slero wants to take over. It's that simple.
The scene succeeds in establishing a couple things. This guy Slero as the bad guy, that he kills anyone who crosses him, and that he isn't above betraying to death guests of his household. And the introduction of the factions is important because these are the factions that you will be interacting with for the rest of the game.
Slero's introduction is magnificent and depicts an all-consuming organization that wishes to tear down the existing syndicate. Aura is a really hard thing to cultivate and write into a character, but Slero has it in droves after a mere 2 minutes of screen time.
A hard to cultivate aura? Are you having a fucking giggle? Does this hard to cultivate aura manage to remain when you see this man-child tossing his toys across the room and having Vader step on his deflated balls in the few minutes we have of him? Don't forget, this is the same man who essentially self-destructs when it comes to protecting some of the most valuable pieces of information in the galaxy. Even his first meeting with Kay is bizarre. He doesn't immediately have her arrested or interrogated, he instead allows himself to be locked in his own vault. Ugh, the absolute state of both the villains in this fucking story. Who else can I even talk about that isn't the primary cretin? Ank? The lady who barely has a speaking role, same for Asara and Vale. Essentially pointless to even speak on. What about Gadeek? He may be the only redeemable person in this whole thing. A man who was betrayed and abandoned by Kay prior to the story taking place. He was forced to choose to work for the Empire or end up in a prison.
The guy's name is Gadeek. He's a droid smith who seems to have a history with Kay. Now, Gadeek is working...
Seems to?
He does.
He does, yeah.
He does also appear to. And he
I
also just
suppose
actually
he does
does,
appear
but then
to.
he also does.
Yeah, I guess
he
that's
does
true.
both.
If he does have it, then he does
Technically
appear to have
both.
it. That's true. That's a good point.
He seems to be a Rhodian. Yeah. He also is, but he does seem to be one as well. That is apparently how.
Upon being released in exchange for working with Kay, he refuses to continue until a weapon he made for the Empire is neutralized because of the damage it can do, something he has to convince Kay to engage in. He then follows through and assists on her mission, even risking his life further to save her when she is captured for being retarded. He is also the only person in the game that's allowed to seem as though he is a person. Obviously, it must have been a glitch in the script that prevented him from being as cold and broken as the rest of these cardboard rejects. For example,
Kay, you don't know how happy I am to see you.
Okay, so I took a little detour, but now we need to push on to the vault.
here he is telling the hero of the piece that he's so happy to see her, and she completely ignores him. And here he's expressing that he's glad to see her and that she's okay, only to be completely ignored again.
You're okay.
What's insane is that he comes through with more to lose for her specifically than anyone, despite being the one person in the galaxy with good reason to despise this piece of shit, and she doesn't even notice. In fact, he ends up being one of the only characters with something substantive to tell Kay regarding her broken-ass personality, but we can get to that later. Especially since now I am forced to discuss the two main characters of this wonderful adventure, the lads that have had the most work done in terms of characterization, as well as the most damage. So let's start with the lady herself, eh?
Hi, my name is Umberly Gonzalez, and I play Kay Vess.
Oh, of course, but why is Kay Vess?
Can you customize the main character Kay Vess, and what can you customize?
So Kay is our original character, so there's no character creation.
Right, you guys very cleverly decided that instead of allowing people to create their own character down to the way they speak and what their skill set would be, we're better off being locked into this.
I am tired of this Kay Vess. She's nothing but a problem.
I agree.
Now that's not necessarily a terrible decision. If Kay Vess were a particularly fantastic character to play, this could work out wonderfully.
Hi. Yeah, most people have that reaction to me.
So, who is Kay Vess? Well, she's a girl who desperately wants to live a free life, and she's happy to go it alone. You must understand, she wants to leave. She needs to fly like a bird from a cage.
You gotta let me fly on this one!
The baseline for her characterization is that she must live a life on her own merits, moving to earn her freedom through completing different jobs in something close to an earnest way, something that is somewhat undermined by a couple of things, primarily her foul existence.
I want my cut and Rico gone.
You want to be free, Kay.
All she wants is to be free, get a big score, go find her place in the galaxy, and that's whatever it takes for her.
Okay, I get it. She wants to be free. She's a bird in a cage. She needs to fly. Fly, fly, fly. Lucky for us, there are ways to decipher other finer elements of Kay's character, such as garnering insight through her many horrible actions or the incessant belching of exposition.
Come on, back to the cantina. It's the only place we'll be safe.
I wonder if the reason why the space dog is here is so that they can do the whole, now I gotta do this. All right, time to do this. Over there now. Oh, I gotta go find this.
You have no idea how correct you are. Kay Vess is broken. I could start by showing the calamity of characteristics she embodies depending on any given scenario, but we should probably go one by one. This cancerous bucket of regret was raised by a mother on Canto Bight who taught her to take indiscriminately, and that the world is essentially out to get you, so who cares if you hurt anyone? She was then abandoned by her mother and raised by Brahm, a man who provided everything for her until she almost gets him killed and decides to take a job to escape Canto Bight, leaving behind a disaster that others have to pay for. This profile is meant to set the foundation for the rugged outlaw who had to fight her way to live in the world.
She's so fearless. You'll see her just go for it, and there's no stopping her, even when there's danger involved. even when there's fear underneath it, she'll never let you see it. Not really.
See, she's fearless. She's a fightin', outlawin', battlin', renegadin'. But why? But how? This whole angle is at odds with several aspects we've covered, but there's something foundational worth mentioning. Vess isn't even remotely fazed by killing many people. When faced with being caught stealing, it comes as no surprise to her or the audience that we gun these people down. You'd think taking things you are absolutely not entitled to and killing the men who are paid to protect said things could perhaps prompt some discussion, especially when she lives in this area and they know who did this, but no, not really. To the point one would assume she's killed many people in her life, though that doesn't work so well, being she's lived here the whole time, and she absolutely does not have a reputation reflecting that of a renegade psychopath, nor is she wanted. How many people would she really have killed up to this point? If any, why does she have so little to say about it? Kay will kill people in self-defense. She will kill people who are defending something she wants, but perhaps most troubling is Kay's complete apathy, if not excitement, toward the killing of people she can easily avoid, especially when doing so by having Nyx detonate the grenades they hold. If you unlock the full potential of Vess, the game can become that of exploding people with thermal detonators before they even have a concept of what could be happening, because she's decided that's far easier than sneaking past them or even choosing to take them down with stun equipment. There is, however, nothing in her demeanor that tells you how she feels about any of this. Also, yes, the gameplay mechanics section is on the way, and this little grenade feature will have its own breakdown, don't you worry.
Nope, I'm not scared of you.
Now, this brazen attitude toward the ending of life wherever she finds it is very well supported in that Kay is a parasite on the world and cares only for herself. Outside of the two people who felt the responsibility to raise her, the general populace do not seem to have a positive outlook on Vess.
Want me to taste that for you? Forget it, Kay. I don't care what Bram says. Go freeload somewhere else. Busy night?
You're not getting in, Kay. Club's already got enough rats.
She is considered a freeloading, blood-sucking rat, and that's not the worst of it.
I can't leave to go place a bet on the farther tables. Even have an inside track on the winner.
I can place that bet for you because you're a friend.
Oh yeah? That'd be great. There's a data pad nearby. A friend of mine put the winner's name on it. Find it and bet everything.
No problem. I almost feel bad for him, but I need the credits more than he does.
Kay decides she will steal from Valak here when he's offered something that will benefit them both. You see, she needs the credits even more than he does, even though she has no idea what his situation is. Not to mention, he will inevitably find out she stole the credits and come looking, and she doesn't intend to leave the planet at this point. She will also, because of how poorly made this game is, happily admit she is stealing from him to his face.
I almost feel bad for him, but I need credits more than he does.
This makes no difference at all, and it's just another example of how embarrassing the game can get.
You know, she's charming and she'll like talk to you, but she's already taking all your things. She isn't perfect at it, but she always seems to get away with it.
So perhaps she's more of a stupid, selfish, thieving, freeloading, blood-sucking rat.
There are friends of Kay that you can walk up and talk to.
Oh, come on. Hey, I've got some honest work for you. That she's like, no.
No.
It's called Smuggler.
My best friend, Smuggler.
Smuggler Jim.
The details of the game made the most basic of efforts to represent the fact that you live here.
Well, so what's funny too is Nyx ate something of his and he wants her to pay up for that. Nothing can happen. Well, there's a couple of sentences, they are said, and then he is a part of the background. There's nothing that can be done with this. It's just funny to be like, see, people who know Kay, it's like, wow, you're generous.
Didn't even give him a name.
I can picture what he's imagining in his head.
No, but that's how it works, man. Like, you play these
Yeah.
things, and then you come away thinking of stuff that didn't even happen. Everyone wants to play a completely free and interesting and substantive open-world Star Wars game. That's cool as fuck. But that's not what this is.
No.
And don't do the work for them. Don't imagine a conversation you didn't even have. This could have been a
like a spelling error thing that they forgot to put the dot in there, but it could be S Smuggler. Like that could be his name, Sam or something.
S Smuggler.
Sam
S Smuggler.
But how about we look at some more events, shall we? Like the opening of the game.
That's 2 jobs gone sideways, Nix. This is way beyond bad luck.
What Kay is calling bad luck is in fact several significant awful decisions that she made throughout both of the larger jobs she performs at the start of the game. An additional characteristic for this nightmare person is her complete lack of interest in taking responsibility for anything. Something of a result of her blatant disregard for anyone other than herself. When deciding to leave Canto Bight, there's no one she needs to say goodbye to and nothing she needs to collect other than briefly with Brahm, her surrogate father, for just a moment. But ultimately, she leaves the world behind. With the little information we have, I can only imagine this is a result of having lived a life where she does nothing but take advantage of people while forming at best very weak or temporary bonds with the people here. She stole, cheated, abused, killed, and took complete advantage of the populace only to now abandon it when there's nothing more she can take advantage of.
I do believe in you, Kay.
But why?
What's curious is they want you to think she is in fact a caring person. You see, she puts her life on the line for ND5 throughout the final act, as well as going toe-to-toe with a Star Destroyer to give more time for the rebels to escape. She has regular bouts of altruistic effort throughout many campaign missions. She will let you know that, by gum, she cares about her crew.
I don't want to start over. I want my crew.
When did this become? When did this? What? I don't. Crew. We barely interacted with the crew. What is this? We just made this up. This is made up. This is made up nonsense.
Almost any argument could be made for her personality depending on what amount of context you want to use. From grand heroic acts to the smallest of kindnesses, which implies a deep incompetence and confusion as to what kind of character they wanted to create. Take Brahm, for example.
Wow, a gun!
The man who gave her everything. Even when her mother was in the picture, he is only ever drained of resources and attacked for his trouble. The game seems to mention him once or twice post-tutorial, and from there you would never have known he is the most significant person in her entire life, until he gets his scene at the tail end of the story where she can finally have a personal connection with him about his sacrifice.
How's your leg?
It's fine, Kay. And 6 kin think you're dead. I made my peace with them by fixing a couple of races in their favor.
Wow, such chemistry and development. She eventually gets around to something you could call meaningful, but you can tell from the delivery Kay has trouble even feigning a sense that she actually appreciates the man.
Listen, Bram, I owe you. We owe you. I guess for everything.
You owe me rent. And to make sure you're breathing on the other side. Score or no score.
Yeah, that's it. I imagine the idea from the writers with all of this is that Brahm's connection to Kay is unconditional, and he doesn't mind it, but her sharper edges as an outlaw can get people she cares about hurt.
Hope Bram's okay. Taught me so much. And look how I paid him back.
Yeah, you know, man, you're a bit reckless and people that you care about pay the price. Oh, yeah.
The problem being they didn't understand how to write the kind of character that has a dangerous or reckless streak. Instead, they mostly wrote a villain. By the end of the story, Kay gives nothing to Brahm and instead leaves him to settle her debts with people like the 6th kin by fixing races for them. She does, however, ask that he keep his cantina open with her room stocked and ready for her, free of charge. She doesn't even pay for the drinks her team just ordered. Bearing in mind, Kay had the Codex, an item of extreme value, easily splittable to provide credits to everyone involved, and she gave the entire thing to her wannabe girlfriend when the deal for her was 15%. She could easily have provided the kind of security and assurance that would take care of Brahm for the rest of his life, but she chose to ignore him. All we're left to assume is Kay wanted to sleep with Vale so much she forgot about everyone you'd think she cares about. People who far more deserve her support, people who raised her. But who cares about Brahm? That's only her father figure. How does Kay treat those in her day-to-day that we have direct confirmation matter to her? Take, for instance, Preben, the fella who fixed her data spike that she owed a bunch of money. All we know about him is he likely lost his shop for helping Kay, and she doesn't care at all.
Preben, we know you helped Kay. Open up. You wanna live?
They caught up with Preben. Ugh, I guess I'm not the only one who needs to get off of Kanto.
You can't hide, Preben. You're making it worse for yourself. Got your shop, and now you've got nowhere to run. Preben!
This guy is Preben, right? Yeah. You don't see this guy again, and you know what? It's bad.
No,
because his shop gets fucked up by your involvement with him and the
Oh, that's right.
You hear about that, but you don't do anything about it.
I even asked, can I go help him? Can I go save him?
Yeah.
Is that an option that I have that the game's giving me? And it's not an option. Just
No.
fuck Preben for helping you.
Yeah, no,
when he even
it doesn't
says I
weigh on
shouldn't
her at
help
all.
you,
She
and
doesn't give a shit.
Yeah, she doesn't care.
Or how about Snap Wexley here, who was he was in the sequels. He played the mind-reading guy in Heroes. He was like an agent in Alias. There's other stuff. He assisted Kay in almost everything she could want, including, but not limited to, his apartment entrance to the derelict droid factory where she found parts to save ND5. When the Zarek Besh attacked, there wasn't even a line of dialogue to discuss whether he was okay. They very likely followed Kay through his apartment. Or how about Kay's general concern for animals? She wouldn't want Nyx's life to end as a captive of Jabba the Hutt, and yet, what of her position on all of the other captured animals?
Okay, let's get you out of there.
Let's get all of them out of there, right? Why aren't you helping all of them? Okay? What, just because these ones don't have owners? We don't need to rescue them, do we? No, we're just rescuing Nyx.
Can I backtrack now and open that other door? What the fuck, them other creatures?
Alright, see you later, other animals. First toil and suffer in this dungeon. See ya. Bye-bye. Not helping you. I don't get it.
I suppose that pales in comparison to Kay deciding on a whim that it's fine to feed a person to some space dogs, though. Granted, she didn't like Hoss, but this decision was baffling with context.
You just let him die? Wasn't that the whole point I collected him? All that work we just did for no reason at all? I know he was an asshole, but like I thought the point... whatever.
Oh, alright.
You deserve that, right?
You could have saved him. You could have helped him, but you didn't.
You deserve that, right?
What?
Wait, what?
You deserve that, right?
That's the guy we... What? Wait, hold on. No. What? Well, Rip Hoss, I get. What the fuck was... What are we doing?
And let's not forget what Kay said when it came to her goal of rescuing ND from Jalen, with Asara standing right there. A man who's been shown to put his life at serious risk to rescue people regularly, and is currently set for interrogation and torture as a result of betrayal on a mission that she conducted.
You're here for the Codex.
I'm here for Andy.
And he's like,
him,
what?
I guess.
And him, I guess. What the fuck?
You're here for the Codex.
I'm here for Andy. And him, I guess.
Dude, she's such a horrible person. I'm here for the robot. And that guy, I guess. I can't believe this is about the robots. What is this?
But all of that would once again be dwarfed when compared to the darkness embedded deep in the cold excuse for a heart Kay the Merciless has in this scenario. Something you can witness the further you explore the game's missions. You see, Kay is tasked with ensuring the safety of 2 cargo shipments that are set to come under fire from enemy combatants. Upon defending these ships and ensuring the opportunity for hyperdrive, you enter the second phase of the mission, but not before establishing some camaraderie.
Hurry up and fix it. We'll cover you as long as we can.
As much as it is temporary, you form a team and the mission is set with payment waiting. When approaching the second wave of attacks, Kay is offered a chance to make some more money. All she has to do is betray the pilots and blow up the convoy.
Deal. Bring me the cargo when it's done.
Think this'll get us killed?
I think it will get us paid.
She then destroys them and listens unfazed to the pained desperation pouring out of the ship as it's blown to shreds. During this betrayal, Kay has a suitably spineless message to deliver while her victims struggle to understand what's happening.
You're breaking up. Then it's a good thing he calls the shots. Sorry, man.
I guess the money was just too good. Kay is now a traitorous, backstabbing, stupid, selfish, thieving, freeloading, blood-sucking rat. But then it gets really weird to track all of this because you could at least argue that they are trying to build a selfish, mistrusting, and manipulative psycho, except that doesn't match, even a little bit, significant portions of the game. Take, for example, the first big job was a promise of pay that ended up being a backstab, from her perspective anyway. And so you would think that in future she would have lost any trust for a new source of work promising pay only after the job is complete.
I hope a real job means real credits.
It does for the Hutts. The Pikes are muscling in on Jabba's creature smuggling business, stealing his buyers in the core worlds. Find out who they're selling to, then take out their factory farm.
Half up front or no dice?
You'll get paid when you deliver.
That works too.
Okay. So she's essentially got the exact same offer to work a very similar job to the one she got before that went horribly wrong because she couldn't trust the people involved, and this time she's working with the Hutts, notorious for their trustworthy and honorable nature. I guess. Makes sense to me. Then there's CeeLo, who sends you on an incredibly dangerous mission after just minutes of meeting you for the first time. It's almost uncanny how Kay just trusts everything this lady says. Then there's the fact that random people will contact Kay anonymously with counteroffers and jobs that she will entertain as somehow trustworthy despite every last piece of reason and characterization pointing to the opposite. And then there's the moment she's offered a ship part in exchange for a Sarlacc tooth she's yet to obtain. She gives a group of Jawas free access to her ship while she goes and fetches it, because that's how much she trusts a random group of scavengers with her extremely rare ship.
Oh, also, I hired a bunch of Jawas to work on the Trailblazer.
On purpose?
Oh, but remember, she's a tough-as-nails, psychopathic murderer person who will only take from everyone she comes across because she can't trust anyone. This next one kinda baffles me, to be honest. Dunker has organized a meeting for concluding a job, and ND has to warn Kay beforehand that she shouldn't trust Dunker.
Dunker's a broker, not a friend. She can't be trusted.
I'd say that's odd from the writers already. Kay is now characterized as too trusting and not trusting at all. In any case, you get to the table, complete the job, and Dunker's Imperial friend asks for protection money. If you refuse to pay her, she sends the Empire after you.
I could say you're a threat to the Empire, but I won't have to if you're smart.
Thanks, but I'm smart enough to get myself out of trouble.
You pay the tax just like everyone else.
Whoa, kid, let's just relax.
You won't make it off to Shara alive.
Kay is now on the run thanks to Dunker essentially setting her up, to which ND says,
That Imperial announcement wouldn't be about you, would it?
Could be.
I told you not to trust her.
Now, being a genius, I went for a piss after the game told me I earned a sudden and very active level 4 Empire notoriety. By the time I was back, it was gone.
We have lost sight of the target. Abort the search.
All good now.
I didn't even have to move. We're gonna talk about this in the mechanics section. Kay then meets Danka at Jaunter's Hope, and she mentions that she's not mad, she's impressed, and that things are gonna be okay despite Kay having taken one of the pearls on her way out. Which is fucking bizarre. Danka is responsible for the Empire being sent after Kay as a result of a meetup she organized that had nothing to do with the Empire in the first place. Kay will, as a result, not be angry with her and continue to trust her. This truly matches the character we've come to understand. Though all of this random and excessive trusting of other people will never be able to match the trust Kay places in Waka, the legend himself. A character she allowed full access to her ship even after he tried to kill her. A character she continued to trust when he almost got her killed again by sending her to Gorak. A character she continues to trust all the way up until he tries to kill her again, and that was after sending her through a death trap.
If my ship's gutted when I come back, I'm gonna hunt you down.
You know, I have no reason to trust you whatsoever, and you tried to kill me, but I will leave my only important possession that's going to allow me to escape this place with you while I fuck off.
Okay, we're friends. We'll get to that.
I wouldn't call us...
Since fucking when? You tried to attack me, and then I just gave you my ship, building up a crew.
Double-crossing my knock.
Would you shut the fuck up, Kay? You knew him for 5 seconds, and it turned the guy who tried to kill you and steal your shit turned out he wasn't to be trusted, even though we left him alone with everything that we had for several hours, if not days. What nonsense this fucking story is, man. Like, what am I to make of this? Like, oh, Jiminy Christmas. We lost us a Waka. She doesn't care. Nobody cares. It's like, Waka was bad. So it's so sad.
Suffice to say, this is the character consistency equivalent of a weapons-grade scouring pad having been soaked in kangaroo piss and pressed into the printed word. And it's happening, of course, because we need a fella to talk to throughout the opening of the game until we get ND and Jalen to replace him. Waka even gets to fly the ship himself, and he doesn't think to simply leave when his only goal was to take the Trailblazer anyway. What an awful name for the ship, by the way. The idea that the ship would be hunted for as long as Kay is alive isn't even true, because Slero specifically wants the ship. I think what's perhaps even more fascinating is their lack of relationship being recognized by the story.
Okay, we're friends. We'll get to that.
I wouldn't call us friends.
By the time he betrays you, it's more so expected than surprising.
This thing is falling apart around me.
Why do you think we stopped scrapping it? Everyone figured it wasn't worth the risk.
Except you.
It's a calculated risk, Kay. Zarek Besh wanted you alive, but I can't afford any loose ends.
Curse your sudden but inevitable betrayal.
Oh, this can't keep happening. From now on, it's just you and me, Nix, like it should be.
It's all so bizarre. And after that, she almost immediately begins to completely trust ND, even though he is explicitly aligned in belief, command, and programming against her. But she's desperate for him to stay.
I guess we'll be saying goodbye soon.
We still have much to accomplish.
Yeah, but goodbye soon enough. After this job, you're going off with Jalen, right? I'm gonna have to find a new co-pilot.
This is true. Kay.
Don't worry about it. Everyone leaves. Just the way it is.
She cares about him more than she cares about her father or her mother, even before she was abandoned. Take this cutscene where we see Rico mentoring Kay on one of many missions robbing people. We see Kay meets Nix for the first time, which leads to him eating some wire and activating an alarm. This leads to Rico getting shot and Kay being told to run while she covers her until escaping as well. You might have thought this was a traumatic moment for Kay, where she had to deal with her mother almost dying as a result of her recklessness. And you would be wrong. Instead, this happens.
What's wrong with you? You let your feelings get in the way of the score.
Oh, she just doesn't even care.
Look at me! I'm keeping him.
What?
Nix, it's family. You wouldn't get it.
You didn't care when your mom got shot. I just saw it. Fuck you. You don't get to say this after that flashback. Who wrote this? This is so fucking awful.
Yeah, she doesn't give a single shit about her mum, and with what we've covered about her surrogate father, it's clear she doesn't care about anyone, except Vale, ND, and fucking Waka for some reason.
I guess we've never had anyone to lose.
What the fuck do you mean, never had anyone to lose? Yeah, I guess so, other than Brahm, Rico, Gadik, Preben, fucking Waka. How do you manage to say that we never have anyone to lose without realizing Nyx is obviously someone you always have to lose? She's like a wannabe loner that claims individuality when she desperately relies on almost everyone else in her life for everything. Imagine writing her this way, despite the story trying to use her relationship with her mother both in past and present as a significant source of development and dramatic payoff. You'd have trouble convincing anyone that the most significant mechanical inclusion they could muster for the very deep and familial connection these two women share was a dual slice. Oh no, they have to turn off the turrets and the shields together at the same time, or the turrets could shoot them when the shields go down.
Okay, Rico, you ready?
Always. Are you? We have to complete our slices at the same time, because the moment the barriers drop, the turrets will blast us.
Okay, but, like, just slice the turrets down, and then slice the shields open? Oh dear, looks like there's no need for the dual slice.
Okay, barrier and turrets down.
Well done. I've never dual sliced with someone before. No one's been good enough to keep up until now.
Whew, nice one.
These two are supposed to be the best hackers in the history of this now heavily retarded universe, and we have the devs struggling to figure out how they could possibly create a scenario in which these two are forced to work together to make a big ol' payoff. This is the best you could do? You can tell this was all coded last minute. I can get the Empire to attack Rico, and none of it is even close to being registered by her as hostile.
We found them!
Though this is much more a mechanical issue that we shall cover. Fact is, this character is a significant source of the conflict in the story in both setup and payoff, but she has such little presence and screen time that you can find yourself wondering who she even is.
Hey?
Is this the mum? I think... The fact that I'm unsure is not good. Of course, the best slicer is me and my mum. The story goes, Rico abandoned Kay because she thought she was a bad influence and it would lead Kay to as similarly dangerous and probably as short-lived a life as her own.
See? They don't even know we exist.
You're a little young for a thief.
Where are you? I messed up.
What was your lesson?
Can't trust someone's always gonna be there.
That's my girl.
Remember, she abandons her and says the lesson is that you will always be abandoned. It's so badly written, because had she stolen the thing successfully, there'd be no lesson. She bumps into the fucking cops. If she hadn't done that, she would have gone home and been like, so what lesson did you learn? She'd be like,
I know, I'm really good at stealing.
Yeah, I guess.
What was your lesson?
The lesson is never try.
Truth is, we both know you're not cut out for this kind of life. And that's all I am. Stick with me, you're gonna get yourself killed.
And so she has taught her 11-year-old daughter nothing but the values of a traitorous, overly trusting, and simultaneously backstabbing, stupid, selfish, thieving, freeloading, blood-sucking rat, and hopes that in abandoning her, she will suddenly start living an honest life. Only when you meet her again, and she tries to soften the blow of having abandoned Kay, she says something curious.
You surprised me, Kay. You've changed a lot.
My life didn't just stop when you left.
For what it's worth, I thought it was for the best. I mean, look at you. You didn't need me.
So now the story is she felt her 11-year-old didn't need her and that she would be able to pull off all kinds of great big jobs without her. That don't make no fucking sense at all. You continued your life of crime and felt she would become excellent at it on her own, and you are proud she did, but you also abandoned her in the hopes that she wouldn't pursue this life at all. Yeah, okay. Don't worry though, folks, it gets even fucking weirder.
Could at least update the menu.
Been a little busy paying off someone's debts.
Right.
And besides, I'm sure you'll be out of here in no time, Rico.
Hey, I've looked after Kay in my own way.
Yeah? How's your leg?
Easy, Prime. I always knew you could do it. I'm just here to make sure you finish strong.
A tracker. A strong one, too. Custom build. I'd say at least 10 years old. Whoever built this wanted to know exactly where their mark was at all times. Makes sense. You can't trust someone's always gonna be there. But that's what makes it matter when they are.
So Rico didn't abandon Kay at all. In fact, she had her tracked and covered for the entire time she abandoned her because she wanted to take care of her in the sense that she would help her if she ever needed it and ensure she's living a somewhat happy life, but also not provide for her as a parent? Okay, she wanted Kay to find her own path, free of the bad values Rico would have inspired within her. But simultaneously, she wanted to keep a close eye on her and make sure she was okay. And watched her end up doing exactly what she would have done with Rico, only with less supervision and experience guiding her, and also has now met up with her in adult life and always knew she would pull all of this off, but then also betrays her and takes her weapon to the point of potentially killing her. Okay. What the fuck are the writers smoking? At this point, is it not safe to assume Rico found Kay no less insufferable than we all do? Obviously, she just wanted to escape this pathetic, vampiric black hole of a human being. Rico didn't even help her when she most needed it, like getting captured in the vault of the leader of the Zarek Besh, or crash landing on some distant alien planet. How very curious. All of this is framed as a good thing, by the way. Kay understands that her mother left her, but also didn't really, but still sort of did, but didn't, and so decides she wants to essentially forgive her and rescue her, which is amazing considering that final confrontation, and, you know, she supported her getting captured. Why the fuck would she decide this woman deserves help? Is it simply the familial connection? Because I think we can all agree this is pretty hollow compared to what could have been.
I have to go. Stay out of sight, no matter what.
What? Go where? Hello? Rico!
Something of a problem this game experiences with Kay is an absolute lack of self-awareness as to her nature. But I do say that while thinking of perhaps an extremely small exception, maybe even more than one.
Go freeload somewhere else. Club's already got enough rats.
You see, I wasn't kidding when I said Gadik is one of the best characters. Let's check out the biggest reason why.
Gadik made a mistake. You think I wanted him to get picked up?
You left him behind, Kay. Now he has to choose prison or the Empire.
Easy. Gadik knew the risks, okay? I work better alone. Always have.
That sounds like Rico, not you.
I'm done talking.
So, to be clear, Kay abandoned Gadik in a job, and when faced with his fate being locked in prison or forced to work for the Empire, she shrugs it off as an occupational hazard. She doesn't care, and even the thought of trying to help him is completely ignored. I'd say it's clear she doesn't like him, which makes sense considering how altruistic we discover he is. Altruism is obviously a trait that would be alien and possibly threatening to Kay Vess. Regardless, the writers have stumbled into making her far more of a cunt than they needed to in order to reinforce the notion that she wants to work alone. However, the plot demands he end up back on the team, meaning they may have something to talk about.
Glad to see there are no hard feelings.
If it's all right with you, Kay, I'd rather not talk about what happened on Kanto.
Appropriate, I suppose, in that they have completed the personal job he wanted done of stopping the droid for the greater good, and now they're on to something bigger. So we let bygones be bygones, sort of thing, but you gotta imagine there's something worthwhile to explore here, right?
Hey, Gadik, is there anything you need before we hit Slero?
Yes, in fact. I want something from you. For letting the Empire take me back on Kanto. For not even trying to stop them.
What was I supposed to do?
Dude, what am I supposed to do? Die?
Look, okay, I'm sorry.
No. Not an apology. I want you to accept that there are two Ks. The one that left me behind, and the one that risked her life to get me out. Because this is only going to work if we get the right Kay.
I find this tiny bit of dialogue fascinating, and as much as this may sound insane, tragic. Gadik believes that Kay abandoned him to the Empire, which is true, we know that explicitly, and Kay said he should have known what he was getting into. She made no attempt and had no interest in saving him. The tragedy is that Gadik believes she did eventually come back to save him, and that they can reconcile over that as well as conduct further jobs. The reality, of course, is that Kay never spent a single thought on Gadik, and saving him was a matter of convenience for an opportunity to get herself some money. His comment regarding there being 2 Ks is the closest the game comes to understanding what kind of character it has created, only there should probably be a 0 at the end of that number. K is absurdly all over the place with absolutely nothing to refer to for why she commits to any given action. It is a frustrating experience to even try to understand her.
There have been plenty of reviews that have said that she's a good character. I find that absolutely baffling, like how low the standards have sunk. And of course it speaks to a broader problem I have with Star Wars, which is let me play as an alien, let me play as a robot, let me actually participate in the far-flung science fiction elements of this science fiction world. No.
However, if I can, I would like to offer probably my biggest compliment to the writing in the game, and it goes to Gadik, in that during the attempts to remove the restraining bolt from ND, the prospect becomes far more difficult.
There will be a turbo lift ahead.
Okay, got it.
Kay, it's okay to leave. You had your shot.
As long as your spike works, I still got one more chance.
I'm almost certain Gadik is saying this because he believes Kay feels guilty for having abandoned him so long ago. He thinks she now doesn't want to repeat the mistake and is getting reckless as a result. Gadik is saying it's okay and it wouldn't make her a bad person to leave now, especially when they can regroup to save ND. The fact that he felt the need to tell her this to discourage her from making the kind of play he would have loved for her to make to save him once upon a time shows a lot of what he's thinking and feeling, though the sad aspect again is that her care for ND is extremely arbitrary. I can't even speculate as to why she's more invested here than in anything in her life, especially with better options on the table. And for the record, she never cared about Gadik, and she isn't invested here as a way of rectifying her past mistake with him. She is simply hyper-invested in this droid for some reason. However, Gadik is kind of an okay character. I guess I kinda like him, but I don't like this wretched stain on humanity. And you could tell they hopelessly wanted people to love Kay, especially considering the angle of making her an outlaw, something of a desperate goal and supposed foundation of this entire experience. Kay Vess is definitely that kind of badass. She doesn't follow anyone's rules. She'll go where she wants. She'll do what she wants. She'll kill anyone who gets in her way.
No one was gonna make life easier for me and Nix. Gotta take what you want.
This is the life of an outlaw.
As we've covered, Kay is a fantastic moron when it comes to understanding the life she's lived. She's only experienced having her life be made far easier than the vast majority of people in this galaxy by being a degenerate parasite, living off a hard-working man's entire life's labor. But as we've also covered, it doesn't stop her from feeling as though she truly is an outlaw.
What did I tell you, CeeLo? Easy.
I never should have made this. At least now, it'll be used for something good.
Good is a bit of a stretch.
Oh, shut up. An outlaw who desperately saves people for free when they are warring with any given faction that the meta decided was too evil even for an outlaw to tolerate. An outlaw who is happy to work well within the law for standard pay. An outlaw who regularly makes very reasonable deals with strangers that require significant trust. An outlaw who will do favors for completely random people with no expectation of a return. A ruthless outlaw that fixes a droid out of pure kindness? I guess I did rob his house afterward. Look, Kay is essentially a doormat for the vast majority of interactions in this game. Some droid feels unfulfilled in his job because of the lack of killing people, and Kay feels the need to help him free of charge? How is this not entirely bizarre? And to be fair, this isn't to say you can't have outlaw archetypes that commit to any given amount of good or bad action. In fact, that kind of approach is often more interesting than not. Kay's problem is being randomly altruistic, and far more a piece of shit than one would imagine regardless of whether the game realizes. The point is far more that an outlaw, a scoundrel, a renegade character would be expected, I think, to operate against the law and in favor of themselves, with exceptions. We should expect to see consistent elements they care about and actions that result from an underlying set of ethics carved over the course of a rough life, when in actuality we see a random collection of nonsense with an extremely limited scope on what could ever be considered outlaw behavior. She thinks Nyx should never have to be captured and tortured in Jabba's menagerie, yet shows little to no interest in any other creature. That doesn't seem conducive to the backbone of an outlaw scoundrel who cares little for anyone else's perspective on any given topic. Similarly, you would expect some pragmatism in recognizing what is and what isn't useful about any given event, like how she lets Hoss get eaten despite being easily saved and someone she needs for the job the whole story is about. She instead asks very weakly whether he deserves it. Which Vess is asking that question? He was useful, and you spent ages getting him this far, only to awkwardly watch him die, wondering what you're supposed to do? This is made so much worse when her chosen profession requires fast talking and slippery wording to convince, persuade, and chat her way through the world. She absolutely needs to have a silver tongue, and all the devs could muster for our little outlaw was a lead brain.
No gangsters.
Oh, no. I mean, I'm not with Sarat. I don't even like the guy. He tried to kill my friend once.
Don't care. High rollers only.
High rollers? Why didn't you say so? I won the Sabaac Invitational at the Kanto Grand. Yeah, took down Mont Mazdo in 3 hands.
Just get inside.
What? What do you mean just get inside? What the fuck is this? This was fucking nonsense. And then he's like, just go inside. What is... You need to be fired. Just annoyed him long enough where he's like, just go inside. Fucking dumbass. Jesus Christ. Oh, she's such a bad liar and she gets away with it. It's so stupid.
You're Torn Valerio Nump?
That's me. Mm-hmm.
Bro, why did they make her like so unconvincing? Anytime she's lying, she's like, "That's right."
Let me see some identification.
Oh shit.
Yeah, sure.
You're Torn Valerio Nump?
That's me.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right, move along.
Fucking idiot, you stupid idiot dumbass. What a dumb idiot.
She talks with close to zero confidence in every speech check opportunity afforded to her while employing this wibbly-wobbly butt-fuckery way of speaking that couldn't convince ice cream to melt.
Are you Shep? I heard you know all the best gunslingers around here. Whoa. Watch your step, Nyx. All right. I can do that. You got anyone who isn't dead?
God, it's so you know, funny sidebar. There's this point in the game that you speak to some Randy very briefly, and they manage to conclude you are indeed from Canto Bight, from the accent. How the fuck is that possible when there's so many different accents in Canto Bight? It's home to a goddamn Welsh Rhodian.
I snuck into the track last night to watch them set up for the cup. They say they're protecting us, but who's protecting us from them?
Regardless, this Cali stutter is part of the complete insincerity package uploaded to so many projects' main characters it's become impossible to track them all. Kay treats nothing in the entire story with appropriate investment, and it's extremely tiresome, with, of course, the exception being one time.
Said I don't care. Nyx is family. You wouldn't get it.
But 99% of the time you have her treating the most stressful and insane situations with no determination, courage, fear, or shock. Instead, it's always fucking quipping, or this shit.
Oh, thanks. I'll stop by.
I'm one of you guys. Don't you? Oh my god, is this chick's only power talking? Like, what's the deal? Fast talk and then keep talking?
Hey, is Ank around?
Just standard transfer, sir.
Oh, Thanks. Maybe we could reinstate that discount on a permanent basis.
Why does she always talk like this? Maybe we could... I'm so weird. She sounds so unsure and is bad at lying and everything. I don't know what the fuck that's all about. So stupid.
Whoa! Okay, a little close. Hey, ND5, there's this, canyon here. Lots of new friends today.
Huh, that just happened. These guys just won't quit. They won't take a hint, will they?
Okay. I'm headed back to their boss now, all right? Just, try to stay in one piece. All right, I'm going. Hey, weird question, maybe. Is there a mercenary around here?
You wouldn't, sir. Command wants to keep it quiet. This scum is a defector from Akiva. He was caught leaking classified Viper droid technology to the rebels.
Hey, you're not supposed to be here. I'm supposed to be here? Oh. Well, then I guess you are. Carry on. Thanks.
I'm in a hidden Imperial base in a canyon in the jungle. Just look for the explosions, okay?
I fucking hate the way she talks. It makes me go crazy. Yeah, we're kinda in the base. We need... It's like, shut up. Fucking God.
Oh, yeah, he deserves it, but they want to torture him and all that, sir. Really make him suffer.
Hey, you can't go in there. That's for security personnel only. I don't even know you. Why should I help you? You do know me. I do? Oh. Okay then. Well, I guess go on right ahead. Thanks.
We're all using sarcasm. Excellent.
You are supposed to be playing as a woman who believes she had to take anything and everything to survive in this world. A badass, thieving scoundrel that greases the proverbial vocabularic wheels of commerce while maybe stealing some of that grease.
My retirement grease! No!
And yet she's got the confidence of investment banking being attempted by a dead cactus. Obviously this is far from suitable for any kind of outlaw, but it does manage to be extremely annoying, leaving the player with one recourse: desperately trying to make her shut the fuck up.
One could climb one of those ambrine... Huh, looks like we can fit through there.
God, already I want to fucking murder someone.
Right. I'm guessing you don't work in a team all that much.
It is not my preference.
Yeah, you and me both.
Oh, shut up.
Sounds like a chance to... Back to the cantina. It's the only place we'll be safe.
Okay, but is there nothing? Like, god damn, it's hollow, isn't it? It's like where we were, but now there's just even less of the nothing. You still got a depleted power cell. You know, you guys, you all probably...
I have to get to the broken hoof. Sixth skin are everywhere.
Shut the fuck up!
Whoa. Was this the ship's reactor?
Well, I don't know, and I'm not in the world, actually, so I'm not sure who you're talking to. She just thinks out loud, which is fine. People think out loud. It's just funny how much of a common trait it is among dull video game protagonists.
You see, it's better when she stops talking, mainly because on top of everything else we've covered, she is through and through a cosmic retard.
How the fuck did they jump scare you, woman? It's a bantha.
And I mean, going beyond handing her weapon away or revealing her position and vulnerability for no reason at all, or the mechanical complaints I will inevitably get to, even in her early years as we watch her steal in some kind of cursed training session with her equally talent and intelligence hobbled mother, we watch her run into law enforcement immediately. You see, the lesson Rico wanted to teach here was that Kay can't always rely on someone being there for her, which wouldn't have mattered had Kay just randomly randomly walked in literally any other direction. In addition, the flashback is prompted when Kay is left behind by the rebels, even though they admitted they didn't know why they ditched her. And Nyx actually shows up for Kay and saves her life. So I guess she can rely on being saved after all. Just a tesseract of retardation here. She practically invites being shot at and will regularly waltz into potentially lethal situations because she doesn't register information like a normal person.
What are we stealing anyway?
Nothing. You're deleting debts.
How about you ask these questions before you fucking do the mission, you absolute cabbage, dude.
It gets even crazier when considering her perspective about any given conflict. Like here, when she gets a rundown of information about a difficult and lethal mission.
Right. And the bomb?
Over there. It's your standard time-fused beradium charge.
Oh, sure, yeah. Beradium. Use these all the time.
She acts like asking what beradium does would be weak of her when it makes her look far stupider to blunder into a mission with material she chose not to discover anything about. You can run through an entire district killing shit tons of enemies and all she'll have to say is...
We did it! Who cares if they saw us?
I don't know, Kay. Maybe it's worth worrying about because everyone is incentivized to kill you. It's like she doesn't understand. The woman will straight up have a snarky back and forth with a droid that's actively telling her it wants to get her killed.
You stole something much bigger than this. A ship. Someone's favorite ship. Someone important.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Recognize her? Because Zarek Bess showed up with one of their best, asking a lot of questions.
Yeesh. A death mark from Zarek Bess.
What did you tell them?
Nothing. For now.
Kay will be blackmailed in person and she doesn't seem to give a single shit. I don't know if she doesn't realize what's happening or if she's just deeply stupid.
One last thing.
Yeah?
Bram's leg is healing nicely.
Thanks.
Though it's not surprising since these same people will deliver a threat through subtext and you have to sit there wondering why you can't shoot them while Kay looks as if she doesn't even know what just happened. You come to understand during this mess that Slero hates Kay for humiliating him, for stealing from his vault, for stealing his ship. He even has a little model of it, the EML 850. It's a unique designation, stated by Slero himself to be extremely valuable and rare.
You're gonna kill me for a ship?
No. For the Trailblazer. Zarek Besh wanted you alive, but I can't afford any loose ends.
Yeah, why the fuck doesn't she lose the ship? Or trade the ship? Hell, scrap the ship. It's essentially acting as an ever-present come capture me beacon when her primary goal is avoiding the consequences of a death mark for having taken this ship. She's never been reliable in the brain department, even when her safety is heavily dependent on being even remotely intelligent.
You know where Pikes would keep aftermarket parts?
Well, first of all, you should keep your voice down.
You're Torn Valerio Nup?
That's me. Mm-hmm.
All right, move along.
Glad I got that fake identity card.
She's still standing right next to the checkpoint, for fuck's sake. Kay has a fair bout of ideological retardation too, like when she's helping Kira organize a royal civil war within a syndicate and she has the existential realization about the nature of people.
Well, I didn't expect Kira to pull something like this.
Kira started a syndicate war to play out her rivals against each other. This is what seizing power looks like, Kay.
Jank Ferric. Syndicates, imps, even those rebels. They just...
use people.
It's like they can't help themselves.
Bitch, you helped her do this for your own personal gain. What did you think was going to happen?
Yeah, everyone is evil except me. I'm very cool.
Kira hired an explosives expert and wants the family to subvert each other's leadership in a whole-ass planet-spanning syndicate.
Look, I know things got out of hand. I didn't sign up for an execution. And how did you think it was going to end?
But you signed up for helping Krisk with explosives to subvert the Queen to prevent a partnership with the Empire. A partnership that would have decided the future of Kijimi and the Hive. This is an activity that you couldn't possibly see having significant repercussions? Okay.
Next time you're in trouble with the Empire, come see me and I'll clear you from the wanted list. For a price.
Wow, crooks in uniform. The galaxy really is the same everywhere.
How the fuck is Kay going to be critical of a person who takes money to save people from the Empire when she hates the Empire and regularly steals from everyone? Like, sure, this person is a crook, but even Kay must know that she is, as we've covered, a flip-flopping, disingenuous, traitorous, backstabbing, stupid, selfish, thieving, freeloading, blood-sucking rat. So how exactly is she feeling even remotely high and mighty here? You'd think that she would actually like that this system exists to save people from the Empire, but oh well.
Orders come straight from the top, sir.
I sincerely doubt that.
Look, I just do what I'm ordered. You want to cause a problem? Sure. Take it up with the ISB.
The ISB ordered this.
Oh yeah, you should contact them. I bet they'd love to hear why their prisoner is being held up. Maybe they'll poke around too, see what you're up to.
No need for that.
Nice job.
It's just like dealing with the Kanto police.
I find moments like this fascinating, that she's proud of herself for being able to counter the evil Empire through subterfuge and prevent individuals from stopping her, something she learned how to do with the Kanto police. Yes, Kay, you are so much better than these people. You, the woman who will steal from and kill in a moment's notice any given person at any time for any material gain. It's one thing to be anti-government as well as anti-authority, but it's some mega cringe to judge these systems as faulty and hurting people when you are dealing more casual damage than a fucking serial killer, which kinda leads into her weird and wonky hatred of the Rebel Alliance. Comparing them to any given syndicate and thinking they are a horrible organization that she shouldn't be caught dead giving any assistance to. All of that because Kay doesn't listen when told she will be paid once the job is complete, whether there is money in the vault or not.
You'll get paid once we're safe. You have our word. Wait!
I mean, I presume she's gonna end up just helping the rebellion anyway. That would be my guess.
The fact that she pulls a gun on these people instead of escaping when they are standing in the vault is so on point for her malignant soup brain.
You either pay me now, or just pay me.
This event then becomes the core of what supports random pieces of insufferable dialogue throughout the game, where Kay insists she's the wronged and righteous party who will assertively demand that she will not work with the rebels, even if it means saving innocent people because of her aforementioned soup brain.
Except last time I worked with rebels, I got a death mark. Save the galaxy yourself. I'm walking.
Told you we couldn't count on her.
Kay, please. The only way this works is with you and the rebels.
I agreed to help clean up your mess, not get in the middle of someone else's war.
Gadiq's mess in this case being something that was directly caused by her abandoning him, but we don't want her interrupted when delivering a righteous fury, now do we?
You better be serious about that escape path.
I don't know how things work in the underworld, but we don't leave our people behind.
You have no idea who gets left behind.
Apparently, a sufficient amount of radiated brain cells wandered into the walls of Kay's skull that she manages, as the class act of abandoning people, to claim that she hates the rebels for abandoning people. Especially rich when she was abandoned for pulling a gun on her teammates, demanding her pay when the job was at its most dire and dangerous. Yet still she acts all high and mighty.
You help my friends, and I'll help yours.
You cross me again, I'll sell you to the Emperor myself.
Mind you, this is after her personal guard almost shot Asara in the face.
Denyon, if you had told me on Kanto you were trying to help a friend, things might have been different. I'm not interested in talking about it.
Ah yes, of course, because Kay couldn't figure out that when the vault opened and a person was in there that they rescued, that they were trying to rescue a person in there. Had she known, she wouldn't have then threatened to kill them. It all makes sense now. She's a chill and good person. Gosh darn, I love Kay Vess, and she isn't a complete joke of a character at all.
You saved a lot of good lives today. You could save a whole lot more.
You know what I realized about you rebels?
What's that?
I got a death mark, a half-dead droid, and a crew without a heavy. And all you want to talk about is how I can help you. You're just another syndicate,
taking what you think is yours.
What the fuck are you talking about, you hag? He just suggested you could save people's lives, and you immediately talk about how it's currently hard for you to organize a job in which you are trying to steal from someone, and that maybe Asara should more so be thinking about you instead of innocent people in mortal peril. She is actually the Star Wars equivalent of the Grinch, only she won't have an arc, making her less of a foul green cunt, which is hilarious considering she's supposed to be as likable as Han Solo. In point of fact, she was simply supposed to be the girl Han Solo, because that's always a sign of creativity. They would achieve this by copying many surface level elements to then throw her into scenarios that she wouldn't survive, only for her to treat them like your average Marvel slop adventure, as though that's what made Han Solo compelling. I would say this is all rather embarrassing, if not bordering on self-harm. Stop this. Stop it now. She never came close to nor had a chance of being respected like a decades-long legendary legacy character when you wrote her like a crusty calamity of cool things you like about other characters, all crammed into a compact crevice with the finesse of a meth-riddled combine harvester. She's cosplaying the rogue, the outlaw, the scoundrel, but as we've been over in this enormous character analysis, she embodies none of these traits consistently, including but not limited to her neurotic rambling employed in almost all discussions. She'll constantly speak of her distrust while showing extremely little of it. She thinks herself savvy and cunning when constantly bumbling into all kinds of situations, and man, do they get obvious with their intentions. They desperately wanted her to be cool, to be impactful, inspiring, and accepted as the modern Han Solo, and instead you created someone who can barely hold a conversation that people spend weeks trying to mod out of existence. Kay will mow down hundreds of random people who work for any given faction that often don't even know she exists, but when it comes to Vale, she trusts her excessively. Vale is hired specifically to capture her, and attempts to fuck her up again and again and again. The story is forced to break its back such that Kay is falling in love with her. Han Solo would have jammed this doorknob right the fuck up with blaster bolts well before she had the chance to even kill Walker. It goes to show just how much they don't understand how to treat the character, though perhaps it would have been boring if she were Han Solo, right?
And the game's trying to be like the Han Solo kind of type. But that gets boring, because Han Solo really... he was boring in the sense of what he can do. Yeah, he can pilot a ship and fire a blaster, but he can't choke people. He can't throw them around. He doesn't have a glow stick to melt people's faces with.
Yes, there are indeed people out there who review games like this.
You're like an interstellar version of the Man with No Name from Fistful of Dollars.
No, stop. No more opinions from you.
I know that people are gonna love this game, not just for how amazing the gameplay is, but like the story itself, to see a young girl become a woman and become an outlaw.
What? Become a woman? When the fuck was that in the story? Also, I thought the whole point is that you grew up an outlaw. When were you not an outlaw in this asinine tale?
So far, I like it a lot. I think it's very in line with the rest of Star Wars, focusing on Kay's quest for freedom, while she also learns what true freedom means. I think that's the heart of the story.
You know, something simply being repeated a whole bunch does not make it the theme or the heart of the story. It's supposed to be something meaningful you can draw when considering the events of the story. Something you can pull multiple threads together with. Something that makes you think, makes you feel. You know, like in good stories. As opposed to this, where it's just lol, freedom, I like freedom, I'm a freedom person. Look, there's freedom, let's go get some freedom.
We spent like 6-7 hours with this character, and what can be said for her other than, man, I want to be free, and if I do this, I'm gonna be free. We're gonna be free. One last big job, and then we're out of here. And then we can be free. And also that she's awkward. That's it. In the same amount of time, you know, 3 times the length of a film. Obviously, there's been gameplay going on that isn't always necessarily going to be advancing the story, but like, despite all of the time and all of the different interactions that could, in a better, more well-written story, have served to create a character and an impression of a character, and one who's well-rounded, instead, we've got nothing other than basically the most generic, like, aspirations and generic interaction with the world imaginable. What a waste!
When creating this character, the studio wanted to have Kay be a resourceful underdog. This would contrast with prior characters in other series such as The Division. Kay's characteristics and persona were meant to be directly inspired by, and please hold your fucking laughter, Han Solo, Lando Calrissian, Jack Sparrow, and fucking James Bond. And at the same time, she is supposed to be more relatable due to her inexperience. She is supposed to be going through a coming-of-age adventure while transforming from a street thug thief into a full-fledged scoundrel outlaw, well-known, respected, and feared. And so, I think we can say with full confidence, after having delved so greedily and so deep into her story, that they failed miserably. Who could have thought such a great idea like Han Solo mixed with Lando Calrissian mixed with Jack Sparrow mixed with James Bond but a girl and also a teenager learning about being even more of an asshole than she already was going to fail? That's crazy.
Hey, Vess. You know, I want to make it like a Han Solo, and a Lando, Indiana Jones, James Bond, Jack Sparrow. You're like, what the fuck are you doing? You can't have all of them? What are you talking about? You mainly you want to be one of them, maybe, with like a variant of how you'd want the character to look. But it's like, imagine combining Indiana Jones and Jack Sparrow and James Bond.
Kay as a leading character is actually fantastic, at least in how she's written and performed by actor Humberly Gonzalez. Kay has the charm and swagger and braggadassery of Han Solo, but she doesn't feel like she's cosplaying that character. She's a really well-written, very likable character who feels authentic to her archetype without being constrained by it.
Have you ever heard something so wrong you want the sun to explode? And you might be thinking, hey, at least the actress was good, right? Well, if you hadn't already guessed from the plethora of clips, her performance is weak as ass throughout most of the game. More so, I assume, due to the material she was provided, since the one time she has a chance to emote, she seems to achieve it.
I said I don't care. Nyx is family. You wouldn't get it.
All in all, unfortunately, her being a part of this game didn't add much, and of what she could have added, they decided to take away. But hey, it turns out some parts of Kay's personality were more authentic than we thought.
You've got Star Wars and Star Trek. You've got all the stars, right? Like
I got the stars. I belong amongst the stars. What can I say? So I love that. I brought my, I think, natural charm and wit, and it was really fun to find her physicality and the, I don't care.
You know, like we've talked to you, and it's nice to see cool people like you get cool things. Right?
Yeah. I'm proud of me.
Yeah, you should be.
For putting in quite literally so much effort and
shut the fuck
heart and sweat and tears.
Shut the fuck up. Good God.
That's no moon.
No, it's Ms. Gonzalez's ego.
If you could summarize, in 3 words or less, your time working on this project, on Star Wars Outlaws, what would the 3 words be?
Out of this world.
That's actually 4 words. You know what?
So, we've looked at who Kay Vess is, who they wanted her to be, and who played her, leaving the rather interesting subject of what she wasn't. Kay somewhat believes any given life means more or less depending on the circumstances of the subject, their background, and how much of a threat they prove to be. She treats people differently depending on who she's interested in financially, pragmatically, or sometimes it's fairly random or even based in sexual interest, which is funny because clearly the last time this cretin got fucked was by genetics. She will engage in acts of kindness that seem pretty random as well, all the way up to moments of strong sacrifice for people she's been explicit in not caring for. She also has a foundational distrust of institutions and authority. All of this is cobbled together from limited dialogue and scattered action combined with the meta-knowledge of the developer's intentions. Unfortunately, none of what I just referenced is meaningfully explored. I can't speak to her change of perspective, spirit, or understanding of any of these interests and values as a result of the surrounding events of the game because the approach is hollow, rotten, and dull through and through.
There can always be resilience and choosing love over fear, choosing justice over just good over bad. There's always a fight between good and evil, and Kay Vess inspires me in that way that anytime I got to step into her shoes, I always thought of home.
Love that.
There was no interest in exploring any of this thematically, nor in the interest of having a character experience something authentic. Kay Vess is no more a competent outlaw as an adult than when she was a child on training wheels. The world will simply bend to her benefit. She cartoonishly punches everything to death. The space dog completes almost every task for her, and she's essentially incapable of missing a blaster shot, making the world a gaming journalist's wet dream. She never has to try, to learn, to suffer, or even experience much of anything. The game will always be there, no matter how petty, insane, or temporary the inconvenience, to bail her out, making her the wizard of being a retard. Hell, most of the time she fails, the game bails her out to greater success than when she began. She is an, at times, friendly, altruistic brawler, while primarily operating as a traitorous, hapless, lame, backstabbing, stupid, arrogant, selfish, thieving, playfully retarded, freeloading, blood-sucking, parasitic rat, born and raised to hurt people and take from the world. So what the fuck were they expecting in terms of people growing to like her?
Uh-oh. Hope Bram's okay. Taught me so much. And look how I paid him back.
Yeah, you really messed everything up, huh? You dumbass.
Look, you get it. The galaxy is rigged against people like us.
Criminals? Yes, of course, yes, that's how it works. When you're criminal, the world is against you. Sorry about that. What are you talking about?
The section Metal is playing here happens to be where I encountered a small moment that summarizes what kind of person Kay truly is. While she goes on her rant about how she can't just steal from people, that they make it hard by punishing her because crime, and no one is going to take care of her and provide everything, despite us knowing that's absolutely the fucking opposite of the case. The privileged as fuck life she's lived by comparison to those actually suffering in the Star Wars universe is intense. She picks up a distress call from someone in desperate need. They are under attack and they're asking for help.
You know, Kay, it occurred to me the odds of someone like you getting into Sliro's vault are 10,807 to 1. Why would you attempt that?
Why do you think? No one was gonna make life easier for me and Nix. Gotta take what you want.
And what is that?
I want to not end up like Haas.
We're being hit by pirates.
You get it.
They
The
came out of
galaxy
nowhere
is
and we're
rigged
outgunned.
against people like us.
Please.
The only way to survive is to be willing to risk everything.
So you're planning.
Just Kay talking about how difficult her life is and how she has to take and take and take. Meanwhile, in the background, we have someone begging for help as they're going to be killed, and she's ignoring them.
Unfortunately for those in need, Kay is too busy complaining about how much the world owes her, and she's going to have to take even more from people in order to live the life she wants to, despite the screams she's hearing. This happens consistently, by the way.
Help! We're being hit by pirates.
You get it.
They came out of
The
nowhere and
galaxy
we're
is
outgunned.
rigged against people like us.
Please.
The
We
only
need
way to
assistance.
survive is to be willing to risk everything.
We've also seen something similar to this previously.
Sorry. You're breaking up.
And what about Kay makes her the perfect protagonist for this game?
I think she's a much more modern protagonist than we usually see in games.
A modern protagonist that's broken at the core, with unlikable being the understatement of the century for a modern game that has failed to reach anything close to the financial success they needed, designed for a modern audience that never existed. Which leaves us one more character to talk about. Not that we're done with Kay, she'll be back. You see, where she was a black hole of enjoyment and Gadeek was a side character with surface-level substance, is it possible to find someone a little more significant and maybe more meaningful to the story? Well, let's talk about the cool droid man, ND5. A name meant to reference that god-awful bile shot out of Hollywood claiming to be an Indiana Jones film.
I need to do this.
Me too.
Clearly, we're off to a good start.
Who are you?
Run. I said, run.
ND's intro is probably one of the best things the game has in terms of creating an impression of a character with little time. You get a sense that he's strong, in control, smart, and competent all within seconds while having a bit of a Billy Badass streak to him. Especially in comparison to Vale, who for some reason decides that instead of continuing to shoot the droid, she will punch it. Fucking brain vacuum.
I just need more time.
I hire you because you are one of the best hunters in the Outer Rim.
Of course you are.
ND5 is shown to be a bit more perceptive than most characters, noticing elements of combat that can be extremely consequential while observing contradictions or elements of other characters that can prompt interest. I feel as though there are moments in dialogue that work really well in terms of binding his character to Kay with subtlety or showing his gradual support of her choices.
Thanks for the, help.
If you died, Jalen would be mad. Now, let's get the buy out Donka wants.
This feels like a moment where he was genuinely hesitant on figuring out how to explain why he would care if she died, and settled on something that's true, but perhaps not the full truth.
Ready to jump.
Sarah? You're breaking up. Say again.
The Empire knows where you are. Can you hear me?
Diverting power to deflectors.
I like this moment here, where he chooses to support Kay's decision to stay and fight without making an overt reference to it, showing an understanding and efficiency suited to how his character is written. He sees her motion to move away from activating hyperdrive and immediately follows what would be his orders without her having to say them, and it's captured very well with a simple shot. And that about does it for my compliments to the chef as to the execution of this character. It is perhaps time we talk about the criticisms. ND and Kay are supposed to develop a relationship over time, culminating in her choice to remove Jalen's restraining bolt, allowing ND full freedom. A freedom he then chooses to spend with her, adventuring through the universe. This journey is made meaningful by change over time, prompted by ND watching Kay and learning what kind of person she is. We've been over just how much of a cosmic monster she is, so ND having any change of heart regarding her is already going to be extremely hard to justify, but the problems come in very early regarding this idea. The writers want to get him sympathetic, primarily through the events of the Tatooine missions, that of losing Nix and being rescued. Both prompt plenty of dialogue that can change their relationship. The problem is that many players, and I would argue the lion's share, will choose to visit Tatooine first because Star Wars, meaning ND goes from being a standoffish, threatening warden to a puppy in a matter of minutes.
I got him.
Is he hurt?
No, I don't think so. Wait, were you worried about him?
Make your way out, quietly. If you're found, no one will be able to save you.
Okay.
Had they managed to maintain his rougher, colder demeanor with more examples of subtle changes like in the clips prior, this may have worked. Instead, we see the writing is on the wall, and already ND is supposed to be a sympathetic, supportive friend with only thin references of his starting attitude. This is made worse by the events in Kijimi opening with much more hostility between ND and Kay.
I'm going to talk to my contacts down there. See if they have any work for you.
I can find my own contact.
Either I've seen Fringy or Mauler getting to Kijimi, and the dialogue was exactly the same, even though I got here last, and things happened, and ND is kinda friendly with us now, and her reacting this way seems very unlikely. Like, it should be different for sure, but, you know, that would take effort and consideration that people go different ways. But we can't have that.
The devs clearly had an idea of which planets you should approach first, second, and last, but letting it be your choice, as it obviously should be in an open-world game, fucks with the entire development as they didn't make it dynamic, something we will be covering in detail. Eventually, you go through so many standard missions with such little input from ND, you could find yourself accepting they are friends because you forgot what their relationship even was.
In the beginning of the journey, it's very much, it's all business. So, but that's all part of the, that's all part of the world that you're going to experience. How their closeness and how they grow, and what it means, what Vess means to ND5. So, and what that means for his journey.
And I think that ND5, seeing, life through the eyes of Vess and teaming up and seeing how she, reacts to the world and learning through her experiences allows him to grow and you see the journey that he goes on.
This is obviously what the idealized version of the journey would have been, and they wouldn't have described it any other way for promotional material, but I was struck by just how much time is wasted without the two of them building a relationship further, especially considering Kay will go to great lengths to save Andy several times in the story. You can see characters in universe even pointing out how strange this is for her, and the response is essentially deflection, in the hopes that the audience has simply bought all of this as a development anyway.
Okay, I gotta admit, I'm a little surprised to see you go so far out of your way to help a droid.
Okay, and I'm not surprised at all that the Hutts got the jump on you.
Take, for example, ND is literally on the verge of shutting down forever. He's on emergency power, and we need to find a crucial part. While on his droid deathbed, you can walk up to his body, but Kay won't say anything, and you can't make any kind of gesture. For a girl who's willing to die for this droid, you would think the writers would have something meaningful for her here. Well, at least you can steal an rhodium necklace.
Neat.
Now, regarding how their relationship develops, there are some conversations that would have been fascinating to have seen, like the exploration of a mindset within a droid that can think freely for as long as it doesn't affect thinking in favor of Jalen. The restraining bolt acts as a self-preserving influence while making certain conversations impossible. Perhaps we can go over the kind of thing to write in this circumstance in a moment, but the point here is that you cannot convince ND to get rid of his own restraining bolt, and to attempt it is risking your safety while compromising the connection with Jalen. Yet, throughout the game, Kay will ask again and again about the bolt until having a conversation that highlights a rather grand and vacant valley in her skull.
I'm a droid with a restraining bolt and property of Jalen Vrax.
It doesn't have to be like this. We could use Gadik's freedom spike.
Don't, Kay.
We pull this off, I'm rich, you're free. Everybody wins.
Stop. I am loyal to Jalen. Only Jalen. Deviate from the plan and I would be forced to eliminate you.
Kay, you fucking lamp. He is programmed and restricted to be in favor of the bolt by the bolt. Why are you trying to persuade him that he doesn't want the bolt? Is she stupid? Don't answer that.
Without Jalen's restraining bolt functioning, I'm just a battle droid. Infiltrate and terminate. Nothing else.
Okay, so bullshit. That's not at all what happens in Star Wars when it comes to restraining bolts, but more importantly, that's not what happens in this fucking game when it comes to restraining bolts. This line is absolute nonsense. Kay could save him at any point, and what prevents her is her insistence on trying to get permission because she has poo brain. ND5 could be one of the most interesting characters because his nature facilitates conversations that open up more layers of meaning than the average conversation in the game ever will. This is relatively natural considering the role the character plays, and serves to highlight the failures on the part of the writers yet again. Though that does prompt some citations, doesn't it? What am I talking about when I say meaningful conversation?
No, but you Troy.
What?
Be careful.
What I find interesting about this is that he didn't immediately conform to the command. Despite understanding the rules, he clearly has a unique response to them. Maybe we're seeing his perspective on persecution bubbling under the surface, or a frustration in not being able to protect Kay because of the rules he doesn't believe exist for good reason.
No, he knows all kinds of things. Like how to remove a restraining bolt without detection. He's got the spike that can erase protocols.
If you keep talking, I'll be forced to blast you. And Kay, I don't need help. I'm not broken.
This may imply something of a level of pride that ND possesses, that he cannot find his own sense of self without being independent. That strength is precisely what BX battle droids are assessed by. It's what gives them status and value. This could be something he has to come to terms with, but we don't get more on that.
Ever left anyone behind that you regret?
It was not my decision, so not my concern. My mandate has always been to complete a job. There is only success and failure, no regrets.
Uh-huh. I'll pretend I believe you.
ND essentially just said he doesn't experience regret because he doesn't experience choice. This could prompt some discussion on his experiences prior to the bolt being attached. The difference between decisions influenced or left unaffected by the bolt and how he interprets the correct way to deal with any given situation, or perhaps what control, if any, authorities have over his actions depending on the circumstance. But we don't get more on that.
Cascading systems failure. Best guess? He needs a compound regulator, but he's a museum piece.
Okay, what's happening? I can't see.
B1 Unit 275, respond. B1 Unit 699, respond. B1 Unit 888, report on your status.
They're gone, ND. We gotta keep moving.
Yes, I knew that.
Hey, I've been wondering for a while now. How'd you get that hole in your chest?
When you are a commando droid, find yourself in dangerous situations.
Well, you're still holding your own, so that's good.
Yes. You're wasting your time, Kay. When my systems fail, Jalen will provide you with a capable replacement.
Just save your energy, okay?
You sure knew how to put on a wars, you know, Blanca. I once captured leaders from both sides.
Did you just turn off his transmitter?
The crate has a limited supply of air. It would be best to preserve it.
Do you see what I mean? It's always the tickle of a conversation starter, but never anything significant or meaningful. The game has plenty of these moments, and you get essentially nothing from them except the bait of thinking you will.
You ever get through a defense system like that, ND5?
Yes, Kay. I fought in the Separatist War. I hear there were droids in the rebellion.
Oh yeah, we have them numbered, and they play very important roles. Thinking to join in?
No. I simply find it interesting that so many droids are willing to fight for a freedom they will never share.
I can't even begin to explain the fucking wasted opportunity that is having ND5 talk about his experiences in the Clone Wars or his perspective on freedom. It is painful that the writers know these are interesting conversations, yet fear to explore them with any kind of detail or substance as a result of incompetence. Case and point, the droid expert.
Hey, I found another one of you. He's broken.
I am not broken. State your allegiance.
We meet an old, near-deactivation BX battle droid that echoes similar language to ND at his lowest point.
What's CIS?
I suppose you wouldn't know much about the Clone Wars.
Clone Wars? Are you saying he's been out here for 25 years?
I've seen this before with BX units that can no longer complete their objectives. They get fixated on them, lose their sense of place and time. I doubt he realizes the war ended.
You okay with all this?
A lot of droids died in the war, Kay.
You do a lot of fighting in the Clone Wars?
Yes.
Who were you fighting?
Anyone I was ordered to. I was created to obey and destroy. I didn't concern myself with why. It can be difficult for organics to understand.
Right. So were you, like, MG7 during the war?
We're all like each other, Kay. That's the point of us.
This is everything in the course of as much as 20 to 30 minutes of walking around that is said between K and ND on this topic having been introduced. It is the most meaningful the game gets, and it's prompted by a character we barely know. Not long after, you can find a text log from Unit 416, and it says, "I will deploy detonation charges around the base to ensure it does not fall into insurgent hands. Unfortunately, the monsoon has damaged my actuators, so I am unlikely to escape the blast, but the mission demands we take such risks." Finally, some good fucking food. We have a droid here talking about having to sacrifice itself for the mission. This gives us something to think about regarding consciousness and the nature of droids in the Star Wars universe, on top of the parallels for ND5.
Uplink failed. Satellite failed. The mission must not fail.
I've got a ship. I can find your satellite, okay? The mission won't fail. Okay, the signal's broadcasting.
But no one is left to listen. MT7 deserves a fitting end, Kay.
I know. Let's give him one.
I'm Commander ND5 of the CIS Droid Army.
Commander, I cannot stand at attention.
No need. Your mission was a success. The signal went through. General Grievous sent me to pass on his commendations, personally.
I see. May I speak freely, sir?
Go ahead.
I am broken.
Yes. You've been in the field a long time.
Will you take my decoder module to keep it from the enemy?
I will. MT7, I order you to stand down.
Thank you, sir.
This mission entails the completion of a task for a Clone War-era droid that doesn't know the war is over. They take on some small risks for his peace of mind. ND5 fakes credentials and uses appropriate language to provide closure, referencing General Grievous's approval of his performance to give him some peace. This can open up conversations regarding the role of a soldier designed for destruction and the meaning brought to him during even this nature of work. That despite battle lines long drawn and forgotten, intentions and motivations long lost of their foundations and consequence, that the fervor of a fellow defiant and desperate creature trying to complete its final harmless duty in the world is something everyone can find meaningful. It can prompt the necessity of providing any kind of peace and satisfaction to a program that has been stuck for years, desperate to simply achieve what he was built for. Through this, we could explore ND5 a little further, that his life currently reflects that of this droid, his need to complete Jalen's missions through no less arbitrary a lot in this world and intentions no less forced by a restraining bolt or that of separatist programming. However, the reality is, this is it. This is the maximum, and I was just impressed that I'd finally found something in the story that made my heart wake from its coma. Though in retrospect, the biggest issue isn't even the lack of exploration or the failure to recognize any parallels in this droid. It was Vess simply being here. She doesn't understand what's happening, what it means, or how it would reflect anything. She instead ruins the tone and takes away from any thought an audience member may have. You see, I cut off the scene to make it less cringe. Here's how it actually goes.
MT7, I order you to stand down.
Thank you, sir.
Lieutenant Vess. I could get used to that.
Shut up! It's always about you. I truly wish we could have any other character here to talk to ND5 about this. Even he realizes she's worthless.
Hey, you good, Andy?
Why wouldn't I be?
Right.
She's not capable of answering that question. Why would she be after everything we've gone through in this already way too long video? In conclusion, I wish I could be celebratory about this section, though it ultimately doesn't do much, even if by comparison it does significantly more for meaning than any other section of the game, and it's unfortunately made all the worse by Vess being the protagonist to explore it. And then on top of all of that, it's a section of the game that most players will never experience. It's a side mission, and a distant late-game one at that, as though the writer with this idea was shunned by the team and of what could be salvaged had to be pushed into the corner, much like any ideas that relate to creative expression in this slop foundry. It should be pretty clear from the get-go, but this assessment has absolutely led to the notion that this game missed out significantly when it came to a choice in protagonist, even a choice from this very game. Imagine we were given the chance to play as ND5. Imagine the possibilities of augmenting and upgrading all aspects of yourself, your vehicles, your weapon, your ship, and the nature of your relationships. Imagine being a veteran droid war general, or even a simple droid who followed orders, who has in-depth knowledge on the operation and value of exploring that old world. Imagine having a companion who fought for the clones as a result of happenstance. Imagine the discussions regarding their roles in that era and what came of it. Imagine if if they both feared the Empire. The reputation of their iron fist and their operation destroying both of what they previously held so dear. Imagine the impact this theoretical team could have on the Ashiga Hive and the change in leadership. Imagine the discussions on the nature of freedom and the duty of warriors. Imagine if when playing as ND you experienced degrading and increasingly unreliable programming to the extent that simulations and glitches bleed through memory and reality, drawing ND5 into training and scenarios he truly experienced combined with simulations of what he always feared. This could be a surprisingly unique approach, especially if his partner, through a dealer's choice of circumstance, ended up being a retired clone trooper, left to die yet motivated by a personal mission. A clone who could be present in these flashes due to current memory bleeds. Imagine the sequences in Attack of the Clones being brought to life in the game. Imagine recreating them and crafting mechanically satisfying approaches to all kinds of characters while exploring alternative outcomes through his simulations. Imagine being able to battle several forms of droids and clones with all different motivations and levels of investment, commands, and confusion. The sheer level of meaning one could draw from this in both the present and past of the Star Wars universe. A tale of trauma having spanned generations with the scars of war hanging overhead, beginning to paint the potential for quite the story. What does it mean for ND that he was constructed in a factory alongside thousands of others that are all gone? That they all fought for a war they didn't fully understand and that he fails to truly reconcile now? What is it like to know that you are an identity traded on something as simple as data to prevent and destroy lives? Imagine ND5 had a history with death troopers and defeating one was turned into a significant payoff for the story.
Get him, ND5. You got it. Get him. Get him, ND5. Oh no, they're clipping inside of each other. Oh no. This is terrible. ND5, are you okay? Here, I'll call for backup.
Next.
You got one! Yeah! Where is he going? He came up the ladder here just... Oh, he's gonna take it back to Vile. Hey, I'm gonna... Be rude. Get him! Get him, ND5! Get him! Yay! You did it! Yay!
That we see a BX battle droid and a clone commander trying to find a way to bring down an elite unit of the Empire together. The closest one could say we get to anything like this is the Droid Factory. However, it's more of an asset museum, an area of the game that artists could receive plenty of praise for having modeled, textured, and lit, but there is almost nothing to say of its impact on the story or mechanics. It takes ages to go through. There is no new forms of interaction and the pace is slow. It seems it only exists to bait the kind of experience one would expect.
We were followed.
I can defend us.
What if you malfunction
We're
again and
followed? What do you mean we're followed? Who followed us?
You guys keep moving and I'll check it out.
Why follow? Just let me shoot robots. There's tons of them here. Make them activate. We just activated a thing. It's like the most simple thing to do in this scenario. You're in a fucking factory full of robots, so let me shoot the robots.
No droids to battle, no contemplation on the war, and nothing for ND to truly grapple with throughout the entire game. Only the occasional cute line.
You might want to ditch the trench coat.
No.
The Droid Factory is a cool setting. It's a throwback to episodes 1 and 2 with the separatist droid army and the big Clone War battles.
The following mission with ND5 sees us breaking into an old droid facility to find a specific part, and it's one of the best moments in the game. There's so much intrigue. The environment is designed so well.
It's an imaginative concept to start with, and the game takes full advantage of it in an impressive way.
Notice how nothing is said regarding the substance in storytelling or mechanics, just that it looks good and feels feels good. One aspect having been sorted out by the artists working on the game rather than the devs or the writers, despite them benefiting from it, and the other sorted out by the imagination and hopefulness of the player themselves filling in the blanks. It is absolutely a fucking mess.
They all teased ND's story, calling it one of the most dramatic droid stories in Star Wars.
ND5 as a designed character is ultimately no different than this very factory. A false promise of meaning, interest, history, capability, and awesome, all rolled into one with nothing to show for it when you look under the hood. And what's more is they obviously knew it. They knew they were baiting people with this potential only to provide Vess, which essentially brings us to the conclusion on the characters of the game. A completely disastrous affair, replete with a series of individuals that have very little to show in terms of development or substance, and of what sometimes makes it through has barely any coherency to speak of, other than one or two tiny highlights that serve to accentuate just how much of a failure this experience is. And so, with almost every significant source of meaning in the writing having been covered, perhaps we can talk about the connective tissue. The writing that connects the writing. Yes, it's time we delve into the dialogue.
What if I told it, hey, be a distraction?
But that won't stop them for long. If they get it, can we eat it?
Oh my god, the first thing he asks is, can we eat it? What a barbarian. Unbelievable. You die. You die for that. You see an animal that looks like this little goober, this little precious goober, and you're like, oh, can we eat it? Can we eat it?
You got 3 days. It was from Sneem. The message was from Sneem.
Okay, Sneem! Oh my god, his name is Sneem! It's Sneem! His name is Sneem! I take it back, this game has brought me so much joy.
My best fucking friend, Sneem. I hope he's doing okay out there, man.
Sneem.
Don't call me Tislak. Well, Tislak.
Talking business, and he's like, don't forget to call me Gloompo Boompo. And he's like, well, Gloompo Boompo, let me start my... It's so fucking funny. I wish Sneem was here, Sneem. He's my favorite.
Anything that's not standing outside this rusty door. Sincerely, Jinjo Blor.
I'll put 150 on Mauler to win the fight tonight.
What?
He's gonna make bantha fodder out of the rest.
That beast has more scars than I, and missing almost all his teeth.
But he always survives.
Who is this based lady?
Why don't we open on this wonderful subject with more of an obvious problem a lot of games experience when delivering a story? A blatant distrust in the ability of an audience to understand or even acknowledge what is being presented. As a result, we have to endure exposition so blatant you wonder why the writers don't email you a copy of the script notes instead.
Hope Bram's okay. Taught me so much.
Ugh.
Look how I paid him back. Think I can swing across.
God, shut up, dude. You're already giving me the button prompt. You don't need to tell me to. I think I can jump across.
Hang on to me, Nix. We gotta climb.
Can you? Oh my god, I fucking swear. You need to shut the hell up, dude.
Now, earlier we took a good look at the prologue and the introduction of Slero, a scene so bereft of subtlety it makes a Rian Johnson script look thoughtful.
Finally, Zarek Besh is here.
Oh, it's so dumb, it's brilliant.
It's just dumb!
It seems Slero was a preferred candidate for overt dialogue.
Before I built Zarek Besh, my family built ships on Corellia. Did you know that?
I did not.
Here he is, interrupting Vale, trying to tell him who facilitated Kay's escape by giving her information she already knows.
There was a BX commando.
Unfortunately, there were other ships that could do the job for much less.
I just need more time.
This gives the audience some exposition so that we have a passing idea of who this person even is.
I hire you because you are one of the best hunters in the Outer Rim. Then I tell you someone broke into my private vaults and stole one of the last EML 850s in the galaxy, and you assumed she was working alone. Do you know what happened to these ships.
He then chastises her for not knowing Kay wasn't alone to begin with when she literally was alone to begin with, and Andy showed up for the first time in that moment. As mentioned, just a banger character, the primary antagonist, though an argument could be made for Jalen, and of course ND in terms of a final boss fight.
It's not me, Kay.
You see, yet again, they don't trust the audience can figure out that ND is being controlled by the restraining bolt they've mentioned incessantly, so his actions here aren't attributable to the person he truly is, even though they show Jalen use a remote to ensure his cooperation. Exposition is imbued in all storytelling projects. Gaming is no exception, and the degrees of subtlety stretch from the fantastic to the embarrassing throughout the industry. Here, however, it's almost worse than simply embarrassing. You see, the team anticipated the problem of exposition and they devised a solution from the get-go in the form of Nix.
Instead of talking to yourself, you're going, what do you think of that, Nix? And Nix, and that's when D. Bradley Baker brings his magic.
See, I told you Fringy was right.
I wonder if the reason why the space dog is here is so that they can do the whole, now I gotta do this. Alright, time to do this. Over there now. Oh, I gotta go find this.
Kay will spend much of the game blurting out everything the writers need understood by the player to her space dog, who should have no fucking clue what she's even saying. Evidently, this is the result of his construction being primarily influenced by that very design choice. He is an exposition prompter at the core. He was constructed for that, as opposed to being a significant mechanical opportunity or substantive personal companion providing any meaning to the story.
Okay, now we get that identicard from Club Tarsus. Get our ticket out of here next, and then, before you know it, we're rich.
You get as much showering of obvious expositional writing here as the next horrid modern excrement. Only with this, the writers think they're in the clear because there's a dog to listen to it.
We're close. The identicard is in the boss's office. No Bram. Good. That's a conversation I don't need.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for letting me know that that's how you feel about it.
No Bram. Good. That's a conversation I don't need.
Can you shut the fuck up?
As mentioned, an early example is Danka seeing that I have stolen something from Gorak by insane chance, and this prompts her to explain the entire world. The game is filled with these cheats of exposition, and it makes the story so much clunkier within every connective piece.
I think we're being watched.
Oh, yeah, but what? Because there's a Tuscan there. Yeah, you know, I think that's a good guess, Kay, actually. You probably are being watched.
When you get this trigger-happy to deliver exposition, it becomes inevitable that you forget when you are repeating yourself. In this flashback, we see that Rico left Kay, that Brahm offers to look out for Kay until she's ready to take on the world by herself, and we see she decides to stay. All of this is obvious and repeated well before delivering this scene, meaning it adds nothing, but they needed to be sure the audience caught it. The times where they have somewhat of an excuse for a character to actually speak on history, it ends immediately and you can't make much of anything from it. I think one of my favorite examples of this in the story has to be the Rebel Moon scene. All of the characters sit around a table and the writer realizes we know barely anything about any of them, and so they start to share all of their histories one by one related to the deaths of loved ones with almost zero context, as if to rush some kind of sympathy for this team, bound by trauma and loss of potential. You see, Ankh used to drink with her husband, but she can no longer. Asara used to drink with his sister, but he can no longer. Gadik would like to drink with his parents, but he can no longer. Oh, gee, what a scene. I feel like I know them so well.
That capacitor looks dead. Guess this is why I needed the ion mod.
Thank you for saying that.
Which brings us to the very mechanical pieces of dialogue meant to guide the player through the game rather than explain the story. This is of course designed for journalists or perhaps the one person out there who actually fits the modern gamer bill. Regardless, it is exactly what you think. You approach a situation that requires some kind of mechanical solution and the character explains it even if there's no possible way you couldn't know what to do. To the extent that solutions or implications of the solution are blurted out when you've already solved it.
Okay, that lowered a turbo lift. There's gotta be something valuable down here. Oh, maybe in that sand crawler. Come on, Nix, let's drop that ladder. That did it.
Nice one, Kay.
Yeah, no, I know it says that on the screen. Thanks, Kay. Insightful as always.
Atake. Chichi noga betisa tukamna. Una 16 pint ut chituana uba japagoyama sif no lia club tasis.
Come on. I just need my data spike fixed.
Maybe just don't say out loud what you sold to me, you fucking moron.
Glad I got that fake identi card.
Thanks, yeah. No, I thought that was your name, despite the subtitle saying that your name is Kay and everybody called you that.
Dialogue can be hard, I understand that.
Liar!
So how about we explore the concept of dynamism in dialogue, where the writing will change based on your choices as a player. Say, for example, Ankh can express a perspective regarding the kidnapping of Nyx if you have her on the team prior to the mission. However, if you choose to visit Tatooine first, that piece of dialogue will be lost because she isn't on your team yet. This would be considered a basic form of effectively changing the narrative according to the choices the player is making. One might call it dynamic. The world is reacting to the nature of the playthrough. Unfortunately, despite how simple this example is, it was, in fact, the only positive reference I found on multiple playthroughs, meaning this is not a result of an interest in storytelling dynamism. It is a boring byproduct of their assumption that players wouldn't go to Tatooine first, and so they simply removed Ankh's dialogue for those that did. Generally speaking, the game seems to avoid making many more mistakes by essentially giving up on the concept of dynamic design. Where we could have built a game that changes dialogue based on who you are with and what you do in a significant and meaningful way, we instead sequester almost all dialogue from any given team member that joins to their section of the ship. Upon joining the team, they will sit at their station and spout off a line depending on which planet's missions are being completed or whether you've progressed the unlocks on your single blaster. They do not have input that will alter the missions themselves, nor will they provide you special insight depending on who you have join the team first. You can't have any of them recommending alternative routes, secret bounties, or useful relationships earlier or later depending on your choices. You can't even have meaningful conversations, with the exception of a line or two from Gadik. Asara joins the crew near the end for the final mission, but you can take him through the whole galaxy doing side missions and he will do and say nothing despite not having joined for that reason at all and being a significant leader for the Rebel Alliance. Not that this isn't the case for all NPCs in the game, even the long-term connections like Danka. I subverted her at every opportunity, essentially taking her advice and intel and flipping it against the people she works for. Each time I could betray her, I chose to. And yet, no matter what you do, she will say this.
Don't worry. I'm good to those I can trust. Which is why I'm gonna give you a tip.
She absolutely cannot trust me, but it wouldn't matter. I could kill her whole family right in front of her and she'd say the same thing. The dynamic integration of dialogue can be complicated, and an aspect all games deal with is what dialogue can be repeated and where. Take this line, for example, prompted when approaching an Empire base.
Huh. Bad place to build a base. Anyone could climb one of those Ambrian rock things and see the whole operation.
Then, far later into the playthrough, I access the base through a different path to achieve a different goal, and I am technically doing it through the suggestion in the line. Yet, the line repeats.
Huh. Bad place to build a base. Anyone could climb one of those Ambrian rock things and see the whole operation.
And then, when nearing the end of the playthrough, having almost reached the final mission, I return to this base, and once again, Kay will express an opinion.
Huh. Bad place to build a base. Anyone could climb one of those Ambrian rock things and see the whole operation.
This is clearly the result of a piece of dialogue being placed on a timed refresh while also being set to play at a particular proximity to the base, which means it's not programmed appropriately for frequency or proximity. It's lazy in isolation, I suppose. Repetition, even fair repetition, is lower on the totem pole of issues, but it's still indicative of a lack of dynamism.
I am sorry for what Jalen did. He should not have contacted your mother.
What? That restraining bolt make you apologize for him too?
No, I am simply disappointed.
There's nothing we can do. It's his job, his crew. You should know that more than anyone.
Yes, I do.
Oh.
I am sorry for what Jalen did.
This dialogue played before. That just repeated the dialogue. We heard it before, remember?
There's a vehicle hangar to the right. I'm headed there. If things go sideways, we can make a quick exit.
Things aren't gonna go sideways.
Forgive me for not trusting you. At all. There's a vehicle hangar to the right. I'm headed there. If things go sideways, we can make a quick exit.
Things aren't gonna go sideways.
Forgive me for not trusting you. At all.
Guess we're going down.
Oh god, yeah, she's just doing all the dialogue again. They didn't make the triggers disappear when you already did them. There's so many things they just did not take into consideration for anything. It's like, no way they're gonna go back here. Why would they? Why should we take the time to fucking get rid of those?
Are you in?
I'm in, but I'm not like in.
Can't believe I understood that. I'm ready at the hangar when you're done. Are you in?
I'm in, but I'm not like in.
Can't believe I understood that. I'm ready at the hangar when you're done.
I have a feeling Tislak won't just agree to come back to Maragana.
You do have a blaster, Kay.
What? I'm not gonna kill him.
Even a blast in the shoulder would make him more cooperative.
Yeah, I'm just gonna try talking to him.
Seems inefficient, but okay.
Tislak won't just agree to come back to Maragana.
You do have a blaster, Kay.
What? I'm not gonna kill him.
Even a
I
blaster.
have a feeling Tislak won't just agree to come back to Maragana.
You do have a blaster, Kay.
What?
What, this conversation
I'm not gonna
again?
kill him.
Even a blast in the shoulder would make him more cooperative.
Bro, you gotta stop having these conversations over and over again. It's getting a bit painful.
Kay, I'm going dark.
What? Why?
Just do your job, and I'll do mine.
Okay.
Kay, I'm going dark.
What? Why?
Just do your job.
Okay.
They even have a system in place to ensure you don't miss any dialogue, where if you get knocked over and your story is somewhat interrupted, they will pause the conversation and reset. Typically, a decent system to save dialogue from being lost, though here it can create hilariously out-of-place experiences and should probably be provided a limit. Obviously, it makes sense for Kay to repeat what she's saying to someone if she got interrupted by a fall, but a dispatcher repeating themselves when they aren't even speaking to Kay because Kay fell over is just hilarious.
All right, where were we?
Attention, we found our stolen supplies at a pirate camp.
The rails are jammed. Can you get it working again?
I can slice the controls, but my Hatise is rusty.
The rails are jammed. Can you get it working again?
I can slice the controls, but my Hatise is rusty. I can slice the controls, but my Hatise is rusty.
Three things.
Vale, the rails are jammed. Can you get it working again?
I can slice the controls, but my Hatise is rusty. Hold that thing up until I get it working.
You're asking a lot when you ask
I
for
can
three
slice
things.
the controls, but my Hatise is rusty. Hold that thing up until I get it working.
Oh, sure. No, Vale, the rails are jammed. Can you get it working again?
I can slice the controls, but my Hatise is rusty. I can slice the controls, but my Hatise is rusty.
The rails are jammed. Can you get it working again?
I can slice the controls, but my Hatise is rusty.
Vale, the rails are jammed. Can you get it working again?
I can slice the controls, but my Hatise is rusty. Hold that thing up until I get it working.
Oh, sure, no problem.
Rancor theme.
The rails are jammed. Can you get it working again?
I can slice the controls, but my Hatise is rusty.
Vale, the rails are jammed. Can you get it working again?
I can slice the controls, but my Hatise is rusty.
This is getting serious.
I can slice the controls, but my Hatise is rusty. Hold that thing up until I get it.
God, it's so like poorly executed, the whole thing. Whenever you're hit down during a piece of dialogue, the dialogue will be repeated when you stand back up. Why?
Vale, the rails are jammed. Can you get it working again?
I can slice the controls, but my Hatise is rusty. I can slice the controls, but my Hatise is...
This gets especially bad when it regards impassioned speeches that are meant to punctuate a particular set of experiences and instead accentuate the desperation in the writing.
You know, Kay, it occurred to me the odds of someone like you getting into Sliro's vault are 10,807 to 1. Why would you attempt that?
What do you think? No one was gonna make life easier for me and Nix. Gotta take what you want.
And What is that?
I want to not end up like Hawes. Look, you get it. The galaxy is rigged against people like us.
Please.
The only way to survive is to be willing to risk everything.
So your plan is to run forever?
No. I don't know. It's better than dying, all right?
I see.
Those are examples of low-level fuck-ups in design, so let's look at some more significant ones that absolutely should have been caught in development. When starting the game, you need to fix your data spike. Once that's sorted, you can try and enter the club, and when shooed away for being actual scum, you can try and get around security through the back. If you choose to get here before you've had any of those interactions, Kay will be prompted to explain why we can't hack past the back entrance.
Need my data spike to break into this.
Why is it that she's talking about how to get past an obstacle that we haven't yet got a reason to get past? It's as strange as walking up to every door in Canto Bight and prompting this dialogue. The door isn't narratively special yet, but the game hasn't bothered to entertain that option. This sort of thing happens often. Take, for example, when creating this glade in which you pass through to simply admire the beauty of nature to complete one of Nyx's little treasure hunts, they decided to decorate the area with long grass. Unfortunately, the long grass prompts dialogue built for areas in which long grass appears 99% of the time, specifically combat and stealth areas. Areas that need to prompt particular dialogue. However, they forgot to remove that for this section.
Stay quiet, Nyx.
I didn't even crouch. It interprets that I wish to be stealthy from having walked into long grass. And as though this wasn't stupid enough, this fuck-up actually repeats for steam vents.
And that if it was too, I don't know, I guess, like, algorithmic, then stay low. I don't even know. I was just standing on that vent.
He's in the middle of a peaceful little street filled with casual conversations. They don't even let you draw a weapon. Come on, it's so lazy. And it's certainly not just lines being prompted for things you aren't doing. We also get lines that shouldn't be possible because of things you've never done.
Yeah! Oh, look at that! Better than last time. There was no last time. This is the first time.
Beat my own record.
I don't have a record on here. You're lying.
All right, Nyx.
Kay will insist, after I've collected a keycard that would let me into the boss's office, that she needs a way into the boss's office.
What can I get you? A way into your boss's office?
She'll continue to bluff and bribe her way into the office despite having a keycard that takes her right to it.
Hey, so, I'm Kay, and you're gonna let me through.
You're not on the list.
Oh, my friend Preben put me on the list.
Preben should have paid more.
I can set off dialogue warning me about a camera I've already destroyed.
Cameras. We gotta avoid them, Nyx.
There's a quest to find a Sabaac game held in Kaslos, and to do so you have to ask around. Upon finding the game and completing the missions, you can return to the few people you haven't yet asked and continue to try and find Kaslos, the place you are now coming from.
Hey, is this Kaslos?
No. We got our license.
The same thing can happen when you get a mission to acquire a package from a stormtrooper. You need to say a particular quote to the right trooper and you'll get what you want. If you say it to the wrong trooper, nothing happens. It's a small sort of tick box of interacting with troopers the devs managed to somewhat code, though maybe they can't, since you can find the correct trooper, get the package and complete this aspect of the mission, and then have Kay continue to ask other troopers whether they have the delivery when she has no reason to.
I've got a delivery for Pashby. Get out of here.
All of this is just fucking lazy.
God, man, they just... Find a way into the base. Easy peasy, no problem. Whee. Oh.
Oh, so this is the back way, huh? Nice view.
That's where we came in from.
Before entering the final battle, the devs offer a piece of dialogue from ND to remind you to speak to everyone before leaving. You can clear all dialogue with each character, return to ND since he's the only thing in the room left to interact with, and he will still ask you the same thing. If you approach the Queen's area early in Kajimi, ND is prompted to advise you on how to speak to her, being polite, etc., even though we are nowhere near that being achievable in the story.
Got any tips for meeting the Queen?
Be polite.
If you then continue with the story, moving to the area you are supposed to clear first, ND will tell you that she won't just see anyone.
I'm taking this to the Queen.
She won't see just anyone, Kay. So you're gonna try your Don't get your hopes up.
He goes from explaining what to say when meeting the Queen to saying that she won't be meeting the Queen because the dialogue isn't meant to be prompted in reverse, but you can do so by simply wandering. In one of the Pike outposts, there's a landing pad that would be pretty useful for Kay if only she had a good reputation to unlock the use of it, something she points out.
Looks like a private landing pad. Huh. Wonder if they'd ever let us use it, huh, Nix?
Only this game is so retarded that you can indeed get your reputation up enough to open up this landing pad before prompting the dialogue, meaning you can move your ship to this stupid fucking landing pad and she will say,
Looks like a private landing pad. Huh. Wonder if they'd ever let us use it, huh, Nix?
Obviously, it's reasonable for any one of these to slip through in any given video game, but here there are so many it becomes obvious they didn't give a shit. You could go to Tatooine 1 billion times, and no matter what, when you exit hyperdrive, ND will say this shit every single time.
We are now in the Outer Rim. Tatooine space.
Yes, bro, obviously. That's what I fucking chose from the tiny menu of options, wasn't it? There's a section in the game where you can find Han Solo frozen in carbonite. During this section, it is said that Han worked for the rebellion and he didn't pay Jabba what was owed. Kay has a point of view regarding that.
Only thing the rebels will get you is killed. Or worse.
She will express this exact view both before and after the missions that give her an entirely different view on the rebels. She will shit on them in this scene even after she decided to put her life on the line to save them because they are an altruistic organization that saves lives from the Empire. There is just so much lazy dialogue implemented with the care of a child, fumbling through code, accidentally creating several experiences that pull you right out of the game.
Rebels. They already hate him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Credit for everything. Oh, and I found you a way out. Sending coordinates.
Could open that vent at the terminal.
I'm already in the vent. Fucking game, dude.
Nix, blow that up.
Making things explode makes him happy? Fair enough, I guess.
Must be hearing things.
Must be hearing things. Lady, a gas tank exploded right next to you.
Here I am, running an absolute muck through a hyper-secure, droid-ridden, camera-spammed area with everyone trying to kill me, and because I prevent the alarm going off and the reset kicking in, Kay feels safe to say this.
They still haven't seen us.
They saw the fuck out of me, Kay. It should be more than over, but they haven't designed the game to account for that. Something that will become far clearer in the mechanics section. Shitty dialogue that doesn't account for dynamic play is plastered throughout, all the way down to the simplest interactions imaginable. Remember the lift?
Okay. That lowered a turbo lift.
Click the button to drop the turbo lift. Okay, this dropped the turbo lift. It's like,
I called to lower the lift, and then she says, oh, okay, that lowered the turbo lift.
Oh, I'm not doing anything.
Yeah, you are. You are in a restricted area, and you've killed a lot of people. I don't even know why you would say that, Kay.
There's another portion where several obstacles need to be blown up with a particular gun type, and if you clear them, Kay will acknowledge it. However, if you achieve the same goal and clear them all but one, moving through the area and coming back to pop the last one, only then will she acknowledge you did what was needed, because she's apparently very slow.
There we go.
There are areas you can end up stuck in that prompt lines of wonder regarding an escape, as though to calm the player in case they figured they fucked up, that they simply have to find something. That's pretty common in video games. What isn't common is to find and activate that lift in that area, use it to get out, and then come back to look around and prompt that very same dialogue that should now be impossible.
How am I supposed to get out of here?
I've discovered a very important inconsistency.
You see, the dialogue is very simplistically implemented in blocks, designed to be heard one after another with no attempt to enable interesting deviations or dynamism. This is faster, easier work and theoretically prevents the potential for mistakes. Yet there are more mistakes in this experience than I would expect to find in a game intending to lack a dynamic approach. The ways this can fall apart are fascinating, and they give you great insight into the failings of the development. For example, throughout the game, Jalen will request little calls with you in the cockpit. As previously mentioned, they seem to have been added in a rushed attempt to make him seem less obviously the villain. They aren't mandatory, and they have prompts to start them up, being that Jalen is interested in talking to Kay about the mission that was just completed. Only you can prompt the availability of these conversations, ignore them, and then move through the story where Jalen will speak to you anyway.
Jalen still wants to talk over Hollow.
Jalen, we made it off planet.
Good. Replacing our heavy is one thing, but finding a new you, not possible.
Thanks.
Don't forget, Jalen wants to talk to you.
It's as though they couldn't be bothered to create new dialogue that would engage the conversation Jalen wanted to have about the mission alongside the acknowledgement of the next one.
Can't beat that view.
Yeah, you can't see anything in the rain, but I guess you're just programmed to say that if you get to this area.
Oh. What? Okay, sorry, I'll just move here.
It was nothing.
The dialogue doesn't even match up. He clearly saw me and was like, you can't be here. And then you move away because he's still orange. It's like, oh, it was nothing. Never mind. It's so awful.
It is downright common to experience these fuck-ups. You just need to know how to notice them, like combat dialogue being prompted after combat has ended.
Get him, Kay!
Eat plasma! It's no one here anymore. It's just these things, they count as enemies. It's so hilarious to me still. They have these transporters with blasters on top and they just never use them. They're just there for show.
They get so bad you start to wonder if they're just glitching out.
I told you I'd find you. I will find you eventually.
I told you I'd find you. I will find you eventually.
There we go.
So, Hank said no. You're back, Kay.
For now. Get him, Nix.
Aren't you?
What can I say? It makes it very difficult to leave.
The dialogue just continues as normal.
Wouldn't have been able to keep it up for this long if it wasn't.
Have you completed a head count?
Yes, yes.
Ooh, what if I interrupt their conversation? Will he notice that she just stops replying? Oh, he doesn't give a shit. He doesn't care that the person he was just talking to just like stopped responding. Because I was thinking at the beginning, oh wait, I should wait until they're done chatting so that I don't arouse suspicion. But then I remembered what game I was playing.
Okay.
And it's like, no, it doesn't matter.
I bet they won't even notice if some of those...
Oh, you're dead. Why are you talking?
What was that?
What was that?
Haha.
Nothing to report here.
Oh no. Oh no. Dank Ferric. They got her. Will that raise the alarm? I mean, as far as I know, she just fell and passed out, right? You know Sandy. You know Sandy.
We lost an officer.
No, she's right there.
Guess it was nothing.
I guess it was... We lost an officer! I guess it was nothing. True. Sandy was a bitch anyway. I'm glad she's incapacitated temporarily.
What was that? You're not authorized to be here.
I'm not here. What are you talking about, my dude?
Someone nearby?
I could have.
The stealth is really good in this game. This is definitely a 7 out of 10 game. Anyone who says it's less than 7 out of 10 hates Star Wars, and by extension hates women.
Someone around Nix?
Nix is...
Nothing here.
Yeah.
Relax.
Don't worry about it, guys. We're good. It's all good. We're all cool. Oh, I gotta go to the console and lower the gate. Okay, damn it. Okay. I didn't even have to knock out Sandy. I just did it because I wanted to. I just did it for the love of the craft.
Now, we've covered the shitty exposition and the lack of dynamism veering into breaking the progress of the narrative outright. So, before I explain just how bad I think the lines and delivery are in general, allow me to compliment the portions that stood out as working pretty well. Like having the actors speak Huttese.
My Huttese is rusty!
Or this back and forth.
Hey, ND5, get the cargo hold ready. Crimson Dawn are gonna deliver a shipment of ice to the ship.
Kay, I strongly advise against this course of action. Spice is a highly restricted contraband item that will only attract further unwanted attention from authorities and—
No, not spice. Ice. ICE. Frozen water.
I will ready the cargo hold.
Yeah, I think that was the one time they wrote something I thought was okay. And that's it. I don't have any more writing examples. And I can't even be too complimentary to this one because it doesn't make any sense considering Jalen uses spice in a mission later as part of a deal with Surat. So I guess ND absolutely does deal in spice already. As mentioned, there was exactly one time I thought an actor gave a performance.
He is extremely dangerous, Kay.
I said I don't care. Nix is family. You wouldn't get it.
But I mean, I don't know if it really represents a strong endorsement of even this one scene in the entire game, but I think the delivery had some punch, and I could be convinced by this tiny moment that she might care. Part of the issue with this being so isolated is that it accentuates how she behaves regarding Nix throughout the game, putting him in constant danger and giving close to zero shits about him almost being caught or killed in all kinds of circumstances. This also highlights just how pathetic the performances are throughout the game in contrast. So, let's talk about the bad.
The game will break Mahler if this is the dialogue.
Oh, you have no idea. With everything already covered in terms of the storytelling, you've seen countless examples of very poor and uninterested deliveries, comboed up with ones that tonally balk the entire experience.
She owes me money. Like, a lot. I'm here to collect.
You are a liar.
We even got the dreaded Rebel Moon sequence where they are practically instructed by the script to explain to the audience that they are indeed characters.
Parents, for me. Last time I saw them, I was being shipped off to join the Empire. Now that I'm a deserter, I can...
This is the Rebel Moon scene. We've done all the plot, so it's time for us to do the character scene. You know, I used to drink with my parents because I liked my parents, and now they're dead or something. I used to drink with my husband, but he's dead. I used to love drinking with my sister, but she died in the Great War of 72. Oh my god, this is so meaningful. You did such a great job. I love these characters. You know, in some ways you could say we're a family.
One could say the lines may settle better if only someone was directing these actors for the experience of an audience as opposed to ensuring they simply read the lines.
Crimson Dawn seems to have eyes and ears everywhere. You think they could be listening to me, Andy?
Oh, they are. But don't worry. Nothing you say is important.
Wow. Okay.
I actually think this exchange could work well if only Kay's side of the delivery felt more playful instead of stilted and sterile, as though she couldn't take the joke.
Wow. Okay.
This problem exists for both the writing and delivery in many parts of the game.
My guy's orange, right? Oh my god, I'm winning.
Feels good to win.
Feels good to win. Feels good to win.
If you could only nail one relationship and its dialogue in the game, it would need to be the two main characters, and you can tell they thought they nailed it.
Like what you see in the game, it's these two in real life.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, there's a lot of, we did play a lot, and that may have been caught on camera. So, I hope you enjoy it.
So you guys did your voice work together in the studios?
No.
No. Hello, Kay.
Hey, ND5. Hey there, ND5.
Hi, Kay. I see you're back.
Nope.
Hey there, ND5. See ya, ND5.
All right.
Just absolutely lifeless, despite being one of the most consistent elements of delivery in the game, prompted every time they cross paths in the ship, supposedly supporting the most important relationship in the game. As expected, it sometimes bugs out and there's not even a response.
Hi, Kay.
What you see in the game, it's these two in real life.
Well, that's just sad. I imagine it's worth noting that among the bad or disinterested voice acting, we also have hilarious voices.
That's the last thing I'd want to do with that man. You're a few days too late. He's gone.
Doesn't that remind you of the guy from Independence Day?
How about I make this pot a little more interesting? Oh my god, I gotta call my brother. I better call my housekeeper. I gotta call my lawyer. Now is not a good time. The Huts are coming, and I need to get ready.
Oh, and that's when the game is functioning. Check out how bad the voices get when the implementation is so bad you can't understand or even listen without taking psychic damage.
Christ, my ears, what is that? Get off the comms.
Hang tight!
We got people inbound. Oh, they're definitely on the way, you can tell.
Pirates.
Shut the fuck up. Who the hell is joining the Discord and going...
Reports of a volatile fugitive in your area.
God.
Execute immediately.
That fucking voiceover sounds horrible.
Gone forever!
Ah, that actually fucking hurts, man. What's wrong with you? What happened?
You even get glitches where the sound effects of low health continue to play when healed or even in the pause menu. Anyway, you all knew it was coming. It's time for the Marvel humor section.
Who's this guy in the jar?
Bosnock.
Bosnock. Good. Yeah. Great.
You know, in some ways, explaining this feels like a waste of time, but I'll give it a shot after showing you what I mean first.
It sounds like it's getting closer.
Yes, smart as always. Keep running.
Stop. Do not paw at that. No. No.
More of them? Oh, come on! We were stealing this first!
So, okay. What put you on the path to being a criminal?
I don't know. I did what I had to do.
Same reason I fight the Empire. I think the things we do, you were born for it.
So you were always like this. Fun. You're sure it'll fly, Waka?
She will. She probably will.
When I saw the trailers, I thought it was going to be another overly jokey Marvel-like character that I have seen all too often since the success of the Marvel Galaxy. But thankfully, her stupid jokes were kept to a minimum and felt more natural when they did occur.
Wow, that's new. I mean, old. Hey, pirates! Drop the pod!
You really think that'll work?
I don't know. Worth a shot. Yeah, that hurt. So, what do you think of Aang?
She seems dangerous.
Well, that's a good thing, right?
I suppose. Although I'd prefer to not fear lethal detonation every time I sit down.
What? Has she already rigged this whole place to blow? Wait, Andy, has she?
What do you think?
I mean, she wouldn't, right? No, she wouldn't. I don't think.
Negative. Our Darius G-class freighter ran into some trouble. Had to switch to this ship for your, cargo delivery. Of precious minerals. Precious, very legal minerals.
What are you doing? Why is he climbing on me?
Aw, he likes you.
Well, I dislike him. Very much.
We did it. We escaped the facility. Bye, bitch!
Oh, come on.
Oh, come on, you gotta be kidding me. These guys won't quit. Can't they take a hint? Whoa, that just happened.
Generally speaking, the characters interact with a tone and attitude that reflects a lot of mainstream modern slop content.
Oh! Whoa! You are sneaky quiet, you know that?
I just move shit with my freaking mind!
So, where to? It might be a good idea to check the map and get our bearings.
Dialogue designed to strike a particular balance and appeal to almost everyone, thus appealing meaningfully, in actual fact, to no one.
Yeah, okay, that is something I do now. I do magic, talk to sentient cuffs, kill jacked up beasts.
The edges are conspicuously shaved off to upset and challenge no one, to be in on the joke and to avoid being boxed into any definitive experience.
Did you not just see me take out that gnarly beast?
Something of a depressing, gelatinous descendant of writing present in much older, much better shows, built with far more complex and substantive intention by far more talented people.
Bring me stronger ale and some plump, succulent babies to eat. Do you know where there are babies?
What do you think, the hospital?
What?
Here we see the dregs of this writing style's progeny, and by God it can be summarized with just 3 words. That just happened. No, I was actually going to say the 3 words are you kidding? Which function as essentially identical. An utter lack of sincerity. Complete and total disbelief in their world with intent to create levity in any and all given circumstances. Otherwise known as nightmare feces, sludge death, or, you know, Marvel humor. A significant portion of the dialogue, and I mean significant, occupies this style.
So this nav computer, it'll be pretty easy to find, right?
You just need to get through the maze of hallways, climb through some ancient rubble, and hope the whole thing doesn't cave in on you.
Oh, easy then.
Considering this lack of sincerity, a tone is created that can only serve to frustrate when it comes to investment in significant moments, be it on a large scale, fighting in some kind of Star War, or down to the smallest of conversations. The moment any meaning can take place, it is sidelined, tonally crushed, or outright ended before it could possibly evoke something significant from an audience.
So, are you and Jalen, like, friends?
Friends?
I mean, he's your boss, right?
Jalen provided me this restraining bolt. It stops me from relying on my original purpose.
Oh, so you, like, owe him one.
There is no reason to have this conversation, so I will not be continuing it.
Great.
May I ask you a question?
Sure, buddy.
How much family do you have?
Oh, not that.
So, I may not ask you a question.
Andy,
I don't want to talk about it. Besides, it's classified.
It gets so frustrating. The most interesting things you could ever imagine being discussed in this game will never be present, but they may have one line here and there that might just imply it's scratching at the very shadow of meaning, only to then give the fuck up.
I don't believe freedom is to run from everything.
Wow. Harsh, but okay.
They'll even go as far as to give you options to dig deeper in conversations, only to tell you the conversation is fucking over. Which, what's the point of this?
In or out?
I mean, it is my problem because it's your problem. What is the unlock condition? Okay, I can do this.
Oh, come on. You guys know you can trust me.
I'm wearing your
Trust
merchandise.
is a sentimental word for mutual interest. My interest is in protecting that cargo. And I won't invite any more risk by spreading frivolous details about it.
Okay, so it says, yeah, you've unlocked the ability to press for information by having a high enough reputation with this faction, and then when you try to actually use that option, you can't learn anything. So why did you waste my time by even showing me an option? I have a good reputation to ask him for more information. I've unlocked that. I've used the option, but I don't get anything out of it. Why are you wasting my time even giving me an option? It's the little things like this that just stack up and pile up. Like, why? What's the point?
Oh, I'm not allowed to say no. I'm not allowed to say, nah, not interested, actually.
I mean, I'm not doing this, actually, now that I think about it.
This style of avoiding anything meaningful is applicable not only for the main characters, but the antagonists as well, even when knowing more about them would actually be helpful and potentially meaningful in terms of character.
I have a keycard to release Zank. Got it from some Crimson Dawn leader Kriska's working with.
Kira, that's troubling.
What, you've met her?
Jalen and I went to an auction she hosted. It did not end well.
Go ahead. Can I have more information about this character you clearly know a lot about? Can I have this information so I know to deal with her and not get like ambushed or some bullshit? It did not end well. Yeah, okay, what happened, you fucking moron?
But hey, it's not all bad. They give plenty of time for Kay to ramble on when she's essentially talking to herself.
It's strange to imagine there was an ocean here once.
You know cantobites on a big man-made ocean? They say all the seawater evaporating is what makes the sunset so purple. I wonder if it'll look like this someday.
Well, that was dialogue, I guess.
And this is all at the backdrop of that shitty wannabe swear word they're desperate to incorporate.
Oh, damn Ferric.
This shit gets old fast and feels like one of a selection of responses on a wheel hoping to distract people from realizing there's nothing interesting to listen to here.
I don't have a sister.
Damn Ferric. Damn Ferric. Someone
Dank
found
Ferric.
Temin before I did.
True. Dank Ferric.
Dank Ferric.
I hate Dank Ferric so much. They force it so hard. They really want it to be a thing. They really want it to be a thing.
Keep it going!
Dank Ferric!
Dank Ferric!
Dank Ferric. Dank Ferric. Bad news, guys. We've danked the Natsu. That is the dankest Ferric I think we've... I mean, the fact that this game blue screened my PC, now that's a Dank Ferric right there.
Dank Ferric.
Stop making Dank Ferric happen. It's not happening. It's cringe.
You're not supposed to be in here. All right. You're not supposed to be...
Dank Ferric.
You know, something that bothers me more than I imagine it would for most is the absolutely shitty implementation of AI on the topic of hearing dialogue that should alter their behavior dramatically, but the devs couldn't be fucking bothered. Exhibit A. A security guard is walking around with a keycard that allows access to a storage room that leads to the office. I need to swipe it off the guy using Nix, and after doing so, Kay just announces her achievement, and the guy seems to have lost all ability to even operate.
You have it, right? Excuse me? Can I steal, please?
Next, go.
Excuse me, do you have the key card? I require it for the room. A Club
Keycard
Tarsus
for the
would.
storage room. Preben's plan said the vents in there lead to the office.
Just announce that to this fucking guy.
I've been told you arrived. There's a way in on the second floor terrace. It will take you where you need to go.
Okay. How long have you been watching this?
Just talking while this is happening.
You can even get away with having deeply illegal conversations out in the open, with an actual Chungus simply listening in.
Tell Gorak what I can offer, if he'll cut me in on his deals.
You came to the right person. I will definitely tell Gorak about you.
You'll even get cutscenes with characters going as far as to take shots at people, and they almost seem to completely ignore it.
Jedi infiltrator detected. Alert General Grievous.
The fact is, the game hasn't been given close to the time or effort it needs to integrate the already awfully written dialogue expressed by a zombified cast who want the paycheck before lunchtime.
You won't get far. Can't hide forever.
No, we lost her!
A lesser, yet still hilarious charge would be the overlapping of dialogue or the competition in-game dialogue has with cutscenes, for which the game is dramatically incapable of dealing with.
Got another offer.
Litero's been targeting rebels, trading us for influence. Now, you saved a lot of good lives today.
Yes. So his plan was just to stay here forever.
Perhaps. It seems he did not have enough credits.
Yeah.
Hey,
Go grab someone else.
Aqua Station.
You ever been?
No.
Still in my prize, is that it? Hey, you stole him first.
Right side. Ship.
I can't get through to the base.
K.
They gotta have jammers to
jamming
block
our communications. K.
Let's take it out.
For the message to reach the rebels. You
Too many
must destroy it.
things
I
at
hear you.
once.
Confirmed future.
What? Okay.
Okay, where was I? Oh, this can't keep happening.
Perhaps your friend is involved.
Trust is a trap, Kay. Chasing down.
What the fuck? Hey, Kay. Trust is.
And now, nearing the end of this grueling section, would be bugs.
He said bugs.
You mean bugs? I hate bugs!
Yes, we've already technically covered a shit ton of them, but these are a bit more egregious. And I'm not talking about Kay's propensity to call it windy when you are literally indoors because of a self-fulfilling attempt to make Kay feel like she isn't a boring, broken record in human form.
That's a lot of wind.
No, I'm talking about Asara joining the team, as you can see in the background right there, and beginning what would be the final quest soon enough. But as you can see here, I prompt a discussion between ND5 and Kay. A discussion about events that haven't happened yet.
You know, I'm still waiting for my apology.
An apology for what?
I am sorry, Kay Vess, for trying to terminate your life.
I am not sorry. Those actions were outside of my control, so I cannot apologize for them.
Oof, trying to get out of it on a technicality, huh?
I am grateful. Because of you, the restraining bolt is gone. So I will say thank you, buddy.
Look at that. Hey, no problem, buddy.
The final mission has ND5 shooting at Kay because of his restraining bolt. These are his orders from Jalen, which is what he's referring to. But that mission hasn't been completed yet. It'll be as much as 3 hours in this playthrough that I actually get to it. In this instance, you can see dialogue has been prompted that would necessitate being spotted, but that's not even possible, so the dude just casually goes back to not knowing I exist. What takes the cake for dialogue buggery, in my humble opinion, however, is of course that time when I was casually doing some space missions with Waka, well before having met ND5 and Jalen, only to hear some very interesting dialogue.
We're in bad shape. We're stuck.
Focus, Kay.
These lines of dialogue should not be possible. I haven't met you yet, motherfucker. My only assumption is either there's some weird bug happening here, or that they didn't record lines for good old Waka to express in this specific scenario, and so the game defaults to lines from ND. I'd say there's some validity to this theory, given it's very much a repeatable phenomenon.
Any of you spot what just happened?
As a side note, I can't be sure of this without an excessive amount of retries and full playthroughs, but it seems the developers wanted you to complete the story missions with Waka as soon as possible to get ND5 in the ship, since his dialogue is all prepped for any given action Kay can take in the world. Meanwhile, Waka is not. I'm almost certain this is the case, because when dealing with particular Syndicate rewards at their maximum, the dialogue for the deliveries they send you are a lot more convincing when you have ND5. When you have Waka, they seem to re-spool generic dialogue because they probably didn't expect he would be around by the time players maxed out their reps with all syndicates. Just another example of laziness. Similarly, Kay will talk about the Death Troopers with ND5 upon approaching, but if you do these events while Waka is a part of the team, he will say nothing.
I've heard Death Troopers are the best the Empire have.
Sure they're...
A data key to get into their network. Oh, how much you want to bet that officer's got it?
Why are you so bored?
It's almost as though they didn't expect anyone to proc the Death Troopers before completing the Waka missions. The bugs and piss-poor implementation spreads even to the loading of dialogue, and the game has to choose what it will prioritize.
It's... I don't know. Well, we wanted a shot at the big scores. This is it. Or you'll be back. Hyperfuel, huh?
Set a course for Tashara.
Take your time, bud.
Hey, got the fuel injectors here.
Yo, right here. Turn around.
Hey, got the fuel injectors here.
Perfect. Hey, hey.
Hey, got the fuel injectors
Not quite
here.
fixed yet. So, in conclusion, the dialogue is insecure in its laborious exposition. It has a dramatic lack of dynamism that causes a severe hit to its authenticity and experience. We get some extremely cringe lines that fundamentally fear the concept of meaning. We have performances spearheaded by people who would rather not be here. Other than one exception, we have a maliciously dense approach to never taking a single event seriously that would make the MCU jealous. We have broken, childish jokes awkwardly shoved in sci-fi swearing, goofy fucking voices, broken audio, a world that doesn't even react to the information in it, lines that bug out and cross over, overlap, or destroy each other as the game tries to figure out what it's supposed to do. And we have bugs galore, clogging up an already rusted pipe filled with such intellectual gems as...
You want to get rich? You have to go where the money is.
God, what brain fuel in the context of this fucking bloated financial mess.
I still have scars from falling down into a crater.
The chatter. I still have scars from falling down a crater.
The game has horrific dialogue in the context of horrific writing in the context of horrific storytelling. But that's just my perspective. Why don't we take a look at someone who thought quite the opposite and see if there's anything compelling to absorb. To me, Outlaws is a game about choices and agency, and when those things get taken away from people. Vess had so many of her opportunities and agency taken away in her life. Growing up poor, being abandoned by her mother at age 12, fending for herself until she could get old enough to really piss off the big dogs. Then, running into worse and worse trouble, also she could finally break through her ceiling and take back control. Okay, but as we've been through, she mostly stole from everyone whenever the resources she was supplied by selfless carers wasn't enough for her. She showed almost no appreciation for these people and constantly fucks up jobs while stealing from poor, innocent people. What ceiling is she really breaking through, and how is this not just the story of a cunt? She craves freedom, but through her adventure she understands that what freedom really means to her is taking back agency in her life that was removed from her. Again, she was given a better start with more agency than the vast majority of people growing up in the Star Wars universe. She was intensely privileged compared to those that actually have to fend for themselves on the street. This culminates in two main ways in the story. First, when she refuses to leave ND5 and goes after him after he shoots her. She recognizes the pain of having agency completely stripped from you, and thus becomes the one to break ND5 out of his own ceiling and give him freedom too, with no understanding of whether it would save save him, because if she did, she would have done that before. Her attitude toward Andy is mostly baffling considering how little time she knew him for, and how much she hurts, steals from, and abandons people who need help versus a droid that is bolted in such a way that forces him to try and kill her. She never seems to understand that mechanic and then lucks out in terms of getting herself her own droid. The most beautiful moment of all to me is when she truly realizes what freedom means, sees the Star Destroyer about to engage the rebels on Akiva, and takes her hand off the hyperspace lever. Other people are about to have their freedom taken away, and the first choice she makes after getting her freedom is to help them get it back. Honestly, that moment gave me full body chills. She hates the rebels and believes their cause is no more justified than any syndicate. What she did in this scene is mostly out of character for her, and they didn't even put the work in to help us understand what she thinks about the rebels throughout the game and how it changes. Depending on what you choose to do first, you wouldn't even know there was a change. There's also no effort in the game to have Kay release additional innocent creatures from capture, and no additional mission to do so. In fact, the mission in which we need to free prisoners is treated by her like some miserable task. Does this sound on theme to you? Does this sound in character? It's also a game about selfishness, entitlement, and revenge. How it manifests, toxifies relationships, alienates people, and ends in loneliness. We see the characters who Kay interacts with, many of them having been raised in environments where survival relies on pushing other people down, doing anything you can to get a few credits. You are literally describing Kay, only she didn't have to do those things. She chose to steal from and hurt people. Prime example of selfishness is Hoss, and look where that gets him. Another one is Rico herself. It hit me in the gut learning in the last flashback that she didn't leave Kay because she was in trouble or on the run or anything like that. She left because she'd rather stay a slicer than fulfill her parental responsibilities. Absolutely shocking choice, and one that fully explains Kay's disrupted sense of self growing up. Well, that's more like one of the 17 motivations the game gives to Rico. Remember, she never truly abandoned Kay, though she also didn't help her despite Kay nearly dying several times, and I like that you didn't note that this would have explained why Kay is such a horrible person. Instead, you say it disrupts her sense of self? I guess at this point you're just going to ignore how horrible she is because it gets in the way of the point.
How nice for you.
And prime example of entitlement and revenge is Jalen himself. It doesn't matter how many people die on the way to him getting what's his, he'll burn anyone for it. The entitlement of the ridiculously wealthy. Kay literally explains that this is her own philosophy too. We see this philosophy and its results in practice, and Kay is also ridiculously wealthy and well off at many portions of the game. Outlaws is a game that embodies the running theme of all Star Wars: hope against all odds, and more importantly, turning that hope into something you can make real. Despite the betrayals Kay endures, she also makes allies and trustworthy friends too. Okay, so this is just getting more and more ridiculous. You can't claim this is a story of hope against all odds when you can mow down armies with your fists. The enemy forces at their most difficult crumble before the might of the iron fist of Kay Vess. Secondly, Kay conducts the vast majority of betrayals as part of the canon in the game. Are you gonna claim she's the victim of it? She killed people who trusted her and fought with her just for credits. Despite the selfishness she embodies through much of the story, she learns to do more with it, to rely on others in the hope that they will come through for her. And they do come through for her when she needs them most. Alright, you finally admit she was selfish. That's a start. A pretty shit start, but a start. And when you say people come through for her, are you referring to Jabba the Hutt, the legendary rebel ally?
You'll never guess it, dude. The space battle. Fucking Jabba!
At her lowest point, Ankh and Gadik pull her out of the fire, and Nyx brings it home with one final clutch blaster toss. Oh, I'm sorry, when was it in question that Nyx was going to betray her? Poor guy comes through constantly, does all the work for her. And then you reference Ankh and Gadik. Gadik has done nothing but try to help Kay as long as she helped him save innocent people. And then Ankh doesn't even have a character. She just wants to blow shit up. I don't know who she's loyal to. And Kay herself then becomes other people's hope as well through her actions. The game is full of beautiful moments that illustrate that. Yeah, Ankh and Gadik almost inexplicably being able to get onto the Star Destroyer with ease to set Kay free for the finale, and Nyx tossing the blaster when we had no reason to think that would free ND as opposed to destroying him. This encapsulates what? Hope that others will help you? I'm guessing that doesn't apply to all the people in the story who refused to help or even sabotaged you. I mean, will you give this same appreciation to Jabba? Motherfucker saved my skin, and he may have saved the Rebel Alliance. Give him a fucking medal. All in all, thanks for reading. I wanted to get my thoughts out there to any of you who may have felt the same about this gem of a game. One of my best experiences in Star Wars to date. Can't wait to hear what you guys will think about it as well. Well, you probably don't want to hear what I think. Though if you've gotten this far, I guess you have. For the writing, anyway. Oh, Dank Farrik.
Dank Farrik!
Which should just about take us to the gameplay. Oh yes, here we go.
Now this is... Oh my goodness. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There's like 14 speeders here. You're gonna make a killing in selling speeders. Oh no, more spawned. You guys okay? You guys doing all right? You guys? Oh no. Yeah, I'm hurt. Oh no, she punched that guy and she got all of her health back. How is this possible? There's a random scout trooper here? What the fuck? What are you doing here? Are you okay, man? You good? Ow! Fucker! Stop! Get back here! You fuck!
Let's make some noise.
Oh, jeez.
So we're gonna tackle everything from the way the world creates a partial puddle of a mechanical playground, to the gunplay, to the level design, to the movement, to the AI, all the way to the nature of the smallest of minigames. So let's begin with what the developers tried to generate as a base for which interaction would emerge in this world. Where does all of this start?
We're right in that pocket in between Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. Fantastic era for us.
Yeah.
And that's the height of Imperial power.
I guess so. Except the whole exploding space station that would have dealt a serious blow to the nature of their control. In fact, I thought that was the point of the game, that Slero was cranking up operations because the Empire's grip was loosened. Losing the enormous metal death ball was obviously going to represent a bit of a drawback from the height of Imperial power, but sure, the Empire are the constant looming threat that essentially annoy you throughout the game while the other factions come and go.
Until further orders are issued. Search the area.
Where is she? Strange. That's odd. Here. Weird. Strange. That's odd. Nothing here. Oh well. Nothing.
There's also a heavy Imperial presence throughout all the various planets you visit, and it is kind of cool in that regard, getting to worm your way through various security checkpoints.
The lady directly in front of player character just to the right, she jumps. Watch this.
Worm your way through various security checkpoints.
You have to worm your way through various security checkpoints. This is a scripted sequence that happens once and never again. There's no gameplay. It's like a scripted event,
weird.
and it never happens again.
It doesn't make sense in and of itself the way it's functioning, but it's a really weird example to choose of how do you have to worm your way through Empire security in a heavily impacted of Empire world. Like, all of these statements are wrong.
You said there's a heavy Imperial presence in all the places that you go, which is just not true.
Well, he needs to be clear if he's saying this is the case or if he's quoting what they've told him to say.
That's what he was told. Yeah.
Boy, and we'll never know. How much do you know? Were you told this by them? Did Ubisoft sit you down and say, here's what this is happening? And by the way, because I can tell you that during those 4 hours, there is a person on that Discord call with you. So that person is saying, oh, well, so here's what's happening in this moment. And you're just repeating PR to me, and you're not telling me that you're repeating PR to me. So that makes you nothing more than a fucking shill. And it really pisses me off.
If someone said, there's a Imperial fucking base in almost every planet, so that counts as heavy impact on the planet itself, I'd be like,
Is there, though?
But at least that's debatable. This is a cutscene. You don't even get to do anything mechanically.
Well, yeah, because when you tell me worm your way through, it'd be like, oh, so I got options here, but you don't.
It makes it sound like a player-guided activity.
Yeah.
It is specifically framed to sound like a player-guided activity.
Especially in the context of the Assassin's Creed developers, where you might be thinking, oh, so it's going to be something like that.
You're actually showing it. You can't do anything here.
Oh,
There's no button you can press.
Yeah.
Nothing you can do.
Torin Valerio Nump.
That's me.
So it's a random name. So you're Shlom Shlem Shlem? Yes.
Are you Snee?
You said it with more conviction than she did.
It might actually be the worst possible vision of this happening, Like, it has no impact, it means nothing, and it's terribly executed.
It's just why even bother putting it in the video game?
It's so that people can say shit like this. You have to pass security checkpoints.
I guess so.
I'm sure you are all familiar with notoriety systems, the way they crank up in difficulty, and what the resources of the AI accompanying them are capable of. You need to forget all that, because Star Wars Outlaws has either way better, or more accurately, way different and way more unfinished ideas on how it should work. There are many, and I mean many, moments in each of these playthroughs where people can mostly mess around with the Empire and this notoriety system, primarily because a standard experience goes something like this.
How many can I kill before it'll just have to do something,
As you can see, I'm essentially killing trooper after trooper in the hopes of finding out what it takes to trigger any kind of discipline from the game. Once the bodies pile up, it does eventually provide me with level 1 notoriety with a message that they know where I am, broadly speaking.
The suspect was last seen near the Overlook. Proceed to the area and apprehend.
Oh, we got past. Good for you, pal.
I continue to kill many troopers right outside of an Empire base in the hopes of raising the notoriety, and eventually I earn level 2, a degree of pressure that is eerily similar to level 1 in that a regular trooper unit will move in and out without incident if they don't specifically see you, and so I continue to wipe them out. Eventually level 3 kicks in, and again troopers sort of turn up and I kill them. Nothing noteworthy in terms of a change of pressure or experience. After then continually firing into the base, I achieve level 4, to which I am greeted with random ships that fly, past me. I then kill another truckload of random troopers until I gain level 5, and now I'm considered the highest priority of any nearby Empire units.
All units, threat escalated. The fugitive is now your highest priority.
Changing nothing. again. Out of pure boredom, I eventually wander into the base and finally hit that level 6, which spawns Death Troopers. Finally, something to sink my teeth into. As long as I go and find them, 1.5 kilometers away, I've pissed off the Empire so much so that they launched Death Troopers that I'm supposed to go hunt and kill. We can talk more about that in a little bit. Here, though, they had a series of 6 images that change according to just how much stuff would blunderously continue to walk onto the screen. Sometimes they do end up spawning a transport that holds more troopers, but beyond that you're lucky to get a ship landing that again simply releases troopers. There is no grand attempt to stop you with special units. Look, just give me a second and we will talk about the Death Troopers. There is no long-term consequence, nor a general infamy for Vess that can build for the Empire, nor any kind of soul-crushing difficult result of having pissed off the hyper-evil government at the height of their power. In fact, they struggle to kill me on maximum notoriety on the hardest difficulty when I have the basic gear, basic health, and no upgrades.
I think the Empire is such a strong presence, and everywhere you go, you'll cross paths with the Empire. It's, you know, they're everywhere at this point in time. The thing is, as a small-time thief with just a blaster and Nyx as a weapon, companion as well, yeah, what are you going to do against the Empire? You're going to take it easy. You're going to sneak around. You can't take them full on. So there's a real dynamic that's created between you and the Empire because of that.
You fucking can take them full on, and you will inevitably realize that you may as well, because it not only facilitates unlocks and missions, if you know how to manipulate the AI, you can evade the Empire even in enormous quantities. The notoriety system can be triggered with killing troopers, of course, but in a world as oppressive as this, you might imagine you can get in trouble for minor infractions or obstructions, like consistently getting in a trooper's way. You can biff, baff, boff a trooper or set of troopers on the hardest difficulty upwards of 10 times in a row and they won't do shit, and that's even with pushing one of them over.
If you bump into a stormtrooper to an excessive degree, they'll eventually get mad at you and then they'll point their gun at the air and then you'll be arrested.
Once you cap out the insane limit, they announce an interest in capturing you, and because the city troopers are equipped with even worse AI, it simply means you must turn a corner to escape them. You see, the key to understanding them in a more stressful environment is an orange question mark appearing above their heads. This tells you they are on the case. They have somewhat noticed you, and if you aren't careful, if you don't escape them very soon, they will capture you. This is common in the mainline levels and landscapes, but it's implemented in the cities as well, even down to the dewback riding stormtroopers. Only, much like everything in this video game, it would seem the coding was not completed. What a shame that I can sometimes simply get in the way of stormtroopers indefinitely because they haven't even been given the basic zombie code to capture me that the others benefit from. They are instead as sentient as the average texture.
You heard them. Move along. Step away. This is Imperial business.
And of course this applies to the vehicular experiences as well. The fucker will be indefinitely delayed. They weren't coded with a single dynamic element to get them out or even complain.
Leave the area at once.
Just passing through.
You're dismissed. Hey, what are you doing here?
All right, I'm out of here.
No discipline. Leave the area at once.
Oh, my mistake.
Get out of my sight.
Even the district checkpoints can be bullied over and over again without repercussion in this oppressive world. The Empire sure are scary. It's all just rather disappointing, and even when they finally engage in some consequences after eons of humping them into submission because you happened upon troopers with actual code, you end up with the lamest catch-and-release engagement you can imagine. As though the devs are simply saying, please stop it, we don't have much in the way to stop you, but please stop it. However, it should be mentioned that this isn't some system they implemented to make the game incredibly easy for the retarded in the world. As was said, this is all on the hardest difficulty you can choose. You can even have a creature attacking the troopers and suddenly they'll decide you are wanted for simply looking on at the insanity. There are countless more examples of this to come.
Bro, it's just fucking everybody up. Ah, why am I wanted?
The thing is, the system is fucked. You can be running with level 5 notoriety inside an Empire base with notifications talking about recently seeing you and sending units only for it to end immediately because the game has competing and poorly constructed coding trying to generate an estimation of fairness when it comes to evading these systems. All it does, however, is create funny moments instead.
Attention! The fugitive has been seen near the Howling Strip. Proceed to the area and eliminate them. We have lost sight of the target. Abort the search.
It was mentioned earlier that I managed to thoroughly evade an immediate Empire Level 4 notoriety threat by standing perfectly still because I didn't pause and went for a piss.
We have lost sight of the target. Abort the search.
All good now.
The game struggles so much with what the notoriety system means that I can kill stormtroopers directly outside of an Empire base, be spotted doing so, activate level 1, and then face no consequences, as though I didn't exist. Fascinating. But hey, it's not like the developers made it clear that they needed the Empire, and by extension the stormtroopers' aim, to actually matter, and so, against the authenticity of Disney Star Wars, they had them be threatening, you know, damaging and accurate, especially on the hardest difficulty.
We got chased and I was shot to death by stormtroopers. Famously, they are not very good shots in the movies, so did you overpower them for the game or am I just very bad?
No, we overpowered them for the game. No, you're a really good player. Don't worry about it.
I thought so.
Yeah, there needs to be a little bit of challenge. So authenticity, we can tweak it when it comes to stormtrooper aim.
How far can I get just by
alive.
running
I really
in?
need that
do you think?
sequencer.
I'll try.
Let's try. Hey, fellas.
You can't take them full on. There needs to be a little bit of challenge. So authenticity, we can tweak it when it comes to stormtrooper aim.
Come on!
I see her!
Hurry up!
There needs to be a little bit of challenge.
Let's get him, Nix.
This is all very intense. It's good to know that I could have just not done any of that.
After her!
Seriously?
All units, threat has escalated. Fugitive is highly dangerous. Keep her in range and await reinforcements.
Bro, this game sucks. How about another example?
We are doing this the hard way.
You see, I wanted to know what would happen if I actively tried to become a menace to the Empire. So I begin with simply blowing up 3 Imperials with a grenade. I then spot a guy who's stuck on his speeder, and,
Oh, look, that dude... He's just like... Ew, whatever, bro. Excuse me? How do they know? Wanted by who? Hey, I'm pretty sure something weird's going on over here.
I'm really not even sure who's reporting what at this point. Anyway, a bunch of speeders stack up and get confused. I realize they can't do anything to me until they climb the ladder. And, even then...
Where did she go?
I didn't do anything.
Find anything?
Over here!
Oh my god. Where could she be?
The threat has escalated.
Oh my goodness.
Fugitive is extremely dangerous. Hold the line and wait for backup.
This TIE fight is coming. What do I do?
I continue to do this, and eventually I end up with level 4 notoriety, and a ship sort of thinks about landing, but also doesn't until I realize they did indeed drop reinforcements to deal with me, just very far away. In fact, they seem incredibly confused as to why the game even left them there.
Are those two guys that are gonna try and kill me over there? Is that what the question marks are? Should I go get them? Are you guys lost? Yeah, look!
We're going loud. They spotted us.
Roger that. You have clearance to neutralize the criminal.
And despite all of what you've already seen, please believe me when Dooku says,
This is just the beginning.
Keep searching.
Oh. He killed him! It's just like in Mandalorian Season 2. He killed him. This game doesn't fucking work.
This system boasts an insane lack of consequence considering the immense impact on the Empire. The contradictory coding trying to guide the units while keeping track of the player and pathing around this unfinished world makes for many miserable failures. There is a distinct lack of effort in creating unique and difficult events per degree of notoriety, which strikes as quite fucking odd considering the power and standing of this galactic governmental force, and the fact that I'm just one random dumbass. It's just fucking broken. You can literally lose notoriety while being surrounded by the very stormtroopers who want to capture you. You can disable the notoriety system accidentally, something I did several times without realizing it because it was so inconsistent to begin with. You can literally create an infinite bugged out sequence that prevents the Empire from raising the alarm on K. I couldn't even fix this by resetting the game or the device. I actually could no longer gain notoriety. In order to rescue the game from becoming even more buggy and easier, I had to load an older save and lose my progress. I even managed to stumble across this very retarded bug on stream. I tried some alternative suggestions from chat on how to potentially fix the system and quickly realized I couldn't launch my ship. I had completed the missions on Tatooine and yet it wouldn't let me talk to Jalen, upgrade the blaster, use datapads, talk to Ankle Gadik. I began to realize the bug was infecting just about every option I had, and so loaded an older save before it took away the ability to move. Truly an incredible game, and let's be honest, you wouldn't want to play without the notoriety system because then you can't experience the Death Trooper Squad, a mechanic many don't even know exists, and of those that do, didn't experience any of it, and of those who didn't understand much of any of it, and of those who did understand it, well, they would have laughed at the sheer fucking incompetence.
I haven't done this yet, but one of my friends talked about just upping the wanted system on purpose and what happens when you get to the end, and I haven't experienced it, so I won't spoil it, but I thought it sounded awesome, and I want to just go do that.
Have they done it?
Yeah.
Okay, it's super cool.
So, what is the average experience of an exciting Death Trooper encounter? Well...
Reach the Death... Wait, why am I supposed... Hang on. Behind my face, like right here, it says Death Trooper Squad. Reach the Death Troopers. Why should I go to the Death Troopers? They're looking for me.
At notoriety level 6, the Empire recognize you as a significant threat and send their elite squad to deal with you. Obviously, this strikes many players as odd if you are the one that has to hunt them.
Why are these Death Troopers 2 kilometers away? And why do I need to go to them? This makes no Where are they? Death Troopers engaged. You can kill on sight, but only if they find you first. It's a Union thing. Oh my god, you're not allowed to punch them. Still not very smart though. It's the best they got to offer, you guys. That's all they got. Okay. The fuck was that? I don't even know what to say. That was pathetic. You get full wanted level, and then the game is like, go find these Death Troopers so you can get their keycard to get rid of your search. But why? Shouldn't they hunt me? Isn't that the point why they... Oh...
They will usually spawn between 1 and 3 kilometers away. The game expects you to find them and kill them. Unfortunately for the devs, most players will just carry on with the game and never explore this aspect because there's no incentive to do so. At least that's what most would believe, but it's actually funnier than that. A standard engagement with these chaps runs somewhat like what you're seeing right now. You arrive at a recently established camp and you have 3 death troopers accompanied by an officer holding a keycard. Upon easily wiping them out, even in the early game on the hardest difficulty with 3 grenades doing most of the work, you pop the keycard into the terminal and it removes your notoriety level entirely while fetching a 1000 credit prize. So you see, the ultimate reward for killing those that were sent at the height of your notoriety is losing your notoriety entirely. But you only maintain that very level of notoriety by hunting those that when you kill them, removes it. Okay, to be absolutely clear, the Empire launch powerful offensive units for the sole reason of punishing the player for reaching maximum notoriety thousands of kilometers away, and if you choose to ignore them, you get the loss of notoriety and they despawn. If you choose to hunt them down, you are rewarded with the loss of notoriety? What the fuck were they thinking?
Oh look, I have to find the Death Troopers again. Manhunt started. Go find the people who manhunt you. It's like, no?
There's just about one time this seems to function somewhat appropriately in the entire game, being that reaching level 6 will spawn the Death Troopers in this Empire compound and they will land within it. They will actually hunt you.
Wait a minute. Those Death Troopers? They sent Death Troopers? There's one still 2 kilometers away. I'm just surprised they finally sent Death Troopers. I'm almost proud of them.
Isn't that amazing? What this made me realize, of course, is that this is probably how it was supposed to work the whole time. That they would be able to be brought in at any point in the world had you pissed off the Empire enough. Only I suppose the devs realized they hadn't done enough work to ensure their functionality. This one base was finished up and functioned, but I couldn't find any others, even despite the fact that landing pads appeared for many of the bases. You start to realize they were likely cut short on implementing them, and even if they had the time to finish, they're an absolute embarrassment. And what do they say makes a pattern? 3 examples, right? Well, here's 3 examples of me casually wiping the floor with the dreaded Death Troopers, and I am by no means an expert. Watch how little effort I have to put into thinking about how to kill these fucking glorified Gamorrean gods.
This is a dangerous escalation.
ND5, I found the ISB base.
To access the ISB network, that officer's data key. K, those are Death Troopers. They're in a class of their own.
Yeah, I got it. Okay, go down!
Attention all units. The ISB is taking over the hunt for the fugitive. An ISB officer and Death
ND, you hear that?
Yes. You are in grave danger, K.
ND5, I found the ISB base.
To access the ISB network, you'll need that officer's data key. K, those are Death Troopers. They're in a class of their own.
Yeah, I got it.
You'd have thought they'd want Death Troopers slightly more intimidating, especially on the hardest difficulty. The fact that this is supposed to represent the most difficult unit in the game, and it acts as punishment for being on the height of the Empire's wanted list, only for it to amount to this, is absolutely embarrassing.
Wow. They're in a field of their own, Vess. What will you do? How will I defeat them?
All good now.
They live up to their name? Are you kidding? It's actually so pathetic. Why bother? It's there for people to say that it's there. You know, in the game, if you alert people to rank 6, then you activate the Death Squad event, which involves sending elite squadrons to your location, and you have to deal with them as a repercussion for having done so much to the Empire. And at that point, the game is really interesting because it's giving you repercussions for having done so much damage to the Empire, when in actuality, you can't just do whatever you want, and so, true, you have to go 3 fucking kilometers to access these people as a repercussion, and the reward is turning them off. But, you know, pretty good.
What's even more embarrassing is that once you understand they are easy to kill, you can easily generate a level 6 notoriety and wipe them out to farm 1,000 credits each time. Something that might matter more if you ever really needed credits in the game.
Credits don't come easy.
Not only do they come extremely easy, but there are several ways to farm credits throughout the game, which I will go over. We're also not done talking about just how broken it is. You see, the whole idea in destroying the Death Troopers is to remove the notoriety entirely through an executive order, but that won't pull the regular troopers off you, and so doesn't really reflect what they want you to think is even happening in the universe. In addition, if you have the full alert, and whether you wipe out the Death Troopers or not, you can simply not use the keycard and carry on. If you choose to continue the story, it will automatically wipe your notoriety level while also breaking the dialogue in the following scene. If you remember, this is the iconic moment that Kay expresses an emotion while discussing what happened with Nyx, and yet, because I chose something the devs would never expect a player to choose despite the benefit it provides, the game breaks. For the record, the Empire affiliate that is designed in-game to reduce your notoriety level by being paid cannot save you from a level 6, but activating a cutscene does. What the fuck?
Seems like you need some help. Hey, heard you're willing to help out anyone who's been, wrongly accused?
Only if they have credits. Come back if you're ever in need of my services.
Yeah, will do.
They will get angry at you, and the severity of your crimes will escalate their response more or less. And if you push it to the max, which is wanted level 6, then the sole focus of the Empire in that region for that time being will be catching you.
You are a liar.
So you can expect lots of Imperial troops in the world looking for you. Maybe they will even deploy some ATSTs in strategic locations. And eventually they will send some Death Troopers to catch you.
These are lies. What's worse is they would have known it was absolutely and extremely unfinished, with the more important part being that it was broken to the core. I've said it before and I will be saying it again and again. The game is bugged to fuck and absolutely unfinished.
I can't be here! Get him!
Now this one's a bit harder to explain, but I mean we're already a million hours in. During my first playthrough, I didn't even realize a bug started up that spawned 2 separate instances of Death Troopers on a Kiva.
That's the Death Troopers. This is the Death Troopers.
What? After dealing with them, I then end the event, remove my notoriety, and the game is so fucking lost it procs the dialogue to let me know the Death Troopers are arriving.
Target lost. Back to positions.
I think I'm good.
To all units, the ISB is taking over the hunt for the fugitive. An officer and Death Troopers have been sent to a field base to conduct their own operation. Stay out of their way.
Look out, Kay. The Empire is sending its best after you.
No, they're not. We killed them all, and that's it. It's cleared out that notification now, because the other ones aren't even here anymore. All that dialogue was placed wrong.
Look out, Kay. The Empire is sending its best after you.
No, wait, what do you mean more Death Trooper squad? Wait, what? What? Huh? I just did that. The game is confused.
Though when it comes to Death Trooper glitches, nothing takes the cake like the game being unable to properly spawn and deploy them, even when it delivers them actual fucking kilometers away.
Manhunt started. Oh no, Death Troopers are on the way. And then there's like this message was like, oh yo, they're in the base and organizing a search. Like, they already know where we are. Just fucking go there. What are you talking about? God damn.
There are many moments in many playthroughs where one will approach the Death Trooper area and spot the ship that's meant to act as their spawn simply hovering there. That's not supposed to happen.
Oh, they were all standing inside of each other.
It is happening, however, because the troopers can be very easily jammed on spawn.
Don't stop until we find her.
Close one. We got this, Nick.
Really nice of them to pile up on me like that. Pretty cool. Look out, guys, they're sending their best after us. This is so shit.
Should be good.
This triggers a bug in which the game doesn't believe they have yet been properly deposited, and thus you watch the Death Troopers get stuck inside themselves, waiting, if not begging, for death. The game got so fucked up it started spawning enemies on top of the ship, and it spawned multiple officers all holding individual keycards. Just keep in mind, using one makes the rest obsolete. It's just a fucking disaster.
The target's left our sector. Return to your stations.
Should be good now.
All units, the ISB is taking direct control over the search for the fugitive. An ISB officer and Death Troopers will deploy from their field base to neutralize the targets.
Kay, this is a dangerous escalation.
Oh. Please. Have mercy. I can't save. I just want to leave. I want to stop. This game has its fangs around me.
We need to pick up the pace.
I don't want no more. I want some nuggies.
Who the fuck else is there? Oh, what? I never even thought to look at the fucking roof. This whole time, I've just been not seeing this motherfucker. What are you doing up there?
Warning. Reports of a volatile fugitive in your area. Eliminate on sight.
How does this even happen? Look at him considering shooting. No! Oh look, I can farm this. Thanks, bro.
Oh no!
Yes!
Warning. We've been alerted of a fugitive
in one piece.
Oh my god. Dumb fucking game, dude.
So let's move on, shall we? We've covered the Empire's stranglehold upon this world and how you interact with them in a broad sense, but what is there to say of the life being brought to the Star Wars universe, I wonder?
At a foundational level, this is the biggest and most ambitious Star Wars simulator ever made. No other game gives you the same ability to sink into so much of the Star Wars fantasy, be it coming face to face with Jabba the Hutt in his palace, or playing a game of Sabaac in a cantina, or sneaking into an Imperial base to steal valuable secrets, to speeder races and spaceflight, and so much more.
The only planets that I would consider to be truly open would be Tatooine and Tashara, because you can essentially explore the entire map and go wherever you want without restrictions.
Bold claims, folks, but we weren't off to a good start before the gameplay was even discussed, so what do we actually have to work with? First and foremost, this is supposed to be a world where the Empire, funding the ISB, funds the Zerek Besh, and that Syndicate is used to hunt the Rebel Alliance while accessing information otherwise unavailable, and all of that is organized through Slero. Somehow, he failed to do any damage to the Rebels, but still built one of the most powerful syndicates in the galaxy. A syndicate that was never mentioned or referenced in the films. They don't even try to explain how in the fucking world a project like this would have gotten off its feet. Why would the Empire approve massive funding to create an underworld syndicate with several million moving parts, all to try and get information they are already the best at getting? Regardless, this was meant to generate quite the bustling and hostile world. An Outlaws world filled with challenge, opportunity, and crisis.
Did you know that the Chinese use the same word for crisis as they do for opportunity?
Yes, crisis-tunity!
Judging from countless reviews, it would seem the world is bustling and reactive to any input the player might imagine.
The kind of city hubs, they look really busy, they look alive. I've played plenty of games where places like this are just dead, but Ubisoft have kind of nailed it. You see lots of people from the Star Wars universe and go, oh, there's one of them Utabuta Solo guys, Greedo kind of guy. You see lots of other things that I don't know what they're called, but you recognize them from the Star Wars movies. It looks Star Warsy.
One of the first things I was truly struck by in Star Wars Outlaws was just how bland, boring, empty, and dead the world was. A shockingly low amount to interact with, and little to no recognition that your choices mattered or even existed. A staggeringly lazy attempt to make a world feel as though it is alive by hitting some of the most surface-level, basic implementations of what one would expect in a video game. And this applies to every environment you can encounter.
We gotta go that way. Let's have a look here first. Not even my little guy can do anything.
A relatively empty world. Though they were populated with plenty of shit to make you think otherwise, huh?
God, there's nothing to see here. It's so boring.
Whoa. I was about to say, does this place not feel as though it's supposed to be populated and it just isn't? See what I mean with the canisters and things to collect and find? You know what I mean? It feels like the rest of the game where it's just dead for no seeming reason. Once you've played long enough in Tashara, it becomes very fucking boring. Like it's
very boring.
Tashara is well crafted and alive.
Why?
Why? Why would you say that?
Why would you lie to me?
What was the number on the check? I must know.
What struck me so hard in Tashara is like, wow, there's like 100 people in this huge cantina, and I can't do anything with any of them. That's
they
crazy.
just stand there. They're indistinguishable from decoration or furniture.
The level of interactivity with the world is so it's so low. The degree to which you're able to even interact in these spaces is just so minimal. They don't feel like living places.
Unfortunately, in this day and age, a game will be far more celebrated for its graphical achievements than the mechanical ones. In order to create a video game world brimming with life, you must generate interaction and consequence. The planets within this game lack anything close to this because they were generated in a rush, and their primary attribute is to simply look like the authentic thing. Once that wears off, however, the reality of the experience comes crawling in.
Red Dead 2 2 came out almost 6 years ago, and somehow open world has only gotten worse. Bigger doesn't really, like, mean anything if there's nothing for me to do. Red Dead Redemption 2 has a big open world, but there's a lot for me to do in it. There's more to making a world, like an open world, feel alive than fidelity. Like, Grand Theft Auto 4 came out, what, like 16, 17 years ago at this point? Obviously now, graphically, it has dated, but that was like an open world that just felt alive. It felt alive and interactive, reactive to what you as the player choose to do.
Is that everything that's here? Like, this game is so empty. Oh, God, this nothing here, man. This is so boring.
Akiva cheats quite a bit. Can you see how much filled space there is with nothing in it to make you feel like the whole place is so much bigger than it actually is? Because we've got the main hut area, main pike area, main empire area, and then we spawn in that town. But because when you see it like this, you're like, oh wow, look at this whole place. It's like, it's not.
No, that's not. Yeah, this isn't like DayZ or anything. This isn't like, you know, The Witcher, or this isn't like Far Cry. You just can't go places. It would look like a blood vessel system of the places that where you're allowed to actually go on this. You can't stray away.
So
from
much
them.
of straying off will get you into the out of bounds shit. You're just like, fuck you.
So empty. I suppose it's most significantly emphasized when you're speeding around on Tatooine, right? Of just like how empty the world actually is. But again, it's really no different on that other planet that we're on. You just go ages without there being anything. And we even say like, oh, hey, look, there's something there, but it's just like one building that you go in to grab a couple of things, and that's it.
Wait, does this not have like an actual open world thingy? Oh, fuck off. This is legit just the city. So you don't get to go over like snow plains or anything. This is it. Really? That's so lame. Oh, when you think like, oh man, how lame can this get? And then like, hey, I actually haven't checked out the over, because I just realized I don't know why I did realize this last stream.
So like, yeah, I mean, it looks like Mos Eisley, which is nice, but it could just be a bunch of gray blocks, and it wouldn't make any difference in terms of your capacity to interact with it. It's like an alive world as long as you don't interact with it. Once you start interacting with it, you begin to see it for what it is, which is it's just set dressing compared to an actual game where you can interact with people in the environment.
You can find yourself choosing to explore every last corner, only to find nothing upon nothing. And as has been mentioned, there is no excuse even in a desert environment to create a broadly uninteractable and meaningless world.
To do that, we gotta go do a whole bunch of shenanigans, do a bunch of quests, blah blah blah. Exploring each of these planets is so fun because they all have a unique...
You sure did make it sound fun just then.
Yeah. It really... I feel like it has to be stated that there is no meaningful difference between the way that you interact with these planets in terms of its aesthetics. They're all big empty spaces. They're all big empty spaces. It's just some of them have grass and some of them have trees. That's it.
Even love grass. Well, these planets are extremely different in terms of the biomes that you visit, so you would think that they should lean really hard into the fact that this is like an unforgiving, super harsh, cold climate. This is an arid desert where very few things can live. This is a lush jungle world that's constantly wet and raining, and so the quests and things that you do there might relate to it, or there'd be gameplay impacts because you're in completely different areas. I mean, no, not really at all.
In Red Dead Redemption 2, there's a difference between the places that you go to, and it changes how you navigate those areas. Like, if you're in New Hanover, it's like, yeah, it's big, massive plains. But, like, if you're up in the mountains, it's mountains. It's harder to move around. It's difficult to traverse. If you're going through the snow, it's kind of harder to move around. You have to stick to mountain trails.
It's really, truly quite the fuck-up for such a carefully crafted and celebrated open-world Star Wars game that we can cycle through vast nothingness for so damn long in countless areas. You can go through huge portions of land with no interactions with wildlife, no aesthetic wonders, no distant merchants or traveling NPCs of interest, no bounties hiding out, no caves that lead to treasures, no difficult segments or pathways pathways that require me to do some kind of creative traversal, no racing opportunities, no challenges that relate to exploration, nothing. It gets to the point that picking up random pieces of crafting material is clearly compensation for the thorough lack of development in almost all areas. But hey, at least we've got Tatooine.
We get to go to fucking Tatooine again. I'm so fucking sick of Tatooine. And it's always Tatooine and then it's the same fucking city. Tatooine is a whole planet. Go to somewhere else on Tatooine at least. I'm sick of it. I don't want to see this stupid fucking planet anymore. It's Tatooine. There's the same fucking place you always go to in shows and games. Cool. Fucking blow up Tatooine. I don't want to see it anymore.
We have one of the most memorable places in entertainment history, the desert planet of Tatooine. Amazing to see how literally decades later, these things from the original trilogy still hold up so well.
Fucking blow up Tatooine. I don't want to see it anymore.
However, it's not just what can't be done in each of the pieces of the world as you progress through them, it's what the world is populated by and how one can affect that reality. If it wasn't already obvious, the vast majority of almost every last contributor to this world in NPC form is fake, hollow, and operates with the mechanical complexity of ball in a cup, without the ball. This is a world where I can shoot at an enormous collection of stormtroopers in an Empire base and simply leave with no repercussions. A world where I can decimate the Pike's security forces in their own syndicate, enabling a chase with a horde of them trying to kill me, enter their main security building, and suddenly they all lose interest because the game wanted to provide the reward of protection for being even more intrusive than what earned the aggression in the first place.
Bye! Obviously,
Good now.
made it into their stronghold, so they care less about me now than they did. It makes sense.
A world where I can brute force my way into Jabba's palace consequence-free and enter stealthily despite his entire guard shooting at me along the way.
Hey, fella. How you doing? Everybody, good job, obviously. Appreciate what you've done with the place. It's a great little look, great little style. Just don't mind me. Just gonna come in, as per usual. Have a little look around, as you do.
A world where you can stumble on some guys shooting some other guys and you are forced to side with one team without understanding what in the world is going on.
What an incredible battle. It feels so alive and populated and interesting. Anything could happen. You could stumble across the most interesting things, such as guys awkwardly not doing any damage to each other infinitely. And then me choosing to kill some of them for reasons I don't understand. I don't know why I killed the ones I did. I'm not allowed to do anything to these guys, though. See, they're green.
We're gonna talk more about this later. A world where you just drive through people because fuck it, they aren't actually there. None of it matters. You have a chance at one point to give some money to a lady who is selling her whole stock to begin a career with the Empire, and you can choose to support her. This struck me as such a fucking dead inside concept. This woman will now potentially go on to be one of the thousands of soldiers Kay will kill in any given circumstance because she couldn't give less of a fuck. However, since she's at a stall here, it's not a thought that would ever cross her mind, or the developers' minds for that matter. However, none of the issues I have mentioned so far could possibly compare to the design of the most important feature of any given universe.
Let's go into the bathroom. Oh my god, look at the state of the shitters. That looks awful. What are you supposed to put your ass cheeks on? What the hell? Is this the Star Wars toilet? The Star Wars toilets are terrible. How do you just sit your cheeks on the edge and... How do you pee? How are you supposed to pee? What if you're pooping and you have to pee? Where does it go? Do you have to turn around? Because it slopes downwards. This makes no sense. My immersion is being destroyed. There isn't any toilet paper in the bathrooms. This is terrible. What if I ate too much Bunta spice and I have to drop a tauntaun size? And I'm like, where? I'm sorry. I'm having too much fun. I need to get back to the game.
Though even worse than that is this man right here, sitting with his ass and back hanging out of the shelter despite the many other free seats under the full shelter while it's raining. He's just soaking his back for no reason at all. Whose immersion-breaking blunder was this? Truly the biggest flaw in the game.
You're all using sarcasm. Excellent.
You get all sorts of lazy implementation throughout the nature of this world, like that aforementioned checkpoint never moving its queue and never requiring K to visit it again.
You know, I feel bad. This line has just been the same for the entire time the game's been running. I hope one day they can get through.
You have the drop-off ships that provide anything from standard units to death troopers, oftentimes just hanging around afterward, as though it was on the list of things to address, but the devs ran out of time and so just gave up on. Though random shit being left on the map is far from a surprise, as we've seen.
Now this is... Oh my goodness.
You just can't step a single foot forward in this world without realizing there's something incredibly wrong. The open world is small, empty, joyless, and filled with lifeless posters with basic movement patterns. And with all of that being true, it still collapses on the regular. Tatooine was the big hitter, and it feels more a wasteland of development, bereft of scum and villainy, than the immersive Outlaws dream planet. Toshara is what feels like the closest the dev team got to realizing something that brought life to the game, but scratch the surface and it's the exact same obsession with graphical fidelity you find throughout. It's this focus on the spectacle instead of an interest in integrating multiple aspects to create a meaningful experience. It is no less barren than the desert planet. Akiva was the third most impressive, but the map itself was already frustrating enough to navigate without referencing the lack of interesting things to engage with, leaving us with Kijimi, a city that is noticeably smaller than even half of Mos Eisley, let alone Tatooine. It became obvious quickly that they didn't give a shit about this planet, and they didn't have anywhere close to the time they needed to flesh it out. It was likely last on the list, and this is about as far as they got. Being able to explore 3.5 planets in an open-world Star Wars game is fucking pathetic.
Games like this that bring to life a highly stylized fictional set of worlds that remind me why I liked the open world format in the first place. It's not the same thing we've seen 100 times before, and the open world format is used purposefully here to let you feel what it would be like to live in the Star Wars universe.
The open world format is obviously used with careless, hollow McFuckery here to prevent us from ever knowing what it would feel like to live in the Star Wars universe. More on that in a bit. For now, we must discuss syndicates and reputation, an all-new system designed to impress and distract while encouraging the notion that this game is absolutely filled with mechanical depth appropriate for the experience it promises.
The beauty of these locations, how thriving and bustling they feel, how much they reward you interfacing with them, how well metered the open world activities are, how smart and engaging the expert system is, and how impactful the reputation system is, all give you the distinct impression that Ubimassive were not only trying to deliver the biggest and most beautiful Star Wars game ever made, they were also trying to respond to much of the criticism we throw at Ubisoft about how they design open world games. By and large, Massive were successful on both counts. Star Wars Outlaws is a game that is incredible to look at, but it will also make you ask what's over there, and it will reward your curiosity if you choose to find out.
Yeah. We'll see about that. The system from the core is a series of 4 progress bars that relate to a respective syndicate and their perception of you. Syndicates are found in several locations throughout the game. The degree to which the bar is filled will determine specific forms of access, equipment availability, and mission opportunity. However, first and foremost, the Zerek Besh, the Rebels, and the Empire are not available to join as syndicates or factions, and that's retarded. Just imagine a loss of potential with all of those options out of play. Perhaps with enough work done, you could convince Slero to let you join the Zerek Besh. Perhaps as an Imperial, you could have enforced power on the syndicates that leads to leveraging them against each other. Perhaps you could be working for one faction, playing them against another with sensitive intel, only to be working for a third the whole time, being the Rebels. Working for the Empire could be the equivalent of hard mode, where all avenues are more consistently blocked off, with the connection connection as Eric Besh have with the Empire, the interplay could be incredible. Perhaps the Rebels have the most difficult gameplay and the Empire end up being the smoothest to align yourself with, though a counterbalance could be the limitation of particular meaningful missions, complicated contracts, and opportunities for unlockable abilities and equipment that actually make a difference. Just imagine a big set of multiple interesting endings reflecting your choices throughout the game. Imagine the system wasn't paper-thin, exploitable, soulless, pathetic, meaningless, and to refer to it as an alpha would insult the concept.
Speaking of the syndicates themselves, I've gotta talk about the reputation system. It's great. I've done a handful of missions against the Empire so far, and they're intense because they're difficult, but I don't care if they see me because they're the Empire. They're always going to hate me. But when I'm doing a job for a syndicate against another one, then the reputation system comes into play.
No, not really. Throughout the game, you will find the chance to steal significant items related to mechanical parts, or simply high-value objects for sale, or even credits. This means you'll want access to the syndicate districts pretty regularly, and your standing will have an effect on that. While in a district, your actions will have special effects on the reputation system, as you might have expected. This is all well and good, but let's get specific about the way this works. While in a district, you can approach any given materials left in any given place, and it will more than likely warn you that it will count as stealing if you pick it up. What's strange is that it absolutely doesn't count as stealing for as long as no one sees you, meaning the warning is pragmatically inaccurate in those instances. Broadly, however, this seems like a fair system. How about we see it in play?
Thanks. Keep moving, Nix. They're headed for us. Hold that for me.
Ah, so that's absurdly stupid. I have a very good reputation with the Pikes, and I just got done trading with their merchant. The idea that I walk over to a box with random shit on it, pick something up, and bring out the full force of the district is insane. One might have thought that my standing with the Syndicate would offer any other form of offense, like being questioned or asked to return the items, or even asked why I picked them up. But no, the game isn't capable of that. Instead, it's all guns a-blazing the second I pick up a grenade from the table. Considering these are the weapons they use to organize the security of the area, and I am trusted with more access and enforcement of this organization than most of the people here, I feel this is a pretty lazy bit of coding. They couldn't be bothered to create different, appropriate responses based on the choices one may have made within this system. And what's worse is this reaction is not consistent. Depending on the district and planet, you can simply walk into any given area and steal anything from credits to rings and other items of value without consequence. And it goes beyond districts. There are merchants that can simply be outright robbed of their entire set of possessions to then trade with you. You can break into their stash, steal a vibroblade talisman, steal their materials and use them for trading. You can be welcomed into the palace by the Ashiga only to steal their shit right in front of them, and they will not give a fuck.
A lot of security here. Crimson Dawn knew what they were doing.
Yeah, sure. You say a lot of security. I'm just gonna steal shit.
So, I would say we're off to a crippled start, but what else gets you a hairy, if not trigger-happy eyeball in these districts?
It's only a crime if you get caught, and your reputation is only affected if you get caught.
Oh, really? Somehow, I think you're lying.
Okay. I gotta play this safe because I don't want to get found, basically.
We weren't friends anyway.
Trespassing? Who? Who saw me? Who, game? Who saw me? Tell me who saw me. I want you to tell me who saw me trespass. Who was it? Fuck you. Fuck you, game. Fuck you. Jesus Christ, we just started, and this game is pissing me off. Holy fuck. I actually hate this stupid fucking video game.
It's only a crime if you get caught, and your reputation is only affected if you get caught.
You are a liar.
To be clear, when functioning, you can move to portions of a district that are not permitted for your character, and when caught, you get a penalty for trespassing. Frustratingly, however, there is a pathetic cap on your ability to rise in the ranks of any given syndicate, and what I mean by ranks is... well, there aren't any. Most of it runs in a binary of passing into one field of the progress bar, and then an area that was awkwardly shoving you away now accepts you, and this is really only applicable to one border per syndicate. Of course, the idea of having ranks and respect based on operations and choices across the galaxy would be far too awesome for this game. As a result of the lack of care, we encounter plenty of moments where even if you're maxed out on your relationship with a syndicate, they will decline your entry to places that are populated by even the lowest level of hired goons.
Hired goons?
This is a restricted area. You need to back away right now.
No, we're friends, actually.
Fine. I hear you. Ugh, gotta be another way in.
What's the fucking point of me having excellent reputation with them if I can't get in? There, excellent. Excellent. Let me in. We're friends. Dude, this game is so fucking dumb. Why did I even bother getting that up? Like, it doesn't do a difference besides me getting some rewards. It's so fucking unnecessary.
This system can get so fucking antsy that even though I've been hired to work for the Hutts and deliver a package for them, I go to collect as I'm told to, and even though I have a perfect rep with these idiots, they get mad that I'm apparently stepping into yet another poorly drawn border between being okay and being a trespasser.
We're in Stealthland. Stealthland has a border with Miragana, the main city, and that border is just ahead of where those two lads are standing. So what happens is I go from being in stealth mechanics over into zero mechanics. That means, can you see these three guards? One of them is in Miragana, the other two are in Stealthland. So you can only affect the first two, can't affect the guy in Miragana. So what I can do is send Nyx to kill the guy on the left, I'll get the guy on the right, and then I'll knock out the guy on the left, and no one in Miragana is going to care, because the border between them is so strong in the sense that they're not connected, these levels. They don't exist in the same world. Oh, he's on the border, do you see that?
Second chances.
See, nothing works on this guy because he's not real. Did you see I had to back up to activate the stealth knockdown? Because I was too close to Miragana. I was in like non-stealth takedown land, so I have to move back to activate the takedown. It's so fucking broken. And this fella, like, look at this. I'm not allowed to be here. I just took down two of his buddies. He just doesn't care. It's so great.
Though despite this obviously being broken in several small ways, one could argue it still gives consequences for trespassing in a way that comports to what the game says it offers. If you are spotted in a restricted area, you get punished. Right? Well, upon escaping from one fella spotting me in a pike district, I exit quietly out the back and happily wait for my health to regen, and I'm faced with losing reputation through disruption? Who saw me that could have reported that? The only person who encountered me is dead. Something you'll come to understand in this game is that trespassing is not some grand system with detail included to punish appropriately at all. Crime is crime, and an almighty force tracks every last thing you do every time. Which seems like the opposite of what they said it would be, doesn't it? You can wipe out an entire group of enemies and you can do it effectively one by one, but you will still be reported.
Who saw me? Who game? Who saw me? Tell me who saw me. I want you to tell me who saw.
Your reputation is only affected if you get caught.
How is it even trespassing if someone saw him? Wouldn't the report be for mass killing? Why the fuck is it? Whatever. So as you can see, it's ridiculously overzealous. But, you know, at least it's not flaccid, I guess. At least there's a challenge to overcome. Imagine it was both overzealous and indifferent. That would be... So let's talk about how flaccid the trespassing system actually is. Because truly, the system as it stands stands is all the game has. There are plenty of rough edges they did not bother to work with. You can be tossed, as we've seen, for trespassing, but you enter these districts because of your good standing, and as long as your trespassing penalty doesn't hit hard enough to alter your broad reputation, you can just walk the fuck back in.
She won't cause you trouble.
I'm supposed to make contact soon.
Nothing in this sector.
They just threw you out, for fuck's sake. But it gets funnier. You can enter these areas when having nowhere near enough reputation. You can then see many of the people who work here notice you and blatantly do nothing, because they are not real. Many will think they need to act in some kind of stealthy way, but that is far from the case. The vendors can't even raise the alarm. They aren't allowed to sell to you, but they also can't do anything else. You'd figure coding them to raise the alarm would be simple, but just like the troopers on the dewbacks, this shit is simply unfinished. It's so bad you can walk out through the guards that stop people like you from entering, and they can't do shit about it. This applies to entering in general, but also the most secure areas, even if you just stole their entire fucking fortune. You see, it's not just insane, it's inconsistent. You can do this with all syndicates, no matter the planet. You can kill the guy on the door and run from the room he was guarding, and you won't raise sufficient suspicion to actually stop you. And even if you were stopped, you would keep the loot. They do not take it back. Even the huts let you walk all over them. To illustrate how bad this is, I actually had a mission where I needed to plant a listening device in the Crimson Dawn district. I ran right in because my reputation with them was maxed out. I then immediately killed one of them while being watched, but not watched enough that I was removed. Fucking bizarre. You get more punishment for picking up a grenade than killing a person. So then I plant the device right in front of 2 Crimson Dawn guards, earning me a trespassing penalty, and I picked something up getting me a stealing penalty, but I crouched temporarily and they essentially lost interest. The end of the mission then kicks in and I get my rewards, even though I've obviously failed, to then kill both guards and leave. As if that's not enough, this is all very much repeatable. It's pathetic. There's no consequence for anything, and I'm essentially exploiting the game through having good reputation. Something fascinating about the mechanical implementation of different systems in this game is just how radically unfucking finished they really are. A mechanic they have you unlock relatively early is called fast talk. It allows you to delay the nature of being caught by any given antagonistic faction before you can then deal with them with a stun shot or standard blaster fire. This does function somewhat in the normal experience of the game, but when combined with being in a district where they remove your ability to shoot, to use grenades, or other basic functionality, it cripples this ability. As I said, it's designed to give you a chance to shoot the enemy by delaying their report of having seen you, but you can't very well do that when you can't shoot, and yet they offer the move regardless.
Hey!
We'll stop you by force if we must.
No.
Enough of that. Stop struggling.
What are you doing? No! How come it wouldn't let me pull out my gun? It would not let me pull out my gun. I even had my stun thing turned on. Did this game just screw me over?
This one.
No, my reputation went down. It wasn't my fault. The game didn't let me use my shit. Fuck you, game. Fuck you. Now I gotta go back and do that shit again. You're just wasting my time. It's all this goddamn game is doing.
This embarrassment of a system won't even let you punch people.
Come back here! Behind you!
In Eva. Final warning. Stop right there.
At its worst, the mechanic can absolutely fail you to the point of getting you killed, but on the flip side, it can activate for people who are extremely far away or even closed off by a door. Check this baffling moment out.
I like what you've done with the place.
And Mayor, eh?
Come on, Nix! They're after us.
I am particularly fond of the door opening and showing, even temporarily, the graphics completely fucking up. Yes, there will be a section for that. For now, though, let's talk about killing regarding the syndicates. Did you know you can be perched atop a mountain, sniping random pikes and losing reputation through brawling? How in the fuck do they know who's shooting at them, especially when all of them haven't even reacted to the shots being fired? The funnier part is they can't even deal with this kind of attack. Yet another example of the player trying something basic only for the devs to shit themselves. They can simultaneously give you the brawling penalty and have no idea who you are or where you are. Absolute fucking nonsense. I had mentioned I wasn't removed from a syndicate for killing in the Crimson Dawn district, and yet over in the Pike district I killed 2 guards and I do get removed. But then I immediately walk back in because this game is a puddle of piss when it comes to immersive and well-designed systems complementing each other. It's so bloody inconsistent. I can ransack and kill the shit out of everyone in a district, guns blazing, grenades going off, shouting, screaming, everything you could imagine, and just outside, a series of guards who are all loyal to the syndicate just sit there, as though nothing is happening, because once again, the game is built in very small, very awkwardly dysfunctional pieces shoved together to create a bitter, demented, suicidal jigsaw. Something I find bizarre, however, when compared to stealing or trespassing, is that killing everyone in a district can be rated as brawling and cost you almost exactly the same as the other penalties. Why in the world would it work like that for anything other than laziness? Though, if I can, I'd like to praise what feels like the only interaction with this system that I felt worked in a meaningful way. I stumbled across some huts dealing with massives that have gotten free. They were coming close to all being killed and I saved them. As a result, I get a credit reward and dialogue reflecting what I did. And then, because I felt a little bit outlaw-ish, I decided I would kill them and rob them anyway. Killing this fella was easy because the game doesn't allow NPCs in the vicinity to have ears, and so I only needed to kill the last one, and of course that means I can be as loud as I want to be. How the fuck did the rep go down? They're all dead. Nobody else is here. Nobody knows this was me. Fuck's sake, one of the few times I try to compliment the game and it pissed itself. Now, as mentioned, some of these bizarre issues are actually tied to an absolute brain rot mechanic that did eventually get changed. That being the refusal to allow the player to engage in any combat mechanics.
If you get caught, you'll get thrown out. And you can't use your weapons. Why not? Why not, like, just give me the option?
While in syndicates, you can't shoot, you can't throw grenades, you can't even, well...
Right there.
Oh! 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 Come on! Oh. Am I not allowed to use... Oh. I'm not allowed to use them. Why can't I use these? Do they make loud noises when you equip them? Do they go... and let everybody know where you are? So I'm not allowed to tag enemies then. I can't tag enemies, which means that it's harder for me to keep track of where they are, which means it's easier for me to get caught.
As much as this is obviously extremely frustrating, arbitrary, and restrictive, it's worth saying why. A player feels absolutely betrayed when mechanics they have understood for the entire game are suddenly unavailable for what has absolutely no reasonable bearing in how the story or the gameplay has been laid out. Not to mention there already being a severe lack of mechanics one would likely expect to be present.
You can't even grab the enemies from over the crate.
It's truly amazing they allow takedowns, but they don't allow you to use the stun setting on your blaster when it's the most effective instant takedown mechanic you have. Perhaps equally hilarious is the fact that stealing from each of these people here always gives you grenades. Grenades they block you from using. This aspect of limiting your ability to harm people with with conventional combat is so insane that the second Nyx is finishing an animation to prompt a takedown, you get a window of a handful of seconds, and despite spamming the square button, they prevent you from executing the takedown because of these arbitrary rules, and you end up arrested. They draw an arbitrary line for these designated zones, and I think you can see the hilarity best laid out as previously mentioned here. Yes, I am ever so briefly returning to this set piece of nightmarish buffoonery. You see, the active and inactive zones in these districts become comical when you understand them. You can knock out one guy before this line, you can only knock out a guy on the line if you are standing in the right place, and you can't take out this guy because he isn't considered a part of this district. But he should obviously be treated the same in terms of who these people are, who they work for, and what I'm doing here. It would seem all of the borders for maps and a change in events in this game have been drawn by a drunken monkey who lost everything on Boogie's crypto scam.
I'm Tipples, the motherfucking clown. Do you understand? Tipples!
Everything is so broken I'm allowed to run circles around him in a place I'm not allowed to be in.
Okay, Nyx, we can go loud now. If we gotta.
What? What? Why? Why was I not allowed to go loud in the whole facility, but I'm allowed to be loud here? Why? What was the point of all that? What's the difference?
We can go loud now. If we gotta.
Why couldn't we do that before, huh?
Why can I now go loud, and why the fuck couldn't I do it before? What the hell is the difference, and why did the developers do this? Like, at least in the most updated version it is somewhat changed, though that's not even really a fix as opposed to a switch being flipped, and plenty of significant issues can be created as well as remain as a result of systems not having been properly integrated.
Every main sort of quest that we have in the game, at its heart, it often has a dilemma. Mm-hmm. Do you steal this information for the Pikes, or do you steal it for the Ishige clan? And if you give it to the Pikes, then the Ishige clan are going to be very disappointed in you and ding your reputation there. And that reputation is important.
Alright, well, if that were the case, why is it that reputation is so ridiculously easy to farm? First of all, having a high enough reputation that allows you to enter any given district means the required stealth aspects of reaching certain areas is wiped out. This means you can activate a quest with a significant reputational reward entailing the high-risk action of getting only one attempt to rob a member of the Crimson Dawn. Sounds intense, doesn't it? Well, let's see what happens. I walk right up to the person I'm meant to pickpocket, steal from them while staring them down, and they awkwardly point at me, and then I just sort of leave, and that's that.
Every main sort of quest that we have in the game often has a dilemma.
This mission was designed for the times you approach the Syndicate districts with a need for stealth. The missions weren't updated or changed to account for how the game plays once your reputation is high enough to simply walk into these places unchallenged. This is applicable to all syndicates and has a knock-on effect much like many other missions of being easily farmable and consequenceless. It plays as an exploit when you are simply completing missions as provided by the game because it broke itself. And this is no late-game exploit. I was doing this while my mechanic was fucking Waka.
I knew what she needed.
Much like everything else, these contract missions were simply not given enough time and care. Even your standard mission to steal any given material in space has a similar problem, but this is a constant rather than relating to your reputation.
Important, huh? Okay.
If you're thinking about robbing this thing, forget it.
All right.
They'll chew us up in no time.
Hold on.
As you can see, I travel to the desired spot, steal this protected material, and complete the mission. This benefits me with a significant bump in reputation and credits. And now, with the combination of just these two exploitable missions, of which there are many more, constantly refreshing from as early as the first planet, you can easily farm reputation with no repercussions until every Syndicate progress bar caps out.
Another job well done.
Your work is satisfactory. I will send you the credits, as promised.
This is insane, and a system with an interest in creating an authentic world would never allow this to happen. It should be impossible that you are beloved by all competing factions.
Doing a mission for one faction is invariably gonna piss off another.
No.
No, not
invariably.
invariably.
He didn't even get that right. Yeah, most
I
don't.
know,
90% don't.
Are just
Most
one,
of them
yeah.
don't. The reality is that the system should be mutually exclusive. It should be that
Yes.
if Java really likes you, someone else really hates you. It shouldn't
Yeah.
be possible for them all to like you.
They talk about all of them being at war. They talk the opening fucking scene is about them all hating each other. We have an example of the Ashiga and the Crimson Dawn clashing significantly. How can you be both of their bestest friends? How is that
You can
possible?
make this like really easy on yourself just by the acknowledgement that one like clan or whatever pursuing their interests is not good for the others. So if you help them pursue their interests, the others aren't gonna like that. You don't even have to like get fancy with justifying it in terms of how the missions play out or whatever. It's really, really easy.
What happens to one affects the other, you must understand.
Oh, it's so stupid that you can be on top, like perfect reputation with everyone. It's so lame.
You would be regularly fucking up all of them, for all of them, and apparently this means nothing. What then makes it even more exploitable is stacking all of the stealing and space quests or the district theft quests at the same time, running through them all and essentially playing a shitty farming game because of how badly they incorporated all of this. They don't even prevent players from simply reloading if they lose reputation. There's no weight, no meaning, just farm.
Reload your save file, you'll be able to walk into Crimson Dawn. Yeah, maybe we should do that.
As I said, this conflict of systems can be fascinating to study, but they are nonetheless embarrassing exploits that reveal a lazy system desperately trying to get away with being considered mediocre when that prestigious title is far from the rotted realm housing this absolute dreck.
Nix, attack.
Bro, how did they not recognize me? That makes no sense. Like, what? They haven't done anything? Okay.
Go put on a show next.
Oh, shit. Bro, how are they not seeing me? This is weird. Am I invisible?
What are you doing? Good.
Hi.
Okay. Like, are they tweaking out or something? What's going on?
Come back soon.
Okay. Bro, let's take out Tron.
Get him, Nix. Trust me. Oh no! I'm here!
Okay. What in the world is going on, dude? Okay.
Every main sort of quest that we have in the game, at its heart, it often has a dilemma.
Every quest does not contain a dilemma. At best, it's just a question of which bar do you want to fill a little bit more, with the promise that all bars will be filled momentarily. A screen will pop up, and it's supposed to denote some grand choice between syndicates, even though it will at times present an unknown third party as though there's some fucking significant choice being made here, when even the game is saying it has no idea how this could possibly matter.
We're not going to tell you when to be on the good or bad side with each one of them. I think it's, as a player of Outlaws, you're really gonna have to think, okay, what am I after right now, and what's the best course of action in this moment I'm finding myself in? What action should I take towards what consequence, which is also at the core of the experience.
Ah, yet another comment that doesn't at all address how it feels to play this game. Did you know there is a point in the game that you are asked to pick one of two syndicates to provide information, and if you choose one, you are now locked into and have to travel to them and provide the data pad. They do not allow you to duplicate the pad and provide it to both parties. They don't let you make up a story for the other team. They don't let you switch teams in case you change your mind, even though there's nothing that could stop you from doing exactly exactly that in terms of storytelling. They fundamentally did not value meaningful choices for the player, and they certainly weren't interested in providing a world in which you can manipulate or support any given syndicate. Reputation simply doesn't function properly in terms of gains and losses, and there's a few more deliberate ways that manifests. For instance, when given a counter-offer, the syndicate will most likely provide a large credit incentive at the cost of the reward and rep for the opposing syndicate, but for some reason, choosing to side with this other syndicate doesn't provide any reputation. Choosing to work for them does nothing for your standing with that syndicate, when obviously it would. Another example is a freighter I am asked to defend on behalf of Gorak, and I am promised that he will hear about Vess having made the difference in defending the syndicate, yet I receive no reputational benefit for the interaction, and this happened more than once. If you remember the decision to side with the Queen of the Ashiga or the second-in-command Krisk, who is supported by Kira and the Crimson Dawn, you can choose Krisk and she will become the new queen. However, because this game is retarded, when given the offer to choose, it will say that choosing the Ashiga Queen will gain you reputation with the Ashiga clan, while choosing Krisk will result in a boost for the Crimson Dawn, as though the developers forgot that choosing Krisk would mean you have just supported the Ashiga clan because she is now their queen and the prior queen was executed. But perhaps they did realize how stupid this was and kept the choice as is because it would otherwise be completely fucking meaningless.
And you leave me no choice.
Okay.
The origin strand.
I don't know. I don't even know what this matters. I don't give a shit who gets this. You take that, I guess. I don't fucking care.
I'm sorry, Krisk. Crimson Dawn's been playing you from the start.
We are all the Hive. Even you. Drop your
Guess we're all the Hive now. Like, oh no, oh, she got stabbed, this person I've met for the first or second time.
Something that sucks about the system is just how much they manage to fail to have appropriate consequences for particular actions. I can get caught stealing Jabba's prized possessions, planting listening devices, swindling his many members of the palace, or just straight up murdering them all, abusing his rancor, blowing up the docking bay, destroying his cruisers, subverting his ability to leverage space trade. All of this should result in a permanent mark against me, maybe even a cap on the reputation I can gain. Yet it often comes under a simple brawling penalty, or in the story it ends up being a boon to the relationship because the devs are insane.
Hey, ND, should I be messing with the Hutt cartel like this?
I wouldn't make it a habit.
Well, why not? I can just farm it back anyway. Nobody will remember my many backstabbings because it wasn't coded in, so who gives a shit? Well, I guess the game should, since you do have actual rewards for reaching certain thresholds. I was able to pretty easily cap out the reputation levels quickly, and not that it matters too much, but I didn't get in-game recognition or an achievement. You'd think being loved by everyone in the world would mean something significant, but oh well. Though perhaps that's not as lame as the fact that all rewards for each of the syndicates are essentially the same. Trinkets, gun parts, and clothing. That may sound like it has potential, but it falls apart in a few ways that imply a lot of rushing when executing this system. For example, with the Ashiga, the final outfit giving you some winter clothing with specific benefits related to pursuing their reputation. The same thing can be said for the Crimson Dawn and the Hutts. Benefits that relate to health, stealth, or damage, as you may expect, are provided even if they aren't that significant, though the Pike's final reward has you unlocking an Imperial outfit. This is because they have a connection to the Empire. A final reward that doesn't at all feel like it reflects the Pikes, but must exist to be unlocked to give the player an Empire outfit. I would say the clothing unlocks aren't particularly good anyway, but this was especially weak and seemingly rushed. I wouldn't be surprised if initially this outfit was unlocked in relation to specific Empire Empire missions, and it was passed over to the Pikes through time constraints. Another element of nonsense for the Pikes rewards ends up being that part of this outfit gives you a boost to a damage upgrade you don't receive until far later in the campaign, making it categorically worse than the other outfits. I imagine this is because the devs didn't test just how easy it is to cap out the reputation early thanks to their incredibly exploitable system. All of that makes for not only an unholy combination of laziness and a disappointing reward for what feels like achieving something the whole game revolves around, it highlights just how hollow the game is and just how much has been left out. If you could work for the Empire and gain rep with them, unlocking this kind of outfit would make sense. It could relate to your rank and influence. You could have the Zerek Besh incorporated too. You could make these rewards hard to reach, but you could also expand them. Same for the rebels. Imagine you unlock custom weapons, ships, vehicles, and even members of the Syndicate to command on top of having the drawbacks of receiving more restriction in other syndicates. Oh well.
The fuck is this? Hang on. What the fuck is this? Who's that goober? And why does he have a picture like he's a holy person? Who is this? Is this Sneem?
Things get way funnier, however, when you reach the lowest reputation possible with the syndicates. The devs clearly thought something should happen, and so they settled on death squads. The idea being a squad of speeders from the syndicate you've pissed off will periodically try to kill you if you don't escape the bottom rung of the reputation bar, which for the record is hard to maintain since the game so desperately tries to make you successful all the bloody time. They are ridiculously simple to kill, especially with Deadeye, which we are definitely going to be talking about too. And when you defeat any given set of Death Squad idiots, one of them will drop data that you can sell to a syndicate in order to raise your standing with them, as though the game is desperate to have you fix the fact that they have to send out Death Squads. What's hilarious is that if they kill you, fuck all happens. It would appear the design sort of stopped here. So if the Empire are pissed off enough, they will launch a team meant to kill you. A team that you have to find and kill yourself. But you do, at the very least, get a fine when the Empire kill you. With the Death Squads, you can be killed by them and simply reset, and now they don't exist. What the fuck lazy dumbass shit is all of this?
It's so funny how the Pike Syndicate just keeps finding me. But those Death Troopers, you have to find them. It's so fucking stupid.
You know, something fundamentally retarded about these death squads is that they are a constant for each syndicate, and they relate to the leadership's decisions. This is what they think of Vess. She's a fucking blight on society and requires removal. But the game still has story missions. This means I can be dealing with Hutt death squads all day, desperately trying to end my life, only to enter into a fucking business deal to defend Jabba's shipments with his major domo because the game doesn't understand or care how fucking stupid all of this is. The saddest version of this would be scoring an absolute low with all syndicates and entering the endgame cutscene where the syndicate with the highest reputation saves you.
What now?
Someone's answered the distress beacon.
What's up?
This would be an instance where no one should save you, and yet they bitched out and made the Crimson Dawn do it anyway. How the fuck you gonna smile as you guys organize this alliance when you have death squads chasing me, motherfucker? How is none of this accounted for? The fact is, we have yet another system created by a team running alongside the rest of the dev team that didn't communicate whatso fucking ever. A reality perfectly represented by the fact that reputation should, yet has no fucking effect on the story. To somewhat recap here, you can run through killing an entire building full of Syndicate members and it does barely any more damage to your reputation than picking up some credits.
Not bad. Still in one piece.
Yeah, huh? We sure did it. Yeah, we sure killed the shit out of these people we have excellent reputation with.
It's also been mentioned that you cannot engage with the Empire, Zerek Besh, or the Rebels like you can with the Syndicates. Not only can you not build your own influence with them with its own consequences, you cannot make any decisions in favor or against them.
So I have to eat shit with the Hutts, because the game is like, you need to do this right now. Yeah, those factions, they're pretty cool, right? But You're gonna help the rebels now. It's like, oh, okay.
Similarly, it doesn't matter to them whatsoever that you could have a perfect relationship with the Hutts, enforcing their will on the galaxy. And on the flip side of that, as mentioned, it doesn't matter at all to the Hutts that your reputation can be such that they are sending death squads to kill you while hiring you to defend their shipments. This is shockingly consistent. The moment you meet Jabba plays out exactly the same no matter what your reputation is with the Hutts. You'd think that being his right-hand man when it comes to almost all operations in the form of galactic shipments, smuggling, assaults, defense, and even betrayals that are in favor of the Hutts, that it would count for something.
Get back in Jabba's good graces. Get off Tatooine, and we'll figure out what to do next.
I was already in good graces. But then the game told me to fucking kill all of the Hutts.
See, they're affecting my Hut reputation's going down, and there's nothing I can do about it. I can't choose anything. What's the point in telling me that your decisions to continue playing the game have made it so that you're not as in favor with the Hutts? Like, okay, all I've wanted to do is work for the Hutts. That's all I've wanted to do in the whole fucking game.
They knew this wouldn't have made sense, and so they don't allow you to reach Jabba before the mission kicks in. A very clever developer made it such that the back entrance simply doesn't function, even though there are countless ways in which it should, and what we have to call the front entrance is covered by some rocks. Rocks that will magically disappear when you are allowed in for the mission. I hate shit like this. It can be death squads or perfect reputation, and either way, all of this plays out the same because they knew the reputation system actually meant nothing at all.
Hey, I'm looking for a guy named Haas.
You with the Hutts? Well, who cares? I have full reputation with the Hutts. I have conducted a lion's share of their activities successfully in this world, and you hate them to the point of shooting them on sight. But I'll bet these interactions and this dialogue play out the same no matter what my reputation is with them.
You've never met Jabba. You've never met Jabba.
Oh, we don't know each other, yet I have an excellent relationship with him. Okay.
He won't let us off planet, and somehow I'm stuck working with that bounty hunter who...
Hey. Everything will be fine. If Haas is dead, we adapt. Get back in Jabba's good graces.
Get back in his good graces? I already am. Your game's too stupid to know. The reverse retardity of this, of course, comes in at the end. No matter what that set of reputation bars read, Jabba is not going to risk his entire operation to attack the fucking Empire for goddamn Vess. That would never happen, and this world would have to break its fucking spine into tiny pieces to allow it.
I have pissed all over Crimson Dawn, and I have a feeling they just don't give a fuck. Like, they're not going to be able to react to this information whatsoever. It's almost like they can't in the campaign. I've been fucking them over at every corner. It's so funny.
This utter lack of care applies twice over to the Crimson Dawn, a syndicate that I can run an entire playthrough regularly betraying at every significant opportunity, only to speak to who is referred to as their queen and have no reference to said activity whatsoever. These conversations all play out the same way, even if she's sent kill squads after you, and you can't bring that up. Nor does she seem to be aware of it.
You're valuable to the fight, Kay. You just don't see it yet. Take care out there.
Why is she being friendly with you after what just happened? What was her reputation now? Look at that! Like... look at that! As well. It's like, yeah, alright, just take care anyway. Here's the actual state. I just find that funny. Yeah, see you around. Anyway, that squad's coming to get you.
Those that created the reputation system and the cutscenes clearly never spoke to each other. There's no reason to assume otherwise while playing, but we do because the game is sold as though that is the experience.
You're valuable to the fight, Kay. You just don't see it yet.
You have a kill squad coming for you.
Oh, do I? What? I have a kill squad coming for me? Yeah, I'll watch out for them. What? What? Do you mind giving me a heads up? Where is this kill squad? Oh no. Anyway. What? nonsense.
So it's shoot on sight there, basically. But if, you know, I went away and did missions and got my standing up with them, they just let me walk in and use their shops and all that. So it's very clever.
When speaking to Lando, Kay mentions she's not in good standing with the Crimson Dawn and Kira. When Fringy was playing the game, this worked out somewhat, being that he had a terrible reputation with them.
They barely put any effort at all into I think the only thing we got was that one with Lando, where she actually said, like, oh yeah, they don't like me at the moment.
If this is about me and Kira, we didn't exactly leave things as friends. She's, actually trying to kill me right now.
I think that's like the only time that that's ever been acknowledged in this game. That's it.
Unfortunately, this cutscene plays identically whether your reputation is terrible or excellent. It's truly a fucking interactivity crime that you can play through all of the game in literal imperial garb, and it makes absolutely no difference to any of the interactions when they all hate the Empire. This goes the same when wearing any other outfits that signal your loyalty to any given syndicate while walking to secure zones of other syndicates. It's all a joke.
You are working with Crimson Dawn.
What? No, I mean, go.
She's literally wearing their uniform. He's like, Crimson Dawn? What? No, not me. Because the game doesn't care about anything that you do. The game has a pathway that it's going to take.
But I also got this relic back for you from Crimson Dawn.
Well, I'm wearing their uniform.
What's even more of a joke is there are several areas in this world that are simply inaccessible no matter your reputation. They simply don't account for it. There are landing pads you are never allowed to use, as though Kay has to fucking respect the rules and she can't land where people say she can't. And speaking of places that only allow you to land when you have the right reputation for it, isn't that antithetical to the concept of the outlaw? Following the rules so as to not upset anyone. Such immersion.
Solo, a Star Wars story established that there are 5 major criminal syndicates. Can we expect to see all of them? Maybe more? We know about the Ashiga clan.
No comment.
I love how the devs are so clearly terrified when 5 syndicates are referenced. They have no idea how many there were in Solo, nor whether they reference them in their own game. Poor fuckers are just trying to complete the promotional circuit and start working on their next game. Which is interesting too, because they clearly had their thumb on the scale for the reputation system. The Crimson Dawn have preferential treatment and are clearly meant to be the best choice of syndicate to side with, according to the design of the game, while the others are pushed to the side. I'd have expected the Crimson Dawn's ending would become canon if they got a sequel, which is never going to fucking happen. In any case, this kind of preferential treatment is exactly the kind of thing you just love to see in a game all about choice, consequences, and fantasy outlaw behavior. Other examples regarding the Crimson Dawn include regular meetings with several members of leadership that show a personal interest and support toward Kay no matter your choices. Almost everyone you interact with related to the Crimson Dawn will provide some kind of explanation for why they are more the good guys than others, despite being responsible for some of the most heinous shit in the game. When maxing out respect with all syndicates, it is the Crimson Dawn that will be given the role of savior at the end. When draining all reputation to 0 and being hunted by everyone's death squads, it is still the Crimson Dawn who will be given the role of savior at the end. Meanwhile, the Hutts take significant hits to the reputation gauge as part of the canon of the story. Most, if not all, reference to them is negative. The devs wish to encourage that you see them as the bad guys and potentially pursue losing reputation with them while building it with the Crimson Dawn. It's as though they thought they need to create a world in which the player can root for someone, and it can't be the Ashiga because they're too alien, weird, and new. It can't be the Hutts because they're the bad guys in the movies, and the Pikes are antagonistic in the Disney shows, leaving the Crimson Dawn as the best prospect, once a little sugarcoating is done with a familiar face. A face that I thought was funny as fuck to see again.
This is Kira, Queen of the Crimson Dawn Hive.
Where are my my dragon!
There are portions of the game that run very strangely if you don't have good rep with them, to the point that it's assumed that the devs didn't really entertain that you wouldn't have chosen them.
This definitely strikes me, as it was written, with the awareness that you could have such a good reputation with Crimson Dawn that they would actually just let you walk in here and talk to them, but they didn't realize that you could also have a really bad reputation, and that it would be really odd that Kay snuck in here to have a casual conversation with him out in the open while there are people out patrolling. It is annoying that the reputation system is like a thing that is consistently singled out as a point of praise in a lot of reviews for this game, of like, yeah, the reputation system's good, the reputation system's good, but like none of it accounts for the fact that the reputation system doesn't respond in the way that it should. Why would that guy even help me? It's like, wait, you snuck in here, you have a bad reputation, I'm not helping you. Instead, it's just like, yeah, it's essentially everything is presented in a neutral, incoherent tone, where it's like, yeah, even though you had to sneak in here to talk to this guy to get him to help you, even though you had to do that, it's like it doesn't account for that being something that you could have done.
The biggest giveaway, however, is that when Jabba or other syndicates save you in the end, you get an expression from Kay that shows a selection of emotions from dissatisfaction to pensive or even a bit of frustration, but when it's the Crimson Dawn, Kay looks kinda happy about it. Once again, this is with the highest rep for all of them. In conclusion, the reputation system and the syndicates are a big ol' fucking joke, pretending to be more than what they are, with just enough effort to slip by reviews that only look into a product for a few hours until they move on to the next one. I'm somewhat disgustingly impressed by the strategy because it does somewhat work. Many of the pieces of praise I have seen for this game revolve around this system and its functionality, with everyone who praises it having no idea how it actually works or what the consequences of it are.
If I severely pissed off the Pike Syndicate, there should be a repercussion to that, and this game gives me that, where future story missions and future side content might become increasingly harder because I've chosen to really side with Crimson Dawn and piss off the Pike Syndicate.
It's actually incredible. If you witness an event like your rep shrinking in favor of a different bar rising once, out of context, then the whole system gets immense praise despite barely functioning. There's nothing detailed or layered happening, it's as simple as it sounds, only far worse.
Connections you've made will serve you down the line, and how much different syndicates like you will influence how much money you get from their jobs, what areas you can enter, and what rewards you get for your loyalty.
None of these people have explored it beyond the surface, but I will say it somehow earns its passing grade every single time from those who have absolutely no interest in actually playing the game. And, of course, those who receive their copies directly from Ubisoft.
Speaking of the syndicates themselves, I've gotta talk about the reputation system. It's great. I've done a handful of missions against the Empire so far, and they're intense because they're difficult, but I don't care if they see me because they're the Empire. They're always going to hate me. But when I'm doing a job for a syndicate against another one, then the reputation system comes into play. I've been buddying up with Crimson Dawn, and I've pretty much given up on my relationship with the Pikes. But at one point, it was in my best interest to work with the Pikes against Crimson Dawn, so I took the job. And that was probably the most intense mission I've been on so far, because I did not want to lose any standing with the Dawn.
Just a banger of a system.
I mean, this is the Star Wars Underworld simulator that people have been asking for.
No, it's not.
No, it is. I can't order a drink at the bar, you fucker.
It's a cardboard cutout of the Star Wars Underworld simulator that people are asking
It's a poster. It's nothing. It's a lie.
A system with barely any unique identity or depth, and you can't even join the obvious factions. Hell, you can't even make your own faction. Could you imagine? What a crazy idea. Well, with all that wrapped up, I think we can talk about space. You see, going to space, navigating planets through space, and engaging in space battles is a huge deal in this game, as is the simple notion of traveling.
It's always been part of the Scoundrel Fantasy as a seamless adventure where you can jump in your ship,
You can go into space. You can hyperdrive to a different system.
Everything seemingly dynamic in this game is on automatic rails or restricted to hell and back, and it fucking sucks. Space is no different. When entering or leaving any given space stations, you get a loading cutscene. In fact, you are repelled from entering manually, and it makes for some very much Jonkler level space parking.
What's the most difficult to implement in the game?
The seamless nature of taking off from a planet, jetting up into space, landing on a space station, leaving, hyperjumping to another system, that all of that seamlessly, incredibly difficult.
And how did you approach that?
I approached it by saying, this is what I'd like. Again, my job is probably the easiest. And then, you know, people spent hundreds of hours going, okay, how do we do this? And I think it's a really essential feature to give you that spirit of complete freedom. You can skip those moments, but I want to play them. I want it to be seamless.
So, first of all, none of that was seamless, and I sure fucking hope it wasn't the most difficult thing for you to implement when all you have here is a smoke screen until the next area loads. We cracked that generations ago. Selling it as something significantly more is a tad disingenuous, don't you think? And look, I don't want you guys to get the wrong impression here. It's not that I think the process of hiding the worlds, the orbit, and the hyperspace seams with cutscenes is bad design. On the contrary, it's absolutely fine, if not kind of immersive when you aren't paying attention. What I don't appreciate is being told this is some kind of difficult new problem they've solved that will differ from tech we've seen for decades. It's just a bloody cutscene, you bag of clowns. And sometimes even that fucks up.
Star Wars! It's gone fucking pitch black. You want to have the immersive nature, right, of the whole we can move from the planet to space. Well, you may as well just have the loaded screen. This is just, there's no connecting piece here. I can't see shit. I can skip it. See, that's the actual loading screen.
Go to a smaller settlement, call your spaceship, jump in your spaceship, go into orbit, blast a few TIE fighters, hyper jump into the orbit of another planet, and land seamlessly, all seamlessly.
Come on! If you haven't already noticed, much of the marketing and promotional material is set to convince you this game is something that it isn't. Which, to be fair with what we've seen so far, is about the only strategy available to them, because you can't sell this sad pile of glitchy rubble as any kind of structured experience, and to be fair, it works wonderfully.
From landing to leaving atmosphere to just going to different planetary systems, the entirety of it is amazing. You have a small cutscene that takes place as you're flying through the clouds of the planet to enter the atmosphere and then to enter space proper. Of course, a lot of people loved this aspect. The fact that there is no true loading screen, and the fact that they hide the load by having you fly through the atmosphere and the clouds, it's fantastic.
God, please play more games, though I have to hand it to them. They've been getting rather bold when it comes to hiding loading screens, causing all kinds of new embarrassments.
What's going on here? What am I looking at? Just hitting a bunch of okay.
So, Danka, got more work for me?
Hello? Hello?
So,
what are you doing, game?
calling in some favors. I hope.
What's going on? What? Oh, okay. Alright.
I hope.
Wait, why didn't we leave? I looked away for a second. Are we doing the favors? Game? Hello? Ah.
The fact is, the traveling becomes so monotonous, repetitive, and restricted that no one in their right mind would find much of any excitement in it after just a few minutes. As a result, they have implemented so much fast travel you can mostly skip over all of this seamless adventuring. While at the same time preventing the player from traveling directly between planets, because that would undo all the effort they put in and reveal an obvious reality that traveling in this game is fucking meaningless and no one would choose to do it if they didn't have to. Which takes us to a very strange place. A place where there are missions that require your navigation to another planet to pick something up, to then come back to the planet you were just on. The journey only eating time, not because of the seamlessness, but because of the excessive loading screens hiding behind smoke screens, all to then be packaged and marketed as a true open-world, universe-spanning playground.
What was that? What now? What was that? What the? Move along. What's wrong with people?
A playground with little to no life at all.
And when I flew back to Toshara after being in space and didn't even see a visible loading screen, I knew this game was special because it is unapologetically cinematic.
Well, the seamless planet traversal is probably the only pro for the actual open world.
That is a loading screen, not seamless travel, you fucking basement donkey.
You can seamlessly fly from the planet into orbit.
No. You can discover all-out wars between significant factions taking place and affect it to the sum of zero. I spent a rather chunky amount of time defending one syndicate from another in this sequence, only to discover there's nothing you can do to affect this conflict, nor is there any compensation or celebration to receive for performing in any particular way. This is not a bug, this is a feature. Yet another addition to make the expanse of space seem populated despite being absolutely dead.
There's not much point, is there? I guess it's just for show, like it doesn't mean anything.
Though even that doesn't frustrate me as much as how lazy the implementation of hyperdrive was. The way the game presents it is that you spool it up and hit go once you choose your desired planet. Only the location of said planet doesn't adhere to anything whatsoever. You can choose completely opposing directions and still arrive at the same planet. You can hyperdrive forward from A to B and then hyperdrive forward from B back to A. Perhaps the worst of this was being able to reach the same destination as Jabba's cargo despite choosing an opposite direction. Or no, the worst would be spooling up the hyperdrive and launching into a planet, only to come out unscathed because this game is not only unfinished, it is lazy and absolutely inauthentic. And this is despite the pungent design philosophy to put enough of what people refer to as Star Wars in the game to convince them to buy it. That worked out wonderfully. I suppose it would be worth explaining the Empire's role in this element of the game when they've been so bloody impressive thus far. How about a mission? A difficult contract in which it is required of you to steal a shipment of Dunium from the Empire directly from their space station. A daring adventure only for the stout of heart. Let's see if I can pull this off.
Nice. Nothing's better than getting paid.
You delivered. I'll send the credits now.
It's just dead. It's all dead. There's nothing. It's not even remotely consistently populated nor designed to engage with. It's yet another rushed mess of fuckwittery from the devs. Fantastic. And yes, this is a repeatable fucking mission that has repeated results. In fact, you are more likely to encounter random pirates trying to kill you when stealing from the Empire than Empire units. Just a humiliating bit of design. It is worth noting, however, the equivalent of the Empire's notoriety system in space, which essentially amounts to them sending TIE fighters incrementally. Sometimes you get interceptors, but once you piss off the Empire to the degree of level 6, they roll out the Raider second-class corvette, flanked by even more fighters, to the degree that even little ol' me gets a tad overwhelmed, and so I decide to evade the Empire after stealing from the Empire by actively using the Empire space station as cover.
Let's get out of this system. We're losing the target. Don't let her leave the system.
Yes, I actually conduct this fight and win it merely by using the Empire's own fucking space station as a shield and a source of repair. This shit show has clearly not been playtested for even a split second.
Here comes a missile.
Maybe you feel I'm being too harsh, but when I'm sitting in their base, shielded, healing, and waiting for missile cooldowns, don't you think I should be spared the music of their own TIE fighters crashing into their own base in a futile attempt to harm me? This game was clearly taken out of the oven too early, and now the Empire has become so embarrassing I can use their own bases to heal, repair, charge, and shelter my own ship while watching the almost infinite fighters kill themselves while approaching their own base. What the fuck? You even get the flip side of this, where I've sabotaged, hacked, and robbed the Empire, moved just outside their own space station, been chased by TIE fighters that I wipe out, and then they just sort of gave up. I don't know if it's a bug or not, but the game demands that I clear my wanted rating to the point that I cannot do anything else even though nothing is chasing me. During my time with this game, I did encounter a rather odd event. The Empire held me up and I had a choice to fight or stand down. I decided to fight, and the game popped in some dialogue about the need to run. So I decided to kill everything because fuck running away, but the game didn't entertain that choice. So eventually, once all of the units you were supposed to have escaped have been destroyed, the game simply continues to inform you that you need to escape for your own safety, because you know, the bad guys, they'll get ya. It is only when traveling in hyperdrive that we get the abandoning search message, even though when staying, nothing happens. This goes the same after encounters with maximum notoriety. The game locks you out of returning to the planets, and E5 will even talk about just how impossible that is. You are given a timer to escape the Empire, even if every unit they spawned is destroyed. You can awkwardly float around being refused used the chance to land on the planet until the timer runs down. You know, the timer, telling you how long you have to escape all of the destroyed enemies. The game even has the balls to say you failed when nothing fucking happens as a result. And so, what of the rest of the encounters? Well, you spend most missions and time exploring the world of space in this fucking abysmal game, encountering some random enemies that are easily killed or random collectibles simply floating about. If you are lucky, you can visit a space station, but there's less to do in one than the average cantina on any given planet. Most encounters with pirates or even syndicates can simply be ignored. You are faster and more powerful no matter the difficulty, and you can simply carry on as though nothing is here. It's expectedly pathetic. And there's so much more wrong with the moment-to-moment gameplay of it, like being able to attack and destroy targets at such a distance they don't have the coding to recognize you're even there. It also doesn't help that it is miserably boring whether you unlock and upgrade every offense and defense you have. Space exploration and combat are a worthless endeavor, primarily given enough design to keep a player busy, but with even the smallest amount of experimentation or scrutiny, the matchsticks holding this sterile sack of broken crayons falls the fuck apart.
You see, this strategy is just incredible.
The shields are down. The reactor is vulnerable.
Got it.
Though with the mention of missions and contracts, I suppose it's worth explaining how they work. Throughout the game, you get what amount to small side missions that offer rewards of reputation, credits, or both. You need to access vendors that offer these contracts, and once you've spoken to them, you can access their offers from the ship permanently. The first way of many that this system breaks down is that you cannot access them while in space. You can access them on your ship, but you can't use that feature unless you land the ship and pop through those aforementioned cutscenes, which is especially annoying if you leave space to activate space contracts and then go back to space. But hey, I'm no developer, what do I know? Another aspect I think collapses in concept for these missions is the absolute lack of consequence for the choices the players can make with the offers as presented. You see, at the end of any given contract, you are usually provided a counter-offer for a rival faction. Choosing it may offer more reputation or credits with them, but you will lose standing with the syndicate that organized the contract, since this does function as a betrayal. You can do this indefinitely, and it certainly makes you wonder. You can almost immediately go from collecting supplies for the Crimson Dawn to stealing from them and back to collecting in a moment's notice. Illyra was the one to provide the mission details and instructions that I so readily betrayed, and I can immediately return to her free of consequence for the next mission. Meaning, Danka, for example, must only care for any syndicate as long as it pays and will connect you in the same way. That's all well and good for her character, I suppose, but it still feels weird that she doesn't care about me betraying every last client she has, and this goes for essentially every single contract. Surely, individual syndicates would catch wind of these contractors providing sensitive information that keeps being subverted, benefiting other syndicates, in which case, why the fuck would they provide her more contracts? In fact, why would they allow her to live? Seems to me those kinds of repercussions should cycle down the line, and these contractors should lose interest in working with both you and Danka once you betray the mission enough times. There is no push and pull in that sense, no exchange that gets you more credits in the moment but sacrifices the chance to use the vendor in future. Danka and her contacts can technically be betrayed 100 times over throughout the game, and it will never matter. This is the direct result of childish implementation of a weak, shallow system designed to provide small, inconsequential missions on the side that try to convince the player the game is bigger than it actually is and has far more to offer.
I need backup at the vault.
No backup for you.
Speaking of vendors, let's talk about merchants. Guys and gals you can speak to throughout the game that offer you all kinds of goodies depending on your allegiance and their stock. You're mostly going to come across them randomly, or there'll be some kind of required item that will guide you to a particular merchant. Your ability to buy or trade with them will be disabled or hampered if you don't have a sufficient standing with their respective syndicate, and they generally operate as a very simple shop.
Huh. All the merchants are out for the Kanto Cup.
It can be rather surprising just how little they sell in certain circumstances.
Sinra Basho. Where's Steam? Tell me. So all I can buy from him is a Bacta vial, and I have 2 out of 2. Wow. He came out for
So long.
this big event, and all he sells is things that heal you.
The game opens with plenty of dialogue related to many merchants and their availability, including that they sell all kinds of wonders. You'd be amazed.
You'll be amazed at our selection. You look like you have credits to spend. Everything from knickknacks to rare goods. You won't find wares like this anywhere else. We've got the sector's finest handmade goods from all over the galaxy. Why not take a look? Find wares for sale.
And yet, for the entire opening, you can only buy Bacta vials from these merchants, something you would associate much more with a medical vendor of some kind rather than the average merchant in a market. But no, that's what all of them sell, and that's all they sell. You'd think the devs would take the time to allow these fellas to sell inconsequential items that somewhat expand what a player might think of the world in Canto Bight, but that's obviously asking too much. Though, far more likely is that this is once again another unfinished element. Poor implementation and a lack of polish is nothing new for any given aspect of this game. So, seeing a merchant who isn't even framed correctly isn't too surprising, but giving me the option to speak to a speeder mechanic vendor that can upgrade my shit only to then tell me that nothing can be upgraded is a little annoying. Not to mention having the merchant tell me I need to figure out what I want when I leave. That's pretty lazy once again. Many other games of this budget would usually have multiple lines of dialogue that can be prompted depending on how much you buy, though dialogue was never this game's strong suit. Not that it has a strong suit, though neither of those can compare to the fact that you can enter hostile syndicates, kill opponents within the boundaries, and walk into merchant buildings with no repercussions. You see, as has been mentioned, the vendor can't actually do anything about my being here when I absolutely shouldn't be. If the vendors were implemented in a more dynamic way, you would expect them to attack you, and if you kill them, you lose any chance to purchase items from them, at least temporarily, which is something they implement sometimes. Apparently, the merchants who stand behind stalls can't be coded beyond cardboard cutouts, even if their entire faction just got wiped out.
Hello. You're wandering around these parts, but we'll sell you some guns if you want.
Have I done it? Is that it? Is everyone fucked off now? I can do whatever I want. Hello, person.
Let's see.
What is this? Okay, I guess you just don't mind.
So, they function, but they are lazy, simplistic, even broken, and relatively lame when fully functional compared to their obvious potential. Something of a consistent assessment of the elements of this game. But I would say it's about time we drilled down a bit further. Since we have covered broad, world-encompassing mechanics, it's time we address a player's agency within this open world.
I think we found something that really fits the type of open world action adventure game that we were aiming for.
Welcome to the first ever open world Star Wars game.
How do we create a gameplay experience with a multitude of different possibilities? Because we always knew we wanted to do a huge open world game.
This game fully utilizes the open world format and lets you tackle the story as you please.
No, it fucking doesn't. Let me take a very long time to show you why, starting with the basics.
The game was just like, no, you can't do that. That would be crazy. You can't just drive your ship somewhere. You couldn't even show me die. You couldn't do anything. You're just like, no.
There are plenty of areas in the game wherein you find yourself crossing a barrier that will and should result in your death. We can refer to this as going out of bounds. Only, as you've already probably spotted, the game doesn't have much to offer in terms of an experience for this kind of action. You don't get dialogue to reflect it, and you don't have much in terms of a transition to show the connective pieces in the game to reset you at the appropriate moment. Instead, it cuts out early and reflects that of any random loading screen rather than a death screen. This is because what you are seeing here in microcosm represents the barrier limits on the game having not been meaningfully implemented nor constructed. This reflects every aspect of the game in which they could be present, all the way down to the dreaded escort missions that do unfortunately rear their ugly heads in this game.
There's a control room.
Can you access the ship's terminal? We need to find ND5.
Sure. How are we going to clear it out?
I got it. Stay out of sight for a second.
Ah, you shit game! He was right there, man!
One can reasonably expect games to fail this sort of thing all the time, to build barriers representing the out of bounds instead of creating worlds that best represent and encourage appropriate exploration. Many would consider the entire nature of invisible walls and out of bounds areas to potentially break immersion, and I am inclined to agree with some exceptions. This game, however, is rather frustrating in how it conducts its out of bounds systems. Take, for example, heading into an enemy spawn room that they could obviously code to be safe to walk in and out of, but instead tell you to leave under penalty of death. Even worse is having something as simple as a mini-game in which you shoot bottles being considered out of bounds because the game now wants you to do something else. But it gets so much worse.
It is freedom because we want agency. We want the player to live that fantasy of being the ultimate outlaw within Star Wars. And that's all about freedom at the end of the day.
Don't step on me, bro. Oh, god damn it. I thought it's open world. Bro, I thought it's open world. Hey, what was all that talk? Open world, return to quest area. I guess it's not open world at all. Wow. Really? That's false advertising, bro. That ain't open world at all.
Well, what's around in this world, huh? What are the limits? Where can we go? Fuck you!
We want the player to live that fantasy of being the ultimate outlaw within Star Wars. And that's all about freedom at the end of the day.
Oh, what the? Return to... This is not open world, bro. You guys are just so... Oh, it's gonna say out of... Yeah, fuck! God damn it, Saint! God, screw it. I'm just gonna follow him. What are you gonna do, Ubisoft? Yeah, I left the area. Open... Didn't even count down. Yeah, open world my ass. Some false advertising right there. I'll tell you that much. Open parameters. That's what it's more like, open parameters. Wow. I think they need, like, to play GTA. Maybe get some lessons from Rockstar games. And they'll understand what open world is. Bro, the loading screen takes longer than the amount of time they give you when you cross out of bounds in the open world.
Oh, look, more! That's... Oh, I thought we were playing an open world game. Never mind.
That place is full of opportunities.
Are you kidding, dude?
Not mere moments into the wonky escape from the laborious tutorial are you faced with this huge landscape and a speeder to explore it. An admittedly crippled in speed kind of speeder, granted, but a speeder nonetheless.
Whoa! This thing has some kick.
Okay,
we're alive. We fixed the ship.
Still waiting on the kick. If you're gonna make a speeder, it's gotta blast off. Bro, what speed is this? Book of Boba Fett Vespus chase scene?
A speeder you can use to explore this world with, and in mere moments you realize you are not yet off the rails, and perhaps you never will be. When exploring the world of Toshara, of Tatooine, or of any of the other worlds, in this case being only a Kiva, you'll find yourself hitting some of the most ill-placed and aggressive edges of the sandbox you could possibly imagine, sometimes coming out of absolute nowhere.
There's never been a more wretched hive of scum and villainy. You get that moment in the game and have a full appreciation for just the scale of the environment that they've made. Tatooine is huge. It's not a full planet, but it's crafted in such a way that the borders are never at the forefront of your mind.
What?
Never at the forefront of your mind.
One time I was here and needed to go here next. I got turned around and went this way instead. Realizing my mistake, I decided to just go around this rock formation, taking the long way, when this happened. And one time it happened in the middle of a shootout in an Imperial hangar bay. That's right, half the hangar bay was outside the quest area.
If you even slightly like Star Wars, I would suggest trying this game out just so you can ride around the planets on a speeder. I think.
What? But there's nothing to do. Like, the world is empty. You're just running around in an empty sandbox, and like you can't play with the sand.
Imagine advocating that
You
you should
could
spend the fucking.
Someone wasn't listening to the music.
For the price tag, you should be happy enough to just ride around. Fuck me, yeah. Okay.
It is more than possible to engage a turbo boost on the way to your objective marker, only for the game to pluck you out of existence with all the smug trappings of a repulsive radioactive Redditor to tell you, actually you're having fun wrong. Let me help you. This kind of insecurity is a tad unprecedented. The developers were apparently losing their shit at the notion of players going off script to the point that some of these barriers come across as malicious, bitter, but mainly incompetent. And don't worry, if you think I sound hyperbolic, please remember I always ramp up with these sections. I'm going to prove what I've just said without a shadow of a doubt.
I know he is important to you.
Uh-huh. You got something to say?
Never at the forefront of your mind.
Looks like a PS4 game at best. At best. I'd say probably PS3. What?
The only planets that I would consider to be truly open would be Tatooine and Toshara, because you can essentially explore the entire map and go wherever you want without restrictions.
Ah, yet another lazy, disingenuous Australian YouTube video game reviewer. No offense, G-Man. Well, a lot of offense. So how about that claim, eh? What happens when we explore the most iconic hive of scum and villainy in the most popular planet in the game, all about choice, freedom, and exploration? An open world marvel. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, never mind.
What are you talking about? Sorry, you went too far off the fucking tracks again.
Mos Eisley is specifically so cordoned off by these retarded barriers that you can easily find yourself entering a no speeder zone while entering out of bounds at the same time, and so your speed is nerfed with encouragement to get off the thing while telling you there are mere seconds before you will be hard reset. I find this to be actual lettuce-brained activity from the developers. Could you, at least, make Mos fucking Eisley work?
Come on!
Good lord, game. Embarrassing. Fucking embarrassing.
There are no 4 words in the English language more harmful to exploration than return to the game.
Yeah, man, this thing is fun.
What?
And I think the reason for that is because you're not being told what to do during these moments and can simply just appreciate all the effort that's gone into the world building.
The story and the narrative thrust of the game is, I think, beautifully harmonizing as the kind of engine of the experience, but it's always surrounded with a lot of freedom for you as a player to explore and to enjoy this range.
But when I don't want to. Oh, yeah, whoops, my bad. I thought this was a way that I could go to like get around, but I guess not. No, I'm leaving the quest area by doing that.
So we've covered the nature of standard exploration being balked by this idiotic and insecure set of boundaries, but how does this fare in combat scenarios?
What the fuck?
From the water station. Hear that, Kay?
You serious?
Get to the water station.
Look at this.
Big mistake.
My fucking god. It flashed the out of
that's all of
place.
them.
Oh,
Let's
look
check
at
on
that. Wait, what if I'm still out of play zone during the cutscene?
This got so bad in one of the missions that I was restricted to a particular little spit of land until the combat completed under penalty of death via the out-of-bounds bastardry. Only the AI, of which we will speak immensely of soon enough, decides to fuck off so far away out of bounds I can't even get to them before being forced to lose. This forces me to fish the fucking guy out of the out-of-bounds with my speeder like some demented digitized anglerfish trapped in retard Tron. And it's far from the only case. There is a sequence in which the Empire begins to send all kinds of units at once to destroy you and Vale. I decided, foolishly, to engage in my freedom, to use my ability to choose and benefit from my environment like any outlaw might in this scenario, only to be met with return to game over and over again. As though you can't even do a standard fucking battle without the developers yelling in your ear that you aren't doing fun correctly.
What? This is out of the quest area. What? Shut up. What? That's where the enemies are. What are you talking about? Oh my god!
This shit gets so sad you see it proc just for having a look around, to the point that it will double reset just to desperately prevent you from finding any kind of hole in the design of the game without realizing this creates one.
Oh, I guess I'm not going the right way. Sorry, I'm escaping successfully in the wrong direction. My bad. What the fuck? That's so fucking stupid. I was escaping in the wrong way. Sorry about that, I guess.
Typhoon Squadron out.
Well, I can't get back now, can I, you dumb fucking game?
Can I just roll down here? Are you kidding me? Are you actually kidding me? That kills you.
There's a lot to expect, and I think obviously we can't put everything into a limited demo. I think what we tried to show in these, what you play was 3 parts of 3 different quests that would be in the main story campaign, and it shows you. I think it's a good indication of the type of range of location and also situation and gameplay that you can expect, ranging from stealth to full-on dogfights with your ship. But I think really core to the game experience is to have choice in approach. And Kay and her little buddy Nix at the start of the game, they're scoundrels. Maybe not Nix.
Oh, we're about to enter the final part of the game. You will not be able to play Syndicate quests, contracts, or other side activities until... They say this as if it's any fucking different in the regular quests. What are you talking about? You do this to me all the time. Whenever I do a mission, you're like, excuse me, you can't go off. Nobody goes off trail. This is what normal games often do. They say like, oh, you're doing the final mission, just so you know. It's just funny in this stupid-ass game. This changes nothing. It's like, yeah, I guess.
Like I said, it felt somewhat miserable and malicious of them to place such insane barriers in all aspects of the game, but there was an implication of a simple laziness that I did come across more than once. It was during some standard exploration of the Great Basin in Akiva that I wondered, what the fuck are the special ed barriers doing here? It's not like I can do anything with these walls anyway. What fucking idiot intern dropped these here as though it was actually out of bounds? Has this person played a video game before? Though, upon looking at how the barrier is drawn on the map, it became pretty clear to me that they did a portion of the Great Basin according according to its actual limitations, matching it near perfectly with the land, to then presumably get very fucking bored with the project, or to run out of time and essentially draw this shit so fast it clearly does not match the land at all, and then when played, creates a wonderfully shit experience. This isn't the only instance, of course. There are many times in the game where I'll be doing some standard exploration, attempting to enjoy this piece of shit, and suddenly I'm faced with the dreaded red screen of fun removal. It gets so bad that the systems designed to guide the player to exploration highlights, like Nick's treasures, can activate, informing you of a chance for an unlockable while you are moving toward your current goal, causing a conflict that is resolved by, well, you guessed it.
Wanna check out that vent, buddy?
Fuckers! A favorite of mine in this genre of fuckery was to notice that they had me out of bounds when I'm clearly in bounds, to simply keep going and then be told, "Oh, don't worry, it's all fine, carry on." It's as though the devs are admitting in real time that they made a mistake. And yes, this happens far more than just once.
Hang on tight.
The point, of course, is that they have been placed embarrassingly, at times for what seems to be some weird grudge against the potential player, and others for what seems to be pure standard incompetence.
Look, guys, it's right here. I'm skirting the line, boys. They make that section out of bounds? What are you thinking? What's the point?
And so, does this reflect space? Why, yes, it absolutely reflects space.
Clean hit. What? That is my
One time I was battling a cruiser. What the heck? How did I just leave the quest area while shooting at the quest objective?
Well, I want to check this thing out. Oh, fuck off with this bullshit. God damn it. Return to quest area. Fucking die. God, so awful.
Stay 80-20 and fire.
Oh, okay. What?
Good work.
What?
What? What? That doesn't make any fucking sense. What do you mean? Fuck off.
Yes, it's true. You can be in countless examples of space battles, and you will not only encounter all kinds of absolutely ridiculous out-of-bounds barriers, you'll be prevented from making use of the very mechanics the game teaches you to use at absolute random. It is fucking abysmal.
No, that's not how this could possibly work.
We're taking damage.
Oh, sorry. I'm pursuing the enemy to where he is. Yeah, my bad. I'm actually gonna lose this because of that.
Ow! What are you talking about? This is the mission. Why are you such a donkey game?
You'd think space might be the place for player freedom, but fucking nope. One of my favorite examples of the developers having no fucking clue what the hell is going on is this little space station when you first approach it in the campaign. The mission is to land and pretend everything is a-okay, but to in truth enter and take advantage of the records related to debts. When this is introduced, many players might just decide to enter through what seems to be the guided opening. If you choose to do that, the game will indeed lock you into a set path and then remove all controls from you, only to then tell you this is restricted and fails the mission for you. Don't you believe me? Well then, check this out.
Traitor, you are in unauthorized unauthorized space. Turn around or prepare to be fired upon.
Not doing anything.
We'll have to go through here.
Traitor, you are in unauthorized space. Turn around or prepare to be
I can't
fired
change.
upon.
I can't change. I can't control. Can I just fly like right in there? Wait, what? This is not. I mean, I'd like to, but the game just forced me in here, even though I'm not allowed.
Our Darius G-class freighter ran into some trouble. Had to switch to this ship for you.
I couldn't do anything. It just locked me into it. Like, it locked me in and then just said I lost. It's like, okay.
Freighter ran into some trouble. Had to switch to this ship.
Left the area? No, what? The cutscene is playing and it says I left the area. It doesn't let me go there? But it was guiding me through the... Oh, I'm not supposed to press anything? What the fuck was that? Jesus, criminy crimblo. What? Oh, fucking hell. Oh, yet the same thing happened? Oh my god.
Now, the game is supposed to lock you into a tractor beam-like state as you are guided into the station with the TIE fighters, only that's meant to proc you into the other side. That system activates while their out-of-bounds sensor has been placed just past the area you are meant to land on from the reverse side. Therefore, the game forces itself to move you to a place the game does not allow you to go. Some of the most boneheaded, idiotic coding you can come across, where the game prevents you from completing it by taking control away from you. Though what takes the cake for me in this regard would be the fact that a player is able to complete a mission on a Kiva that has him escaping the Empire into space, with the expectation from the developers to engage the hyperdrive. Only this means, if Akiva is the final planet the player chose to pick up a crew member, that he has reached the end of collecting his crew from each planet, and now the next mainline mission requires he go to Akiva, meaning he reasonably not only never would have left the planet if it were his choice, but now wants to return.
Do I have to escape anything? What am I... Where do I have to go? Wait, hold on. Excuse me. Wait, so... Okay, so I left the planet, and now I gotta go back to the planet to continue the main quest? No, wait, I'm sorry. Now I'm confused. So we did that, and then they left, but in order to continue with the main quest, I have to go back. Okay, let's just go back then.
This is not okay with the game because it doesn't understand this choice compared to the demand that the scene has when played out as scripted. And so, returning to the planet counts as going out of bounds, despite that literally being the next mission. Once Fringy here stays out of bounds for the allotted time, the game resets him, nullifying the Empire, which is an exploit in and of itself, and then he is allowed to return to the planet and play the game.
What? Wait, what? What? Sorry, what? Return? What are you talking about? Return to what? This is the... What is going on? What is happening? Wait. Oh. I am very confused. What am I to do? What am I supposed to do? Oh. What is going on? Now I can land. What? What was that? What the hell was that? Seriously, what was that? This game doesn't work. It doesn't.
This absolute fucking nonsense became so common for me that in later playthroughs I started allowing the game to reset me because it only moved me a short amount away from where I was previously, provides a full heal and repair, and removes the enemies who were chasing as well as the restriction. Ultimately, staying out of bounds against the developer's intentions ends up getting you the most significant rewards from them. What more could be gained by testing these artificial barriers of blockage, I wonder? Welcome to actually having fun in this sad nightmare. The speeder jumping ability is so good the devs gave up ensuring that each area was even proofed against it. Instead, they rely heavily on the standard out-of-bounds boxes they left there. Only now it becomes clear just how lazy they actually were. Not only are we dealing with a pitiful match on the models for these boxes, they don't actually stretch into places the devs assumed people could never reach. But I could, and boy did the game start to fall apart. If you find tiny pieces of land that they failed to apply the bounds limits to, it means falling out of bounds after that would cause you to end up back at what is essentially a checkpoint outside of the intended map. This entire area is simply unfinished. As a result, you can use not only the basic exploration, but your speeder to manipulate the land as well. This area is directly above a sort of standard shootout mission that takes control of the speeder away, and my god, getting down there with the speeder tells you precisely why they don't want you to have it. But we can get to that in the combat section. For now, let's head back to this game breaking and eating its own bones in a baffling attempt to appear normal. We have a location here that when fully explored provides a little slide at the exit such that you can't get back in. It's a standard way of getting the player out without allowing them an easy path in from the other side. Only this exit seems to have been designed such that even the most spherical of hikers could brave it in mere seconds. The game will then compensate for this poorly implemented molehill by tearing you off the speeder and hitting the brakes if you even try to approach it, as though the developer's hands are reaching into the game to once again condemn you for having fun wrong. Obviously, this is some significant overcompensation due to the fact that none of the devs can be bothered to correct the landscape. This is made especially embarrassing when Kay can obviously climb it, but they simply won't let her. Something that happens commonly in the game. Eventually, I tried alternative platforming with this speeder because it's one of the only entertaining mechanics in the game, and it's entirely unintentional. You see, after doing some of the most basic jumps one could imagine, I am faced with the reality that I have indeed broken the dev's wet noodle grip on the player, and it was, as previously said, actually fun. I even started fucking around on the sand crawler since I was obviously not supposed to go up here, nor was I supposed to have the speeder, but fuck it. In fact, I encourage everyone to play this way when the devs are so hell-bent on removing freedom in a game marketed entirely for its choice. I began reaching countless out-of-bounds areas, and it got to the point of almost breaking the basic functionality of the game. It even spams resets until it just resorted to placing me in the safest, regular places it knew. Undeniably funny as shit, and we can talk more about this again later. For now, with these kinds of exploratory and navigational rails covered, let's talk about the most important form of being kept on rails in our agency and freedom-filled open-world Star Wars game.
An open world game is so much about feeling as a player that I have freedom and agency, and pursuing things Not because I'm being told to do so, but because I want to.
What do you want players to take from Outlaws after they have finished it, and what experience should they cherish the most when they are experiencing Outlaws?
I think it's this sense of freedom. We touched upon it a little bit, and I think video games really sing the difference between video games and all other medias. The joy that I find is your decisions. This is your adventure. You may be playing a character, but it's your decisions and how you shape their adventure. That's super important to me. That's completely aligned thematically with the game and completely aligned with the player fancy of being an outlaw and searching for freedom in this galaxy. You're a space pirate. You can do anything. You can go anywhere. It's your decision. So I think that's the beating heart of this story.
The first job you get in this game has to be failed. There's no choice you can make to change that. The same can be said of the second job as well. That covers two of the most significant events in the story already, showing us that choice, freedom, and the ability to influence change is in question. But before we go further, let's find an example of this working in such a way that could prompt praise from the average player.
Oh, my friend Preben put me on the list.
Preben should have paid
Man, she's
more.
so convincing. Bluff or bribe? I'm assuming neither will work, but we'll try bluff.
Hey, you know anybody who owns a T-85?
Yeah, that's my ride.
Nice speeder. Some scrap rats are outside trying to jack it.
What? Get out of my way. No one scraps my Jobin. I just got it modded.
Bro, you fucking retarded. It's like, I'd like to get in. You can't. Do you own a particular car? Yes. Someone's attacking it right now, I swear. He's like, oh my god, I gotta get going, Jesus. It's kind of funny, isn't it? When it comes to gaming, having the option of bribing the attendant / convincing him he needs to leave / stealing a card from someone else / maybe hacking into a terminal, I feel like that's a really good way to create multiple options to solve a problem. But have you noticed how crap all of them are in terms of how they do the versions? The stealing, you can just stand in front of him and literally steal from him and you'll just be like, hi. And then the one we trick him, it happened right after saying, I really desperately want to get past you, you know? It's like, that's not very good. Like, neither of those are very good. It feels like they know what games are, but, you know.
Near the opening of the game, there is a need to get into the boss's office of a nightclub. The game provides the option of pickpocketing the security guard for the key card to access a room with a direct link to what you want. You can also bribe the guard at the door, or you can get information about his interests to allow you to lie to him and get him away from the door. Another example would be that during negotiations for a hut mission to defend a shipment, you can use your developed reputation to demand more credits for the mission, and Bib will accept the terms. These examples make some use of the reputation mechanics to facilitate choice. However, I need to reveal a mega, hyper, scorching hot take here. Prepare yourselves. Okay, here goes. These examples are not impressive. They aren't great. They're barely even fine. Allow me to explain. When a game boasts the sheer spectacle of a world that Star Wars Outlaws does, while promising a roguish outlaw experience in which every last decision matters and you'll be provided all kinds of opportunity and dynamism when approaching this world with any given preference you have to create your own adventure, this is wank. Having 3 slightly different ways of entering a room that relate to about an hour's worth of coding on a lazy day, or having the option to negotiate for extra money unlocked on a mission as relates to a progress bar that the game simply has to track, is basic as fuck. Not only is this degree of coding basic, it is extremely rare in this game. In fact, those I've just laid out are my primary references for something happening that actually raised an eyebrow, since almost every other decision is far more hollow, if not non-existent. The reality is that they had this sequence in the club take place this way because it is the first significant mission you actually play in the game. The idea being most access journalists and YouTubers will see it. That way, you can get praise for having something like this and the assumed notion that you will have designs that are far more interesting and complex later in the game. Only, it's all a lie, and this is one of the most complex bits of quest design you see in the entire game. In fact, how about I show you what happens when a deal goes sour? When a job is supposed to go one way, but it ends up getting hostile. Let's see if the game can handle a standard complication without absolutely and thoroughly shotting itself.
If the Hutts find out their intel's missing, the Pikes didn't want the trail going back to them. I don't like being lied to.
Too late to whine about it now. Hand it over.
Forget it. I don't like being lied to.
You're gonna regret that.
Leave me alone! Nick, find cover! Hey! This is bad.
What was that?
No!
What the? What was that? Just what I need.
You won't get away with this!
Yes, sir. I'm surprised it even...
Things have to turn around soon. Don't like making a mess. ND5, can you send a message to the Hutts?
This game has an estimated budget of $250 million. Your bloodline should feel shame. But, as is the theme of each of these sections, it gets worse. Far worse. When asked to complete a jump across a gorge in Tatooine, the people organizing this bet simply disappear when the quest is complete because the devs couldn't be bothered to code anything else. There is an area we have to get past later in the game that for now has guards covering it. I, of course, was interested in getting by them using mechanics previously established to see what would be back there before the mission's time had arrived. So I send in Nyx to distract them, and it simply doesn't work. They had to code it such that their own mechanics were disabled to prevent the player from doing something they had been taught to do but can't do here for fear of an exploit.
Nyx, it's showtime.
Even though any developer worth their salt could use countless alternative solutions like simply having a locked gate instead. This brand of laziness can be found everywhere, down even to the dev that decided to drop one of the 3 keycards necessary to opening the Crimson Dawn vault is in a fucking plant pot, with the same being said for the Hutts vault, except theirs was on a table outside. Just sitting there. What the fuck?
Here's me stealing a data pad.
Nyx, come on. All right.
You didn't screw it up. Here's your pay.
Kay gets let in by the Ashiga to see their extremely secretive and protected queen under the promise she has an artifact they don't check she has, and they don't take her weapons. Not that it would matter, because I can't choose to attack. Going off script is a tad discouraged in this choice-friendly game.
You don't find her, we don't get paid.
Go, Nyx! Oh! Good work, luck, buddy.
As mentioned, they will spam such an embarrassing number of speeders when sending people to attack you, it starts to boggle the mind that you can't open a speeder shop and make a fucking killing.
There's like 14 speeders here. Oh no, more spawned. You guys okay? You guys doing all right?
There's a mission where I'm smuggling incredibly sensitive data, and during it I managed to get captured by the Empire for a standard fine that is easily recoverable. Just imagine the devs had the balls to code the Empire being able to take that data from me, and it costs my reputation significantly as a failed smuggler. Oh well. Remember the assault conducted on the Ashiga Queen in line with the Crimson Dawn supported coup? The one that blasted the fuck out of the whole area? Well, it resets in seconds between loading screens. Yeah, though they don't respawn the fucking guards, so it results in Kay being turned away by passive-aggressive ghosts, and she struggles to move because they play the cutscene that would normally play with the guards. Fucking clown game.
Ooh, let's listen. Let's eavesdrop.
Every time you get lucky at the farm, make a big fuss at the cantina and buy the most expensive spot you gotta show off.
I'll drink it. I'm just getting warmed up.
If you were going to drink it, you wouldn't leave it on the bar where everyone can see it.
I want them to know I'm a big winner. Why do you care how I spend my credit?
It's a waste.
If you care so much, keep an eye on it while I go to the refresher.
No, it's your problem.
What I learned from this?
I only buy the best because I deserve the very best.
And talk about it to the whole cantina.
Stole it right in front of him. What? Fancy Spotchka's mine now.
When facing the sixth kin, the game needs you to walk down some alleyways and make it to the job that will lead to the big opening set piece. Though, many advanced MLG gamers should be able to wipe out the sixth kin if they are talented with a gun, right? As talented as Vess? Well...
Oh, Jesus. Oh!
Fine, you got me.
What? Why couldn't I shoot him then?
Okay, we got the identicard. The hook. We'll be safe there. we lay low for a while. We don't leave the attic.
I'm gonna be like, well, game over. Like, okay. Sorry, I won't break from the path.
Come on, back to the cantina.
Why not just have it be a fucking cutscene then? Why not just have it be that it cuts me to where you want me to go instead of making me do this
The
walk?
only place we'll be safe.
But fine, we'll go to the Broken Hoof. Wouldn't want to upset you, video game. Sorry about that. I want to shoot them all. Let me shoot them all. Let me shoot them all right now.
She hit you guys.
I don't know.
Can I steal from them even? Bro, my gun is deactivated and my Gooba Child is deactivated. They won't let me use anything.
Cantina, you see, you come straight to us.
Well, this is awkward.
Boring.
Too bad. They deactivate any offensive options. You can't subvert, steal, kill, or face the consequences. You only get a reset. Because it's not what you are supposed to do in our open world, choice and freedom-focused game.
Can I just, like, blast them or what?
This is your adventure.
Oh.
Pursuing things, not because I'm being told to do so, but because I want to.
I think it's this sense of freedom.
I have freedom and agency.
Why can't I just...
You may be playing a character, but it's your decisions and how you shape their adventure. You're a space pirate. You can do anything. You can go anywhere. It's your decisions. I think that's the beating heart of this story.
Why do you hate giving me options? Why can't I just make my reputation with them really bad straight away? Like... Alright.
I see this as a complete lack of ambition and care on the part of the devs, and it's seen in several aspects of the game, like a mission where you need to discover who is fucking over Surat by winning Fathia races. They let you choose between keeping what you found to help the Pikes, or giving what you found to Surat and the Hutts. I chose the Hutts, and Kay tells Surat what she discovered, but she doesn't tell him the offer that was refused. It's treated as though the whole job was uneventful. Why can't can't I leverage the information that another syndicate tried to muscle in on the operation? Why can't I negotiate more pay after proving my loyalty to the Hutts? Why can't I use all of this to benefit a third syndicate of my choice? Well, you don't get to choose. Instead, they'll provide one simple, broad choice every time that changes essentially nothing. If you slice the databank in the Sabaac tournament and take the player list, the game still tells you to listen into conversations to discover the need to slice into the dataport and take the player list. Kay even says that's what we should do next, despite already having done it.
All right, next. We need to find a way to slice that databank.
Remember CeeLo? I told you we'd come back to her. If you reach her before you activate her quest, she will not process anything as a character. She is locked out, frozen, as though the game can't process how you could deal with her unless you've spoken to different NPCs first. This is particularly funny, being that she's supposed to be a character that does not want to be found and is hiding out here.
Who are you? Hello. Hi. Are you person?
If you're playing this for the first time and have no idea how they solve meeting NPCs early in the storyline, it will likely come across a bit retarded.
We don't know where she is. Can't believe you're still protecting her after what she did. Well, I'm not. She's living Cliffside, near Jaunter's Hope.
Got it. Jaunter's Hope.
Oh, fuck off. No, fuck you. I was just... That's so embarrassing. I found her by accident. And in any other better game, they would have accounted for that, where you find her and then you talk to the person. It's like, yeah, I can actually rig speeders and such. It's like, oh wow, I have a speeder, can you do that? But he just stands there. I'm not reacting. I'm not ready yet. Go do the other thing. Christ, game. That is cringe when you can't tell if it's broken or just shit. Yeah. She just doesn't react when you get her for the first time. Oh god, this game is so bad.
What's even more priceless is while Metal is complaining about this having happened in retrospect, something else happens.
I found her before I got the quest. And she just stands there, and you can't even talk to her. You can't even say hello or anything. And then I went to the quest I was doing. I didn't even know that was her. I was like, why is this weird character here? While I'm complaining about the game, it does this. God, no. That's the second time again. Why? Where am I?
Now hold your horses there, buddy. We have a whole section coming for falling through the fucking floor, but we ain't done talking about choice, or lack thereof.
I think it's this sense of freedom.
What am I supposed to do then? So what, do I just have to hide until they leave me alone? Or do I just wait for them all to come up this ladder? Yeah, like, it looks like I can't even do anything. What am I even supposed to do? I don't feel like I'm in combat, but I can't do anything.
I have freedom and agency.
Do I just have to get the last of them? I want us to not be spotted so that I can just do this mission. Come on! Just let me do the mission!
Pursuing things, not because I'm being told to do so, but because I want to.
Oh, those guys got no idea what to do. Look at them. Those guys are just lost. They got no idea. Oh. Cool.
You can't slice during combat, even though that should be treated as the risk-reward system for the player that it is.
No, you can punch her. I hate you, mother.
You can throw a flurry of punches at NPCs indefinitely because you will never be given the choice to harm them.
Where's Dad?
You can talk about your plans to do a thing someone you are standing in front of you said you should not do without consequence. You can overhear sensitive information and express that right in front of the people you heard it from, and they won't react.
Quiet down. He's not just any droid. He's connected. Came straight from the Morenia on a resupply run.
Majama sisa. Una uba peruana.
ND5, there's a droid who works for the Morenia here. You think that's how we could find it, if we follow their shuttle out of the station?
Very important for us to have not only this roller coaster, golden path, narrative propelled adventure, but also to have all of these micro stories and side adventures that are born out of you just living within the world.
You can steal information from a man who killed a stormtrooper captain to protect it and announce that's what you did in front of that same man with no consequence. You can listen to NPCs discussing illegal activities right next to them and they won't care. There are no consequences. You can pretend you might just be invested in a story unfolding about a curfew having been broken and a person trying to escape the penalty to care for a loved one, only nothing happens. They stop in their tracks as though the devs gave up on giving them a story. You conduct an entire mission meant to release prisoners, but you can't speak to them beforehand. No reassurance, no deal struck. Nothing. You can be asked to destroy a droid on an in-universe hard mode and wipe the floor with it only for the creator to ask if you had trouble, because that's the only response she's been coded to have.
She said it lit up the entire sky. There is still debris in the atmosphere.
I keep thinking about the crews of those ships. Gone in an instant.
The ships? Just the crew of the base alone. The station was the size of a moon. It'd be like if Mos Eisley disappeared in a second.
They need to put down the rebellion, and soon. There's no telling what attack they'll launch next.
What a bizarre conversation to stumble across. The meme of the lives lost on the Death Star outweighing the lives it was taking, or that there's a lot more moral weight to consider than most realize, being hashed out briefly by two randoms. Imagine this were an actual conversation you could have in the world, and your position regarding it pushes your reputation with a selection of syndicates, the rebels, or the Empire. Imagine this game allowed anything meaningful to happen. You know, there's actually a cornucopia of decisions one makes in this game that have bizarre results, likely because of intense laziness. Like when I was offered a chance to receive the location of an Empire officer that would help if I ever got too much notoriety and wanted it dealt with. The game offers me a chance to negotiate, and choosing that automatically means I have chosen to pay half the required amount. You cannot further the negotiation, deny the negotiation as it's progressed, offer something to trade, or offer services. You just have to accept what the game decided is the negotiation without allowing any of your input. And this happens far more than once.
Negotiate the sale for me, and I'll give you 10%.
Ask for 20.
You're from Canto Bight, right? Whereabouts?
I have a modest pod outside the casino district.
And I grew up in the workers' district. I can smell a grift a mile away. If you really had money, you wouldn't be struggling
YouTuber.
to sell fathiers out here.
What do you want?
20.
20? I can do 15, and no higher.
No.
Deal.
No. No?
I can do 15, and no higher.
Deal.
All that wind up. Ah, you're from Canto Bight. I can see a griff when I see it. 20. I can do 15. No, not more. Deal. So awful.
When you first meet Surat Nuat, Kay suggests offering something for information before having even talked to him. Jalen offers to give him 2 shipments of spice. Like, why the fuck not, I guess. He accepts it and gives away the information like he didn't care about it at all.
Well, you didn't even offer credits.
This is a terrible idea.
You just fucking gave up and were like, here's shipments of spice. It was kind of random, honestly.
Why didn't I have the chance to offer nothing and get the information for free, or for offering just the 1 shipment, or some credits, or fucking anything else? Why can't I threaten him? Why don't I have options?
Why do you hate giving me options?
There came a point where I spent some credits trying to save a vendor from his debt to the Empire, and as a result, he offered to make everything he sells cheaper. How exactly is a thank you for covering his debt going to be him losing more money on selling the goods that would get him out of debt? Did the developers have no idea how this could work otherwise? Couldn't be that it provides me a special material bonus, a trinket, or a bit of information from the vendor about a secret but dangerous deposit of credits on some asteroid? Nope. This shit happened twice, by the way. It's like these guys want to go bankrupt. Anyway, once I was unfortunate enough to have lost all Bacta vials in a need to heal. I then stumbled across a near-dead pike. He offered that my reputation with the pikes can increase if I get him some Bacta. Now, I was more than happy to do so, but I couldn't because I didn't have any Bacta left, so I chose the only option available to me. Now, Kay, being the retard emperor, decides to contextualize that information as, sorry, nothing in this galaxy's for free.
Sorry, nothing in this galaxy's for free.
The pikes have long memories.
Which wasn't even close to what I wanted to choose, and so the pike lets me know that the Syndicate will find out about this, and I lost a big old chunk of reputation. Why the fuck could I not say that I will get one for him? Why could I not say I don't have any? Why could I not leverage my fantastic relationship with the leader of the pikes? Why could I not ask around and find some Bacta? Why could I not ask what he would offer me if I get him a whole ass silo of Bacta? It's made even worse, by the way, because I do eventually walk around and stumble across some Bacta. But oh no, the game won't let me give it to him and repair the reputation. All in all, I should have just not talked to him, and he's just gonna die now, I guess, because this game was developed by a drunken corpse. There's a moment with Vale where we are supposed to run out of the Empire base for stealing data that leads into a spectacular chase sequence, but if you just wait with her just outside, you can sit forever with no repercussions. Oh boy, feeling that pressure. Fucking intense, bro. The world is filled with these insane developmental decisions that come across as though they were all coded in an afternoon.
What's going on here?
Wind fishing on Tashara is illegal without a permit. These nomads are refusing to pay the penalties.
Why don't you let this one slide? They can't give you what they don't have.
You're interfering with Imperial business. Want me to take you in?
Ah, the classic negotiate. This could bring in an immense number of options. Could I pay their penalties for them? Could I try to pull rank or lie about the nature of wind farming in the area or these people? Could I ask about the nature of the infraction? Could we maybe find out more about the...
Yeah, well, do you know that this is private property? I gave them permission for them to fish here.
You really expect me to believe that?
Worth a shot.
Well, she gave a shot at lying, I guess. Would have been neat to let me know that's what I was choosing when I selected negotiate, especially being it was such a shitty lie. But of course, I should be able to try something else, right? Well, how about I let the clip play in full this time?
Worth a shot.
It's her!
We're spotted!
What a wind farming tragedy.
Let's negotiate.
Well, Do you know that this is private property? I gave them permission for them to fish here.
So then I have to fork over the permit. Why would that be the lie you tell, you moron?
Reminds me of the severe lack of choice when Donker sold me out to a fucking Imperial and got me chased by the Empire, only for me to escape by standing still in a diner. The lack of consequence and choice at every part of this game is fucking bothersome, but you do get funny shit sometimes. Like how a bunch of pirates were attacking this humble little place, and between rounds of them turning up, I started a dialogue that entails a choice, and so upon it rising up on the screen, I realized pirates were patiently waiting for me to choose so as to not interrupt the moment. Very kind of them. You can tell they were invested.
Wait, one more season. Once the Imperials leave, then we can talk. Can you believe this?
You're a space pirate. You can do anything. You can go anywhere. It's your decision. So I think that's the beating heart of this story.
The beating heart of Star Wars Outlaws is really a staggeringly limited on-rails mess of hollow mechanics. Truly, I simply hate how much the concept of choice has been watered down into a thin excrement, failing even to echo the past. I didn't want Preben to take my credits in the opening. Why can't I threaten him? Why can't I trade with him? Why can't I find an alternative route for fixing the data spike? Why can't I steal a new data spike? How come I can't make it into the big shot Sabaac game through any other means than a story mission? Why aren't there multiple options to explore this world?
Get lost.
Why can't I shoot? Like, why can't I just, like, whip out a gun and just be like, no, let me in, or this is the end? You're meant to be an outlaw, right? But you're not really. It's like, hey, look, don't cause too much of a ruckus here, okay? Oh, yeah, but then other people would come and get you. It's like, yeah, it's a video game. Like, give people the option.
Oh, look, I can use the information of a pike traitor for the Crimson Dawn or the Pikes. However, I can't keep the information for myself, use it for a third party, or leverage the information for a benefit of my choosing. During a mission for the Hutts, you have a chance to subvert them in favor of the Crimson Dawn, being that the data relates to what business is being conducted with the Pikes. Why can't I agree to double-cross with this lady and then kill her when her back is turned? Why the fuck are the options so limited?
You know what? I'm gonna disable the ship's weapons, just in case.
No, why? Here's your open world game. Here's this quest. Don't get caught. And so you don't actually break our game and do whatever you want. I'm just gonna deactivate your weapons just in case. It's like, the fuck are you on about? What if I need to fight? Exactly, Gabriel. Like, what?
You know what? I'm gonna disable the ship's weapons, just in case.
Yeah, God forbid I decide to play the game and just do something that's to see what happens.
I can tell him. Other than that, there's a heavy we could recruit on Tatooine and a safecracker on Kijimi, which is where I'd recommend going first. But it's your choice.
You know what? We'll follow your I don't want to go to hyperdrive. I want to go over here. Is it making me do hyperdrive first? No, I just want to go over there. Oh, it's making me do hyperdrive. It won't let me go over there. It's saying, oh, you're into space. You have to do the hyperdrive now. Holy shit, this is so on rails.
But it's your choice.
No, I don't want to go right now, though. I'm doing a mission. Oh, God, game. Don't say, oh, it's your choice, though. But now you have to open the space menu. Oh, fucking get bent, game. Whatever, dude.
What if I don't? What are you gonna do? You're gonna send me, huh? Oh no. Now what?
Thank Varric. I can't do this anymore.
You come across some guy at his lowest point. He's talking about how he killed his own partner, and his ride is stuck in a ravine, and everything is just horrible.
And then my partner had to go and report me. So of course I had to blast him.
That's terrible. Maybe leave?
My ship fell into a ravine.
You can't give him credits, you can't offer him a job, you can't direct him to work, you can't get his vehicle back, you can't even get him a new one.
I lost everything.
You can't even fucking put this miserable cunt 6 feet under. Instead, as though to usher us into a dystopian world, they provide you a fucking achievement for listening to a man talk about being near suicidal and doing nothing about it.
Also, to have all of these micro stories and side adventures.
Thank you for listening.
You're all using sarcasm. Excellent.
The Tusken Raiders demand I provide a crate dragon pearl to free a prisoner I want, and the game forces me to do so once I've retrieved it. Why can't I kill the Tusken Raiders? Why can't I make the deal and then betray them, leaving me with the crate dragon pearl and the prisoner? Why do I have to help Sheriff Fuckwit kill the Hutts? Why can't I help the Hutts kill her?
Oh, nice. Good teamwork.
We're not done. Huts are like sun roaches. There's always more of them.
No, that was like my team. No, I don't want to defeat the Hutt enforcers.
Try me.
I want to kill this fucker. Fuck you.
Those guys really hate you, huh?
You get used to it. Let's talk in my office.
What?
Follow me.
I didn't even do anything.
Oh, alright. Yeah, look at that. Whoa! What was that? Yeah, it's never just a couple of them. There's a couple more. Alright, yeah, let's go talk.
Oh, but I don't want to fight the Hutts. I actually want to be, like, hanging out with them. Oh, I guess I don't get a choice, huh? Okay, sorry. I thought this was the open world game where I can do the reputation stuff. Oh, that was it already? Okay.
The sheriff says, "You after this bounty too?" As if she didn't see Kay Vess's face on a bounty poster plastered not only around her town, but her fucking office.
Why do I have to watch these idiots let Hoss die? Why can't I choose to save him? Why can't I use my reputation to speak with the Crimson Dawn about returning the artifact to curry favor with the Ashiga to then plan a subversion of power? Why do I have to wait for the story to decide when I am allowed to subvert the Queen? Why do I have to be subjected to cutscenes that force changes in reputation that I have absolutely no hand in? Why do I have to work with the rebels every fucking time they barge into the story? Why is the world populated with random gunfights between random factions with a scripted team for me to join?
Wait, Hutties? These are my guys. I like the Hutts. I want to kill these guys.
Bro, it's so lame. Like, this is obviously a place where missions or connections will come from in future, so I'm not allowed to attack them. I gotta kill the Hutts. I can't kill it. You know the guys who offer a clearing of your notoriety level in exchange for money? Imagine you could fucking report them to the Empire for a bounty. Imagine the consequences were a drop in rep for the surrounding area, pissing off someone who perhaps was allied with this person while gaining more and more respect from the Empire. Imagine when needing a particular part from a merchant that I could kill them, take everything they were selling for myself, and the consequences of such an action makes the merchant unavailable for the rest of the game.
Alright, uploading now. Who should we pin this on?
Rebels. They already hate him, right?
Yeah, they always want to take credit for everything.
Really? I can't even choose to pin it on a syndicate. Do you know why? Because they thought, when they were making this, that you wouldn't want to lose any reputation with any of the syndicates. They don't even entertain the idea that I hate the syndicates, or one of them anyway, like the Crimson Dawn. They can't even give me the option to be like, oh, we can take this chance to just pin it on the Crimson Dawn, because I fucking hate them, and I want them destroyed. It's like, no, we'll pin it on the Rebels, because it makes no difference. They hate them anyway. It's like, oh, for fuck's sake.
Tell your friends. Tell everyone.
anyone, join my fight against Thornton.
Who's Thornton? Tell me, who's Thornton? Who's Thornton? All right. I guess I don't care if you don't care.
There's a mission where you need to save a bunch of prisoners as explained by Asara with Asara, and they don't let you complete it before you speak to Asara again. They don't even come up with a reason for the fail state. It literally says Asara got away. What the fuck does that mean? He's the guy that hired me for this mission to save his men. He's standing over there watching me save his men. What the fuck do you mean he got away? If you try, it will force you back, and there are countless examples of games that would instead have additional alternative dialogue from the character that allowed the mission to start and acknowledges the player doesn't need to speak to Asara again. Interactions are extremely limited, frustratingly repetitive, hollow, and most of the time, non-existent. You are not allowed to interact with this world in any meaningful way. You get flickers of choice and interaction that would have cost them as little dev time as possible. It's as though they were fully aware of what kind of work would be needed to create the kind of game with a reputation they marketed this one with, but they will never actually come through on the substantive engagement that any given player would want.
Your actions are going to determine whether you're seen as somebody who's good or somebody who's a little bit of a rogue. Now,
Why can you not stop lying? Please stop lying! What is wrong with you?
We've talked now about the thorough and absolute lack of choice in this video game, from story to mechanics, capturing just how little freedom a player has despite the many marketing statements claiming otherwise. What I have covered briefly, yet not focused on, is just how much of a lie it was that you could play as an outlaw, a rogue, a scoundrel, a naughty, naughty little bastard. But how true is that? The Star Wars world is filled with dubious decisions that lend credence to the notion of grey morality or complicated action. First and foremost, the accumulation of credits is incredibly limited. You can't make money by hunting general bounties. You can't work in any given market or jobs in the world to manage different businesses as minigames. You can't sell all kinds of equipment you come across. You cannot perform heists on any given establishment of your choice. You must steal as part of the campaign from the Empire or a syndicate. You cannot steal from just anyone. They need to be, 90% of the time, an authority figure, a guard, or generally someone that engages in negative behaviors of some kind. Money you get for the actual betrayals in terms of a business sense also have not been balanced properly.
How much money did that get me? 500? 500, that's it? There was 317 in this box!
Let me explain all this stealing stuff anyway. You can steal shit from tables and random surfaces, but broadly speaking, the primary way you will steal will be using Nyx's steal ability.
Oh, I can send the boy to go steal. Alright, fuck it.
Get in there, Nyx.
What?
Nice lift, Nyx.
What? What?
Now, it is true, there is technically a quick time event to complete when stealing, but it's incredibly easy. You get a significant amount of time to complete it, and there are no consequences for failing it other than simply making you select steal again. You can fail this as many times as you want. With this in mind, you are now ready to steal from everyone as much as you want to. You see, no one can stop you. Nyx never gets tired from it. You lose shows no reputation or standing in a social sense. You can't piss people off even if you do it right in front of them. Just go fucking nuts. Steal everything from everyone. Steal someone's wallet while looking at them. Steal from someone who desperately needs money. Steal from the guy who fixed the device I used to steal things. Steal from people in a Sabaac parlor. Steal in front of a rival actively wanting you to stop stealing but will do nothing. Steal from someone who clearly recognizes they're being stolen from but can't seem to do anything about it and are screaming inside.
I was gonna steal that. Thank you.
Steal a lady's datapad and announce that you will tell people she's stealing from the races right in front of her.
Nice work, Nix. Now, let's get out of here so we can tell Sarat.
Steal the stash in front of the guards. Steal, steal, steal.
We'll get the weapons once it's clear.
All right. But we might be waiting a long time.
It's so easy to just... Thank you for the information, gentlemen. I appreciate it. Can I have anything to steal? Or not, it's fine. Hey, fellas. Glarnock and Yabassi, episode 44. Well, that's mine now. Whoever it did belong to, it belongs to me.
I want to steal from him right now.
Keycard for the storage room.
Oh, I just got the key
Eden's
card.
plan said the vents in there lead to the office.
Okay.
Good job, buddy.
Oh, I mean, it looks like he noticed. It looked like he actually saw the little dog. But he's like, ah, shucks. Oh well. He saw him run away.
Good boy.
No reaction whatsoever. I wonder what that was. Who fucking...
Something to keep in mind also is that the targets can't move once you select them for stealing.
Nix, there. Good job.
Should we blast it?
I like how she stood still
Good job,
so I can press
buddy.
the button.
It's as though they know they've been chosen and they must await the stealing. Or perhaps the devs got a tad scared of any delicate systems they spent an afternoon coding were going to fall the fuck apart if they were allowed to move. You see, they must stay perfectly still, allow themselves to be robbed, and then move on with their lives because nothing else would make sense. I don't think I need to talk about just how juvenile this is or how pathetically lazy. The stealing wait time works so consistently you can use it to stun enemies while you attack others.
Nix.
Look at this.
Now, with all that said, it does work, because it's the simplest fucking thing you could imagine. However, there are some issues with implementation. For example, you can steal credits from people, you can steal grenades, and sometimes you get a comm unit. But really, credits start to become a rarity compared to grenades.
Oh, is this one of those Nix mini games where you eat food? Oh.
You know what? I'm kind of full.
I'm also too poor. I bought too many blast-up hearts. Maybe if I can steal some grenades, I can sell them.
In fact, there are stretches of the game where all you'll be able to steal are grenades, and it becomes quite the fucking meme.
Hey, get him. Great. See what they've got.
Full-on grenades, of course, because that's the only thing you can steal. Steal from the stormtrooper.
Get in there, Nix.
No change. Over.
Good boy.
Chase it away.
Nothing
It's a
here.
grenade, yeah.
What was that?
It's always a grenade.
Nix, there.
authorized to be here.
Just passing through.
No respect.
All right, let's go.
Oh shit. I'm just gonna stand here right in the middle and just steal it from everyone. Oh well, I stole too many grenades. I'm just gonna make a little grenade pile over here. I have 3 now. Look at that guy. It's like, is she like hoarding grenades? What the fuck?
All right, can I steal from you? Hey, who wants to bet it'll be a grenade?
Good boy.
Wait a second.
No, well, that's that.
Put it on my pile, Niggs. Good job. There's more grenades over there.
I'll go steal.
Hey, get him.
Want some more easy money. Way more money doing this than fucking winning all the gambly games. I'm full on grenades. Can I use grenades, please? Grenades. X. You motherfucker!
That's not like how you fail, you just get to try again. Doesn't even fucking matter. Oh. Well, if someone needs grenades, just help yourselves. I got 3 already. I can't pick up anymore.
What I think is remarkable about it all is just how many places you will visit in this shitty world that have absolutely no one to steal from. You can encounter rooms with 100 people and there won't be a single target as though everyone is broke. You can't even steal from people you just bought stuff from. Why? Obviously they have credits on them. My credits. Those cunts. This is just the devs once again fucking around and forgetting to code stealable people into every place. It's a tough job to do, you must understand.
Let me steal from all these people. What kind of shitfuck thief am I? What? Return to quest area? What? What? Oh, fuck off then. Oh, God damn it. Cringe. Can I steal from you? Let me steal from everyone. God damn it, it's so boring. Let me steal from people. There's like only like a handful of fucking enemies. Oh, not even enemies, like NPCs you get to steal from. Why isn't there a system where you can steal from basically everyone, but then you need to be careful actually and hide while doing it? Because now the way you do it, you stand in front of an enemy and go like, steal from this person, and they're like, oh man, who stole from me? While you're standing in front of them and picking up the fucking whatever you got from Nyx. Like, so stupid, it's so bad. Make it a system that you have to be hidden, and if you get caught, you need to stay low. Like, there's things you can do, but you just don't do it. Like an actual scoundrel? Yes.
Though, on the note of stealing from particular people, the game has some weird ideas.
Hey, Nyx, go steal that invite from this person over there. Oh, you're not allowed to, because that would break the game. Nah, bummer.
Get in there, Nyx. Good job, buddy.
Oh my god, he realized that thing was there. Even followed it to me, and then didn't do
You
anything.
don't have to be perfect. Just make it work.
We can steal from the same guy again. It's legit the same NPC that we stole from before.
Nice one, pal.
Just took his credits again. This is one black guy in a coat here. You can I stole from twice already. Oh, there he is. He's back. It's the same guy.
Way to go.
Way to go. He just gets robbed by me every time. He's back.
Next.
Steal his money. I don't even know why this guy comes back to this bar. He gets stolen from every time. Hey, where's the guy? Stealing from the same black guy like the
Good
last
job,
5
buddy.
times. He's gonna see me again and doesn't give a shit. We're done with the... He doesn't have credits anymore. I stole his bracelet. He's like, oh man, my bracelet. That's the last thing I had. Next time we just steal his shoes.
Memes aside, as mentioned, the game, the vast majority of the time, only lets you steal from an authority figure, a guard, or generally someone who engages in negative behaviors of some kind. This becomes very noticeable very quickly, and really makes a person feel like an outlaw, when the game isn't also bugging the fuck out.
You have to rob people? Let me see. Can I rob this guy? No, I can't even interact with them. I can't do anything.
Nix, steal from her. Oh, I'm not allowed? I'm so shocked.
Why can't we steal from average people? Why do we only have to steal from police? I want to steal from shopkeepers and stuff like that. Yeah, why can we only steal from police? Like, that's stupid. It's like the police will be more on alert. It's called Star Wars Outlaw, and the only people you can steal from are the police.
Let me take the money. There's money here. Let me take it. That's money. Those are money. They even have the Imperial logo on them. Let me take the money. I can't believe it. I'm scraping to get by trying to make money, and then they have all of this money sitting here on the table, and they won't let me take it. Game!
See, again, we like this thieving lady, right? There's a guy passed out here. Easiest fucking steal in your fucking life, but you can't steal from that guy. Why not? If you're like a proper thief, that's like, you see that's like, yo, that's some easy cash right there. Fucking stupid ass game.
This dude's having a hell of a time. Check that out. Can we steal shit? Steal. That'd be a perfect time to steal. Ubisoft devs ain't thinking hard enough on that one.
The stealing is pathetic and absolutely not encouraging anyone to feel like an outlaw. But it gets worse. You cannot threaten, coerce, persuade, or even bribe the vast majority of NPCs you encounter. There is a staggering lack of any kind of manipulative action they let you engage in. Killing is obviously restricted to syndicates, pirates, and the Empire once again. The notion of killing just anyone is horrifying to the people who made this game, as though they didn't even read a dictionary definition of outlaw and decided the only version of that archetype has a heart of gold at the core. Kay will, however, randomly engage in what is absolutely reprehensible behavior, far more befitting of a heartless outlaw, and sometimes she will do this without any input from a player. Remember not many hours ago we talked about a man she decides to steal from automatically who is clearly in need of money? I didn't even get to choose that, and it doesn't match much of anything they've established about her in the rest of the game related to her outlaw antics. Alternatively, you can just bump right into a guy who will pay you 400 credits on the promise that you will help him with his interests. Only this time, the game seems to think I have to complete the mission. I don't even get an option to steal it from him.
You can be sipping a drink in a cantina in a bustling city, meet up with a shady contact on a city street, you jump on your speeder, zip through the open world to a settlement, you take your speeder, put it into the ship, fly up, open world, open space, and find that space station to deliver that part. Everything in one session brings it all together.
Motherfucker, you can't even buy a drink.
You can be sipping a drink.
Please stop lying! Like every single thing in this fucking video, your newest video is a lie! I just want you to acknowledge what you did and apologize! I spent 4 days of my life—
The game doesn't let you consume alcohol or even a glass of green titty milk.
Yo, bartender, give me something strong and fruity. Like me. Hello? Bartender, hello? I want a drink. Hello, service? Service? Service?
How are you talking about this in the interviews and you don't even put it in? Did you forget? Is he stupid? Are we all stupid?
The first simple, almost childish tutorial test is you're like trying to convince someone to give you a free drink at the bar. That's it. And you got like 4 options, and you get more if you upgraded dialogue in the opening tree of options. It's not even particularly impressive. Then they could have done it.
No, you can't have a drink at the bar. What are you talking about? You can't order a drink.
I like how you said that like I just suggested something that can happen.
I'm just cutting you off at the knees.
It was a mechanic, Rags. Of course it can't happen in this game.
I would say one of the biggest telltale signs for a video game that prides itself on freedom and choice being an absolute fucking fraud would have to be the inability to do fuck all with civilians. They are made of the hardest materials known to man. They cannot and absolutely will not be harmed in any way, shape, or form, because that wouldn't be right, now would it? That would mean Kay can't be the hero. Many of these places aren't even remotely dangerous. There's no sense of fear or tension in the nature of dealing with the scum and villainy of the galaxy whatsoever.
No, no, please. It's on the house. Hey, if you insist. Thanks.
Oh, okay.
Nix, you say thanks too.
I find that very funny. That it's like, yeah, watch out, you know, Tatooine, Mos Eisley, it's a scary place. And then the first person I talk to just gives us free stuff.
What really hooked me was the fantasy of living as an outlaw in the Star Wars universe.
We knew that we wanted to do a scoundrel fantasy, right? We wanted players to experience that.
This is your actions that are going to determine whether you're seen as somebody who's good or somebody who's a little bit of a rogue, an outlaw. And that's super important to us.
She's not one to punch down, for example. Like she's only going after the people who really deserve it. And for her, like the Empire is really the top mark in the galaxy. She's not one to punch down, for example.
I think that's the player fantasy of the outlaw. It really is when you think of what would I like to do as an outlaw in Star Wars. It is stealth, it is combat, it is fisticuffs, it is hanging out at the cantina and having choices, meaningful choices.
I do want to say though that as a main character, Kay is pretty likable, and something I really appreciate is that the game hasn't been bogged down by some form of morality system for the most part. It's freeing to know that you're a scoundrel, you're pretty much in it for survival, and you're not tasked with choosing which way to play the character. In fact, decisions are more likely to ask you who to screw over, and that's great.
All of that is absolute horse shit, and I feel as though this video has more than provided the proof.
So my guess is... oh. What? Okay.
You are nerfed, hampered, and absolutely shaved of any harsh edges in this game. You'll be forced to pay for information before you'll ever be allowed to use any other means.
I might. A couple of credits would jog my memory.
Why can't I beat him? Let me beat him.
Oh, I don't have any credits to spare right now.
Then I can't remember a thing.
Okay, fuck you then.
You can't steal vehicles, kill animals, harm civilians, or even throw some insults at them. You're not even allowed to kill the Empire fuckers when they arrest you in the cities. It's pathetic.
This is the simpest, most fucking soft modern bullshit that I've ever seen. And it's so exhausting for me to even be part of it.
But hey, we've talked about choice. We've had the examples of NPCs you talk to that provide you fucking nothing because the game doesn't have any interest in entertaining you. But what about the quality of the missions as they are provided? What kind of challenge and action-filled adventures do we experience beyond the ones we've already covered? Well, a droid once asked that I talk to a bartender, and then I talked to the droid. That was bracing. Could have put some mechanics or writing into the mission, like the droid's perspective on waiting for his master indefinitely, the nature of choice, ownership, or time, and how much it may or may not mean to this collection of wires and metal that stand. Patiently waiting for the... never mind, fucking kill me. Another was talking to a lady planting a device and then talking to the lady again. Another was talking to a man about a droid and then talking to the man again about the droid. Another was talking to someone about a missing drummer to then chase him all over Tatooine until you find him in Wayfar. Another is a guy who wants to sell a Fathier to Jabba, and so I went to Jabba's palace and a person there eventually said they would buy one, and so I went back to the guy and he said, all right then. It was indeed at this point that I realized the immense potential of quest design I was truly dealing with here. Go to place, maybe talk, maybe shoot gun. Fascinating.
You go get that pearl back, and I'll be free for your job. Yeah?
Where is it?
Okay. One was bent.
Go grab the pearl to save me, Kay.
And I'll be free
Please.
for your job. Yeah.
Please
Where is
do
it?
the fetch quest. Do
One was,
another
bent
fetch
the
quest,
bones
Kay.
outside.
I know you want to do it.
Dude, these missions are actually, like, infuriating. This is the mission. Go there, then go all the way over there, then go all the way over there. Oh, man.
I can help you, Kay, but if you want a real kick, I'll need a part. An atmospheric accelerator.
So, just to be clear, this part of the mission was that, hey, you should go here, and then I go to that place, and then a guy says, actually, she's over here. All right, thanks, game, for not, you know, just giving me busy work to do.
At one point I had to run around looking for a person, then it narrowed down to running around and looking for a person in a smaller area, to then speak to another person and narrow it down again, and then I spoke to another person and he narrowed it down again.
Don't leave me with her.
I traveled to the guy's camp, and the person looking for him shows up. They immediately start shooting each other, and I have no clue what the fuck is going on, and I lose hut rep because the girl died. Then this happened.
Whoa. Something's not right. Mother of moons! What was that? Couldn't find a thing. What in the name of... Mother of moons!
So to be absolutely clear, if the lady wins the fight, you get this little bit of dialogue.
And at the end, he tried to run away with the credits. Couldn't let him get away with that.
If she loses, the game gets confused because this guy who was expected to die isn't really coded as an NPC. He doesn't have any dialogue. He doesn't even know what to do. They only wrote this quest line with him dying and the girl surviving. You can't even harm her if you end the quest the way the devs wanted. Even the missions where you get to fight people suck balls. I arrive, instant kill everyone with Deadeye, collect the goods, and deliver them unimpeded. Okay, one time there was this mission the devs designed where you were supposed to be robbed, and upon attempting to stop the guy who stole from you, there is supposed to be a spectacle of experiencing a great dragon in the middle of the desert. Wow, only they didn't do a good enough job, and some players are punished for playing with more efficiency.
Oh, can I get him? Oh, cool. Does the worm even care about me anymore? Oh, he's over there. Oh, he doesn't care about me. Because I don't expect that you're able to get that guy quickly enough. So that was probably a set piece that was meant to last all the way until, like, you know, somewhere over here. But because I got him so early, it, like, breaks it so that the worm doesn't, like, even go for me anymore because I'm done. That's actually what it was. That's the reason why he inexplicably got way further ahead of me before. It's like, oh, as soon as the other enemies come in and this ability, the lame Deadeye can recharge, they're like, oh, well, shit, we gotta get him away so that, like, you can't win yet. That's really funny. This is the thing. It's all held together so loosely.
Fringy is correct. They had such a fucking mess of aggressive rails being placed here to create the scene that they rusted and fell the fuck off, meaning he didn't even properly experience what they were going for. What's funny is Fringy still got to experience more than Metal did of this fabulous set piece.
Hey, come back here. That's mine too.
Got him.
This mission is actually epic. You get sent into the Sarlacc pit. This one is dead already. It is huge in here. Very cool idea to make this monster so large, like a giant living root system underneath the sand that you get to explore. That's what you do initially, and then to top it off, you get this epic crate dragon shot on the way back. So like one of the best missions just because of the visuals here.
Man, the Sarlacc portion is good because it's a big creature and you walk around in it with absolutely fucking nothing to do. The crate dragon portion is good because you drive around and he's there doing his thing. Even though these elements are dysfunctional, this is the extent of the praise. And it's often said with enthusiasm because even this is a shocking upgrade of experience compared to the average bog you are forced to trudge through in this game. As expected, this isn't the only example or the worst of the structure here. This even applies to time spent outside of missions.
We are 3 out of 6 on the wanted scale. We just exited an Empire space station. The music is playing, but there's no one here. And if you'll also note, chat, it says I need to reach the debris field to... Remember, the whole point of that is to avoid the TIE fighters. There are none. So... I guess we'll go anyway.
You can be minding your own business and people will just start shooting at you. So you kill them, and there's no way of finding out anything about them, or why this happened, or if there was anything to gain. It just sort of happens.
Keep moving, Nick. They're headed for us.
Right? Who dis? Who are these people? Why? Why did all this just happen?
Still in one piece. This'll help.
What's going on?
As though the devs put this in to make the world feel more alive for the slim cost of an hour of coding. Hey look, a challenge for me. I need to blow up 3 enemies with a single explosion. Which I did here. And I clearly did here. Oh, it worked when I blew up more than 3.
Are you kidding?
Because, yeah. So there's this mission where Surat Nuat asks Kay to find out who's cheating at the Sabaac table. We end up learning from some of her friends that she hangs around an arcade machine. I figured we'd ask these ladies where the machine is, but something else happens.
Weirless friends mentioned her arcade machine. Bet I'll find her there.
It is inside the Sabaac parlor.
Why do you know that, ND? We literally just found this out, and suddenly you know exactly where this machine, and by extension, the thief is? He's not even here. He's on the fucking ship. Here's something as sad as it is funny. There is an event that should play out whenever you travel within a particular proximity of this camp. The Empire land here, and you can make the decision to leave them or kill everyone and steal the loot. Both myself and Rags managed to approach this camp without having triggered the event. This meant that we cleared out the people, took the loot, and then as we were leaving, the quest began and the Empire spawned. Whoever drew the proximity trigger for that event was as lazy with the lines as the Out of Bounds guy.
I'm not the one who noticed if some of those supplies go missing.
I literally cleared this place out. I killed everyone here. Now they've all respawned.
Oh my god, they just respawned! I left for 4 seconds and they respawned. Where's the pirate raid? Oh, wait, so I clear out that zone, and then a random event for stealing the pirate stuff starts, and then and then it instantly is like, yeah, you want to do that again, right? Wow.
Ready to go?
That's wild. What a cool game. Luckily, I dropped my grenade launcher, so I don't have it.
Here we go.
It was sent here to go clear this out. I cleared it out, and then they don't even care.
A lot of this could very well be bugs, but these next ones definitely are. There's a quest called Hidden Riches where you collect treasures on the witch's finger on a kiva. They created a little section here where you can reach some goodies by sending nicks. Only the gap isn't very far, and so many players, including myself, figured it was easy enough to simply jump, which works. However, if you choose to do that instead of using nicks, the mission will bug out and be impossible to complete, to the point that there are YouTube guides on how to avoid this. There was another mission that broke where the NPC wasn't spawning for a particular interaction, and lucky for me, the game froze and so acted as a reset anyway. Another fascinating little bug is that the game will sometimes switch your quest between loading screens.
Stolen charms? Oh, battle droid, there it is. Found it! Government has provided that the credits to play a battle droid, but doesn't want their identity revealed. Well, they can shoot their wings. What?
Save
Why are they with
your
me?
Energy, okay?
Wait, what? Wait, huh? What? What? Hang on, stop. What is happening? What? No, that's not what... That's not what I was doing. What the fuck? Why did it just start a mission where we go to repair ND5? What?
It is also possible to be aligned with a faction to such a degree that when they enter combat, they can turn green and immune to your fire when killing you, meaning you have to wait for your NPC to kill them for you. The game is just filled with these fun little bugs that sometimes fuck up your whole mission or make it a hell of a lot easier.
Time to distract them, Nix.
Huh? We got a small creature here.
Please, let me just take it. Let me take it. Oh my gosh, it starts a cutscene. They're still there in the cutscene.
All right, let's get this thing out of here.
I can't believe it. I cannot believe that. Oh my god. Instead of you just grabbing it, they went through the trouble to make it a little mini cutscene. And then everyone was just standing around.
Oh, well, we're just gonna play a cutscene for this then.
All right.
Oh, cool. Oh, cool. Cool. Yeah, awesome.
So that about does it for talking about those few hundred topics. How about a few hundred more? Let's talk about vehicles and ships, especially since they've been mentioned a decent bit, and we can then finally talk about this speeder.
I get to drive all those cool Star Wars vehicles. Land speeders, flash speeders, speeder bikes, V-35s, X-34s, bark speeders, swoops, ATSTs, air speeders, snow speeders, wheel bikes, desert skiffs. I have it on good authority. You can get T-16s on Tatooine.
Okay, can I take this guy's car, or... I don't think I can. But, like, why not, though? Why can't I just take the car? Why? It's an open world game. Like, why wouldn't I be able to... Okay, right. So it's just the speeder.
I should go steal this thing. That would be cool.
Oh my god, look at that. It's like a crane on legs. I can't wait to go there and drive it.
That's cringe, man. I can't take any vehicles.
In this game, you got one vehicle. It's this one right here. It's the speeder. You can't drive other vehicles. You can't, like, steal other vehicles.
So you can
have
sure
one
gosh darn
blaster.
find them, walk past them, and not do
That's
anything
true,
with
yeah.
them
You can
because
shoot
they're
people off of them.
It's so funny how they make you play as an outlaw criminal person and you can't steal vehicles. Like that's the layout.
For those who don't know and haven't picked it up from the clues so far, you cannot, in this open-world Star Wars game, drive any vehicle other than this bland cuboid. This is fundamentally horrible news for anyone who finds excitement in the exploration of a universe through different means that relate to all kinds of worlds and cultures, but also different speeds, accelerations, handling, weaponry, aesthetics. Fucking Simpsons Hit and Run managed it.
I love you, Marge.
I think you should be able to when freedom of choice and exploration in an open world is your entire fucking selling point. Part of what's funny is you will indeed see a sand crawler or perhaps an ATST here and there, but you really don't see much at all in terms of vehicles from the IP you likely loved and expected to have been made good use of, and the vehicles you do see are barely functioning.
Man, if only they had a ship with a massive fucking blaster they could use.
The random traffic fuckers can't have their shit stolen, of course, but none of these speeders are up for stealing either. It's a shit show. The bloody Lego games managed to pull this off. What the fuck is wrong with you? You can't even ride a fucking bantha.
Like a bantha.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
When you think of the Division, it's a very focused, large-scale open world, very detailed, but there are no vehicles. So adding vehicles, adding a speeder, adding a wide open world, several of them connected by hyperdrive lanes and spaceflight.
Motherfucker, there are no vehicles. There's only the shitty speeder. Did you guys have it on the to-do list and run out of time? Also, connected by hyperdrive lanes? Yeah, Ratchet and Clank could make the same claim in 2002. You've not progressed anything. This all goes the same for ships, by the way. You get one with as many basic upgrades as the speeder, which in retrospect should have been fully unlocked to begin with, considering how slow both of them are.
This thing has some kick.
In fact, the higher speeds probably were unlocked to begin with, but they wanted people to feel as though they were unlocking something. Regardless, much like the vehicles, you see some ships here and there in battles and on the planets that you absolutely cannot pilot, steal, or even fucking destroy. You will not experience fun, and the notion that you will is a mistake. There's even a mission where you need to pilot an Imperial shuttle, but the control is wrestled away from you into a cutscene that then cuts off and loads you back into the regular world again, almost as though they know and hoped people might make the similar claim here of piloting multiple ships as they did with using different outfits to infiltrate bases. Obviously, in reality, it's all bullshit. Now let's talk about the speeder, the only vehicle you are allowed to use throughout the game. It has what can only be described as a sluggish and frustrating set of controls while boasting the kind of customization even a neurologically challenged bag of staplers would consider pathetic.
They even let you name it. You can type letters into the game and it'll present those letters later. Could you imagine that? Could you imagine naming your speeder or your ship or anything in this game? Could you imagine how crazy that would be?
Or any of them.
Your ship is called the Trailblazer and every single person goes, oh. Okay. Wanted to call by the Wings of Redemption, but fine, you know, it's up to you.
The implementation of this thing clearly caused a significant number of problems for the devs, and we're going to get into exactly what I mean in a moment. But for now, have you noticed while I'm staying still, the fucker is just drifting off?
Why does this look like this fucking thing is wiggling around like a dog? I can't wait for you to ride me.
Yes, it is sentient and hates being a part of this game as much as the rest of us. It should come as no surprise that it's been tested as much as any given aspect of this game, and that leaves us with plenty to talk about, so let's get started. When you do not have your speeder at your side, you can call it in the same way you do a horse in Red Dead or Shadow of the Colossus. Now, of course, when it comes to a speeder, nobody knows how this makes any sense, or how it manages to overcome every obstacle imaginable, all off screen, but it's better than just appearing right next to you, right? Oh, Well, don't worry, it gets funnier. But first, here are some examples of the speeder being called with a closer to normal result. Despite that being the intention with this system, K will often signal the call with nothing happening as a result. One might expect the speeder gets as close as it can, but you often don't even get that. There are also some amusing successful calls thanks to how this game functions. Really, it's a bit of a roulette wheel in terms of what to expect with this broken as fuck mechanic.
Dude, I feel like every time I call in the speeder, half the time it doesn't even work. Where is it? Where's the speeder? Am I blind? Where is it?
Okay, Nix. Let's go.
Oh, I got my controls rumbling. Must be there. Where are you, baby? Come save me.
It's extremely annoying, but why not show you the full selection of just how much this thing doesn't work to the tune of some appropriate music, as I really don't think I need to explain anything about what you're going to see.
Hey, Nix. Let's go.
Either way, let's just get back on the speeder and conduct the next mission. Dude, what's my speeder doing?
Oh shit. Wait, why is it drifting away? Hey, hey, hey.
Why is it all the way back there?
What the hell?
Hey! Get back here! What the hell?
For a ride?
Why is it all the way over there? He's doing fucking donuts, man. He's just got a mind of his own.
Get out of here.
Can I just get on my... Oh shit, I can... Oh shit, bro. What the...
I'm moving.
There it is. Reliable old Bessie.
Oh, this must be one of the DLCs that I bought for $160. This is such a... Bro.
Oh my god. What the fuck are you doing? Bud? Yeah, I'm here.
Need to pick up the pace.
Whatever, man. Maybe that tree will stop it. Nope. Yep. Yeah. Great. That's nice. Oh. Getting away again.
Yes, those clips are all real, and no, I don't understand why they were so hell-bent on creating a crippling misery simulator. Anyway, we've covered how much you use it in the game, how you summon it, or rather how you don't. So what are you meant to do if the speeder is damaged? Well, you kick it.
Oh. Oh. Okay, so you bump into somebody, you just go flying off, and then there's smoke, and it's like, oh shit. oh no, the speed is broken, and you just kick it, and then it works. What? Why?
Because that's how you fix things in Star Wars now. You see, Han had to hit the ship to get it functional, and so everyone hits things to get them working now. It's not like we saw a shit ton of mechanic work constantly in those movies. Did you know you can't even repair the speeder when it's on low integrity because the prompt for repair only comes up when it breaks? Ain't that just brilliant design? But sure, whatever. I've talked about the way it controls, but did you know you can't pick anything up while riding it? Needless to say, that becomes extremely annoying. But not as annoying as the light in the caves of Akiva taking so fucking long to kick in that you can't tell where you're going, making you crash and...
Oh, I get to go through the hole.
But not quite as bad as the realization that your speeder doesn't work on water when you first arrive. Makes for a bit of a hilarious shock and adds so much to the speeder experience.
Yeah, wait, can she swim? She's down!
Oh, okay. I guess you just slip and fall and die, and that's the end of the cave ass.
Take a deep and in.
Oh, jeez.
Good start. Probably called me a slur just now. Why did that happen? What just happened? I don't even know what just happened.
She just drops right down. Just right down. Why can't she swim?
I don't even think she gets wet when getting into water. Such a fucking...
Grand Theft Auto 3, they felt compelled to have animations for, like, not being able to swim. Here it's just like, oh, bloop. It's as if she weighs like 2,000 kilograms. She just like drops straight into the water.
Well, actually, we're not animated. We're real, so it's actually more realistic for her to just drop in.
Ah, I see.
Let's talk about the speeder platforming like I said we would ages ago. They made it staggeringly easy to platform with this thing. It's actually insane and definitely not intended. You can spend all kinds of time fucking around with it, and at some point you may very well believe, even for a moment, that this game is fun. Platforming with the speeder is so effective you start to wonder whether there's any point to regular platforming, especially with how gooberish that can be. There are several areas of the world that you are either meant to access at a later point or cannot access at all. But with the power of speeder platforming, the world's your oyster. You can bypass whole fucking levels. However, there is a conspiracy in these parts, one that I think holds a lot of water, that being the oppressive shadow of Big Road. They want to keep you restricted, keep you docile and controlled on those arbitrary lines of dirt, tarmac, asphalt, and concrete, when we all knew from the fucking beginning that leaves make for good road too. But seriously, this shit is worth fucking with if you're ever forced to play this rancid sack of embarrassments. I have defeated you, evil chasm.
Yes! We out here jumping. Yes! Up we go!
Of the things. What the? I don't think I'm supposed to be able to do that.
We got out of there. We jumped right up that cliff on our speeder. Just like God intended. I like how everything I do in this game is like not at all how the developers intended me to do it.
Though it isn't all fun, you get yourself plenty of invisible walls popping up all over the place as professional fun ruiners. And you might think this is tied to Big Road keeping you out of the trees, when in reality this shit applies to places that should absolutely be traversable. Get used to seeing the words speeder restricted area constantly. Though even that isn't as annoying as actually getting the speeder stuck in bugs and glitches, because this game hates the concept of interaction. For example, you can indeed be unlucky enough that you fall from your speeder, drown in a puddle, and respawn near enough that the speeder is too close to be recalled and not far enough away to despawn, meaning you are stuck, unless you can reach the edges of your prison and cause the limit to kick in. What great fucking design, lads. For anyone who's wondering, yes, this is also because Kay can't swim, and so if you get knocked off and the speeder is on the water, you absolutely cannot get back to it. Things like this might have been caught had the devs decided to play their own game, but oh well.
No! Well...
Units respond. A highly dangerous criminal is in this sector. Find and neutralize.
I'm gonna die if I touch the water, so I gotta get to the speeder.
Whoa. I'm coming.
Am I stuck? I'm clear. I'm not supposed to be here. I mean, I'm not supposed to be playing this game. Humans were not designed to handle this game, but that was clearly not the design of them.
Tired of walking next?
You want to come over here? Speeder? I can't go on the water. I need you. Speeder? Oh, no.
You want to follow those Kawakians, Vix? Can't give up yet.
So, my least favorite, I suppose you should say, right? Cringe-inducing. Like, I hate that sort of trope. There's, as I said, there's so many to choose from.
What the hell? I think I'm fucked. I can't go in the water or I'll die. And I can't call the speeder, it's too close. Oh, come on, jump. Can we get on it? Jesus Christ, this fucking video game.
So, let's get you. I'm gonna have to walk far enough away that it despawns this fucking block. Can I throw a grenade at it? Fuck you. It did nothing.
Broadly though, with that lack of quality assurance, the retarded thing gets stuck in the walls, boulders, and all kinds of flim-flammery on very casual use, making for a fucking nightmare.
More of those bandits? Oh, come on! I don't have anything. Just leave me alone.
Now, with all that said, these things don't happen constantly, but they certainly happen far too much. What does happen constantly is the limitation on the ground you are allowed to move through in this game while using the speeder. If there is even the slightest bump that a speeder would obviously clear, especially a video game one, then you will instead be subject to a laborious process of being tossed off the bike, waddling back, and taking longer than anyone should have to get your momentum back, especially if the speeder starts misbehaving when you call for it. This is extremely annoying when you are trying to simply explore an open world. You even get the camera tilting up for the experience against your input, and so the floor is obscured and you get fun little surprises.
Why did that happen? What did I get stuck on?
It's Kay. All right, Kay. You'll find Gorak upstairs in the calls.
Finally, our battle will be legendary.
I'm back for more. Oh no!
All right. How do we fix this droid problem?
What happened? Whoa!
What? What? I hit this. When you are speeding through this world, how are you supposed to know which rocks you're not allowed to interact with? I guess it's that one.
What? Really? Oh, God. Oh, somebody save me.
Straining bolt makes you apologize for being here.
Oh no, I hit the green.
What's even fucking weirder is just how much this problem can change its severity. You will absolutely come across areas that you know would normally knock you off the speeder, and yet for some reason don't count at all in the same way. This makes for an extremely uneven experience for something that players simply want some reliability from.
Right. It's okay. I'm kind of used to it.
What? I barely started moving. Wait, now you went over it? Wait, what? Hang on. I want to do that again. Wait, what? Don't do that. That was hilarious. I want to do that again. What? I don't... This game is...
It's insane, though not perhaps the most insane thing about this ill-coded vehicle. Again, if you haven't already picked it up from the crazy amount of footage you've already seen... As it stood for the majority of the time, the majority of the player base engaged with the game, you cannot attack enemies from your speeder with any conventional weaponry. You can only, and I mean only, use Deadeye.
So, like, you can't just... I have to wait for the thing to charge up, basically, and then I can fight these guys, right? Why can't I just, like, aim? You know? Why do I have to use the lame Deadeye system here instead of just being able to aim?
Why don't I get to shoot my blaster from the speeder? Is that locked? Do I get to do this later?
I can't just freely aim on this speeder, can I? Yeah, I have to do the lame Deadeye system here. That's my only option. I like how the camera doesn't even work properly as well when it happens.
This is immensely retarded, and it's obvious that they initially would have wanted people to shoot while on a speeder, but it caused too many glitches and they pulled it, leading us to a position that means we now only have the Deadeye system as a form of offense while remaining on the speeder.
Here's why Kay can't shoot from her speeder in Star Wars Outlaws.
Thylander explained that the original trilogy of Star Wars movies focused on speeder bike chases that all of the characters using them were usually evading instead of shooting.
Oh my
Massive,
God. Oh, come on.
Massive meant to
What?
replicate this feeling and didn't want players to just be able to ride in and assault people from a speeder. Quote, we wanted to make a mechanic that made you experience chases rather than having you feel as though you can ride in and assault people from the speeder.
Thylander also explained
that the decision came down.
Yes!
The decision came down to having trouble programming the speeder to drive nicely if you were ever aiming your blaster while driving. A difficult task when trying to jump around and go at high speeds. Overall, Thylander admits that it wasn't an easy choice, but that he's happy to hear how the fans respond to it and take the feedback in mind.
Well, take the feedback in mind. What are you going to do about it?
Other games have done this though. Like it's not impossible.
Probably those games are sequel either. So like I don't even.
I mean,
know what's work.
If you played the game,
to do that.
played the game thoroughly, and then you just read that, does this not come across as though the people like fucking making this game haven't made games before?
Where did their $300 million go then?
I took them.
This is monumentally fucked, and the fact that there is already a laundry list of issues for this broken mess already means it's bordering on one of the most neurodivergent designs for open-world vehicles in the history of gaming. Now let's address this reasoning. The original trilogy of Star Wars movies focused on speeder bike chases that all of the characters using them were usually evading instead of shooting. So first, there's only one speeder bike chase sequence in the entire OT that could possibly qualify in relation to this discussion, though this explanation would have you believe we were getting 2 per movie. Second, this one sequence begins with the heroes explicitly chasing rather than evading. Third, shooting does indeed take place in this sequence. And finally, they ended up changing this mechanic once they managed to account for whatever coding issues they caused. So overall, this is entirely bullshit. Calling this game a Gollum-like is starting to become a compliment. This shit is so fucking slapdash and stupid that if you happen to be out of Deadeye range but within gun range of your enemies, then you are simply fucked if you wish to stay on the speeder. They don't know how to account for this. You have to sit there like a lobotomized lamppost waiting for the stupid fucking bar to charge up so you can finally use your weapons. God, it's so utterly wank.
Oh, great, now it's poor, so the thing I did earlier didn't matter. And now I'm working for Jabba and everyone's holy shit, what the fuck? What just happened? Holy fuck. He went flying, holy shit.
Though perhaps it's worth exploring. What does it feel like to conduct combat on a speeder? What is it, humble viewer, that you are missing out on by not playing this game? How awesome is it to battle enemies on speeders with your speeder? Well, how about I show you?
As soon as I leave the safe area, then they're on me again. Of course. Well, that guy just reversed his direction in mid-air. You see that? They cannot navigate the world on their speeders.
I think that's the... God, this is so boring.
There's scum all over this galaxy. Roger, nothing going on here. Come on, then. Only one of us is walking away. Come on, then.
Is that it? What? What? Game, you okay?
Big ferret! We are doing this the hard way.
He went over it.
Are you kidding?
No. No, K-Vess, no.
Hang on tight.
Oh shit! We're being pursued by people on speeders. Oh no! We crashed into them. How could this have occurred? Quick, we'll lose them in the herd. We'll get them to crash into this tree. It exploded! They hit a cow and exploded! Quick! Into the herd! We'll lose him in the cows! Protect me, Ventus. There's one! There's one down. There's two! Two are dead! Two are dead! Protect me, Ventus! They're gonna... Oh, there's another! They're all dying! Come on, hit the cows! They did it, he exploded! Oh. And I love how the cows are actually unharmed. The cows are fine. You just go around in circles until the enemy kills themselves.
This ain't good, Nick.
Oh, he crashed into me and exploded. And then there's another one for the Manthas. Yes! We killed them. We got them. They're all dead. They all died. They all died from the Manthas.
Since we're on the subject, let's talk about Deadeye. It's called adrenaline in the game, but I'll be calling it Deadeye because I don't give a fuck and neither do you.
Oh, it's Red Dead Redemption.
Deadeye in Star Wars Outlaws is incredibly simple. You activate it and tag targets until choosing to shoot, and the game will automatically eliminate all targets unless they are special units. Chunky boys or those with shields will take a double shot, which is something you can get as an upgrade later. The first unsurprising sin is system commits, since it obviously works about as well as everything else does, is Kay choosing to fan the hammer as she shoots people. Please, please stop. I need you to stop.
What is she? Oh, she's doing the 6-shooter thing with her hand. For those who didn't know, the old revolvers, you'd have to manually cock back the hammer and then pull the trigger to shoot, and that would rotate the cylinder. And future revolvers, it would do this automatically. Whenever you were pulling the trigger or whatever, it would turn the cylinder and then fire. Here, she just like moves her hand like she's fanning the hammer, but there's no hammer. There is no hammer on this gun. She's just doing the thing that the cowboys do without understanding why they do it. Jesus Christ, that is so pathetic.
Yes, it is. Onto mechanical fuck-ups, however, I'm sure you'll be pleased to know the camera isn't even remotely reliable, and upon activation you may just have no sight of your targets. This is a surprisingly consistent issue.
Dude, the camera fucks itself during Adrenaline. Have you guys noticed that?
And when it works, all aspects of it I mean, it's way too overpowered. This shit wipes the floor with essentially no effort for free. The system itself is also very farmable, and they manage to leave in such an excruciatingly easy exploit that it ends up being impossible not to use it throughout the game, especially being this is the only way to attack people while on the speeder. All you need to do is jump while on the speeder, and it will charge Deadeye very quickly. When you combo that with it charging off people trying to kill you, it's something you can just spam, and once you crack that, there's just about nothing that can stop you. Deadeye also seems to provide invulnerability, so it's safe to say it's even more broken. One interesting quirk is that, as mentioned, to kill certain enemies you'll need a double shot unlockable. However, it's worth pointing out they will die to a double shot, but not 2 single shots. A bit of an oversight, but who cares when this game can barely handle solid floors? Then again, this thing can be buggy enough that it fails to even kill one-shot targets, so what do I know?
Okay, all clear.
The more frustrating of the bugs associated with this, however, would probably be having targets standing there ready to be selected and the game simply decides it's not possible, delaying the fuck out of your target selection and leaving you with far more enemies alive than you would have otherwise.
Okay. Well, never mind.
Even still, Kay is somehow able to start up the system, target an enemy, fire, and miss with the unmissable mechanic. Impressive, isn't it? And on top of everything, the system has a continuous fucking notification as though it must be used no matter what right now.
Yep, definitely no armor here.
All right, Nix. Go get him.
Fuck all of you.
And then, of course, we have the wonderful standard bugged-out collapse of the Deadeye system, just like everything else.
Give me a break. Okay, let's go. That worked. Hey, pull out. Okay, this is bad.
The system is bugged to hell and back. It is supposed to act as compensation for the lack of actual combat mechanics they implemented in all other aspects of the game. It is a lame, crippled copy of greater mechanics they could only hope to die in the shadow of. It's way too overpowered while simultaneously positioning itself to get the player killed and fails to do its job regularly. Despite being the simplest and worst variation of the Deadeye system known to man. It's activated and the player barely has to do anything. It's insane, and there are several ways to make it even more powerful, but at least it can be funny. Alright, so since we're on guns, let's talk about guns.
That thing does not obey the laws of physics at all.
In Star Wars Outlaws, you get access to one gun throughout the game that you can keep. A trusty blaster with a handful of alternative firing modes that is about as versatile as any one of the weapons in any other given fucking video game. This is frustrating for many reasons, including the fact that it would have been nice to be able to experiment with and upgrade all kinds of weaponry that relates to the way a player might want to approach a situation. Perhaps heavy equipment for wiping out significant portions of enemies, or an explosives-focused set of gear, or perhaps a sniping loadout, maybe weapons that strictly complement that of a stealthy spy approach. Or what about a speedy angle? Agile, but perhaps lower on damage, and you could have a defensive focus with more emphasis on healing, shielding, and slower defensive engagement. Imagine something that involves the creation, maintenance, and control of droids that do the work for you, and weapons that complement those ideas. What about fire-based, poison-based, smash and grab, flashbang, anything? No. You get your blaster. It fires regular shots at a reasonable speed, or bigger damage ones slower, or really damaging ones that have to charge, and then the ion shots for droids. Oh, and you have a stun shot. Regardless, you cannot hold multiple weapons. Pathetic doesn't even come close to covering this kind of implementation. The most complex and interesting this system will ever get is shooting people and then switching to the get rid of shields and droids mode until switching back to shoot people again. The explosive setting is required for explosion-weak walls that somewhat act as a brief puzzle in the same way that eating cereal is a puzzle for games journalists.
I do so find it very interesting that whenever you encounter this, it always has a little icon on screen to say, yeah, remember, it's that one. It's like, dude, there's not that many ways that I can interact with the world. You don't need to remind me. Yes, I know it's this.
Though it is dramatically disappointing that you cannot open those same obstacles with grenades or a grenade launcher.
I mean, that looks like something I can destroy. If I throw a grenade at it, will that blow it up, or will that just be a waste of a grenade? Oh, waste of a grenade.
Most of the time, however, you will be shooting randies with the standard setting. I was fortunate enough to enjoy the fully upgraded set of options with this one pistol, and man, what a difference that didn't fucking make. Broadly speaking, they did manage to make it such that you have a gun, you aim it, and you shoot people. So that works in as much as it should, for what that's worth, but as with all gameplay, they still have some huge McFuckery in the implementation.
Hey, Vess!
What?
This is bad. They won't quit. We're pinned down. These guys don't stop.
Not a surprise, considering this game's policy on basic functionality. Whenever you approach any given object in the world, your aim gets altered. This would be the result of the cover system being given priority before the player's preference in aim. The easy solution is that for as long as the player is using the focused aiming, they have complete control, but this game decided it would be more fun to have the gun switch its focus depending on what random elements of the world decide to get in its way.
Ah, you! Ah!
I think it's the collision of my gun. Yeah, because she switches around. She wants to look around the corner. Oh, I see. I think I see what's happening here. Oh. See, if I get closer, she tries to shoot past the thing that's in front of her. So, whoop, it goes like crazy like this. So if you go closer than this, it just kind of flumes out. Like, see, I get like yeeted around.
I'll steal from this guy. Oh, steal. Oh, cracked. Bro, really? Look how awkward this shit is.
This is infinitely fucking frustrating to use in the random encounters throughout the game. I can't stress just how much the gunplay is already repetitive and lethargic as fuck. To have it actively sabotaging you in such a way that you'll be aiming, you push toward the target and the aim alters due to any given object or cover. This pushes your aim further off than you would expect, leading to a missed shot.
Oh,
Nix,
fucking kill me.
We're spotted.
Haha, you didn't expect a quick Nix attack. God, I love punching women! I love punching women!
We here at Wumbo Industries do not condone the physical or mental harm of women, except when medically necessary.
I love punching women! I love punching women. Oh, it's Star Wars. If I shoot this, will it close the... What are you doing?
Oh, I did the thing again. Camera drags me with the, do you want to talk to him? And so it fucks up my aim, so I can't shoot him with the stun. Such a fucking conflict of mechanics. Why wouldn't it just be that I have the option to press the button to activate it instead of you fucking with my camera?
Hey, hold this open.
Wait, look at her hand. It goes like this because it's trying to do the thing where you where she goes right next to the cover, you know? But because it's this movie, she goes like blah 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 blah.
Then you get a slightly more conventional issue of the gun killing the user thanks to slamming into cover that Kay should obviously be shooting over. They cracked this decades ago. If you are in cover and you choose to fire without focus, the gun should be lifted over cover, firing the shot at the target. It works this way sometimes, but don't rely on it because it will kill you.
What?
What am I... The fucking bush is holding off my fire. Are you kidding me?
Seriously? It brought more.
No, you shot yourself in the face because you're a dumb fuck.
I also feel it's worth mentioning that, yes, broadly speaking, all animals are immune to being harmed in this game, but there are a few hostile ones that you do indeed have to kill. Though, when you end up battling these assorted creatures, it's quickly discovered they were coated by a semi-conscious packet of chewing gum riddled with bonitis.
My only regret is that I have bonitis.
What the fuck? I'm gonna kick you so much. Yeah, kicked him to death.
He's just like you, Chad.
Get some cover, buddy.
Well, couldn't deal with that.
In any case, let's talk about the pickups. Now, these guns work mostly the same way and simply operate on small variations. Almost all of them fire lasers, some faster, some slower, with changes in damage to constitute something like a sniper. You can tell these guys weren't pushing themselves when it comes to alternative forms of gameplay, as would be expected in games that care about experience or choice. What's notable, however, is just how much more damage you get from any given picked up weapon, making your own feel like an anemic tofu-fed fucking water gun.
Come on, run into my blasters. Do it. Just run headlong into blaster fire.
They see me now.
Dude, these blasters are so much better than the regular weapons.
There was a firefight! Oh my goodness! I'm unstoppable!
Now with that in mind, let's talk about one of the stupidest fucking elements of the whole game that the vast majority of the player base experienced. You cannot take these guns with you throughout the game. Now at first, that might seem reasonable. Not the insane limitations on weapon variety, but the notion that you can't simply take any weapon you pick up from dead enemies into any area of the game. However, this is a tad more radioactively retarded. One would expect when a character doesn't use a weapon like a rifle for long enough that they would slot it onto their back for later use. It is one of the oldest tricks in the book, especially if the character needs to do other things with their hands. However, these devs, in all of their lazy wisdom, decided it would be far more appropriate to simply ignore all of those design decisions and opt for a K-Vess that drops this fucking gun more than a blind, one-legged juggler. You see, it all begins with the horrid realization that she cannot take the gun she finds onto the speeder, making it almost impossible but certainly tiresome to get these weapons to any given different location.
Let's drive.
Oh, what? I can't take the rocket launcher.
Maybe this'll help.
Then you have Deadeye that makes you drop the gun, not holster it, because as was mentioned, you don't get to have a holster. You cannot rappel in any way, shape, or form while also holding onto the gun. They absolutely will not let you.
I'm gonna lose my weapon as soon as I go down here, aren't I? Yeah. Yeah, it's gone.
Oh, right, I'm not allowed to take this with me. Of course I'm not. Because why would I?
Can I swing with a weapon? I assume not. Yep, no, got rid of that shit straight away.
You cannot take it with you while scaling a rock face of almost any kind.
But I'm gonna lose my weapon because I have to climb, aren't I? Yeah, because I can't carry... I cannot believe that. That is insane.
They're not allowed in the club. Oh, look, I climbed a ledge and I dropped the gun.
This'll do.
I can't fucking stand how much she will refuse to hold this gun.
You can't climb a fucking ladder without them snatching this bloody thing off you. They don't let you crouch through a vent, for Christ's sake. A vent stops you from holding a weapon.
Surely I get to keep my gun by just walking through vents. No! You can't even walk through vents! You drop it if you walk through a vent. Wow. That is pathetic, game.
I think she dropped the weapon as I went to the vent.
Then there's the crazy notion of using it to hit people. You know, striking a person with the butt of the gun to knock them down. No, let's instead force you to lose the gun to conduct our retarded combat.
Why does she drop the weapons? Yeah, drop it again. Yes. I love it when you drop it. Or is the whole like... Stop. She's just gonna keep dropping it, and I just have to accept that.
They see us next.
Drop the fucking thing again.
Continue to search until further orders are
I fucking dropped my gun.
You can't walk through tight spaces with this shit. She just drops it.
Yeah, I forgot. When you squeeze through these gaps, you just drop your weapon.
She can't press a fucking button without her arms turning to bloody noodles. A button. A fucking button.
Do you really have to drop this?
Don't drop the fucking gun to disable the alarm, you weirdo.
We all went to the main hall.
You see this? She drops the gun every time. The fact they had her say anything... Drop the gun again.
It can't get worse than this, right? She can't drop it for any more of a retarded reason, right? There's no way. No, it can't get worse.
What is it, anyway?
Oh, it's a snow.
Why did you drop the gun?
You gotta kill a crepe dragon to get one. Which snow?
Why did you drop the gun? What was that for?
They will take your gun away when you talk to people on a receiver. And of course, they take the gun away when cutscenes activate. Because what the fuck else would you expect at this point?
Why would you do that?
Huh, not bad, Gadik. It's working.
What's a pet?
After all that, I wouldn't be surprised if they just have the gun fucking fall from her slippery ass hands as a result of walking up a staircase. Wait, no, what do you mean there's a clip of that? We have that?
Don't hurt yourself. Dude, she just dropped the gun by climbing stairs. Do you see that?
What the fuck? Was this coded by the chief executive officer of being a potato? What in the fuck made you think that you should have it be that a primary mechanic is interrupted by literally walking? Well, okay, fair. I was being a bit hyperbolic. It was a staircase after all. Kay doesn't just drop the gun by simply walking around. Right? No, wait, what do you mean there's a clip?
I wonder if they opened something up extra. They give you a reason to come back here. Why did you drop that? She really did just randomly drop that rifle on the ground. That's actually weird.
What is this disgusting congealed tumor of a video game that obviously should have been left in the toilet? You should be ashamed. Actually, you shouldn't feel shame, because the creature capable of coding this with any amount of conviction wouldn't be able to feel shame. It wouldn't have had the biological development. What an embarrassment of a system that is only incrementally fucking exploited back to vague normalcy by having your dumb fuck space rat go and grab the gun every time it slips from your laminated, grease-drenched sausage fingers.
Oh, the fucking gun. God damn it. How about you fetch it for me?
The blaster, quietly. Nice.
Look at that. I'm subverting the horrors of this pathetic video game.
The stealth gameplay's gotten real. How do I drop this weapon? Oh yeah, that's right. I drop it by climbing. Cool.
Nix, you're gonna have to fetch the gun for me. Like a good little goblin.
Get that blaster from me, Nix.
So fucking stupid. Oh, just teleport up here. Thank you. Where the fuck did my gun go? Nix, get it back. Fetch
Nix,
the gun.
get that blaster.
This is so fucking
Good
stupid.
boy.
I have to use Nix to move it through areas because the game won't let me have it.
You even use many weapons by picking them up and then discarding them during combat, making weapons fun to use but never tasking you with managing more than you need to.
Good God, never have I heard this absolute rancid tripe as a justification for how shit the system is. I sure wouldn't want to be tasked with more than I could handle by keeping my gun as I board my vehicle, climb a ladder, press a button, or fucking walk around. Thank you so much for rescuing me from that horrible fucking fate. Well, at least this doesn't apply to everyone in the world, eh? It's not like they all randomly drop their weapons. Oh, for fuck's sake, there's a clip.
If you have something, buy it.
Alright, let's talk about the other side of the combat.
Face the other.
An epic brawl. A Star War, you might even say. I'ma get you.
We have an intruder!
Why did that work? Why do I get rewarded for doing such shit gameplay?
Throughout the game, you will be faced with challenges that require you to attack foes and defend yourself using melee combat. What you will quickly discover, however, is that Vess is a fucking powerhouse and her fists are unstoppable. She can punch the fuck out of anyone with any headgear.
Just punched him square in the fucking helmet. It's so stupid. Hello, sir. How do you do? He's wearing a fucking helmet, love. Your hand is fucked.
Yeah, that'll really knock him out, eh? It's kind of like when, what's-her-face, Tall did that in Kenobi. He, like, slaps the dudes.
Oh, God. It's just like in Kenobi. Not even Gollum could take out enemies with helmets.
Hello? God damn! What the fuck was that? Oh, yo, just press Q to throttle him. Well, I did. And?
It's like his shit in his pants. He's just desperately trying to not let it run down his legs.
This is usually discovered relatively fast, along with Kay's incredible ability to move across the world with great speeds and snapping that makes her a force to be reckoned with for any stormtrooper fool enough to test his luck with her. And to be clear, you can do this with ease even on the hardest difficulty.
Judo chop!
I'm gonna get you.
Watch for suspicious activity.
Stop doing that. It looks so silly. Why didn't you just have her hit them with the butt of her gun?
Don't give him a chance!
Boom! Holy shit, dude! Superman! Freaking Superman punch, that's wild.
You just land and then some lady beats all of you up. Why?
Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, what the hell? What? Oh my gosh, dude. That is ridiculous.
What's that sound?
Get in line. Combat. This lady is unstoppable with the power of the corn. And that's what you get for ever thinking you could take me on.
Oh, that's awesome.
You're not letting. That's our terminal.
No. Can anyone make
So that's all I have to do to avoid getting caught. Just keep beating up everybody. Like, just spamming square over and over and over again. It's like, well, you know what? You've earned it.
Bro, just beating the shit out of
It's so funny they portray it so weedly, and then it does knock people out.
They won't stop coming. We need to go.
They won't stop coming till they don't stop coming. Oh my god! Jesus Christ! Wow!
Obviously, this is hyper-giga-tetratarded and distracts almost every person who ever played a video game before or knows anything about Star Wars, because how the fuck is Kay simply punching through helmets? It's not just absurd, it's essentially an exploit. The enemies don't stand a chance, and they especially don't when you have extendo fists of steel. Which is... just run the montage.
The fucking slide.
The combat, as you are witnessing, is...
So all up, you've got the combat, the stealth, K-ship, and...
Why was that your image for the stealth?
Because
beating him to death.
He knows the end game of Star Wars Outlaws, and he's just giving a teaser.
That's perfect.
He's just rolling around with a stun gun, punching the fuck out of
K-ship and speeder, along with the whole ass.
Well, in totality, it's a buggy mess that allows for easy exploitative behavior, turning the enemies into a complete fucking joke while entertaining the player with just how absurd the entire situation is. Likely, as with everything in this game, a result of being a project that is unfucking finished, falsely advertised, shoved onto the market hoping to be carried by the IP and promises of an experience we all are actually fucking invested in. But no, here we are, staring at some entitled Californian bint with a bob, wiping through countless armies of the Empire's primary forces with her dainty fucking fists of fury because they couldn't be asked to make a video game.
That was nice and smooth.
I'm just gonna punch everyone. I'm gonna punch my way out of this. Yo, I'm like Batman. Drop a smoke bomb and just... Holy shit, dude. Crazy. Holy shit. Just pick out everybody with punches.
What is happening? What the fuck? Did I go up on the table?
Such combat.
Serpentine. She's a mad woman. Ow, you fucking bitch. How dare you? This is Dark Souls. Guys, I'm playing Dark Souls. Mahler was like, how come you don't want to play Dark Souls? And I said, I do want to play Dark Souls. This is it, I'm playing Dark Souls. I'm playing Dark Souls. Take Ferric! Imagine being this guy behind the door and you're watching this crazy psycho woman roll around on the ground and punch on her face.
And perhaps you think I'm being too harsh to call what you've already seen buggy, but sometimes you have to be eagle-eyed to see it, I suppose. Or, well, no, maybe not. The fact is, the game is truly riddled with bugs, but a lot of this stuff isn't the exception resulting from a bug, it's simply the rule resulting from their lazy-ass designs.
Oh, nice. Getting caught on there. Getting caught on the terrain there. Oh, cool. Now I'm screwed. All right.
Go get him.
No. Wanted to go for him, but whatever.
There she is.
No, why would you? No, I was clearly attacking her.
I'm pretty sure she just tried to punch the robot on the floor there. She did. Why does this have a fucking box? Look at this. Why? What? Why do you have an enemy hitbox? What is wrong with this game? Okay, that's a tough question actually.
Whoa!
Where the hell did they go?
Can I please talk about something mundane for a moment? Oh, the experts, those guys, experts and abilities, let's do that.
And it's our take on making progression really different from just putting points in a skill tree or something like that. So you actually go and try and find people who are going to teach you how to do something new. So it's our little spin on making progression a little bit more fun and grounded in the open world and grounded with characters that we hope that you'll get to know and love.
The broad idea is to provide the player a unique and alternative way to progress in their unlockable abilities through something other than experience points being placed into a skill tree. However, when you skim the surface, you quickly realize it's a poorer implementation of a shittier system. You meet experts in the world and often have to complete a side mission related to them before unlocking a set of different requirements that, if achieved, will further unlock an upgrade for your playthrough once you unlock it, after it's unlocked, of course.
I also don't know why they don't just unlock this for me. This seems like such an unnecessary step. It's like, oh, you got all the things. Now go into the ability menu and hit the button to unlock it. It's like, can you just fucking unlock it for me?
Yeah, that's one annoying element. Another is the sheer lack of any abilities being even close to interesting, except that one we will talk about soon. For example, why is it they would ever put the collection of random credits or Nick stealing random shit as the requirement to unlock abilities in this system? These things will be completed very passively. In some cases, you will literally be unlocking shit with no recollection of why that would be, and this is the perfect chance to involve something dynamic. Why not have requirements that have the player complete difficult challenges that relate to more complicated gameplay? Perhaps some kind of combination of mechanics that makes you far more effective in combat. Oh right, there are no dynamic forms of playing this game, as you already completely dominate, and as we have gone over, there's no class play here. You can't focus sniping, explosives, speed, poison, or anything like it. The reality is that this is a skill tree, just an extremely shit skill tree with no thematic branches. Instead of picturing 9 images here, unlocked via a mission that has nothing to do with any of this, imagine 9 branches on a tree. Instead of the branches relating to and unlocking something that fundamentally changes how you engage with the world. With a robust set of different options even within your chosen field, you get a handful of standard health, capacity, and blaster buffs with some speeder, slicing, and Sabaac benefits essentially randomized. They mostly unlock random shit not for experience, but for random acts that in any other game would likely just give you experience anyway, making all of this a bit of a sham. Real games tend to give you greater rewards for more impressive achievements in the game. It's like a universal currency, judging your every move and rewarding you with extra unlockables in a progression system encouraging you to master the game while seeing more of it. In Outlaws, you have a system that is much worse since you unlock less significant upgrades with less impact on the game that don't relate to a particular playthrough style at all. Upgrading abilities is supposed to make you feel either more powerful or more capable in almost all aspects. Here, they are incremental and sometimes even confusing. You won't even need them on hard mode. You can just blitz the game with your mighty fists. So much for more interesting, fun, and grounded, eh? Though, even with what I've described and what you have seen, if you use the English language in a very specific way, you can make it sound a lot better.
And all the abilities in the game are unlocked in this way. And I love it. I really think it adds a lot to the game itself, where it's not just about leveling up and then picking random things on a tree. It's about actually engaging with the characters of the world. It's about engaging with the world itself in specific ways to then progress your character forward.
Rather than farming XP, you unlock new skills by doing specific activities which encourage you to actually engage with the game's systems instead of just repeating busy work. That design choice helps merge gameplay systems with progression beautifully.
It's worth understanding that he described talking to a person to then complete arbitrary actions like steal 5 things with Nix or blow up 5 people with an explosive to then unlock a new ability and then unlock the unlocked ability as encouragement to engage with the game's systems. Gaming is, as the kids say, fucking cooked. The reality is, it's a far worse system. There's no competition between these two. Receiving experience points for most actions that leads to spending in a tree can be infinitely more open for player choice when implemented properly than this utter dreck. Higher skilled players can get more experience points by completing harder tasks faster, while lower levels can grind until they are powerful enough to better achieve the goals they have. That's part of the basic idea anyway. The system they have here, however, is a malformed, malnourished, malicious little fucker masquerading with malintent as a superior system. It's amazing to me just how little work a dev has to do to receive a shit ton of unwarranted praise.
Those little feet a rest.
Well, alright then, it's been long enough, hasn't it? We're in the mechanicals section, we've done the guns, the punching, the deadeye, the speeder, and even the speeder combat. How about we finally tackle the greatest aspect of this entire experience? The stealth. Something the game is absolutely chock full of, with its implementation making up for an unfortunate lion's share of the gameplay beyond just walking around.
As a big stealth fan, I think it's competent, simple stealth, good for an open world game.
The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world Star Wars Outlaws had even semi-functional stealth. Truly, this putrid system deserves nothing less than to be abandoned in the sticky pits of this foul era for gaming. Regardless, stealth in this game functions like a lot of mainstream, high-budget third-person stealth does nowadays. Each of the enemies have a basic AI installed, and you run around them hoping not to be found. You get the option of vents being thrown in, some takedown animations, and if you're lucky, distractions can be performed. Oh wow! This is about as far as one should expect it to go in a Flash game or an alpha, but we're already close to capping out the potential of this entire system. Something you don't really see coming is just how much you are forced to engage with stealth in this game, considering the lack of mechanical depth. Star Wars Outlaws is littered with stealth events, making for a vast majority of the interactions with syndicates and the Empire when moving through the world. You stealth, you steal, you beat the piss out of people with your Hulk smash. All is well in the world, yes? Well, the system I have described at full function would still be an embarrassment for what would be seen as a stealth video game, considering the extremely limited options and the strange borders that separate what constitutes stealth versus non-stealth, as we've been over. Though, as always, it's much more so about the execution of any given system. Broadly speaking, you can very easily stay out of being detected thanks to how poorly coded the AI is, and by gum, I have a whole section on that. Regardless, the way they built these mechanics essentially ensures victory. In this case, I'm talking about intentional benefits, not exploits, like the stun shot, an extremely effective functional insta-kill that can make many moments during approach easier. It even sits on a little timer, so you can use it again and again. In addition, one of the abilities you can unlock early from an expert is light-footed, making all stealth much easier, despite being easy already. And as if that wasn't enough, you have Nyx. You are told, if not encouraged, to use Nyx throughout any given stealthy antics throughout the game, and he essentially operates as a remote stun on an almost instant cooldown. You can use him to jump on a single target to then take down, or you can have him attack one guard of a pair while you take out the second to then finish off the first. This is such a dramatically overpowered action that you will essentially clear all obstacles with it before even understanding what kind of enemies you are truly dealing with.
And see, this is what it is every single time. If there's two enemies, you send one enemy to... yeah. Alright, attack, and then I'll take out one, and then I got you. Oh, look at that. Yeah, I got him.
What? Do you see that? I just fucking clipped through the thing. I'm so good. Can I get him from here? I buy it.
Dude, it's so boring every single time. It's just like, yeah, do that.
Hi. Attack, please.
Nyx, attack.
Fuck yeah.
God, stealth sucks. This is all I'm gonna do over and over again.
Go get him, buddy.
Anyone else?
It's like they've gone backwards on things that they've actually solved before. Ubisoft used to make, with general consistency, good open world games. They used to. You can see elements of the same structure present here. If you're playing like Assassin's Creed or if you're playing Far Cry and you're essentially doing the same kind of mission, which is something like this of, hey, here's like an outpost and infiltrate it. One of the things that makes it particularly engaging is just the variety of options that are actually available to you. Because here, like, my options are so limited. What really are my choices in terms of my ability to engage with this area? I can sneak around and get the space dog to punch, to grab onto somebody so that then I can go and punch him. That's essentially the gist of my ability to engage in stealth. What weapons do I have access to? It's like, well, in terms of stealth weapons, I got one, which is my blaster that I can set to stun once. My options are so limited.
That's how the whole thing should work as intended by the devs, but as we have no doubt learned thoroughly while going through all of this, nothing works as intended. I'd like to first make note of how pathetic the entire experience tends to be with some basic testing. Everything is exploitable, from the AI to the alarm system to the way you can use combat to the borders separating the forms of gameplay you're allowed to use, making for an embarrassing experience.
Oh, we got them all. Okay, lesson learned. Don't shoot that camera and we should be fine. Oh, there's one more. Just didn't hear any of that, I suppose. Alright, well, that's it for him. It is just funny that there could be anybody in this room who didn't hear that. Oh, that's just another guy that just didn't hear any of that either. How could it be that there's any AI that aren't in this room that aren't aware of this? How is it that they can just, like, not hear all that happened?
Though not to get ahead of myself, there's one more mechanic at play, and that is whistling.
Whistling might be effective against ND5. Fuck you mean whistling?
Hiding won't work.
Now, whistling is introduced so fast and is so unnecessary that I did my first playthrough not even understanding it was an option or that it had much of any use. I quickly realized I wasn't the only one, and referencing whistling was almost a meme for other players having no understanding for it either, to the point people were discovering it in the final boss fight.
I will find you eventually.
I will find you eventually. All you have to do is run in a circle, then you'll find me.
Though I quickly discovered I wasn't missing much in that the reliability of whistling matches just about everything else.
What?
God, why would you turn what? Why would you turn around like that? If I whistle over here, why would you randomly flip around to where the whistling wasn't? Holy shit, that doesn't make any sense. Oh my god!
Something I very much need to mention is that the enemies react to all kinds of wacky stimuli, most notable being bodies. They will find bodies and they will react to them as one would expect.
We lost an officer.
No, she's right there.
Guess it was nothing.
I guess it was, we lost an officer. I guess it was nothing.
What one wouldn't expect is that the devs didn't put in any kind of mechanic to move said bodies, meaning you have to simply watch as your flawless approach is maligned by a severe lack of creativity and or effort from the devs. The fact is, you shouldn't just be able to move bodies to hide them, you should be able to create circumstances that enable other more dynamic results, like framing a situation or directing a curious enemy with these elements.
Hide the body, move the body, do anything. Why would you assume you could do that? Are you stupid?
I'm so frustrated by like how third-person action-adventure games have like totally consumed stealth games as a genre, but all of the stealth is like incredibly bland and rudimentary. You can't even move people. Like, it's such a basic feature in like stealth games that you can move people that you've knocked out, because there's so many reasons why you might want to do that.
You should be able to determine certain events by planning ahead and manipulating the environment, the clothing, using people and their expected reactions to organize your own benefits. It was mind-blowing that there are absolutely no stealth mechanics beyond what I've already listed, because you quickly realize you can't even change costume. The game allows you to have a full-on Imperial outfit. There's a significant section where you use full Stormtrooper gear, but this is never, I repeat, never utilized as a mechanic. You cannot assume alternative identities.
Only way to do that is to pull a classic Star Wars.
Works every time.
You can't do throughout the rest of the game.
When they fucking did this, the whole disguise, I was mad. Because like, oh, now we do this. Because the first time we went on one of these ships, like, oh, can we get like one of these Stormtrooper outfits? Because we have an Imperial ship we just used to get on here. So, like,
Look,
yeah.
the entire element of using disguises, outfits, ships, and things to get into restricted areas, that just doesn't. It's just not a thing. Don't even.
You'll find yourself outrunning a Hutt gangster on your speeder, or disguising yourself as a stormtrooper so you can sneak into an Imperial base.
To be clear, you cannot make use of any of these tactics to better execute stealth gameplay. They are story specific, there's no choices to be made, and they apply for mere minutes. They didn't bother to implement it as a mechanic, but reviewers, or in this case marks, will tell you it was not only present, it was a standard feature. And as if all that's not bad enough, Kay and the devs are hyper-indulgent in the takedown animations. Precisely not what you want when performing stealth gameplay.
Takedown can be performed on unsuspecting enemies. Why was that so awkward? Like...
Yeah, that wasted a lot of time, actually. Thanks for that.
Why do these animations take so long? I'm screwed.
They are designed for the experience of a spectacle, not the experience of stealth gameplay, which does act as a sort of skeleton key in understanding why so much of this game ended up the way that it did. Part of what destroys the stealth experience in this game is the lack of incentive and reward. It is the harder route in many games to take the time and consideration to move through an entire area, meticulously taking out each enemy one by one without any of them realizing. With this game, the same can be said, but there's simply no reason or encouragement to do it. You don't receive anything in the form of benefit, be it bonus XP or ratings or opportunities. You simply give up and start shooting people with almost no repercussion.
Hey guys, you alive in there? Hello? Are you just for show? Are you like in a museum? Hello? I just killed like 50 people.
Now see, Star Wars Outlaws, you have so many options for how you can approach combat. You can go up to him and you can press the square button. And that knocks him out. And now, see, that's the thing. In Star Wars Outlaws, you can play it your way. You want to go lethal or non-lethal. You're going to punch him or you're going to blast him. You got so many options.
On me. Hey. We need more cover.
There we go.
Okay, so what if I just kill them all?
I need to get their attention.
Weird. Wait, where'd he go?
This ain't right.
We are doing this the hard way.
Are we though? Well, this guy doesn't care.
Go! Get him! I got him! Get them! After that! He's half dead already!
They won't stop coming. We need to go.
Say again? Think my... Hey, what are you doing here? Huh?
We're good.
Just zigzag. Just zigzag. Just zigzag. That actually works. Just zigzag. I'm just on my morning run. Don't worry about me, guys. Ow.
Take, for example, when exiting the hoof in the beginning of the game. We could have the option of stealth versus guns blazing to subvert, steal and manipulate, or crush, punish and perform some justice or something for Brahm getting shot in the leg and all that.
It's nothing.
You could have showcased the strengths and weaknesses of both options by having different benefits and drawbacks while weaving it into the story. You can then provide different unlocks or opportunities based on the gameplay choices, unlocking different weapons and abilities that reflect what you chose to do. You could make certain doors leading to particular loot lock the second you go guns blazing through security. You could also have burly mini-bosses that cannot be killed in stealth but can be evaded. Only if you kill them in a guns blazing approach, they drop loot that reflects taking them out in a more aggressive form of gameplay. This is called design, even in its most basic form. We don't do that here, do we?
Hey, get away from there!
I'm in. Can't stop me.
He said dookie.
The sad reality is that you will go guns blazing a lot of the time in this game, and halfway through shooting everyone to death as loudly as you could imagine, you will realize you are back in stealth. Alternatively, you will perform stealth takedowns for an entire encounter, only for the game to reward you with forcing a guns blazing segment anyway.
They won't stop coming. We need to go.
Where did she go?
Stop her now!
They see us, Nick.
Just some of the crappiest implementation you can imagine. As said, this isn't designed for the experience it provides in gameplay. Calling it pop stealth would be an insult to the games that can at least implement that in a respectable way.
Oh my god, don't you dare. Why would you announce? Why would you announce? I shall begin the construction of the attempt to press the button that shall alert the world that there is someone here. I sure shouldn't like to be stopped in this operation, but if anyone is wondering, that is what I'm doing. I am beginning to start commencing upon completion of activating the alarm. Here I go!
But the big aspect to talk about here is absolutely the AI that is meant to make all of this stealth worthwhile. We've been through the way they capture you if exposed in syndicates, as well as how that bugs and bleeds over into scenarios where you should obviously be able to shoot the fuckers as the outlaw they claim you play as.
Don't try anything.
Fine, you got me.
What?
Don't try anything.
Easy, relax. I give up.
No, why wouldn't it let me do anything? It locked me in. It took away control. That one trooper was all the way over there, and I got completely locked out of having any control of my character. It didn't say you can't get caught.
There is also a handful of unique bugs that allow you to be exposed for no reason at all, like enemies catching knowledge of exactly where you are when they absolutely shouldn't be able to whatsoever.
What? Oh, thank you, game. Thanks so much. Thanks a bunch. What was I supposed to do about that? Ah, awesome. Sweet.
Whereas referring to this game as a golem-like was squarely a compliment, I would now say it slipped toward flattery.
What? What? What?
Stop!
What?
What an ugly one.
All of that was just fucking horrible.
And how does it earn such scathing commentary, you ask? Well...
How do you not know?
First would be the nature of stealth even being active. As had been covered, I can steal a mission-sensitive item from someone and essentially parade that in their face with no consequences.
Look how awkward this shit is. Mine now, bitch.
Waka, can you trace a comlink signal for me? I sent you the frequency. Guess I'm going to Rampali.
So anyway, thanks for that. Some people can describe certain pieces of media as like, they're like alive. I think games get that compliment sometimes when there's so much work in them that they feel like they can just go any direction. This is what I would call the opposite of that. Everything feels very dead.
This can be inconsistent as all hell in that you can encounter encampments with a selection of enemies that look as though they were pasted in with all the passing thought of taking a piss. You can steal almost anything from them with no problem, but even touch this container on the floor and man, you might regret it. Generally though, what I'm talking about is enemies being spawned the wrong way in a stealth section or having a restricted zone randomly dropped into the middle of any given area to simply come across as though things are happening. It makes you wonder just what in the world the devs thought about implementing stealth themselves.
Wait, does that actually matter if the cooks? I mean, that guy out there, that NPC just saw me. I guess he didn't care though. Oh, he doesn't care. He actually just doesn't care at all. He doesn't care. He doesn't even give a shit.
Wait, what? Oh, okay. Well, sorry. Dude, those fucking restricted areas start at the most random fucking places. I didn't even see that there was a treasure thingy there. Wait, what? What? So, what? Why is this one little place a restricted area with a fucking random ass box then placed in the middle? Why? What is this? This is... Oh, let's put a treasure chest right there. Like, the fucking chest is not even at the wall. It's just in the middle of the fucking place that is restricted for some reason. What a fucking piece of shit. Holy shit, dude. God damn. Fine, I don't need your help. Oh, look, they got a new box to secure. It's pretty small. This time we got a dog.
Anyway, that's enough setup for the AI, isn't it? It's time we roll out the clown music because we're heading for a montage, people. However, first and foremost, the AI is absolutely abominable, and we need to talk about it in multiple ways, but the reality is, how it performs in stealth-related gameplay will decide how this game is received by many players. It is imperative that they engage with the environment and its stimuli such that it complements the player's decisions, be that as reward for clever action or consequence for mistakes. Believe me, we can tell when this shit isn't working.
Blasted, a waste of time. Hey! Strange.
You've been warned!
Nix, get that button over there.
They're headed our way.
Bruh.
And one of the key aspects of the AI being in any way functional is hearing. And these fuckers can't hear a goddamned thing. Keep in mind, near all of the clips you're about to see are from the hardest difficulty.
Come on, let's go.
They got her!
What are we supposed to do?
Stay alert for enemies. Clark it! She is gone!
What do we do?
Stupid as fucking shit, man. Oh, hi. And now, bye.
They just don't hear anything. They don't know anything. They don't know what's going on.
Just leaving.
They're not even reacting. They just kept going.
You know, it's rude to throw grenades. Let me show you why. What'd I tell ya? You just kill him and no one gives a shit.
I bet you I'm going to be able to walk up to both, beat each other up without the other one noticing. This game is absolutely a joke. Just copy paste the programming for every single op.
I'm gonna get you. I'm the Incredible Hulk.
Here goes. What do you see?
Did I not clear the area? Are there more baddies? Oh, hey, fellas. Did you not notice everything that was happening?
Now, see, this is where the real challenge begins, because typically, you know, when there's two people, it's like, oh, you gotta get Nyx, and he's gonna go grab one, and then you can punch the other, but now that option is gone. So now I really have to think creatively right here. Look at that. Oh, yeah. And that guy didn't hear it somehow.
What was that? What was that? And why did nobody react to this?
What? What? How could I possibly be in the clear? What do you mean? This is what I wanted to test, by the way. This is exactly it. Because you see Mr. Bad over there. We've got Viper droids up there. We got some lads walking around the... whatever this is. We've got these guys. That's incredible. I just did all of this fucking firefighting over here, and the other side of the room doesn't know.
Droids, told to start the maintenance cycle. Bypass all the security dogs for us.
Time to execute my trick.
Sounds clever.
Look at you two.
What this? If I punch this guy, will anybody notice? Nope, nobody notices. Oh, well those two... oh, well they're gonna notice, aren't they? Alright, well... I guess if I want to take two guys out, I just gotta get Space Dog to go grab one of them, right? It's just, hey, go grab one of them, and then I'll punch the other one, and then I'll punch the other one. And that's what it'll be. Why would... Why would you punch the distracted one? Okay.
Oh no! No, not that one, you fuck! That never, ever should have worked. The game's just fucking broken. And I love how there's just one way I do all of this and it works. But when it shouldn't work, it does. And when it... you know what I mean? It's just pain. Just pain.
What makes this even more embarrassing and frustrating is the choice to have Kay fucking running her mouth 24/7, including humming, for Christ's sake. We're supposed to be in stealth, but hey, it's fine. The enemies are bloody deaf anyway.
Hi.
Time's up!
Probably shouldn't have done it that way, huh?
There's a turbo lift. And of course it's got a barrier. I can't do this without you, Nyx.
You should not be talking right now, okay? This is not a good place to be in to be talking.
Huh. So the Pikes set up camp in this old ruin. Guess it's out of the way.
I'm just talking while I'm supposed to do stealth. Fucking hell.
Just How's the business, guys? Come on.
Yes, yell that louder so that everybody can hear.
Temin, I found your struts.
That's incredible. Think you can make it back to Mira?
Yeah, no problem. I'll meet you at the speeder dock.
So their ears don't work, sure. But what about their vision? Often represented by a cone in a lot of coding, as that essentially matches how eyes sort of work in real life. Meaning you need to have some care when dealing with all kinds of scenarios involving guards. You just gotta be careful, you gotta be slippery, you gotta bob and weave and smoothly move through a world of cover and distraction. You can't just, yeah, they're blind too. As if you're even remotely surprised.
How did you not see that? Why are you walking the other way?
Kay, I put out some feelers while you were doing this job and found you another potential buyer.
What is wrong with this game?
That's all clear. Vulture! What was that?
Move this way!
Yeah, he's really not bothered, which is so odd because he's sent out here specifically to find whether or not there's life forms on this transport system, and here I am. Did you check? Can you see me? Hello? Let's move a bit. Oh. 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 Oh.
I'll call
Oh my god.
What are you doing? You've alerted the station.
Why would stun-shotting him alert the station? Why does nothing work properly?
Why is the...
Circle the perimeter again. Over.
Don't mind me, guys. I'm just hanging out. Why is my head spazzing around? All right. Anyway, moving on. This game is so stupid.
Let's see if I can get by him here. What is the point of them standing out there if you can just come around from the side and sneak in?
Wish someone would start something.
So tired.
She can't see me. That lady cannot see me. I'm hidden. I'm hidden behind her in stealth, or in front of her.
Might be nothing, but keep watch.
Nothing there.
Hi. Hey, I am... What the...
Well.
Freaking dumbest AI I've ever seen.
Look at this.
See, no one gives a shit. They keep finding corpses, but they don't care. It's so weird. Oh, hey, they're back. They just walk over the body.
How's the perimeter looking?
Oh, you know, fine.
Oh, see you, buddy. Did you see that? Right, which means that someone down there is going to find it.
I requested a new operating number, but it was denied.
Or do they not care? Can they not see that guy? He's right there. They actually just don't care. They don't care. What if I drop one right behind him? No, they do not care. They don't care at all. That's really funny.
Okay, so they can't hear and they can't see. Not a fantastic start for the AI, but they do eventually catch on to you being there in rare occasion. So what happens when they do? How long does it take them to get into gear and start acting on that information?
What's that? Oh. Huh. Nothing here.
Need a distraction, Nix.
Get rid of that thing!
There it is. The vault.
You're not allowed here. I'm warning you! I swear.
Maybe we'll see a Jawa.
I think I'm here. What exactly is this place?
It's how the people here survive. You want water, you farm it from the atmosphere.
Huh.
Something's up.
What?
Maybe we're in the clear.
Bro. Somehow I got past these fucking idiots.
I'm back anytime.
Nix, need a distraction.
Come on, let's have a look. That's it, you're under arrest.
Right, so they're blind, deaf, and retarded, but, like, once they're active, once they know where you are and they're trying to get you, do they have good follow-through? Do they actually behave as though they saw an intruder?
What was that?
Nothing.
Let's go. You're not authorized to be here. Ugh, what the?
Get back to it.
Better invest. This is a restricted area. What was that? Let's check. You're not authorized to be here. What the? Better.
The exact chop funky!
What do you think you're doing?
Okay, what are you gonna do now? Damn it, I can't reach her in there. Let's just leave. Oh, good lord. So bad.
Ah, they see me, Nix.
Attack!
I must be tired.
Y'all best get ready for a fucking, because that's what's gotta happen. Oh boy. Wait, why am I not?
Need a distraction, Nix.
What?
Nix, you fucking idiot! What the fuck just happened? What was that?
Must be hearing things.
What was that?
I don't know. Why are you allowed to see through the smoke?
We need to look into that.
We need to look into that. Nobody reacts.
No, not what I wanted to do.
Here?
Nothing. You can't see me.
Sector status unchanged. All quiet over here.
See how they all recognized that was happening and then they all just didn't care.
I don't see anything. It's nothing.
It's nothing. 3 men are dead. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Restricted area, my ass. I'm not this again.
That's it. You're under arrest.
No, no.
Incoming offer, Kay.
What the fuck?
There's a turbo lift. And of course it's got a barrier.
Think you can take me? Destroy them! Hustle!
You haven't won yet.
Don't bet!
Blast them! You got it!
This ain't over!
Let's go!
Got it!
Say goodbye. You won't
Come
get
on,
through
this way!
Come on out. Where'd she go? Find them, you hear me? Got it! Where'd she go? Wait. Could have sworn. Strange.
Okay.
It's the criminal!
Follow my lead, Nix.
Anyway, unavailable in combat. Oh, I see them. Look! Look at that! I'm just too far away, they don't know what to do.
This'll help.
Don't let her get away.
Too close.
They're like, so guys, what's up? Are we chasing? What do we do? Oh no, Frank!
So, they are blind, deaf, retarded, and cowardly, or just plain resetting their memory every 10 seconds. The AI detection mechanics that have been coded into this game are some of the worst, if not the worst, I have ever seen. They cannot see enemies when they should be able to. They cannot hear enemies when they should be able to. They don't react to any real sounds in a coherent manner. They don't operate with any kind of urgency that brings consequential pressure to the player while also properly representing that of a human being's response to danger, and they seem to almost immediately forget what they were doing. And, as if that wasn't enough, all of this is incredibly inconsistent. You can manipulate it in the sense that it happens more often than not, but a lot of the time you have no idea what the fuck is going to happen in this disaster. The reality is, this creates a system that is simply unprepared for the concept of a player, a person who is interacting with the world that undeniably has choices to make and will come across something the limited coding and restricted rails do not account for, making all of it fall apart. The devs want you to play one particular way, and even that way hasn't been properly implemented. If you choose to go off script, things get Gollumy.
Shocking, I know. What could it mean? What happens next?
Trooper down! Watch it!
What? What is happening?
The extra. Again.
Okay, see, it works properly with that.
imagined it.
I just imagined what? What are you talking about? She's right there.
Can I stun shot him without the other guy realizing anything? Oh. No, nothing. Oh, what's happening? You walk past the body.
Checking in. Nothing to report. What the Chris?
How did you not see me?
You're not authorized to be here.
What? What?
What was that?
What?
Let's see what this is a restricted area. Stop!
They're coming our way!
Bringing us all the way back to how this video began. The long grass bug. A fantastic example of implementing a system that's half-baked yet relevant in so many other games. They just had to put it in, no matter how haphazardly.
This place with your life. I have lost her.
That was close, huh, Nix?
How many of them are there? Stop her. Get her. Move forward now. Right away. Secure the area. Move it. Affirmative. Blast them! Fire well! Fire! Yes, sir! Stop her! Secure the area! Don't let her run away! Don't let her get away! Stop her!
Just you and me now.
On it!
If you say so.
We can do this! Press forward! Fire at will! Don't let them pin you down! Affirmative! Defend this position! Where is she? She's behind the target! No one gets away! She's trying to hide! Get her! Lost them! Move it! Roger that! Secure the area! I have lost her! Come on! This way! That's odd.
Nothing.
Stop her! Fire at will! Over there! No one gets away! Hey, stop! Come on. I need backup.
I think this essentially speaks for itself, but to really drive it home, some developer made the long grass and someone else worked on the AI, and when they put them together, the dev team panicked because the game had to release, and this was just fucked. So fucked that the one time it should have worked in terms of protecting a player from being spotted, it didn't.
What? Shit. Ow!
Fine, you got me.
But all of the expected benefits you would think to be there from what we've been over absolutely are. The deaf, blind, retarded army of guards can never quite stay attached, and you can always walk back in whenever you want and regain full stealth. It's a sad, obvious reality and microcosm as to the way this game was made. There's no care here, there's no dignity, there's not even an ounce of shame to speak of. To have so brazenly and boldly released this perpetual self-sharting failure simulator as a full, respectable video game is fucking embarrassing.
They don't know where I am. They have no idea. I'm in the grass. I'm in the grass. They don't know where the hell I am. I'm somewhere else. I'm not here. I'm not here. I'm in somewhere else.
Where did she go?
I don't, nobody knows. They can't see me.
It was in the last stream. Someone said this was stealth.
Don't think! Shoot!
This isn't
He's
stealth.
in cover! It's that way!
We lost them for now.
Oh. Weird. Take him down!
Seriously? Next attack! Let's go! Think you can take it?
Take him out!
Let's go! Blast her! Stop her! This way!
The area!
Search the area!
Position!
That's odd. What the?
That's so fucking embarrassing. Sounds when he's working properly, man.
Get her out! Secure the area! Wait a second. Oh, crap!
Absolutely 100% accurate Disney Stormtroopers.
Mijo, come! The boss is down!
You are not a fight! Block the exits!
Hurry! Move it! Your crowd! She's getting away! Look over there!
Stand your ground!
Search the area! I will handle it!
Where is she?
We lost him, Nix.
You're not getting away! Must be hearing things. Don't see her!
I think we're good now. Ready, Nix?
You can't find me. You've no clue where I am. I'm a ghost. Look, these guys don't even know what's happening yet, see? They're just like, la la la. Where could I be? I'm blending in with the walls. You can't see me. Ooh.
Target in sight!
Ooh, am I in sight? Can you get me? Come on. Come on, buddy.
Where is she? She's hiding. Where'd she go? Where did she go? She's lost. She's gone. Where can she be? Damn.
This isn't over! On it, boss!
We're pinned down!
Cover the exits!
right.
Oh, hey,
Follow
there's a
my
guy.
lead, Nix.
Man. Where did she go?
Launching explosives.
Just you and me now.
So, I don't feel like any commentary is actually necessary.
Only one of us is walking away.
I don't think I need to actually say anything. I think I just
I can still take you down.
I think I can just let this play out.
Come on, this way. Start looking.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's all right. It's all right. Stay the course. Stay the course.
Hurry!
Stay the course.
We can do this.
Do not lose faith in the bush. Do not lose faith.
Look this way. Where did she go?
They do not know where I am.
Oh my god! Oh, he missed! Oh, fire will! They're gonna get me! Any second now! Oh my god, here we go! I think you missed, bud. Try again. Come on, boys. What is happening?
Stop her! Acknowledge. Neutralize the threat.
Though, even with all that, there's still an alarm system to talk about. What does it entail, I hear you ask? Well, there are two types. One general alarm can sound, making people aware that you exist, and another that ends the segment if it is arbitrarily put upon you that those are the level's current rules. When the enemies notice you and start attacking, alarms usually go off in general, and then they can call in the alert to get you captured. Broadly speaking, you can simply punch and blast your way through with absolutely no problem. You can even just turn off the alarm if you need to, and shockingly, that sort of ends all the drama and puts you back in stealth.
Oh, that's it. I just go right next to it and disable the alarm and they don't care. Oh, they don't care. They actually just don't care anymore, do they?
The world often seems to fail to react to itself in any reasonable way. This same result can be achieved when you simply luck out and some enemies decide they are going to set off the alarm and then stop for no reason at all. The entire process takes them ages, and it gets to the point of absolute retardment.
What's the...
Stealth, boys.
Yeah, I got it, Boss Knock. Suppressive fire! These guys don't stop.
You guys don't quit. Sorry. Are we good? Are we okay? Game? Are we cool? Are we alright? Are we okay?
Oh. We're in the clear, Nix.
Yo, we didn't raise any alarms. All right. The game's jank works in my favor. I can't believe that didn't raise the alarm. People died, okay?
Am I here? Oh, other end of the room.
We're doing this the hard way. Get that area! They won't quit!
Lol. Judo.
Go away.
Oh shit.
You're wanted for crimes in this sector.
Fuck.
Judo punch, judo punch. Okay, nobody heard that, I guess.
I think at this point it's also worth re-highlighting that the troopers they designed on dewbacks that roam Mos Eisley have not yet been finished, and that's when the game remembers which detection AI to apply to what units. Obviously, you want to avoid giving a riderless dewback stealth mechanics because it leaves the player, and everyone else for that matter, utterly fucking bewildered. As mentioned, all they can do is go as far as the orange alert. When it comes to being fully captured or raising alarms, they haven't yet been coded for it, so they awkwardly get stuck at orange and just have to tolerate your existence, which is at least funny. And speaking of that, security cameras. Oh yes. The cameras that once again, even on the hardest difficulty, take so fucking long to be able to detect you, they may as well not even be there. These fuckers couldn't spot a heavily obese Godzilla if he showed up, let alone your average person walking by. What's worse is this slow as fuck reaction makes it incredibly easy to simply turn them off, making the whole thing a boring waste of time rather than an element that creates opportunity for creative thinking and problem solving. What's even worse is that you will encounter about 5 cameras in the entire game that capture you instantly.
Wow. Okay, so like these alarms just instantly... Right, so there are certain areas where the alarms, you can just run right through them, but then these ones, it's instant game over if you set them off.
Betraying the knowledge the devs provided the player throughout the vast majority of the game while revealing their desperation to create harder or specific scenarios and thus forcibly changing their own mechanics to solve their problems. I'm sure it shocks you to know the cameras are as broken as everything else.
We're spotted, Nix. Nix, be careful. Ah, they see me, Nix.
Oh. I just ran right through it. It didn't mean anything. Alright. Man, can I run right, like, in full view of it? So, like, I actually have to just, like, stop right in the middle. Come on. What's the point of the camera if I could just run right past it? Look at that.
I did this right in front of the camera. The camera didn't see anything. The camera didn't see anything. The camera is... Don't worry, guys. It's just a pair of boots and a gun. There's no one here. There's no one here. Nothing's going on.
Now, run past it. Because you can do that. Oh. Oh, yeah, that's right. Remember, you can just walk right through these cameras.
Better check that out. Fire direction.
Let's wrap this up.
I wonder how long it takes. Like, can I walk through it? I can just walk through it. I guess if I went back through it a second time, maybe it would have noticed me. I'm not running. I can just walk right through it. What's the point of the camera?
Which means we are getting ever closer to what could be my favorite topic regarding the stealth in this game. But first, let's warm up. Have you ever heard the comedy of stealth grenade launching? It's not a story skilled developers would tell you. It entails the exposure of just how retarded all of the systems previously explained can work in tandem to produce something truly disgraceful. The ability to shoot from a grenade launcher into an area filled with enemies, killing your target and alerting no one.
Wow, that didn't take him out? How does he not know where I am?
Ready, Nick?
You can't find me. You've no clue where I am. I'm a ghost. Look, these guys don't even know what's happening yet, see? They're just like, la la la.
Doopy! Doopy!
Don't call me a doobie. This is called stealth.
There's like... Oh. And none of those guys over there heard it. There's like no synergy between any of its mechanics. Like everything... Every means by which you have to like engage with it is the most bare bones basic version possible.
What was that? That sounded like noises. I know about noises.
Okay.
She's here! Fire the grenades!
Oh no! All right, just what I need. Time to move, Nix. Someone nearby? Focus. Concentrate. Guess I'll stay on guard.
What the fuck? Seriously, how is this possible? Actually, it would make sense to be very possible in this game. Anyway, I want to talk about grenades, and then we'll be good to go on something particularly wonderful. Grenades in the game of Star Wars Outlaws are shockingly worthless, mostly dealing very little damage with very little range and splash, making them annoyingly failure-prone in the killing of people department.
How are you alive?
Okay, let's do this.
How are you alive? The grenade went off right next to you. Yeah, the grenade blew up like right between all of them and it didn't kill him. I hope this isn't one of those games where grenades are lame and they're super weak. Grenades should be powerful in games.
Get her!
Take him down!
Wait, what?
That was so good. That landed like right next to her and it didn't kill her. I hate
Man, these grenades are like actually worthless. I feel like the whole time, every single time I've tried to use one, it's done me no favors.
This makes for what would be a very dissatisfying element of the game. However, there is a secondary role grenades can play. You see, one of the experts allows the unlocking of an ability. An ability named Cheeky Explosion. I am here in this moment to explain what that is and how it breaks the entire stealth system.
Whoa!
You know how Nyx has the ability to run up to people and temporarily disable them, allowing you to hit them dead? Well, with Cheeky Explosion, Nyx can now run up to an enemy and simply detonate their held grenade, killing them. This ability has an instant cooldown, no QTE requirement, and can be done at any range Nyx is active within.
Wait, what?
To be absolutely clear, you can remotely, repeatedly, and indefinitely send Nyx to explode people while remaining in stealth.
All right, Nyx, go get him.
Wow, nobody cared about that. Nobody cared about that guy exploding. Nobody cared. Nobody cared at all. That's hilarious.
Even for Star Wars Outlaws, this is absolutely fucking insane. Unlocking it is a piece of piss, and using it makes stealth completely irrelevant for the rest of the game. Not that it wasn't already. And this is no exploit. This is no glitch or bug or collection of mishaps the devs didn't see coming. This is just a straight-up feature. A feature I assume they added way late in the game and didn't get a chance to test because holy fuck is this thing imbalanced. Guys, in order to steal a grenade to then throw at and kill a target, you need to select, engage, perform the QTE, collect, aim, and throw accurately. With this, you need to press one button and wait. That's it.
No. We have to see how far we can get with this strategy. How far can we get by just detonating the grenades on every single enemy? Oh, he's got grenades.
What in the name of... They got her.
All right, Nyx, go get him.
Mother of God.
It is unbelievable how reliable of a strategy this seems to be. For stealth. They don't even know where to look. All of the explosions are coming from over this way. Can we get that guy? I cannot believe that this is actually something that you could just endlessly do.
Nyx, attack.
Don't let your guard down.
That is so stupid. That is so dumb that is a reliable strategy for stealth. Is exploding every enemy at range. You don't even have to get close to them. You can just say, yeah, Nyx, get him. And then that's it. And you can just do that over and over and over again, and they have no idea what to do. They don't know where to look.
With Nyx, you used to have the jump attack, stealth takedown, and then take down the second person as long as the timing, the AI, and the animations behave. But now it's as easy as one gets shot down and the other gets blown up. The fucking funniest thing about all of this is stealing grenades now protects people in these segments. You wouldn't want to pickpocket them now because that runs the risk of taking your chance of watching your space rat facilitate a hilarious explosion. Though it must be mentioned, there is one element that does poo-poo this sort of thing.
If there's one thing I've learned from being in the army, it's never ignore a poo-poo.
You see, as mentioned, this game is thoroughly broken and at times extremely bitter. So the AI will, when enough people explode in any given circumstance, automatically force the enemies in the area to know exactly where you are, even if it makes absolutely no sense at all. The game is just that pissed off you're getting away with killing so many people. Which essentially brings us to a close on the stealth section. A cretiноusly designed bit of mechanical sewage that punishes anything close to a creative interest in any aspect of remaining hidden while rewarding the process of completely fucking around.
This is something I really wasn't expecting from day one with this game. Even playing it at the preview demos, I was kind of a bit surprised that it had such a heavy emphasis on stealth. But overall, I ended up enjoying it much more than I thought I would have. I am not a stealth player. I do not enjoy stealth games. I have not successfully played games like Deus Ex. But with this, I guess because some elements are a bit more basic and maybe because the enemies aren't as intelligent, it was kind of fun.
Good God, man. To say that stealth has taken an obliterating hit in recent generations wouldn't even begin to cover it. The nature of every last element involved in creating the experience is obviously laughable, but I do believe the AI is likely the primary culprit for the system's collapse. An AI system with so many more problems than simply how it syncs with the stealth gameplay.
They never entertained anyone staying behind. They just didn't.
Yeah.
It is astounding how little effort went into like selling the cardboard cutout of like a set piece in each of these cases.
Did you see my allies, by the way? They're just frozen over there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're just waiting for you.
Someone must have raised, like, some players going to stick behind, or maybe they just like can't figure out what they're supposed to do because players have a propensity to be really randomly stupid in ways that you can't possibly predict.
Return to the quest area.
I get funny things happening all the time because it's just like, what's the point of quest areaing me when there's only a few more meters of space? Like, what? Why even do that? That's
a good point. Yeah,
it's like because
someone had to make that.
It was just slapped in. They didn't think about it, obviously. If someone said like, "Oh, you want them to program a whole fucking option here that doesn't entail what they actually want," it's like, well, I'm not even asking that. I'm saying it's very basic to cut off this shit. To prevent me from getting anywhere near fucking with your game to this degree. Like, look how far back I'm going.
Or make the enemy forces so overwhelming that you surely will just fucking die at some point.
Well, I do eventually get back to my allies, and but like, what's even funnier is the bad guys are all stacked behind that door. They don't know how to get through it.
Oh wow, look at them!
Look at them! It's crazy. Gadik is my shield. Like, I want to show the devs this to be like, this is not hard to replicate. You could do this just by accident. It's really easy.
Can't really deviate?
Look, they're off.
Oh, wow, they're off.
Oh, there they go. Go get them, guys.
Go get them, guys. Get in there. Yes. For the rebellion. For Jabba.
Oh. Off he goes.
I would have thought they wouldn't even have that as an option, but the ramp is there. You can get inside. And of course, it doesn't activate the cutscene, which it should. Instead, your ship is just fucking empty.
Oh my goodness.
It's actually
that
kind
doesn't
of
save any resources because like it's still modeled.
Yeah, it's almost a little creepy. Like, why?
It becomes a liminal space.
Yeah.
It looks like it might be missing some set dressing too. Like some
definitely
objects are just not there.
There's loads. Yeah, everything. This is what I mean. It's like the base model. It's not got in any of its like character or what should be here. But you can still activate all the options.
Wow, that's so stupid.
Yeah.
Oh my god. That is my favorite one so far.
Like, I can upgrade my gun, and all of my friends are just out there getting fucking slaughtered because I can access the toilet, one stun shot, and you can execute. It's like doing that to a death trooper is insane.
Yeah. Death troopers, Gamorrean guards. I think
the best they have to offer, huh?
Yep. One ion shot, one punch
and
down.
They're just spawning there.
Yeah, this is not the kind of thing they want you to see. But I don't know what lazy fucking developer put this spawn here.
Yep, that's the room.
I think at this point, Rags, especially since it's the end of the campaign, the game is just like, just leave me alone. It's just like,
go away.
There's a reason they don't let you do any kind of multiplayer or co-op in this game. It would never fucking function. The AI already breaks its back trying to deal with one player.
Can I get any backup?
The devs knew well ahead of time that they could never entertain co-op missions, and this reflects the NPCs in the world. Something curious that comes up again and again is how many times there will be a chance for a mission to be conducted with a friend in the story, and there will be some crazy reason as to why that's simply impossible. Kay and Vale are tasked by Jabba to steal Imperial information, a mission they would obviously conduct together. Right? Well...
Just get in there, get the info on the mole, and get out. I'll find our exit. That's it? Feels like I'm doing most of the work here, Vale. I could tell Jabba you died on the job. But you need my bounty. Accidents happen. Okay.
Oh, how very outlawy of you, Kay. In a similar vein, ND5 is her partner for almost the entire adventure, and he only accompanies her on a very select few missions. And whenever he does, it's funny as fuck watching the game try not to shut itself down in confusion, but even the dialogue tries to desperately account for him being missing all the time with the lamest excuses you could imagine.
And bring that scary droid with you. I'm sure seeing him will help. If you're in, I'll send you where the Pikes and Crimson Dawn are gonna meet.
Should we leave now then?
No, I don't need your help. I'll be fine. You stay here and just tell Danka I'm in.
There is absolutely no plot or character reason for her to do this alone, and yet she does. You start to realize they simply don't want the AI in their NPCs to fight each other for fear of humiliation.
Oh, what happens if we sit here and just watch? Now I want to know what happens if we just sit here and watch.
Can these shoot? We brought them here for a reason. These guys are just standing there. Very cool.
Let's do this.
You got one! Yeah! You got one! Good job, ND5. Yo, you got the other one!
So they're stuck together. That stormtrooper over there is just firing off at nothing. They're all just What? Dude, this game. How long can we sit here while this happens?
What are these? What are these guys doing?
Asara isn't allowed to come with you when the mission to save his people starts up. Only once the prisoners are released and the stealth section is over is he allowed to join the fight. I figured things were going to get really weird when they let you play a stealth mission with Rico, but it takes about 2 minutes before she suddenly has to stay behind while you do everything in the mission.
That's our chance. The conveyor's your way up. I'll keep it stopped for you.
What? You're not coming?
You need eyes and ears. I'll guide you on comms and turn off any alarms from here.
So I'm doing all the legwork while you hang back.
To be clear, NPCs don't interact well with the player. The devs knew they interacted even worse with each other. This becomes extremely hilarious when certain NPCs have infinite health and you have to watch these poor bots try to solve an impossible problem because their creators didn't provide these pitiful creatures the tools they needed to exist in this horrifying, broken world. Hashtag relatable.
Oh no!
All right, distract him, Nix.
This was a bad fight to pick.
We have to go! Let's go!
They're just walking past it. What the fuck?
Neutralizing threat.
Nice aim.
I got your back.
Just missing a lot, you know. Why are you shooting me? What did I do?
I just kicked the stripper. Did you see that? Just gave him a little kick. Didn't do anything. What is happening? Is he still alive?
Like, this is pathetic. Where were you even shooting there? Come on, Tex. Oh, maybe. Come on.
Before I get into the biggest operational blunders, it's worth mentioning the extremely limited yet absolutely broken as fuck piloting talents the AI has. You won't be able to go through the whole game without at least a few times allowing your eyes to wander and spot in the distance an AI with a complete inability to pilot.
Why do I feel like Alira's using us?
Because it's Crimson Dawn.
And it gets so much worse with vehicles. They didn't bother to code even the slightest ability to cope with stacking traffic. This shit is just sad to see. It's been figured out since there was traffic in video games. The idea is that you give your AI brain enough to even somewhat simulate the average real driver, which is tantamount to coding in a narcoleptic zombie, and yet they still fuck this up. I'm starting to wonder if artificial intelligence is even remotely accurate when describing whatever the hell all of this is.
Alright, give me your insurance. You just hit me. You owe me everything. I'm an outlaw. People hate me. I hate me too, it's fine.
Oh, I guess I'm holding off traffic now. Have fun. You can't get past.
Ready to go?
They can't deal with it. It's so bad.
How many of these am I gonna fucking collect? What? Did you just get stuck? Why is this okay?
You think I'll be up for promotion this time?
Probably not. You fucking idiot.
Is that a pikeman? It is a pike guy. Nothing in this game functions normally. What's he doing? What are you doing? You doing okay over there? You doing okay? He's just stopped. He's just like, dear God, I just went back past the body of Frank. We grew up together.
Come on.
Oh no, what a terrible day.
in near Akkar's lift. Move to that location and bring her in.
Oh my god.
Won't get past us. Now, where is the garage?
It's like a women's tennis match. There's 3 of them now.
Let's regroup.
We'll proceed with caution.
My joy is returned. What are they doing? What are they doing? Can they get out? Oh, number 3 is back. Nope, they're gone. Or at least they're trying to be gone.
Now, obviously, considering the realities of fuckery at play here, it becomes crystal clear that it's not just the traffic in general or the vehicles, it's pretty much just physics.
You have no idea the love I have. What the fuck? What?
Like, what happens if you crash into a Bantha? Like, what happens? That's what happens. Bantha doesn't care, but you go flying off the bike. That's the level of interactivity here. Look at that. They don't even respond.
What?
Wow, look at this place. Be marijuana.
Alright. These physics, man. What happens if we hit this one?
Alright, Wonka. What do you get out of this? I don't trust charity.
No, nothing really. Oh. Oh.
Fuck you, baby. I have right of way.
This ain't good, Nick.
Just a total full stop hit this tiny little thing.
Oh.
Man, he just didn't care.
I imagine it's become obvious that if the piloting, vehicle movement, and the physics are this awful, then the general pathing can't be fantastic, and the answer to that question is...
Wait, oh, they're all following me. I didn't realize. Oh, so they can have, like, companions follow you. Oh, I mean, if that's possible, then why wasn't... I like how it's nice and single file as well. Very, very orderly and organized.
Just having a little steam. Just steaming the hams, if you will. Just a little steamed ham.
Oh, it's scary monsters. I sure hope they don't murder me.
No, Haas. But he's gotta be close. Find some cover, Nick.
Yep, they definitely can't get to me here.
Wait, does the stormtrooper, does he know how to move if we get in the way? Oh no, he's just gonna
What's going on over there? There's like 2 more. What is... Are you okay? Did he just fucking just pass?
Yep. Oh, they're leaving now.
Oh, look at her go! I can't tell what's happening. I guess maybe I should just like wait for them to all come this way. Oh, look at that! Easy!
Oh, Zabaac bash you something.
Oh no, this guy is stuck, kinda. Oh, you can do it, come on. He made it, hooray!
Oh, we did it! We lost him. Maybe. That was too easy. That was not easy. Fortuna told me to meet Jabba's people in Masalgo. Let's be careful. So, you gonna tell me what really happened back there? Okay, I trust you.
Alright, look, we can talk. We can talk about...
Because I'm made of credits.
Huh? What was that? What's going on? You can't be here!
Your reputation with the pikes is going down as you steal.
Nix, grab that for me. Be a good little gremlin.
Oh Jesus, what are we gonna do? It's just impossible. She's made it. This is untenable. I don't understand it really. It's witchcraft, is what it is.
Chubasa wa hota ona hutbunku. Babata.
Gorek's favorite spotchka recipes. Did I pass your client's test?
Big mistake!
That's pathetic.
Listen, you might be able to get me. Look, you got me. Oh no, come get me. Oh. No. It's all over. There's nothing I can do. Ah! Oh no! Whatever will happen next? Come on.
Well, can I get up there? No, well, I can't. I'm not gonna make it up there. Oh, no, I can't come back to, yeah, because I wasn't meant to go this way. It's all glitched. Oh. Yeah, because it's like, did you see that? There was like 15 enemies just standing there. You see, look at this. What is this? Look at this. This should not be the way that it works. And there are like 15 enemies huddled in this position. What is that? Oh.
Well, let me wait for my health to go back. This takes for fucking ever, dude. Not like this robot is doing anything. Actually, the droid gave up.
Who just fucking said that? Look at the guy.
Stop her!
Sorry, they...
This'll be tough, Nix.
I know you, scum! Forward! For the ultimate target! Watch out! Crush them!
Copy that.
Oh, come on!
Ever seen a droid overload? Goes up like a thermal detonator. Yeah.
Ooh, those rations did a number on me.
Hang on.
Even in the cutscenes, they act like fucking retards. Dude, if I just shoot this part of the ship over and over, maybe something will happen.
Be ready, Nix. The back
Alright. That guy's stuck on the, You see that guy on the speeder? He's just stuck on the terrain.
Other orders are issued.
Wait. I won't fight anymore. But I know this isn't you, Jalen.
I told you to run.
Get cover, Nix.
Take them down!
Oh. Hi. Guys. What, This game's actually really good. What you doing there, Stormy? So, you guys understand this is worse than The Last of Us 2, right? Which was, like, famous for being made fun of for shitty AI. In a nutshell, this is possibly one of the most embarrassing things I've ever done to an AI in a game.
Halt!
Not that you would have been surprised in any way, shape, or form at this point, but yes, the pathing for the average NPC installed with the AI coded by the collective brain power of inbred bananas drunk on beetle piss does not manage to impress. We have people crossing through solid objects, getting stuck in walls, passing through people like they're fucking ghosts, generally losing their minds, enemies that can't deal with ledges because of course, it's a fucking disaster. And nobody gets through this game without collecting a bazillion examples. I'm just showing you the ones that best illustrate the point. Collision and pathing are so balkedly implemented here that you can very easily be killed by the lack of detail and control in the systems at hand. Make no mistake, the idea that they have such shit AI implemented into Nyx that he's almost killing me is pretty fucking annoying, even if it is pretty fucking funny. Next up, in the case of the game's horrible artificial intelligence, would be spawns and spawn management. Yet another aspect in which the game would like to shed all possible dignity. Now, you get the obvious spawn rooms that can create pure chaotic hilarity, being that they shoot out enemies faster than a clown car riddled with diarrhea, but at least this is something a tad more common in video games and takes just a fine tune to fix if a developer can be bothered.
Fuck yeah!
Let's go! Oh my god! Oh Jesus! Do you know who I am? I'm K fucking Vess, bitch.
Why are they all back here? Oh god! This is where they spawn.
Where are you going?
There we go.
Bring me more. What the fuck was the animation there? What? What was that?
If Vess sees even 4 stormtroopers in a room, she's gotta pause and think about how to approach the situation.
Jesus Christ. Wow!
If Vess sees even 4 stormtroopers in a room, she's gotta pause and think about how to approach the situation.
You get the fellas that spawn too far away, so they can't actually do anything to you. Excellent choice. See, we're talking amateur mistakes you get in a lot of crappier video games. It's not like you'll suddenly stumble across 3 randomly spawned dead bodies occupying the same space. Oh, we have that?
Okay, so this is where Walker brought the trailblazer.
Who's that guy? Oh, sorry. Who are those guys? Why did they spawn inside of each other? And are those 3? I think this might be 3. Look, there's 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, those are 3 people inside of it. Excuse me?
We even have them spawning a stack of enemies inside each other when they're not even from around here. But thank goodness they don't die from it and it causes a fail state, eh?
What the fuck? It was 4 of you? I prefer it when there aren't 4. Come on, troopers.
Imps up ahead.
Attention troopers, sweep the camp for those supplies and finish off those pirates. They won't threaten the Empire again.
I bet they won't even notice if some of those supplies go missing.
Look at these. Oh, they're all in the same fucking place. They all spawned in the same spot.
This entire encounter is next level retarded. You get the attacking pirates, civilians, and random stormtroopers all just running around with the devs hoping the player can wipe out the bad guys and fix this mess. Granted, this run of the encounter isn't as funny as Rags' one. You get your standard vehicle deployment, forcing a whole bunch of stormtroopers into a wall, embarrassing the entire franchise for the 1050th time. Fuck me, how did this become expected?
Continue the search. She's too dangerous.
And sometimes things are just weird.
If Vess sees even 4 stormtroopers in a room, she's gotta pause and think about how to approach the situation.
Now, we've been over the AI arbitrarily receiving information on your exact whereabouts to take stealth away from you and how that's extremely fucking annoying.
How do they even know where I am? Why is this a fight scene? I didn't. They were nowhere to be. How is this a fight? Why is this a fight? Why is it a fight? They did not see me. I was automatically detected. That's what happened there. How do they know where I am? How do they know where I am? Let's see if how this. Yeah, like they instantly, like you see what I mean? They instantly know exactly where you are. But how could they? How can they possibly know where you are?
Conversely, however, because this AI is fascinating, they will lose track of you as though they didn't have explicit information on your whereabouts. Even the mere presence of friendly AI can confuse the shit out of the enemy AI to simply create all kinds of fun.
Have you noticed that, like, the droid sort of, it can't actually tell who it wants to target? It doesn't know how to handle that there's multiple people firing. You see this? Like, it can't handle it. It actually can't handle that there's multiple people. Now it's dead. What a stupid boss battle. It can't even deal with multiple people shooting at it.
She's over there!
Stop that!
Okay, boss! Keep back! Keep it up! Start blasting!
What?
You're not letting up. Nix, be careful.
This is bad.
What? Why'd you do that? What the hell? What are they doing?
You can't do anything. You can't do anything because there's a red door. There's a red barrier, and you're not allowed to go through it because you're not programmed to do anything. You can't do anything.
Where did you come from?
I am anticipating your next move. I cannot
What?
I didn't want this.
Did you see that? He was like shooting at the ground. Did you see that? He was running along, but he had like the gun down by his.
Oh no, they're gonna get me. Here, we'll hide in here. We'll hide in here.
I'm sorry, okay?
No prisoners! You! Stop in the name of the Empire!
Ah, Nix, we're spotted. That was lucky.
What am I doing with alt? This game.
Interesting.
Interesting. Will he just give up and leave? Oh my gosh! Is he gonna get on his speeder and go away? She's gone, she left. So what'll he do? Will he just stay here until Judgment Day? I'm curious because he's the last guy in a Pike hit squad that was sent to kill me on speeders. I got on foot, so they got on foot. And now I guess he's just gonna stay here forever because he's not programmed as to what to do if he loses track of the player. Look at everything. This hit squad has gone horribly wrong.
Well, what happens? Where'd he go? Oh, there he is.
Dude, it looks like the enemies actually have been like broken by this as well.
What are you? What are you doing?
We're pinned, Nick.
What?
Blast.
They're even shooting the gun.
Opening fire!
Oh, look, a stormtrooper. Oh, that's a lot of bad guys. Don't mind me, just coming through.
Hey, you, stop! Wait. Stop that! Huh? Hey, stop! Hey, you, stop! Hey, stop! Wait, stop that! Hey, you, stop! Hey, stop!
Ah!
Four.
Ow! Ouchie!
We're pinned down.
They don't let you out of the room until you deal with her. That's funny. Wait, what happens if she kills you, though?
They're not letting up.
In trouble there?
These guys don't stop.
What is going on? Like, the kick works, at least.
Take this!
Wait a second. Couldn't find a thing.
Lost her!
Ready next? Let's roll, Nick.
This was all just... I was on maximum notoriety. And stone throw away is about 50 fucking stormtroopers. None of them gave a shit. Even though they were all called in.
The enemy AI is dumber than, like, I don't know, any other game. Like, there are games that have zombies that have enemy AI that behave better than the real people do in this game.
What was that? Stop!
Secure the droid lab. Oh, I have to knock out everybody here? I have a question. What if I took a grenade and I just threw it over there?
I'm sure it was nothing.
Instantly! I'm sure it was nothing. I just threw it just for the... They're just shooting at nothing! They're shooting at the droid! What happened? What was that? What was that? Oh my god! This game is beautiful! I was just curious as to what would... I was just curious what would happen if I threw a grenade across the room. They instantly said it was nothing. They started shooting their blasters at nothing. One of them tried to shoot their own robot. And then two of them called the alarm. Oh my goodness. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA.
Oh, hey fella, can I help you out? Oh, these are just the kitchen staff who aren't alive. Like, they're not even alive as NPCs. You know when you say something is an NPC to insult it? They're not even NPCs. Why can't I attack them?
I was shot to death by stormtroopers. Famously, they are not very good shots in the movies, so did you overpower them for the game, or am I just very bad?
No, we overpowered them for the game. No, you're a really good player. Don't worry about it.
I thought so.
Yeah, there needs to be a little bit of challenge. So authenticity, we can tweak it when it comes to stormtrooper aim.
Oh look, back up. Ah, try again, why don't you? Keep them coming, boys.
Hey, I know you!
Hey, I know you.
There needs to be a little bit of challenge. So authenticity, we can tweak it when it comes to stormtrooper aim.
He tried to fucking ram me and he just rammed himself into the light wall. What is this fucking video game, man? It's so shit. It's like the perfect kind of shit sometimes. There are more Empire people right over there.
All clear. No contact.
It is not all clear. He can't even escape his fucking speeder, the poor guy.
This will do.
Shut up. What the? Yeah, see, they haven't even noticed.
What the fuck can I say, lads? The writing is more than on the wall, it's in the code. The artificial intelligence throughout this absolute dogshit game doesn't work properly in a single environment. It does everything it can to pretend as though it has even a remotely functioning artificial brain powering its decisions, as opposed to a sack of used nappies sloshing about in a brew of fermented excrement, which means we truly may be running low on topics at this point, but by gum do I still have so much to show you. Let's talk about movement and platforming, shall we? I mean, it does make up what would technically be the majority of the gameplay after all. You'll be walking, running, jumping, and using the systems as they've created them to progress in this world, and who wouldn't want to know just how they function? Generally speaking, the walking around works. I know, it's incredible. Even the running is mostly unscathed, but explaining or complimenting that kind of functionality will turn this shit into a Mark Brown video, and I'm not looking to bore you as we enter the double-digit hours of this adventure. So, let's get to the limitations and the dysfunction.
You're the best.
Nice moonwalking you're doing there.
The general movement or traversal through the world is staggeringly limited. Nothing like Ubisoft's prior entries that could have offered an element of approach that gave Kay an edge or advantage in how she could somewhat manipulate enemies through her learned abilities. No, instead you get some mundane scaling of walls here and there, with everything else being walking and running, which still gives them trouble. Most agonizing in the forced, slow walking sections with movement speeds that don't match your quarry like some fucking torture simulator.
This is not where I'm supposed to be going, I just realized. Christ, they're not allowing me to move any faster than this.
Slow walking. Yes. Give it to me. Give me the slow walking. Make it slower. Make it take longer for me to get where I want to go.
How much you want to bet Jalen and ND5 are gonna be there? If I can get there in time, I can join his
Slero,
escort.
wait for me, buddy. Wait.
It's a terrible idea.
I'm a
Slero.
stormtrooper, Gadig. To Slero, I'm invisible.
Slero.
Get to that turbo lift.
No, let me move. No. Slero. I can't move. I'm stuck. Slero.
Are we? Oh man, they're doing the thing. They're doing the game thing where it's like, yep, he walks slower than you run. Well, in this case, he's just walking. It's not even that it's like he's slightly faster than your jog speed and then slower than your sprint speed. He's just walking.
How are we going to clear it out?
I got it. Stay out of sight for a second.
He was right there, man!
In any case, the system just downright fucks up here and there. From getting stuck on nothing at all, to bumping off ledges like you're a ping-pong ball, to failing to let me pass by random people, to jamming myself on a surface somehow, or forcing me to try and stomp on my enemies like I'm a cursed Mario, for fuck's sake.
They only activate if my reputation is high enough. I can't kill or steal from them. Well, that's not good. I could try spinning, that's a good trick.
It does actually get to a point where you will come across movement bugs and glitches a lot more if you just keep an eye on Kay. She's quite the wacky girl when it comes to rebelling the conventions of basic movement.
That was interesting. Like, there's this one guy still. Oh.
Creeping around. What the fuck?
It's completely locked. It's completely soft locked. I can't do shit. It's broken.
Okay, I think we got
This
They never
is
lost us.
Impact. What the?
Hey, listen, you. If anyone ever asks you if you saw a late, what the fuck? What was that?
Whoa, what the fuck?
Oh, whoa.
Only Kay Vess could be jump scared by her own walking.
Detain her now.
You will not detain me. I am a rebel.
Now, as I said, them managing to fuck up even the most basic mechanic thought to be in a video game world is no surprise, but how does it play out when we get a bit more complicated? When you need to start platforming?
I mean, if I jump off, would I be able to, like, jump off and then get blown over that way? Oh. No, I guess I'll just do that. Alright, well, never mind. I figured maybe I'd be able to jump and then the wind would actually blow me into the other direction. Like, the gust would send me over to that platform, but no, I don't think so. No, maybe I messed up, but I'll just try again. Nope. I don't know how she's getting up. She's not standing on anything, but, you know, it's really quite a polished game, you know?
First, let's talk about that wonderful thing, the Yellow Brick Adventure line.
Just follow the line. How simple is that?
You see, Star Wars Outlaws has followed suit with the rest of modern gaming to produce a yellow-tinted world to ensure players are more than capable of finding their way. At its best, it will highlight the route the developers want you to take when it's unclear or obfuscated with little to no way to simplify or clarify the environment. At its worst, it is an obnoxious slathering of pure lemon-flavored condescension that prevents the average player from engaging with the environment at hand because they are told what to do immediately, making any alternatives feel like a waste of time. As much as I am sympathetic to the idea that this is tested over and over again with many audiences and produces results reflecting a particular need, I feel it is absolutely taking the industry down paths that forever shave video games of their edge, their exploratory immersion, their wonder. Further and further they are smoothed out until they become unrecognizable as interactive challenges.
Oh yes, my favorite. Yellow paint.
Yes, yellow paint. My hero.
It's very nice of them to paint, put yellow paint on one side of this this object so that you know exactly where you can climb. Wouldn't want you climbing around around it.
Ah. Thank goodness they sprayed yellow at the bottom of this ladder. I'm not mad, what do you mean?
Can I jump on that? The answer is no. The answer is no, you cannot jump on that. You just awkwardly bump against it and you won't grab the ledge. I love it when you cannot consistently grab ledges in video games. That's one of my favorite video game things, especially in a platformer.
I don't need to display the objective location, it's right there. Don't worry. Don't you worry about me. I think I can make my way there.
Regardless, that's almost normal. What isn't is how this game implements fall damage. First of all, it's harsh as fuck considering how many drops there are in the game.
How many of them are there?
Damn the fall damage.
You take fall damage, you take 3 steps. There's, like, here's how bad this fall damage in the game is. Dark Souls 2 has less punishing fall damage than this game.
Nobody needs or wants fall damage that's so punishing it puts you off wanting to explore the place altogether. Regardless, you have your usual tomfoolery, with grand distances taking their toll on your health bar, but it becomes clear fast that fall time is the deciding factor for damage rather than mass times velocity or momentum. As expected, you can break a system like this with great falls that would normally kill you by simply grabbing onto ledges, but sometimes it just breaks anyway, and falling doesn't do the damage it's supposed to.
You know, I think someone is here. What the fuck?
Whoa. Yep, I'll walk it off.
You're trying to...
What? Okay. I mean, I'm not complaining. Okay. Okay, now I'm complaining.
They have a system in place to try and prevent falling off platforms and edges by having Kay hesitate before being able to throw her off the ledge. The funny part is, it doesn't always kick in because they don't always have ledges register as cliff edges. We have a safety mechanic put in to protect players, but the dev's laziness means it only works sometimes. More egregious is the failure to snap and attach either automatically or when prompted and ignored with any ledges and climbable surfaces. This shit is annoying as fuck for the obvious reasons of resetting or killing you. This actually reflects throughout the campaign for all kinds of mundane interactions. For some reason, the place you need to stand in order to activate the prompt is not the same requirement as the place you need to stand to have that prompt appear on screen. These two elements are very much not in sync, and it's extremely fucking annoying when you notice, and it becomes a problem in all portions of the game for many players.
Look for a vent.
Okay, let's override this lock. That didn't work. I guess probably move out, move away. Okay. What the fuck? Okay, there we go.
I know. It'd be bad.
Why can't I use the ladder? Why can't I... What's going on? Oh. Okay.
Talk to me. I wanna know your name. Talk to me, yeah. Hey, dude. Oh. Are you serious? You're gonna glitch out like that? Oh, here we go. Finally. Oh, you gotta go here and then you can talk to him. What is... Bro, you guys are gonna charge 160 bucks and got little glitches like this?
Why can't I talk to you? Why can't I talk to you? It's saying I can talk to you. Why can't I do it? Why can't I talk to her? Oh, there it was.
Oh. Hello? Can I talk to you? Hello?
What's going on? Why can't I talk to her? I'm not standing in the right place? Oh, my bad. I didn't realize I had to talk to her from this specific spot. What?
Why do... You can't talk to her when you're too close. Why are you like this game?
Why would it be that if I stand up here, they're like, nah, that's not gonna work. What about here? Nah, that's not gonna work. No, what about here? Nah. Okay. Yes, alright. Right here. Right here specifically. That's where you're allowed to talk to her.
And then drops the blaster. Jesus Christ.
drops the blaster.
Even weirder is when Kay will grab shit she absolutely shouldn't be. There are times where she's glitchily capable of latching on to shit that should otherwise be impossible, which obviously again creates a major inconsistency in what is essentially a gambling system whenever you approach any obstacle. You will never know if it's climbable or not, and so you just have to test fucking everything.
Why did you grab onto that? Huh? Why is this I don't think this is supposed to be grabbable. Hang on, this is... Why is this a thing? This bothers me.
Come on, stop her!
Is this really happening?
A lot of significantly spectacular sequences that have an entire environment or story purpose are usually accompanied with almost the exact same platforming experience. No challenge or change in the design, no variety of mechanical dynamism, nothing to make use of in terms of mechanics crossing over, and nothing to remember. I suppose it wouldn't be fair to ignore there is a grappling hook. No, not a fun one. One that can only be used in pre-approved spots for single, boring motion, allowing the devs to ensure that if they create a steep enough drop or rise, then Kay can reach the other end. Though, they still fuck it up.
Kay's grappling hook. Yes. You gotta look at that. It's super cool. Is that something she's gonna start out with? Something you can upgrade?
You start out with the grapple.
All right.
You start out with a blaster. But the blaster you can really upgrade, and it becomes extremely versatile as a tool. So you can stun shot people. You can...
Bro was asking if you can upgrade the grapple and you PR speaked him. How could you? But when it's actually functioning, you quickly realize it is a very shitty addition to traversal because of the limited implementation. You can't use it to attach to much of anything. You can't activate it manually, and you can't use it in combat whatsoever. All of these would be interesting if possible and can be executed in a myriad of ways, but of course, this is barely a game, so why ask?
Grapple, and then you let go and jump. Grapple? No? Okay.
You will encounter plenty of areas in which you would obviously be able to use a grappling hook, but the devs prevent you so as to accord with their shoddy level design.
Well, let me just use that. Let me throw my grappling hook up there like I've been doing the entire fucking game. Oh, can I not do that? All right, well. I guess I'll find a different way to escape. Let me get up here. Now we have a grappling hook. Remember, we have an item that's a grappling hook, and we're not going to be allowed to use it to get up like cliffs and everything. It's only very context specific.
It is then simultaneously a huge convenience that these grappling posts are placed in areas no one would ever put them, such that Kay can reach secure areas. No one in their team even uses grappling hooks. Yet another result of failing to construct levels with reasonable and engaging platforming in mind. Of course, the observation here is that they didn't take much time to build the world or the levels within. The grapple was likely added in the hopes of simply solving some problems that were getting in the way of certain levels and how they wanted Kay to be able to explore. I found the grapple, like many, a misbehaving mechanic that if you do not use the exact way they want, will break, bend, buck you off, or even work when you would not quite expect it to. A fine addition to the platforming collection.
Oh, it's that way. Can you attach? Okay. I would have appreciated a little golem yell, but fine, you don't have to.
You don't need to... Oh. I thought I could, like, jump into the air and swing it. Can I not do that?
Okay.
Okay, game, sure. All right.
That's so dumb, dude. What was that? What just happened there? I don't even know what that was.
I felt bad watching
Grenade! Dead kid!
Listen, if you don't want anything to work in the game, you could just tell me that. You don't need to have this happen all the time.
Fact is, the world is so shittily designed, even the crafted platforming sections aren't fine-tuned enough to prevent people from exploiting them with standard jumping. I mentioned earlier, I outright bugged the entire mission out of being completable because I did an easy jump that the game felt was impossible. The notion that they tested any of this is becoming impossible to believe, because you would think any human being with a standard ability to feel shame wouldn't want something like this to release with their name on it. Regardless, here we are, cycling through murky finger-painted shadows of greater levels from completed games in the hope that you are distracted long enough not to notice how horribly they've been implemented.
I don't... Was I meant to come down here?
Oh.
How can I get up there? Do I have to climb this? There's no way this is... There's no way that's intended. There's no way that's intended.
Your script sucks. And you're... Oh god, holy shit, what the okay. We're trying to have a normal conversation for once. And then this fucking shit happens.
All of this to say, there are several smaller elements to the mechanic of platforming that they have most certainly fucked up as with the rest, but the broad traversal through the world of Star Wars Outlaws, climbing over the average obstacle and navigating the average set piece is fucking cursed with problems, making the experience a cautionary tale in the world of gaming that the connective tissue between all significant interaction, being this garbage, will do nothing but result in a shitty experience and pissed off players.
Man, they don't want you running around in this terrain, huh? Can't climb that one, I guess. This isn't the correct way to get here. This isn't the correct... Am I gonna miss out? Am I gonna miss out on getting this stuff because I chose the incorrect way to get up here? Why do you get out of your crouch, like, when I'm trying to climb? Why would you... Like, why do that? The reality is that you should be able to... You shouldn't just... Because for some reason, when you vault over things, even though I'm playing on stealth, and I have no choice but to do stealth here, you make me stand up for some reason.
Easy for you to say. Smooth as silk. This is a pretty smooth plot. I think it's the smoothness of the animations.
Stop vaulting.
I'll try.
You can do it, Kay. I believe in you.
Ooh.
Yeah, there you go. More. More! More platforming, yes! Yes! More! There we go.
Just let me climb the fucking... I was gonna go someplace scenic so I could have my little... Just climb the boulder. Just climb the boulder, Vess. Thank you.
Be ready then.
And that cable... Thanks. What were you doing? Run! Oh, amazing. Oh.
Follow my lead, Vess.
Did you see me bouncing up and down on the stairs? Oh! Okay. Whatever. I tried.
Nobody sees us right next.
What the fuck?
Tell me how.
You need to cycle up both cores. They will trigger an emergency discharge.
Not bad. Hey, next.
Oh. No? Whoa. What? Stop being retarded.
You gotta explode that guy. Uh-oh, I'm stuck. What? What? Oh, stuck again. Oh, again! What is this terrain?
Is it gonna kill me or is it just gonna push me through the floor? Didn't even touch me yet. I like how I predicted two things and then something completely different happened that might actually be worse.
I'm pressing up. X. Hey, you wanna get up? Oh god. I'm gonna die if I let go. Okay.
All units, fugitive has entered the sector and is extremely dangerous. Execute immediately.
I hate video games.
It's only ever like the most basic, straightforward, normal approach to like any particular gameplay scenario or situation, rather than like seizing opportunities to make things slightly more interesting. This is going to be like a big climbing sequence. What do we do to make it interesting? Well, what if there are these portions of where you need to climb where you can't for a bit? It's like, oh, all right, and that's it. That is the extent to which that sequence is dynamic. Otherwise, it would have just been climbing around with absolutely no risk or peril whatsoever. And the best that they could do is, yeah, but what if like some wind blows you off of the climbing platform? That's it. But that was like a whole sequence. That's like the quest. And what has the quest been up until this point? It's been, go there, talk to that person. All right, go there, talk to that person. Go there, talk to that person. Go there, climb, and then go and talk to that person again.
Now, I will say you've watched a hell of a lot of this video, and I'm sure you are convinced that this game is one of the worst you've ever seen, but we do have plenty more to go over, like all the mini-games, races, Sabaac, the camera, the graphics, the difficulty. Hell, we haven't talked about the freezing yet, the sheer frequency in which the game will randomly experience an icing problem that knocks you further back than the main menu.
Icing problem.
We truly are far from over, but with how far you've come and with all that fumbling and falling you just saw in the platforming section, I feel you've earned a montage of death and the ragdolls that come with it.
What? Give me a break. What? Stop.
His body when he was getting shot.
They won't quit. Good job, Nix. We're spotted.
A scoundrel, and you could actually order, God forbid, you could actually order alcohol at a bar. The fact that this game doesn't let you order alcohol at a bar is actually kind of...
Okay, Imperials aren't messing around.
Such a goofy looking position.
Oh, Jesus.
Hey, Indy, I'm gonna need some backup down here.
Look at that poor guy.
Yeah. All right.
Can I even climb this now? Hey, buddy. Looks like you got your... Oh, that ankle. Damn.
Oh my god! Oh good god! I punched his head into the table! Oh no! Oh my goodness!
Wait, what was that?
Oh, I see what it is. Yeah. Good.
Oh.
We stand underneath it.
Oh, whatever.
That guy get eaten, alright? Oh, alright. Come on, get up there! Damn it. Oh, that means I gotta do the whole fight again, don't I?
I don't know what that is.
Alright people, let's talk about level design. Star Wars Outlaws has a world of 4 significant planets with level design found throughout. You have bases, districts, settlements, cities, and broad landscapes with the option for a bit of spelunking, and all of it is absolutely fucking ruined by the same design philosophy that has plagued the entire game. A severe lack of creativity, effort, and a fucking obnoxious inability to cross the finish line. The world is filled with levels that are both embarrassing from an in-world perspective, being that these people would have had to have been sharp as a significantly lobotomized broom handle to have decided to build anything as vulnerable as some of the structures you see in this game. See, you'll have stealth sections with enemy placement that can, for a moment, make some sense, only to then show you a blatant aspect they didn't cover whatsoever, as though the devs just gave the fuck up. You will reach areas by absolute chance because of how little thought went into designing these places, and at times you will have objectives that relate to guarded areas that lead to vulnerable places simply left unguarded because it's time for you to go there in the story. It is, as with a vast majority of elements, pathetic.
Reveal nearby enemy. Don't care. Let go. What's going on over there? I think I see somebody.
They're after us.
I'm a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Is this the door gonna get through?
Get to cover.
No, here. La 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 la.
Kenyon, I'm in.
Take the turbo.
Wait, what?
Wow, that was very epic.
All right.
Who's that up there?
This transponder actually works.
Who are you? What do you see? What is it? Are you gonna share? What did you find? What are we looking at? Hey, you. Ugh. What are we looking at? Hello? It looks like you're just looking at this corner of the stone. Hello? Hello?
Nix, be careful. We're spotted, Nix.
Oh no, see, you can't. Oh, you can't. Oh. Oh, see, I'm pressing forward, but I can't go through it. This is this terrain. It's you can't traverse it. The attention to detail really is staggering, isn't it? Like the level of interactivity with the world. Yeah, that's crazy. What happens if I shoot it? Oh. Okay, so that goes through, but I can't.
No? What? Yeah, okay. Oh, video games. Platforming. Huh? Oh, wait, am I not supposed to be here? Right. I think I'm supposed to be up there. Yeah, I'm trapped. Thanks, game. Good job.
Why would they build this like that? Why wouldn't they put like a thing here? Like, look at I'm just right here. Why? Who built this?
What in the world? What's happening there?
What?
Why is there an infinite pool of death there? What?
You can assault and progress through an entire Empire base to then leave, speak to a quest giver, and prompt the beginning of the exact same requirements you just completed with absolutely no recognition. Something that started to grate the fuck out of me in terms of this development team's approach to creating anything stealthy in this entire game was the extreme overabundance of vents. Vents being almost the only way you could ever get in or out or manipulate any given situation. Now, this isn't to say other games that have stealth don't also use shit tons of vents, but that will represent a staggeringly low percentage of what the stealth in the game entails. They are used to balance the experience and facilitate different forms of risk-reward gameplay. In Outlaws, if there's a vent, it represents a solid 99% of the job being completed. You gotta get get to Gorak's office. Vent. Sneak into the Pike District in Miragana. Vent. Sneaking into an Empire base. Vent. Every time. Sneak into the Ashiga District. Oh, well, it's not a vent. It's a huge, gaping, fucking hole in the wall.
That's enough.
Just passing through.
So here's the thing. If the solution to this every single time is going to be, oh, you just got to find a fucking vent you can go through. If that's it, it's going to be so shit. Oh, look, a vent.
Let me just go up the wall.
In the Separatist War.
Let's just go up the side. Oh, look, an opening.
All right. Gotta be a terminal here.
All right, I'm in.
Look for a building with a radar dish on the roof.
Yeah, okay.
Aside from the insane proliferation of vents in the game, there is, in almost all of the missions, be they exploration, platforming, combat, or otherwise, a rather grim reality when it comes to solving problems. Whenever, and I mean whenever, you are even remotely stuck for just a moment, it's because you haven't yet registered something Nyx has to do. Nyx is the developer's go-to level design extender. You will need him to press a button, distract a guard, pull a lever, or flip a switch in almost every fucking single level they ever design. It gets extremely repetitive, frustrating, and absolutely monotonous when you know there's nothing for you to consider. You simply need to open up Nyx Vision and find the highlight, and you can move on to the next area. It is the barest of bones design that's insulting to what video games are supposed to be all about.
Hit that button for me, Nyx. Hit that button, Nyx. Get the button, Nyx. Could you get that button, Nyx? Think you can hold that open for me? Hit the button, Nyx. Hold this open. Think you can hold that open for me? Hold this for me, okay? Nyx, push that button.
Early on, if I got stuck doing something, I would remember to look at what Nyx could do that Kay couldn't, and that was almost always the solution.
He says this as though it's a positive, meaning it worked. For some, anyway. The developers devised a way to convince the player they were indeed figuring out puzzles or defeating obstacles with the least effort fucking possible. They would have a room with a door for the player to go through, but oh no, now there's a lock in the way. But there's a switch to remove the lock. But oh no, it's out of reach. Don't panic. You can always make the space rat do it. And on you progress. Gameplay. They even at times nerf your range with Nyx to ensure you are forced to play through as much of their crappy level design as possible.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but that is a vent I get Nyx to open and then I shoot the thing inside it. No? But I can't do anything with Nyx for it.
Am I supposed to climb on this?
If this allows me to use Nyx because it's a different vantage point or whatever, that's going to be so cringe.
Why couldn't I have told him to do that from down below? Why did it make me climb up here to tell him to do that? Game, remember that thing I said about how I hate you?
Hold that. Carefully.
You are cringe. No one likes you.
And all of that is when it's working and not bugging the fuck out like the enemies remaining alerted after a full reset because the game can't catch up with itself. Level design involves creating triggers for events that alter the level. This can be the death of enemies, or the collection of items, or the proximity to particular prompts the player can reach, ensuring that when you alter the level, no bugs will be present. Because you wouldn't want the openings your character has control of operating closing on you and trapping you in a loop because you placed the trigger too early, now would you? You wouldn't want the level's extremely simple puzzle interrupted by a bug that prevents you from properly grabbing a box.
Nyx, I'm counting on you.
You got this, Nyx, and you'll be able to get back to me in time, right? Yay, you will. Did something happen now? It disappeared. It disappeared and then it came back. What? It's giving me a hint because it thinks I'm retarded, which is not like wrong.
Nyx,
but
go.
It's not moving, it's stuck here. How do I get it to go back? Am I stupid? I'm not stupid. Now what you should have to do
Nix,
is tell him to toggle the lever. Oh my god! I don't know, I teleported! I actually did teleport! Oh my god, I teleported on the box! The game is broken. The game is actually broken. What the fuck is happening?
Go, Nix!
Alright, I gotta make sure that when it teleports me on the box, I let go. Yes! Ah, we made it! We made it across! We did it just like the game intended. Oh my god. What a shitty game. What an actual shitty game.
You wouldn't want the last enemy you need killed locked behind a fucking spawn wall, impossible to harm, meaning you are stuck here forever, would you? Though perhaps that's better than the trigger not going off, generating sudden death pits.
What the?
Are you in?
Are we not using that? Alright. Oh, fuck you! Why would you do that? What? You're mocking me.
I believe what they did with this game was they created a whole bunch of assets and programmed them to function. You know, like the door, the vent opening, climbing on the walls, climbing on the grates, the ladders, and responses to different sort of interactions within the world, and they did not make any different changes whatsoever at all. The only things that they did was that they changed the skin and look of everything. Otherwise, every level is pretty much the same. Every level operates the same. It has the same sort of feel, where it just maybe has a little bit of a different skin or lighting or shading, but it's essentially just plug and play, like copy paste. They literally copy pasted everything in every different level from the level before it. And I think it is like the most lazy made game I have ever come across. How this was $300 million or whatever, $300 million, blows my mind as well. But when you have the Acolyte costing just about $300 million, yeah, it's really no surprise at this point.
I imagine one would say the puzzle aspect of the game, when not including minigames, is a subset of the level design, but it's so rare and worthless I find it hard to discuss. The very best you have to play with in the game is something like a door that needs 3 different sources lit up at similar times to open, but even those were incredibly rare. Most are time-wasting puzzles that relate to just shooting a target and then another target at the right time, and that's that. The reward of which is the relief that you don't have to do it again, rather than the satisfaction of figuring anything out.
Are you joking? What's the point of this? Is it just, oh, well, hey, see, let's see if you can get the timing right. I don't care. What? Come on. Now I gotta wait for that to come back down again, don't I?
Well, let's talk about the actual minigames then. Starting with slicing. You guys are familiar with Wordle, yes? The overnight phenomenon that has already sank into complete irrelevancy, yet remains in our hearts as a sort of, oh yeah, I remember that. Well, they decided to copy that game into this game, only they left out the rules that makes the game compelling. When playing Wordle, you guess words words, and therefore you use your knowledge of language to narrow down results. With slicing, they essentially changed the game to have infinite words that you are not familiar with that are constructed of any combination of a selection of symbols, making the system random until you can brute force it. If you find the correct letters in Wordle, it makes the overall puzzle easier because it narrows down what words could possibly fit the limit. With the changes made in the slicing minigame, guessing correct symbol positions early will cripple your ability to check more symbols for whether they are in the sequence or not. The better you do earlier on, the more you shrink your chances of winning. You are punished for finding correct slots. This game encourages you to get as many wrong first to clear out the symbols as fast as you can to save on attempts. Ultimately, this is completely random anyway, so there's not much you can do to strategize, but perhaps none of that matters.
I guess to right. No. We're fucked. I can try out two. I guess more. There's no rhyme or reason. How am I to guess anything? I'm just going to be pressing all of these until one of them works.
And none of it matters because they either removed or didn't even put in a fail state. You see, when reading the game's introduction, it states clearly, find the correct combination of glyphs before the allotted attempt limit. Sounds a little bit scary, doesn't it?
Find the correct combination of glyphs before the allotted attempt limit.
If you fail to complete the minigame within the allotted time, you are faced with a red warning label and the icon of alarms having been activated, accompanied by the sounds of alarms. However, no alarms will have actually been activated. No one will be alerted of anything, and you can simply continue. I was curious enough to try this, and so I deliberately failed the minigame 30 times in a row, and nothing significant happened at all, other than losing out on a small credit bonus for those who complete it quickly.
Not to mention, if you get the combination wrong too many times, then you set off an alarm.
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
You don't.
That's the biggest problem.
What it
looks like it.
There was
I never
actually
had
no
the
punishment.
Yeah.
The alarm means absolutely nothing, and I think they either failed to finish putting the repercussions of a loss like that consistently in every area of the game, or they had it and ended up removing it due to the frequency of players reaching the fail state in this shittily designed minigame.
Oh boy.
I don't understand what I'm supposed to do. How do you find the correct combination? Okay.
I got those two correct.
Yes, got it.
Yeah, bro, I got no idea what I'm doing. I'm just literally hitting... Okay.
So eventually you just get it, and the alarm rings, and then you do it anyway, but no one is actually coming over here, so I don't know what the fuck the point is. So I can just randomly click shit until it's just donezo. How stupid.
The problems run deeper, however, because the further into the game you get, the easier and easier it becomes. First of all, you will grab an upgrade that allows you access to all slicing panels in the game. This would be a great example of one of those upgrades they clearly stripped away to begin with in order to provide something to unlock when contextually you are playing as the best slicer in the galaxy. It becomes especially funny when it's designed to let you slice doors that you can simply open anyway. Poor Fringy here had full access to the room, but because he doesn't yet have the upgrade, the game takes that very access back.
What? My mistake for going out the doors? Are you serious? The doors automatically open, but then because I left to go get the rest of them, And because I don't have this yet, now I'm just stuck. I can't even do it.
Now, once you get that upgrade and the rest of the slicing benefits, it becomes almost impossible to fail before hitting the limit on tries. Not that that matters.
These just solve themselves now. Why do I... What do you want from me?
Okay, should be good next.
Should be good. That. That. And that.
Yes.
Yep.
It now binds the symbols into sections, and if you guess the correct one, it'll block out the others.
So there's only one valid glyph per connected group. Wow. That makes this game way easier. Let's do the old boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Dude, ever since the upgrade, it's just made this pointless. Oh god, here we go again. So that one, that one, that one. Why even have me participate? What's the point?
You can then choose the auto-sort benefit, and it will correctly place any symbols you've already found for you, thus making this game fucking pointless to play, which is insane when it's already a waste of time that didn't even understand the game it was copying.
Oh, good. I don't know where I need to click. There. Gaming!
What then becomes even funnier is the credit reward is indeed small, but you can slice terminals that have been sliced already and gain more credits. I have no idea who's paying me at this point or why, but hey, free money I suppose. I even gained the credits of completing a slice, but not the actual hack, and so I just did it again. And as a result, I gained double the credits. And of course, even this minigame has its bugs, like asking me to slice a console that opens a door that is literally open right next to me. If only Fringy were that lucky.
Are you serious?
It is a tad insane, not just how broken the minigame is, but how nobody seems to know about it because nobody chooses to think about the game for more than the allotted time to review it.
In order to hack electronics, we can do what is essentially Wordle, but with symbols, and while it is basic, again, it's fun. Eventually you can get a kit that splits the symbols into groups, and one of the groups always contains a correct symbol, which adds a layer of depth to the slicing. In the beginning, when it's just 3 symbols, it's super easy, but once you get up to 5, it becomes a genuinely time-consuming process, and I loved it.
The same is true for the slicing mechanic, which turns out to be a lot more fun than the picking one, because it involves a kind of Wordle mechanic that you need to solve in a short time and in a limited amount of guesses before an alarm is set off.
The alarm doesn't do anything. It's not even Wordle, because the cheats prevent you from engagement on any kind of detailed or problem-solving level while also having no language to appeal to. It's pure shit. Next up would be the rhythm game, which is a generous label. I have significantly less to say about this than the previous minigame because it really doesn't have much to it. You usually get one of 3 repeating tunes to match with a single button pressing in tandem, most of them being incredibly simple to complete. So simple, in fact, people are completing this minigame without realizing how.
Oh no. I don't know how to do this. I'm gonna get it. It says blue is lit up, so should I wait for blue to light up? But blue isn't lighting up. Oh. I thought I was just clicking. I didn't read it. Because I don't read directions unless I'm immune to reading.
It is an idea that if developed could have evolved into a minigame that offers challenge and thinking to defeat, but they mostly provide the easiest form even if you crank everything to the hardest difficulty.
There was the same rhythm than the last 2 ones. That was very exciting.
Gotta move.
I was wondering if I'm just invincible, but because nothing happened. Why did it take them so long to kill me? I was just standing there.
Making for a tedious, repetitive experience once again.
Now, I've seen quite a few other reviewers saying they ended up just turning it off, because that is one of the things you can do. You can just turn off the lock-picking minigame. I guess the developers recognize that shit sucks.
Fascinating that the devs would include the ability to not play their game. It's as though they knew how fucking crap it was. Which takes us neatly to Sabaac, the fabled Star Wars card game that works slightly different across its many iterations. The game is simple. Achieve Sabaac by having 2 of the same numbered card. The lower the numbers on the card, the better the score. You can use your chips to draw from one of the 2 decks, with the option to choose the face-up card adjacent to each deck. The last player remaining wins. There are special cards with unique effects, like the Psylop that will clone your other card's value, or the Imposter that will prompt a dice throw to determine its value. You can use one of 3 shift tokens chosen before the game starts per turn, as well as cheats. And, well, that's the game.
Some of those cards you were describing, like the power ones or event ones, whatever they're called, some of them are just better than others, as in you can unlock ones that are like refund 2, and then the next one you unlock is refund 3, so it's like, I'll have the 3 one, that's just better.
Personally, I found Sabaac extremely boring and essentially won games well ahead of any interesting decisions needing to be made. As card games go, it ranks relatively low, especially when compared to its peers. However, it may very well be the most complicated piece of functioning mechanics in the entire game. It well and truly runs the majority of the time and follows its own rules, however retarded or excessive.
What's the game? Oh, what the fuck? What?
Okay, I mean, I guess I probably should learn whatever this is. Yeah, I mean... Oh! How much do I need to learn about here? I don't know if I've got the patience.
Now, with everything as described, it can make for a mostly easy game, with some hiccups the more challenging the players. However, as you progress through the game and unlock moves through experts, you will gain access to more and more cheats, and they are as overpowered as you would imagine, leading me to play almost every single Sabaac game the exact same way. Let me describe an example. I open with an immunity, meaning no enemy shift tokens can be used on me until the next round. This prevents the cards I have from being stolen or changed. I then grab any imposter cards by double drawing with my first cheat, meaning in the first selection I get access to 4 cards and I only need 1 imposter. As mentioned, this is the card that allows you to roll dice to determine its value. Next up, I play my tax card. This takes 2 chips from my selected opponent, getting him close to being knocked out anyway. I then use the second cheat to check my opponent's hand with Nyx to make sure I don't need anything higher than Sabaac with 2s, as he's already got cheap Sabaac, which in this case would be a double 6. I could have chosen to keep both imposters to create prime Sabaac, but I didn't need to in this case. And so I use my third cheat to magnetize the dice and give me the results I want. This means the fella there has absolutely no chance. The cheats bring you no punishments unless you screw up the incredibly easy QTEs. To be clear, the cheats are meant to be used. The game is designed with them in mind, and they are unlocked through progression with the experts. Winning Sabaac games helps you unlock even more abilities. Obviously, this system beats the entire point of playing this monotonous game and forces almost every run to go this way if you have any idea what you're doing. What's kind of awkward is I think the devs think it's cool and awesome and outlaw-ish to cheat this card game. Kay obviously thinks so. But is it not infinitely cooler to be so skilled at the game you beat people who use cheats against you? And if you spot it, you could have implemented a consistent way to call cheaters out or to choose to beat them even when they are weighted to win against you. I guess they didn't even entertain these options other than scripting them in the big tournament. To be absolutely clear, I don't think it's a bad idea to allow cheating mechanics, but I think they should be far more difficult, far less less widespread, and they shouldn't be presented in a context encouraging the player to think it's the ultimate form of skill and winning. The fourth cheat, by the way, is introduced in the first DLC. It gives you the ability to frame your opponent as a cheater and get them booted from the game. As with the others, it seems antithetical to playing the game in the first place.
And these cheats and ways to tip the game scales in your favor make the game way more interesting and allow the game to be a bit more influenced by skill rather than luck.
Luckily, if you do end up liking the game, there is an expert who has a couple of skills to help you cheat in the game.
I assume the people who love the ability to use 4 separate cheats to bulldoze every game and win weren't winning very much before they gained those abilities. Seems a shame that the ultimate badassery related to a skill-based game turns out to be you remain shit at the whole thing, but you win every round because you are a cheater. Whatever floats your boat, I guess. The game presents more and more Sabaac tables with harder and harder enemies as you go through the campaign, ending with Lando Calrissian himself, and with the system I just outlined, he was blitzed like the rest of them. It is worth mentioning, however, that at its worst, there are rules and functions of Sabaac that make it uniquely unenjoyable, like the interest in cultivating a winning hand only for someone to play a token that removes it. Many elements of the game, including the cheating, have so little to do with skill that people who have no idea how much of it works can still win with relative ease. Many don't even know what the cards mean.
Well, you guys got Annihilate. How many do I need to like win, I guess? Is that what we're doing? Wait, what does that one do? Was that one of the Typhon cards or whatever they're called? Imposter cards? Wait, how does this work? Pure Sabaac, best hand. Oh, well, there you go.
Easy.
Get fucked.
Looks like I win.
Wow, 300 credits. Wow.
The world reflects this game in a strange way, though. You can't immediately replay a game with the fellas you meet at the table. You have to leave and join again. There are also countless tables you come across in the world that simply do not allow you to play. Like, this is one of the most retarded decisions, considering people are obviously going to be interested in having that option, and I assume they would prefer to not have to select specific places, and this costs the devs very little time. Just copy and paste the other one like you do anyway, switch out the models, alter the difficulty they play at, and have a slightly altered arbitrary reward for winning. It's pretty simple. Something else that bothered me was coming across some lads talking about Sabaac like a collectible card game. Kay very retardedly says she would rather spend her money on speeders when we literally spend money on Sabaac throughout the game, and I can't buy any other speeders than my own, which I didn't even buy to begin with. The stupider part is that we don't need to buy a speeder, while we actually do need to get access to more Sabaac cards to help win the games and complete missions that actually include smuggling operations. So this is a double whammy of Kay acting like a particularly neurodivergent brick, and the devs losing yet another opportunity to make something interesting or fun happen. Oh well. Also, I'm totally putting this in here because it annoys me. You remember the section years ago about how the dialogue lacks all dynamism, and the section just days ago about the design prompting different outcomes? Well, as mentioned, cheap Sabaac is not great to have in this game. It's the equivalent of passing with the lowest possible grade, and probably means you'll end up losing chips. However, if someone plays the cook the books shift token, that makes the values invert. This means a double 6 is no longer cheap Sabaac. A double 1 is. I recognized that and strategized accordingly. Only when putting the cards down, Kay calls it cheap Sabaac with a deflated delivery, even though it's the winning hand and you can catch the game cutting her off because that dialogue shouldn't be playing.
Easy.
Then came the DLC, offering up a story that entices the player with a Sabaac tournament. Now, I figured with all my cheats and shift tokens that this would be a perfect time to show off just how broken the game is, but to my surprise, shift tokens were disabled. This didn't actually make much of a difference because my main token was defensive anyway, meaning they didn't have tokens to attack me, so it leveled out. What made it far more cosmically retarded, however, was providing that aforementioned new cheat. Like I said, I now have the ability to plant a card card on my opponent's chair, activating a security droid to then get them thrown out for cheating. I'm not joking, that's how it works. I removed 3 people from a single game with this cheat. The more interesting interaction, however, is the game refused to allow me to use this cheat on Lando. Twice. You see, he's story relevant. You can't just boot him from the Sabaac game. In any case, are you listening, Premier Chat? I want you to guess how many cheats I used to dominate just this one game my first try. Go on, give it a guess. Let's see who hits it on the head. Keep in mind, the cheats are repeatable, and I did mention using 3 already. To be clear, this includes the magnetic dice, the checking opponent's cards, the planting of cards, and the double draw. The answer is 7. I was allowed to and won with cheating 7 times. I'm gonna go ahead and assume you guys thought it would be more, and it would have been more, except they had a droid that for every other decision prevented cheating, meaning I still spammed cheats and steamrolled with as many as half my cheats disabled, because this game is very well made. Side note, this super secret Sabaac tournament in the DLC that protects the players' identities puts each player on a fucking giant special lift to enter the game that shows them clearly to everyone in the main meeting room. This game is so consistently retarded, which takes us neatly into the arcade, a small collection of minigames that relate to reaction time, aim, and memory. They're all short games meant for some punchy fun, and end up being what can only be described, in terms of ratio for time spent and fun had, as the best thing in the game.
Let's go.
Well, at least we got to play some games for a little bit there on this stream. That's kind of fun, right?
This is unironically more fun and interesting than the actual game. And it's just basically point at the orange things.
This is the most fun I've had so far.
Moving up.
This is the most fun I've had with this game since I started it. It's a stupid minigame.
I was personally fond of the reaction time memory game. Simple in execution, and it didn't get too hard, but felt satisfying in the bog that is this fucking experience.
Possibly the funnest mechanic in the entire game. A tiny, small, simple reaction puzzle.
Though I am still salty that they arbitrarily decided to show you these arcade machines in the beginning of the game, except you aren't allowed to access them for some unholy reason, like some bait as to what you can play later when having them playable now would ruin nothing at all.
The arcade, yes! Oh, fuck you. It's broken.
What's this? Temporarily unavailable. Oh. Temporarily unavailable. Well, that's fun.
It won't let me play the arcades. Temporarily unavailable. I have money! I sold the junk and it won't let me play the games in a game.
There are also the Fathia races. Not much to say on those. They don't allow big bets. You actually cap out on how many times you're allowed to bet on them, and it's just the game rolling the dice and paying out tiny amounts. You can get tip-offs, but it's not worth the time or effort. You're better off just slicing a terminal.
Temporarily unavailable. What the fuck? There's a limit. They put a limit. Soft. Ubisoft. You can gamble 3 times and then the game stops you from playing anymore.
What? No way. All right, one more. That's when you'll win.
Watch. See?
What?
You can do it 3 times.
Why?
And then they stop you.
Why is that fun? That's actually hilarious.
I suppose what's more interesting is the speeder races. Yes, you can use your speeder to take part in races all around the world to receive prizes recognizing your abilities. This has been a nailed mechanic since as far as anyone can remember. But for the sake of consistency, let's use Simpsons Hit and Run as an example of nailing it even as a side mission set.
Better.
What just? Oh my god.
It's better.
No.
But okay.
Fuck it, we ball.
What? What?
Fuck it, we ball, eh?
I didn't even know what that was. Wait, why does this game keep doing this to me?
And so, what does Star Wars Outlaws have to offer? Yeah, so, the opponents are drastically awful. There are extremely few races in the whole game, and, they have 4 races on Toshara, 2 on Tatooine, 0 on Akiva, and 0 on Kijimi. I would argue this somewhat explains the degree of importance of these places according to the developers, and how much time they ended up spending on them. Also, my game glitched out, no surprise there, and where many of the races are supposed to be, they were just not there. So, yeah. With the one I actually found, I managed to win even when driving like a cocaine clown, so that's fun.
I do cocaine!
The races amount to driving from A to B in the world against a person who has no chance of winning, and there's nothing really more to say, except that even this gets even funnier with bugs and annoying as shit interactions with other systems, like here where I need to speak to the racer directly in front of me and look what happens. I feel as though wherever I go, that out-of-bounds warning follows. On the subject of mentioning things that do indeed exist in the game, you get to choose from a selection of clothing as unlockables. Most of it doesn't particularly wow me, but I do care about the impact of wearing the outfits in terms of mechanics, though I would say the Winter Ashiga set kind of clears in terms of benefits. As if it wasn't easy enough, you are functionally invincible with this shit.
Whoa. Whoa, pants. That's just awful, pants. I fucking killed so many people to steal a pair of pants.
There we go.
God, this game is so dumb, dude.
You're given a couple base cosmetics, and there are some that you can get from merchants, but there are also exclusive cosmetics that you can only get through maxing out your reputation with any given faction.
A little bit underwhelming with those.
Yes.
I was really disappointed the Pikes didn't get their own thing. I didn't care for the Huts one.
The Hut ones were the shitty painted looking ones. Like there was like random paint splotches on the brown gear.
Oh, see, look at that. That's the Hut one, isn't
awful.
it? Who would wear this?
Yeah, they have like the weird Durasteel pattern underneath it, but it doesn't mean anything. And also, it's like, what is it? It's purple, orange, and red.
Why can't you customize the colors?
It looks like it looks like shit.
It looks like it's from Fortnite.
Yes.
It looks like it's from Suicide Squad.
Crimson Dawn have the sleekest looking one. Ashiga just like it's just an outfit you wear if you're cold. Like that's the shit. It didn't feel like, oh, this is the Ashiga gear. It just felt like, oh yeah, that's a
this
coat.
is like cold stuff for the cold planet. Like, yeah.
Crimson Dawn, I think, the only ones that actually got to feel like they had Crimson Dawn stuff.
They had the insignia on the front, and it was black and kind of simplistic, and it was supposed to be the best for stealth. But like, lol, stealth.
The Ashiga gear just fucking slaughters all the other ones. The stats on them were
Once
insane.
you realize that stealth is a complete waste of time and effort, then it's like, yeah, the Ashiga stuff is just clearly the best.
The Empire one would probably be something I'd fucking wear if I was trying to pursue an Empire. You know,
Role play as an Imperial like contractor.
But that's the Pike one.
Yeah.
It's so weird that they just threw that into that. They clearly wanted you to be able to unlock an Empire outfit, but they were like, where do we put it? It's like, the Pikes,
Also,
I guess.
there's no hats, there's no visors, there's no all that cool Star Wars stuff, the masks and the helmets and all that. None of it. Nothing.
With how flumpy
No
the hair
options.
is already, I don't think they wanted to go near
Do
that
it!
shit whatsoever.
Well, listen.
Different hairstyles all glitching out.
Other things to collect include paint changes for your vehicles and speeder and stuff. Super awesome. Then there's the Jet Cordo collectibles.
Hello. This is Jet Cordo.
Hello. This is Glop Shadow. Basically, there's this fella who left behind stashes, and the more you collect, the more story pieces you unlock, and eventually you will access the whole set. It's like a collectible marathon type thing. I didn't complete it myself because I saw Rags doing it,
So it's someplace here. And those two are exits. Those two are exits. So is it down here? It's inside of here? It seems like I'm really close. Oh, because it's over here. This sucks. Oh my god. Oh, it's this way. Even though this is the way I came. Okay, I'm not going insane, am I? What am I missing here? Oh, it's beeping big. It's beeping big. We're close. So when they tested this, did they not give it to someone to like try and see if this is... Okay, it's beeping. That is, I assume that drops down. When I get in the vault, it drops. That opens up, and that's how I get out. Because this leaves me in a loop. This game can actually go and fuck itself.
So anyway, Nyx has his own collectibles, as mentioned previously. He will take you on a small platforming journey through several areas of each planet that amount to an incredible nothing with no new mechanics involved. Just more standard, repetitive, shitty climbing segments ending up at some vista you are forced to appreciate with the characters and a reward that does nothing at all. You really do end up collecting so much shit in this game without realizing a single thing about its value or what distinguishes one from another, relying on notifications to tell you something meaningful definitely happened. My favorite aspect regarding all of these Nyx collectibles is the weather system automatically fucking over the cutscene and ruining the point of the vista. But of course they didn't account for that or record dialogue for it, so it just ends up being awkward as fuck.
Huh.
Oh, fuck.
Nice view. Let's see what we have here.
Am I supposed to be seeing something more than what they're showing me?
Can't beat that view.
Yeah, you can't see anything in the rain. But I guess you're just programmed to say that if you get to this area.
Speaking of Nyx though, let's talk about his food, shall we? The developers took the time to code and animate a sequence where you can purchase food for yourself and Nyx to eat. This process takes some time.
Oh look, it's a Star Wars space bar. What do they have here at the space bar? Oh wow, look at this guy go.
Let's eat.
Why? What?
It's just a minigame where you press a button. And then you eat. I can't believe I'm doing it. I can't believe this. I actually can't believe this.
This is so good.
It's so good. I feel like we've been eating this forever.
Hey, great work on this dish. Yeah, it doesn't look done yet.
Bro. Okay, you get the point, dog. Like, they're eating. Just eat the food. I don't need to actually, like...
This is so good.
Oh.
It's sweet.
What happens if I don't press the button fast enough?
Oh, whoops. Oh, whoops.
ready.
Stop.
I'm so glad 1313 was canceled for this. This is so much better than what that would have been.
Please stop. Please. Please make it stop.
Delicious.
They spent more time on this, of which there are like 6 of this sequence, by the way, because they all relate to one of those unlockables for
It isn't even spicy.
the goober. And then if you fail it doesn't really matter either. In fact, I guess I get to eat more if I fail because she keeps having the animation repeated.
Oh. It's sweet and smoky at the same time.
That's great. Let's move on. Alright. Yeah, Ubisoft devs went overtime on this one, that's for sure. Probably the only part of the game that actually works smoothly.
What?
Whoa, I gotta get this right. Otherwise, she's gonna choke. Oh. Oh no. Oh. What the hell?
That's good stuff.
It was a QTE to poke the eyes out of Poseidon when playing God of War 3, okay? Now I know this is not the same game, but I don't feel comfortable being downgraded into QTEing twice to drink water.
Oh, this game is so something. Wow. QTEs for eating food that you can't fail. So why even bother? What's the point?
Oh, here we go. Gameplay. F and H. Oh.
You first.
Oh, damn it. Oh, wrong button. Damn it.
Now remember, you can't even fail these. You can't fail these QuickTime events. You can just let it keep going forever and ever and ever, and you won't fail.
God of War we had QTEs for sex. Look at us now.
Yes, let's pop that corn. Grab it, Nix. Eat that poppy corn. L, that's a big L.
What's the point in being alive?
This is so good. It's sweet and smoky at the same time.
Shut the fuck up! It is filled with unfailable and consequenceless QTEs, and you need to do it several times throughout the game in order to unlock all of Nyx's ability bonuses. These abilities include distracting multiple people or knocking back grenades. I think you can agree these would be considered important. It was in playing this minigame, in realizing more time and effort and money was spent on it than anything else in the game, that everyone began to understand the West had truly fallen. Seriously, what a fucking boring, stupid shame.
I hope he mentions that you can't fail these.
I also
so
noticed
funny.
It's like J, I, K, L, E, F, C. It's like all these random ones.
I thought what they were going for was like, oh, I'm probably going to use WASD and then maybe something like
K, and then
JKLI or something.
If they think this contributes in any way to immersion, that's like, I wonder how they ended up making a video game, you know? A lot of the time QTEs like this are used to like punctuate particular bigger motions, right? Like even in their worst uses, right?
Tap A as fast as you can to replicate the frenetic energy of you running for your life away from a boulder. It kind of connects you with a character in some way. That's like a QTE at its best, potentially. It's some way to get you to exert yourself in a way that's supposed to mirror the character that you're controlling. And this is just like, it's just press the buttons.
What the fuck were they thinking, and why, once again, can someone who's simply trying to get through this nightmare come up with better ideas out of pure frustration and boredom than the fucking fucking developers can.
You know what would be really cool that's probably never gonna happen ever? What if there was like a Star Wars game where you play as that robot? You got a little stand in a city, you're working your way up the restaurant scene, and you're getting the equivalent in Star Wars of 3 Michelin stars. That's like what the game is. So you're going and you're cooking and you're learning new recipes and developing your skills, maybe getting like new drivers that you can install that would like make it so that you can do certain things better. Maybe you got to mix and match. Maybe you got to make those decisions for other like droids or people that you hire to work for you at your restaurant. You expand the business, you renovate the place, you get new locations in different planets. You know, you got like a stand on Tatooine, but then you've also got like a restaurant on Cloud City. You know, you got like a big, really fancy restaurant in Naboo or something. You know what I mean? Wouldn't that be fun? Or yeah, and of course, you could play as a robot, you could play as Dexter.
Camino Saber Dart.
But it will never happen. It will never happen. You know why it'll never happen? Because the attitude actually is like, well, you know what would be better? Generic Ubisoft open world game, but Star Wars. That like means something. That's significant. That matters. Like that's exciting. It's a game that you've absolutely played before, but it looks like Star Wars rather than, you know, something that's kind of like, hey, look, you're tapping into like the Star Wars world and actually leveraging it for something that's like really nifty and unique. But it will never be. It'll always be like the most generic, boring options. It's part of the reason why I think everybody is always like so sad to think about what happened with LucasArts. It's because like LucasArts would actually make Star Wars games that were somewhat unconventional. They would actually like create a variety of Star Wars games in a variety of different genres that were trying to do and be different things rather than essentially only existing in the most like mainstream places possible.
With all that said and done, I suppose we should have a bit of focus for Nyx. He's been mentioned quite a few times, but I haven't quite gotten around to that little shit.
How long did it take you to design Nyx in regards of its cutesy appearance?
So, true story, when we started thinking about the game, and in conception, so very early on, there was no Nyx. There was just K and ND5. And very quickly, at first playable, which is a milestone after pre-production, first playable, we realized that K was missing almost a superpower, you know, the Mr. Fantastic long arm into the world. So we started thinking about what could fill that superpower, what could go out into the world and attack an NPC or let loose on a explosive barrel or turn off a switch or call a lift right across the battlefield so that K is punching somebody, Nyx is, or this thing is attacking. And very quickly, we found that we needed a companion. We started thinking about the visual design afterwards and the sort of the Star Wars design philosophies, the simplicity in shapes, the recognizable, the relatable aspect to it. So if you think of design philosophy for Star Wars for spaceships, if I do that, you think X-Wing, you know? It's very, very simple. So here, what we took was the axolotl, which also helped us with communication of emotions for Nyx and communicating to the player.
So, okay, early development, there was no Nyx until they realized Kay was boring as fuck to play, she was hyper-limited in function, they were out of ideas for exposition, and they had absolutely no creative solutions. Imagine that from this team. Nyx allows Kay to have superpowers. He is a crutch because they couldn't make stealth even remotely interesting with her alone. This lines up, as mentioned, because they couldn't justify exposition without Nyx either.
And the narrative layer on top of that allows you to go through the world, and instead of talking to yourself, you're going, what'd you think of that, Nyx? And Nyx,
You know, I don't have a tail and sticky paws like you. You know what this reminds me of? That time we got lost in those underground tunnels back on Kanto. I honestly don't know what was worse, those sewer rats or these flyer nests. Well, that was educational. Let's stay away from flyers for a bit, okay, Nyx?
Yeah, that's the quality of the dialogue between them for most of the game. It is exactly what they were talking about. Exposition vomited out to help the player move forward in case they don't know up from down, which is sadly more common in the Star Wars universe than one might think. So you get nothing much at all in terms of meaningful interactions, despite the insane history they have in that one cutscene.
Go! What about you? You want both of us killed? Go!
Have you learned nothing? Look at me!
I'm keeping him.
She has to survive because nobody else will save her unless it's her. The only person that she has is her companion, Nyx. They're not even human, but that is the closest thing she has to feeling a part of something in the world.
I do find it hilarious how much they constantly juggle between saying she's alone in this world and she has Nyx. You would think a ridiculously loyal, caring, and loving animal that can with pinpoint precision do anything and everything you ask of him would be quite the boon to anyone. But hey, maybe Kay doesn't care about him.
Hooray, we got out. Oh my god! Nyx, are you okay? Oh, I was more concerned for Nyx than his actual owner was. Interesting.
So beyond the story, Nyx is a mechanic that allows the player to essentially perform remote action. He can flip switches, pick up weapons, stun people, blow people up, and I guess he can distract them too. But you cannot control him manually. He must snap to pre-approved areas. Even the distractions are limited.
It's been a problem before, but I want to send him back there. But look, it's stuck on here. It's like it's magnetized to him when I'm clearly telling Nyx to fucking go way off there. He's stuck. I get my cursor can be way up here, and it still is saying, oh, you want to attack that guy, right?
You cannot train him to automatically collect guns, grenades, or Bacta from the battlefield as it progresses. He can't store things like a backpack, and you can't give him a backpack to do so. Nor can you command him while climbing, which was particularly stupid.
I can't command Nyx while I'm here. I think that's silly too.
But he can precisely lay out electrical currents.
Has to be getting power from somewhere.
What if I ran into it? Oh my goodness, that was funny. Nyx can sense electric currents. Damn, that's an interesting ability for a creature to have evolved to do.
Nyx can sense electric currents? What the fuck are you talking about? Even if that's true, what the fuck does it mean for me? I can't fucking see that. What? It shows me why. That's what? No. Oh, my brain. Why would that reveal it for that? What? What are you?
He tends to be OP throughout the game because the dev team relied on him as the solution to essentially every problem. He is the Swiss Army space knife that solves every issue Kay encounters, whether it makes sense or not. Despite all that, he is rather limited and feels frustratingly dull when it comes to the control you do have.
If you could name your own little guy, oh... it would be so much better. Get him,
Everyone would name him
Grumples.
Sneem and Fleem and Grumply Gorf and Shrinkledink,
Go,
Scrumply
Wumbo.
Grimbo. And all these.
He's like, I'm just picturing this fat, like, little guy who's just like, oh, I'm gonna steal.
Instead of stealing what you actually want, he keeps stealing people's food. Fatter as
He
you go.
eats it before he gets back to you.
He randomly comes back and is like, I stole their shoelace. I thought it'd be funny.
He's really well spoken for some reason. His speedy run is just a roll. He's like, whoa! I don't know what the species called, but Salacious B. Crumb type. Can you imagine, like, while you're talking to people, because you're an asshole, he's just mischievously, like, goblining around and he's stealing shit.
He's rubbing his hands together.
Yeah, it would be fucking awesome.
Doing
You can upgrade him. Say, for example, someone's like, I like you, Kay, and he's just the background with, like, a displeased face, like, I don't like this person. You're having, like, a back and forth with someone, and
They say like a really good bird on you, and then you're like, well, you're fat, and then you just have him go,
Oh shit!
he's like your hype man. That would be so fucking awesome.
That would be great.
I mean, have the player's behavior in some way rub off on whatever he ends up being.
Yes.
The way the player conducts themselves influences how the pet
I know-
sidekick character turns out.
Imagine he had a little knife and he could jump on people.
He would like shanking people.
Oh
Should be
god,
on.
I need it. I want
Would it be like in the knee or like the ankle? Because he's so short.
You know when they got you in the vault, and she does the thing of like get him Nix or whatever, but like, the equivalent for this would be like get him, and then he jumps on their head and slices their throat. Like,
Jeez, oh my god! I just meant distract him. Holy shit! Now we gotta deal with the
damn.
body, and there's so much blood.
It's almost that he does the Hoffman stab. He's when he grabs the mouse.
Yeah.
Unironically though, if they had like a diverse set of you could choose actual Nix or Salacious B. Crumb Nix or Roundy Nix, like that would have already been the best part of the game.
Like free starter Pokemon.
Yes.
You can get them to evolve.
Like you know, Salacious is much more. He's the throat slitter. Nix is like, much more wholesome than the chunky guy. Is kind of useless, but he's funny.
He has commentary on
And
everything.
he like tells jokes.
It's easy to forget Nix is in the game rather than K simply having some delayed telekinetic power to open or collect any given object. Though regarding his presence, it is kind of lame that almost every single person you distract with Nix is annoyed by him or says something like, "Get this creature out of here." Not a single person seems to have a different reaction. No one in the world thinks he's cute, nobody actually plays with him, and nobody is kind to him. You can argue that these people are all on duty, etc., but it gives you a sense that everyone is exactly the same. Copy-pasted hollow zombies from some lame folder of models they couldn't have given less of a fuck about. Opportunities like that could provide so much more character. Then again, I wish they would kill the bugger. He's gotten me killed by tanking a shot meant for a trooper, leaving me to get filled with blaster fire. Not to mention a fucking collision, good lord.
How dare you hit a woman? Please open up.
I'll be the judge of that.
Oh, they do. They just don't. Nix, how the fuck did... Nix, you fucker!
He does bug out completely here and there.
Busy doing what? What's he busy doing? I didn't ask him to do anything. Where's the dog? Oh. Oh, I think he might just be glitched. Oh, not anymore, I guess. What was he busy doing? Oh no, I think he's actually just glitched. She's not doing anything.
Distraction as an option will just outright stop working. The game will tell you it's not possible for no reason at all, which can fuck up the whole effort, of course. Though it is funny just how much the distraction option is maintained outside of any stealth needing to be done. It is a mostly functional mechanic, so you may as well have it there the whole time to make it feel as though there are options. Nix doesn't have unique interactions in the world either. Nothing for particular beasts, nothing he ends up tangling with or admiring, just lame.
What can my boy do to this? Nothing? Really? You got no unique interaction for this? You couldn't be asked to just make anything happen with that? Okay.
It's also an arbitrary restriction that Nix doesn't distract more people when progressing in a stealth level.
No, get distracted. Don't call him that. It's annoying that those two could be distracted and there's someone standing right here and they're just like, oh, I don't know what's going on. Even though I clearly have two people who are right there and, you know, they're being distracted by something and they're yelling. I better not turn to see what's going on because I'm outside of the 10-meter magic ring of giving a shit.
Because you see, you have to unlock it. A thing you should obviously have to begin with.
Wait, Nix can distract multiple enemies at a time? What? That's an upgrade? But that should happen all the time because he's making noise and he's a little critter and he's eating.
Though, as expected, there's even more bugs. Nix will get somehow busy doing absolutely nothing and completely shut down.
He's dead.
Now what?
He will just graphically bug the fuck out, and man, this shit happens to everyone.
Think Nyx can go through the energy barrier? Yeah, but it's not working. Like, it's glitched out or something. I don't know. See? Like, I keep hitting it. It's glitched out ever since we got to this base. I don't know why.
Think you can hold that open for me?
Just fucking yeeted into the fucking wall. What the hell?
Now, go.
Oop.
Nyx.
Now I can walk up to it.
What are you doing here?
What? Did Nyx? I don't know what just happened.
Yeah, see, like, he should be able to go there and deactivate that thing. But he's just glitched out right now. Look, I'm, like, hitting him. It's just not working.
Don't see what goes on, man.
Bro, steal it. He's tired? The hell are you tired of? Wait, did I get... Am I bugged out?
But it really is this... What we wanted to do at its heart was a companion that didn't leave your side. And a companion that was lovable and adorable and super cute, but at the same time super fierce and like ready to fight for you. So having that like juxtaposition there, taking inspiration from armadillos, from axolotls, from our pets, our dogs and our cats, we created something that really feels authentic to Star Wars and very relatable as well if you have a pet, if you have a dog or a cat. It's a very relatable relationship as well.
As far as I'm concerned, Nyx was very much created cynically, designed as the cute and powerful little pet that does everything a person would want without fail. He has infinite use, infinite stun, infinite explosions, and makes more money for you than hunting bounties. It is obvious that the developers wanted his cute and powerful exterior to cover up the fact that he is simply an attempt to seal all of the leaking holes in this game.
In our contract, we cannot hurt Nyx. Good. So, no cheap emotional points by hurting the little creature. We're not doing that. It's
precious cargo.
Nyx will be there at the end of the adventure.
Beautiful.
Well, that's fucking boring, isn't it? Nothing cheap. As they explain just how cheap this whole-ass game is, because of course, you cannot hurt the overabundance of animals, not even with a grenade launcher.
What happens if you crash into a Bantha? Like, what happens? Bantha doesn't care, but you go flying off the bike. That's the level of interactivity here. Look at that! They don't even respond.
Wait, really? Oh my god!
What happens if you shoot him? There's like sparks flying off of them. Look at that! No, it's the same deal. It's like sparks fly off of them, as if they're like metal.
Coward game.
I can't even kill a... Damn, really?
It's not even doing anything. The expectation, I presume, is you'll just move past them and you won't care. Because unless the game tells you that it's something you can interact with, then there's no reason to expect that you can. The only animals that you can, I guess, blast are the ones that the game ordains as being enemies, but there's like no hunting or anything. And I suppose they'd be like, well, whoa, what do you want us to do? It's like, I don't know, man, make it so that you can interact with them. Give players the freedom to interact with them. Build a hunting minigame. And if you're not interested in doing that, then I don't know, maybe don't put them in the game. And it'll be like, yeah, but they're here. It's like, yeah, I guess that's the problem you have to deal with, isn't it, huh? is that if they're here, and they would be here, that you kind of need to build mechanics to support their existence. But shouldn't that be seen as an opportunity? That there are like various modes of interacting with the wildlife? Of course, that'd be really fun. It's Star Wars.
However, they made sure to code it to a T that you can pet all of the precious fucking animals. God forbid you couldn't do that. Maybe you wouldn't have a cute, wholesome experience. Maybe you would have a choice to play the way you want to. Wouldn't that be horrifying?
Why can't I pet him, huh? Is he too ugly to pet? Is that it, game? Is that what you think?
Well, at least I get to pet every single fucking animal in this game. I'm really happy they made the time to make that a thing, because everything else works perfectly and is not shit at all.
You can pet it? Wait. I can pet this thing, but I can't kill it? Alright, I've had enough.
Wait, I can't use my weapon? Hello? My options are being taken from me. I can't even use my grenade. But you know what? At least I can pet the little creatures. Can I, actually? Look, everyone. Because that's what's important in a video game right now. It's not control, it's not option, it's pet the goober creature.
Yeah, you can pet those.
Glad to know their name now. Yeah.
Those are fantastic. They have real personality. They look so goofy. I love them.
They're wonderful. My wife got very excited when she saw them. She was like, ask how many you can pet.
Okay.
Yeah. She was like, ask how many you can pet.
Yeah, man, good thing we got that in there. Must have taken as much development time as making the sitting mechanic. Yes, the fucking sitting mechanic that offers absolutely no benefit to anything. Can't even order a fucking drink.
Can we drink? Can I get... Yo, bartender, give me something strong and fruity. Like me. Hello? Bartender, hello? I want a drink. Hello, service? Service? Service?
Oh, and don't forget leaning. There's a fucking lean function too. Gotta make sure you get the leaning in there, guys, in case all those lean speedrunners and leaner gamers that love their leaning don't get their leaning.
I can just look at stuff myself. Look at this, see it? Looking. Oh my god, look at me looking. This is great, I'm looking. Now let's do lean. Yep, I could do that before. It's like fake interaction. They're lying.
What's going on? Oh. Oh, I figured I was waiting for... Okay. No, just lean. Alright.
What about your dick, huh? Let's lean. Wow. Look at me leaning. Well, done leaning. Fucking hate that shit. The lean, the sit down, where it's just like, look at the place. Like, I was already looking, but it's fine.
Yeah, I was looking, thanks.
Do you like it when we look for you?
No!
You know, as well, Rag, it doesn't give you an angle you couldn't have gotten. So you're just like, oh, this is just worse. Because I could have moved. But okay.
Cool. But that allows me to easily transition into talking about the user experience in general.
Video gaming, yes. So, something you guys need to know. Can I show you, actually? Gameplay controls display. Look at this shit. This was the default. Like, what else can I say?
It literally starts set in cinematic display mode. A lot of people don't fancy this because it does change your field of view, and at first I didn't as well, but I left it on as a feature because I understood that if this was the initial feature that the developers had on as a default, then to change it would be drastically affecting my experience and drastically affecting the experience that the developer was trying to present to you.
Holy fucking shit, dude. You wouldn't want to change the default settings as it might affect the experience? I bloody well hope it affects the experience. Otherwise, we'll end up with blue, motion blur, chromatic aberration, film grain, screen shakes, and the cinematic experience. It is the furthest thing from a point of pride that you don't take off the cringe settings devs have desperately pushed since the dawn of pixels because they told you to keep them on.
Also, I hate this UI. I can only see 6 options at a time, and most of the screen is just empty space. Terrible UI design.
My fucking gut. I can't even fucking pause. It won't even let me do that. I have less control now than I do when they play fucking cutscenes. It won't let me shoot my gun. Like, no, I want to talk to him first. Like, do you understand how annoying this is? I'm sitting here like, I'll just wipe him out. Then the game is like, no, you need to speak to them first. Speak to the nice people. See if you can say hello. I also want to mention the fucking minimap, or lack thereof. Why do I not get a full minimap? I have to keep returning to the main map to tell anything about where I'm going. It's retarded and annoying, and the maps are so unintuitive and uninspired and inaccurate, you often drive yourself into a dead end when simply following the fucking guide at the top. All of us are moving like meters at a time through roads and then rechecking the main map and then going back, and then
Mahler,
back, and then back,
the
and then
map
back.
lies. The map lies to you. The map literally has roads that do not exist on it.
There's a fork in the road up here, and I'm gonna turn right, but I miss it somehow and drive past. So I turn around, I gotta go left here at the fork. That's the fastest way to get to the mission. But I drive past it again. I'm missing the road somehow. So I'm like, what the heck? Where's this road? Is it under the bridge or something? But no, there is no fork in the road here. The map is wrong. Literally, it shows you 2 roads, one past the bridge and then one branching off from the bridge, but it's a lie. The branching one isn't here.
You will find when watching anyone navigate this frustrating maze of crap that they must return to the main map over and over again to ensure they aren't driving straight into a ditch, and that shit is so fucking amateur. It makes me wonder how the hell they got the funding for this garbage.
Has this game gotten any better yet? No. No. You would think and hope so, given that the longer that the game goes on, presumably the more upgrades you can acquire. What? How do I get over there? Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Damn it.
This game is also a victim of the useless information curse many video games seem to fucking love these days. There are countless times you end up earning some kind of upgrade throughout the campaign, only you are struck with something in the explanation of said upgrade, like an increase in damage. How much of an increase, you ask? Well, you see, the devs must hoard this information, so all we get is a vague reference. Seriously, telling me it will increase by a medium amount is such a fucking joke. Stop doing this dumb shit.
So once it's good, chance to not consume back to vials. See, this pisses me off. Chance to not consume back to vials on use. What is the chance? Is it a 1/4 chance? A third? Is it a 50? Is it a coin flip? Is it like a 3/4 chance? What is it, man? tell me. Ugh, it's so frustrating when they give you, they know what the chance is, they programmed what the chance is, but they just won't tell you.
Something else you absolutely need to stop doing is putting white text on white backgrounds, you absolute donkey cunts.
White text on a white background? Look at
the subtitles over
crimson
over your
drawn.
Yeah, like if you're gonna put white text against something that's white, you gotta do a black outline.
Just move the text above. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, text above the ship. Don't put it on there. Presumably you want me to see the ship, right?
I don't know, man. Some of the choices.
Please calibrate your dysfunction.
You can get a variety of things going on.
Who is this? How did
Who
you
is
get on
this? What are you saying? The subtitles are over the top of my health bar.
All right.
Okay, that just happened.
There are even smaller things like choosing to keep Gorak's ring instead of giving it back to him doesn't change it to an item that can only be sold, even though only that is now true. It still says it could have some use later, which would no longer be true. You can encounter destructible walls the power shot is meant to deal with before getting the tooltip to explain what the power shot does to these walls. Seems like yet another pathetic fuck-up.
I had to Google
That was annoying.
Yeah.
Did that not open it up?
And there's a video, a 30-second video of how you get past this, because they haven't explained that before.
There is a destructible object that you have not seen in this game yet that is right over here. I've never had to use that explosive bolt for anything yet. How the f would I know to do that?
Oh, and then freaking these rocks that have never been climbable before, and all of a sudden, like, oh, you're supposed to climb the black rock now.
Tooltips appear randomly when they absolutely shouldn't.
Use ladder? What ladder? I'm scared to hit the E button. That's probably gonna do something bad.
They fuck up the subtitles in this hundreds of millions of dollars game somehow. You can receive the wanted and abandoned notifications at the same time.
Fortuna just sent us a message. He has a job for us. And I found a lead that might help you improve your skills. Crimson Dawn has a job for you.
Wanted! The mission is over, but you know, they lost you, it's fine.
And it has become clear that cutscenes truly overpower everything else.
What was that? Hey, so, do you know a slicer named Isla Bren?
She's not looking for more work.
Oh, I don't want to hire her. I'm a slicer, too. I just want to talk. Vess.
Huh?
I always get my target.
She's not allowed to arrest me while I'm having the conversation. I love it. Brilliant game.
I'm here to help. Your sister sent me to find you. She's really worried.
I don't have a sister.
Ferric.
Oh, and it became really noticeable really quick that whoever was controlling the camera really enjoyed random zooms.
Well, let's tell her about the traitor. Ooh. Oh. Oh, no, just kidding. You thought I was gonna tell you. Oh, just.
Look, we zoom into her face. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Speaking of the camera, what a classic staple of the video game world. A perfectly functional aspect that ensures visibility and clarity above all else. Or a frustrating co-pilot who's drunk and very angry with you. We have very weird choices in framing when this shit is manually put in by the devs.
Alira was right. Sliro put a death mark on me.
This camera angle.
Ready,
That's why they're scanning all the ships in the spaceport?
They must have known it would keep the Queen distracted.
Well, I'm sure the Queen would appreciate if I got it back to them.
We have it riding up way too close. And of course, we have it spazzing the fuck out. Because really, would Star Wars Outlaws be complete without an absolutely spazzy camera after everything we've seen?
Oh, for fuck's sake. Wait, I'm still alive? Wait, what just happened? Why was I still alive? Where's my body gone? What is happening?
At this point, I wouldn't expect anything less, and for those wondering, yes, it does make the experience even more insufferable. Anyway, on to graphics.
I was gonna say, you fucking love me. Oh, God. Jesus Christ.
Aren't graphics just wonderful? Allowing the gorgeous visuals of any given game to wash over an excited and anxious audience. Soothing, mind-blowing, and horrifying. Once again, we are faced with a question. Of which category does this wonderful adventure fail when it comes to this topic? Well, the game at max, when running properly, can be plenty pretty to look at. Oh boy, those vistas, they really nailed them. And that about does it for the praise.
Look how beautiful this looks.
I mean, it doesn't look bad. As long as you ignore the non-existent poopy... Oh my god, look at those trees over there. Holy shit, that looks awful. You see the moving trees there, right in the middle of the screen? That looks horrible. Oh, when you look closer, it's actually pretty bad. Like, look at this waterfall. You can see the individual, like, spawn points for the water. Like, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the left side, and then another couple of ones on the right side.
This game can be pretty fucking ugly sometimes.
Dude, look at his eyes. He's soulless. He's over it. He doesn't want to be here. Look at his fucking eyes. What's your movement? Your face through the scar. This is... Oh. What is it? This eyelid vision.
From the graphics fucking around, to the way the models are presented, to the normal interactions one would expect, all the way to how they managed to create what they are calling a waterfall. Just look at that thing. Clipping has been mentioned. It happens a bunch and is much more forgivable, I'm sure most would agree, even if it is annoying.
It's difficult. Oh, the gun clipped through the strap! They showed the gun clipping through the strap! How lazy are you? Why wouldn't you just have it be out of frame? Oh my god, your arm! What happened to your hand? Did you lose it in an accident? Oh, it's underneath your clothing. You're just sitting and the default... Your arm is just, your hand's just clipping through your clothes. To the back watching all that happen.
That's only help when it's good for Java.
Here.
Your gun is in your
we don't
breast,
have much,
lady.
But take this as our thanks.
Okay, oh, your gun is actually down in your... Oh, it's back now.
Animations, textures, all kinds of processes skipped or ignored for the sake of getting the stuff people see in the opening 5 hours all sorted. But man, when you get to playing the whole game, you are not missing this shit.
God, that looks terrible. What the fuck, man? How much money did they spend on this game?
That was feeble.
Look at this. The fucking PS2. No, it's N64. That's how far back we're going with this. Just disappears.
Look at that owl thing. That looked very good. It went straight through the building. Awesome. All you had to do is make it go to the right every single time. That's all you had to do for this to not happen. Fucking embarrassing. This is so bad. There's so many big things that are bad, but then you have all the small things that are also bad.
Where's he going?
The rope looks weird.
Then we get to the real lazy stuff, like failing to change textures based on damage or how they handle the progression of fire, the seams of the floors and walls being out of place, walking through people, you know what I mean, just pure laziness.
No, again, why are sparks flying off of it? Surely it should be... I don't know, it's just attention to detail, you know? Like, oh yeah, sparks flying off it in much the same way that sparks would be flying off of... Oh, no, this surface will respond. But this one... no. It just doesn't. Attention to detail. It goes a long way. It's detailed as long as you don't interact with it, you know?
Nice. Oh, look at the PNG! It was just a PNG! It was the Star Destroyer was just a little JPEG.
Ready to jump.
It was just a little two-dimensional JPEG.
Oh, look, it's a battle droid. Wow, particularly impervious battle droid. Look at that. You can't... Look at him. Wow. I mean, if all the battle droids were made out of whatever this one was made out of, they would have won the war easy.
Then you get a different form of laziness, where it's obviously fucking up and you know the devs didn't bother to change it. Like things just floating where they shouldn't be, animals, resources, little alien creatures, fucking people just floating. Just play the clips.
Can someone roll back the stream? Was there like a floating guy right there? There was like a floaty guy and then he disappeared.
How come he can go over the bottomless pit, but I can't? How come he can do it, but I can't? Look at him, he's standing over a bottomless pit. Why can he do it, but I can't? That happened before as well. There was a stormtrooper that was just standing over a bottomless pit. It affects me, but it doesn't affect them.
Oh, shit. Excuse me? What the fuck? What are you doing up there? What is happening? They fly now.
Let's do this.
Oh my god! What is that?
Ow! Just falls down.
Now we're starting to reach things that are further and further a result of a lack of bug fixing or even bug finding. Graphics that just start to fuck up, fail to load, and flicker.
Oh no.
Death from above! Death from above! I'm out of grenades. It didn't animate! It literally didn't animate.
From there you get your duplicate models that simply cover the entire camera in cutscenes, guns getting stuck in models' hands, weird hair physics, you know, the usual.
Oh man, this brilliant, riveting dialogue. Oh, uh-oh, see ya, bye-bye. Oh, hello.
This shit. Fucking hell, dude. Did you just... Huh? I know there's a hole there, but he went through here. What?
The more out of control it gets, the more intense all of the prior issues get, until it's a fucking disastrous, distended, developmental diarrhea digesting disco.
Ooh, encrypted file.
Whoa, I think the graphics are fucked up. Can you see that? That's not supposed to look like that. Oh my god! It's Simpsons in Run!
Yes, very retro. PlayStation 1. This is the PlayStation 1 extension.
is that flickering? What the fuck? Like, that was sick as well. Why are all the flickering? Stop!
Dude, what is going on with the water? Is this meant to be like, is that meant to be like the reflection of the forest, but like it's not rendering properly?
Why is she constantly doing that with her arm?
I ran out of this building, skipped all the cutscenes. Did he just fucking disappear through the door?
And this music. What? Oh, what? Oh, they just weren't there. Did you see that?
Where the fuck did you come from? What are we doing? We spiking some drinks? Why do you keep appearing from over there? What's happening?
I got the rifle. Guys, where'd you go? Where'd you guys go? Oh, here we are.
Where the fuck did you come from? What the hell? You just fell from the sky.
Try whistling, that's a good trick. Wait, where did my friends go?
I can't believe you
happened?
this off.
This game, holy shit, what happened to this? Did you see them like phase into existence?
Wait, what was that? Did you see that? It looked like it was like a ship or something and it disappeared.
Oh my gosh, they all disappeared.
What the?
Ah, yes. A dewback and a bantha, the two genders. Oh my god, Oh, where did the dewback go?
It's like leaking inside of here. Yeah, you see this? There's like rain on the inside. If this thing is leaking in the rain, I'm not gonna take this fucker to space anymore. This thing is cooked. Yeah, look up there. You can't even get that right. Are you fucking with me right now? This game is unreal. What just happened to my arm there? Did you see that? I think my arm just bent back around my head.
Oh. Okay. Alright.
Did you just see my arm go like...
Oh! What? What?
Well, shoot them. Are you gonna shoot back, or?
Here we go. go, Nix.
Is this supposed to look like this? I don't think it is. No, this one's tail goes through the other one.
I saw a crash speeder and came looking for survivors.
What was he doing in the floor?
Unstoppable, I'm like the Incredible Hulk. Your gun just fell out of your hand.
Look at the polygons on. Is that a mirror on the side or something, or and there are the pipes?
Oh
on the,
shit! Yeah.
God,
like,
what is that thing?
Whatever
it is, it's
it
not
could be a
loaded
lot
in
of
properly,
things.
I don't think.
Like you get a mirror because you have no clue.
It's clear he's not exactly stoked to see Kay.
Holy shit! Was it just me or the graphics fuck up again there?
Yeah,
you see that? Look at your head. What the fuck?
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, like the top of the...
What is going on?
yeah, the lighting.
It's this weird
reflection.
reflection.
On the top of the...
It's this weird reflection thing where you have like a weird aura around you and reflections that you don't have anything to do with. Silent Hill 2 Remake has the same problem.
Letting us enter the final act of this.
Fucking graphics keep loading in all of his cutscenes.
They're the most high stakes enemy
Oh my
to make.
god, look at the table freaking out.
Oh
yeah.
Oh god!
I see it. Oh my god.
The pixels like, what do we do? What do we do? Oh my god, it's our cue! It's our cue! Shit, Jerry, get into your spot! Everyone, positions!
And how could I forget the face to launch 1,000 ships sailing away in fear? Umberly Gonzalez is pretty gorgeous, and as much as this is a well-traveled topic, I'd feel remiss if I didn't mention her face is definitely not the face we get in the game. She simply has so many different moments where she looks a tad terrifying, and it makes no sense for her to end up this way if they actually followed the model for her. Her animations don't help either, and there's even been efforts to try and recreate what she would have looked like had they put in far more effort or had different goals when creating the character.
Taking what you think is yours.
And she's not the only one. Many people in this game just look a bit off and certainly incomplete. Not to mention, as mentioned, the jank animations.
I bet that little guy's already found lots of trinkets. I've got a few things that would fit him, if you're willing to trade.
But he told me you could mod my speeder.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. I've got every part you could want. I mean, mag fins, aftermarket sensors, booster coils.
How about a hydro repulsor? We're not getting out of this.
You. But my eyes were open to the truth of who pulls the strings of the galaxy. You might think today didn't matter, but when the war is truly over, you'll realize the cage has been broken.
Sent you to get his token back, did he? Well, too bad. I've grown rather fond of it.
Still the truth. How'd it go with Rico?
Yeah, she had my back.
In ND5?
What about him?
He was a babysitter. But now, he's quite the believer in K. Vess.
To muscle in on Toshara, then. We barely made it out of that space station alive. You trying to get me locked up?
I'm just trying to get your ship fixed. You're welcome.
The lip sync is horrendous, man. It's so fucked up. It's like they didn't even try.
Lando, the shuttle's ready.
I'll be right with you.
What was that?
The Queen's never going to let Ankh go. She sold out the Ashiga to the Empire, and Ankh's weaponry is the reason the deal even exists.
Bro, that lip sync is legendary.
Only way to get her out? Put Krisk on the throne.
Gadig! Long time no see.
Luckily,
Christ,
the
lip sync. You're here because we're gay.
Hey, that's the idea. Gotta keep a low profile.
Oh, is that what you
Why is like his
think you're
tongue
doing?
clipping through his chin? Did you see that? That was like
Sometimes
red
the best way
on his
to
chin.
hide is to stand out.
You see that? That's like something clipping through his chin.
My family built ships on Corellia. We were wealthy, powerful, and we hated each other. Then the Empire came, smelled weakness, tore us apart.
Fucking lip sync.
I did a little paint drawing.
I can show it now. Yes.
And I put this underneath my screen just in case. It did crash the third time, and that was under it. But it was blue screen my PC, so no one got to see anything. So no one got to see it.
Oh well.
You really captured Vess, I feel.
On the note of animations, I would want it said that there are times where I have found myself either surprised or simply enjoying an element of the game. If you'll indulge me, I'd like to list them, like Nick's here, scratching at the door because he'd like to go out.
Yeah, I'm hungry too.
Now, with that extensive praise section complete, here are some lazy animations.
Do you mind ducking instead of just like going through the canned animation of getting rid of it?
Damn, bro's really relaxed. Okay, there we go. Reminded me of N64. Remember GoldenEye?
Look at the gun. All right, see how the gun is in her hand? It instantly teleports to her holster. They couldn't have her punch with the gun in her hand. So if you have the gun in your hand, she won't just do a punch with the left hand. Wow, that sucks. That is so lazy. That is so lazy. Fuck this game.
It seems very odd to me that Nyx has animations for distractions in the setup that aren't actually present in the execution. He'll jump up and down looking to keep someone busy, but in practice he only ever plays dead. The animation that we know from the cute and beloved spread by social media action that you can do with Nyx by pointing the gun at him and saying pow. It would seem to me if you would have an animation for distraction, playing dead is probably one of the last ones you would want to try versus jumping, squealing, dancing, etc. Almost as though they did the cutesy animation and ran out of time, so they copied that into the distraction animation. But what do I know? Enjoy a montage of horrible animations.
So bad. That animation is so terrible.
Damn, Nyx. Oh my gosh. What an incredibly well-executed animation. Takedown can be performed on unsuspecting enemies. Did I punch her in the butt? Did I punch her butt? Did I punch her in the butt? Did I punch her butt?
Oh, I think the animations were out of sync there.
What? You see that? It just fucking clipped through the thing.
Whoa, hello? Not even if I say please? All right, I heard you.
Ooh, what's up here? Am I allowed up, or is it gonna slide me? Ooh, oh, yeah, because that's how it works, right? Alright, you. Get me up there. Like a good little shit.
Now, I wouldn't want to go the whole video without mentioning the music. For the vast majority of the game, it mostly sits in the background, not really accentuating any given experience, but simultaneously not really damaging them either. Well, mostly. I don't think the main theme is all that bad. The several times you end up hearing it in the main menu always seems like a relatively appropriate introduction, if not a tad insistent, something of an issue throughout.
Gotcha. Calm down with the music game. I got him. It's fine.
I will say it was funny hearing it pick up in the final battle while awkwardly blasting through Canto Bight. I get that most stories think you can just do this, but you've got to earn it. You are not Halo 3, for fuck's sake.
You don't really want to do this!
The musical AI, however, for lack of a better way to phrase it, has some difficulties in this game. There is some trouble in terms of trying to figure out when to play certain tracks and for how long, depending on events. This is also something I thought we figured out long ago, but that's the wonderful thing. The game can break in familiar ways as well as novel ones.
Well, they kind of suck, so, you know. Doesn't bother me. Oh, the music's kicking in.
It's over. Okay. There we go.
How was that easier than not? Whatever. Oh, music was getting confused there.
Ha! You got hit with a quick Nix attack. Why did the combat sound play? Oh, it only played for like 2 seconds. Okay.
And sometimes it just turns off.
Okay.
Oh.
Rebels? What is Gadik thinking?
I have a job you may be qualified for. Keep your wits about you.
There's nothing there.
By the way, no music. You guys hear that? You hear the band playing? You guys hear the band playing and the music everybody's dancing to? Because I don't. I don't hear it.
So that whole area I was just in has now been blocked off? That's weird. Oh, the music started for a moment there and then it gave up. Oh, hey, Theo, if you're there, look at this. Nobody gives a shit because this game sucks.
So since we're talking about more specific points and some meta subjects in terms of how one interacts with the game, I feel as though you've had a really strong set of references in terms of precisely how difficult the game is. As I said, the vast majority of the clips you've seen throughout the playthrough are indeed on the hardest difficulty. I would say it's ridiculously easy whether you set the options to make it easier or not, especially once you get in any way familiar with how the game works. There are countless exploits, bugs, and in-game cheats that allow you to bypass most, if not all, challenges until you start to bully the game anyway. On top of that, the game simply increases the damage of enemies the higher the difficulty you go. There is nothing to speak of in terms of design differences, and much of the game is built to keep you safe from challenge anyway. No difference in behaviors, level design, abilities, or even resource management. Nothing to speak of in terms of design. Shocking. fucking no one. This does affect pacing as much as you would imagine. Much of the experience is busy work interspersed with broken and buggy missions, shooting the same enemies indefinitely, that if fully functional, mostly provides an escort archetype of adventure. There is nothing to contemplate or solve as you move from place to place, and the game only fleetingly is able to try and grab attention through some rather sad fan service. I guess I should mention that too. This fucking need to shove all kinds of references and iconography wherever possible to ultimately get people talking about something other than their dull experiences in this passionless vortex.
Oh, it's Toshi Station! Oh, you remember Toshi Station?
The Empire may be gracious enough. Thank you.
I'm negotiating with the Trade Federal.
Fact is, many fans will be happy to see any and all recognizable elements from the films, but some of the attempts in this game are absolutely pathetic. Star Wars offers a world in which you can play with the many available pieces to your heart's content. What would be neat is if people were to take more care with those pieces. We are at an all-time low regarding that kind of artistic expression, not including you, Andor. And my god, every last fan-pandering method one would expect them to use can be found in this game with ease.
Oh my god! Is that Boba Fett? Oh my god! It's Boba Fett! Look, it's Boba Fett! Boba Fett, everybody! Look, it's Boba Fett!
Is that Boba Fett? He's fetting. Look!
Do you guys remember Boba Fett from the movie Star Wars? The Empire Strikes Back and Star Wars, The Return of the Jedi? It's Boba Fett, everybody. Look, he's over there. Boba Fett, ba-na-na-na-na. Ring-dee-nee-nee-nee-nee. Boba Fett, there he is. Look at him. He is from the movies that you like. Boba Fett.
Some more old trilogy magic here's a Boba Fett sighting, which works well. He's the bounty hunter working for Jabba to capture Han, so it makes sense he would be around.
Jabba, right?
Oh, Jabba. You're not allowed to be you, but if you were, you'd kill the fuck out of these people. Whoever they got to voice Jabba, like, they filtered the fuck out of it, instead of just getting someone to impersonate the very voice they use in Return of the Jedi. Like, just use that fucking... Fuck me, the filters are cringe. It sounds like someone's stretching it around in audio software, you know?
It took 1 year, but we got it. We got the Rancor. I'm so happy.
You recognize this location, don't you?
We got to look at Lando in the trailer.
That's
is that
right.
Yes. We can do a round of applause for Lando, I think. Yeah.
Yes, Lando Calrissian makes several appearances. Snap Wexley, Scarif even.
She was my sister, and she died at the Battle of Scarif.
Oh, remember Scarif? Oh my goodness, remember Scarif? Wow.
Okay.
Jedi infiltrator detected. Alert General Grievous to the...
General Grievous!
What do you need?
You remember that?
But what would be the point of bringing any of this up without mentioning the man himself, Lord Vaderino?
What?
This is a surprise?
Darth Vader! Oh my god! What a joke. Fuck
The Emperor has my...
Oh! Of course! Of course!
No.
This is a surprise?
Don't do...
This is a surprise?
Oh, what?
The Emperor has my report. Zarek Vess Syndicate has infiltrated the...
What the fuck are you doing here?
We almost had a Star Wars property that didn't have the Force or Darth Vader, but they couldn't help it. They couldn't fucking help it.
The underworld into the farthest reaches of the galaxy.
No!
Zarek Vess has not found a single member of the Rebel Alliance.
We have to have Darth Vader. We have to go to Tatooine. We have to go to Canto Bight. We have to see Boba Fett. We have to talk to Jabba the Hutt.
Why, though? Why?
Zarek Vess has not found a single member of the Rebel Alliance.
The fuck was
That's
that?
nonsense. Leave Darth Vader alone. They just make him cringe all the time.
We can't not have Darth Vader.
They Vaded.
Yeah, definitely did Vader. He did do a Vader.
Dude, they're trying to repurpose Rogue One lines. Get over yourselves. Stop. Why is Vader here? Never again, please.
Yes, there he is in all of his iconic glory. What an achievement. Makes the whole game worth it. Fuck, how many times are they gonna pull this retarded rabbit out of a dead hat?
A neat villain? You mean like Darth Vader?
Well, he's not in this game. Why would Vess ever interact with Darth Vader? That doesn't make any sense that he'd be in this game. That would be awful.
That is the correct reaction that everyone had when he turned up. Everyone just went, ugh.
It's so gross.
For fuck's sake.
And he was so cringe too.
Yeah, he was cringe.
Oh, God.
They originally had him get the lightsaber out, and they were like, oh, he always does. They make fun of us for doing that. We should use the Force this time. Get the lightsaber out. We need another Darth Maul cameo where he just turns on the lightsaber and turns it on. That shit was so funny.
You know what this is, right? It'll cut right through your bones.
I'll get you. I'm a hologram, but I'll get you.
If I'm ever in the same room as you, you'd better watch out, because I'll get you.
I really did think the Ahsoka cameo was proof this shit would last forever, and this isn't giving me any pause for thought. He walks into the room, tells Sliro that the ISB and Zarek Besh have failed to get any rebels, which I don't believe for a fucking second, especially when the game opens with an operation to rescue a fucking rebel that Sliro has captured. In any case, that gives the devs their reasoning for Vader to do some classic subordinate punishment. But you can't do force choke, even though that's exactly what he would do. We gotta do something even better. He's gotta go bigger and more powerful.
Then I suggest you find some rebels, Director. The Emperor is waiting.
His voice is also very garbage, by the way. Something plenty of people have trouble with, including their AI attempts, is replicating Vader's wit and the extremely unique qualities of expression and intonation provided by James Earl Jones, combined with his gravitas and the intimidation factor being both subtle and overt. He is not a simple character to recreate, nor should he be photocopied and slapped on every damn project to try and garner more and more audiences. James Earl Jones's performance was incredible, and it honestly sucks when so many lesser imitations somehow gain approval to stand in. Rest in peace, you absolute legend.
The Force is with you, young Skywalker. You are not a Jedi yet.
Then I suggest you find some rebels. Zarek Besh has not found a single member of the Rebel Alliance.
If you will not turn to the dark side, then perhaps she will.
Zarek Besh has not found a...
Sounds so bad. Sounds so
Not
awful.
Vader.
Terrible.
Really not a good Vader.
Not even
Not a good
close.
Vader.
Who did they get for it anyway?
They have the same voice actor who did Vader from... I think he's in Survivor as well. Sounds way better in Survivor.
It is delusion to think your actions have had any consequence.
At this point, it's just a matter of the people who filtered him in this one fucked up.
The Outlaws scene was laughable, and I am beyond sick and tired of Vader turning up to try and carry a desiccated husk of a Star Wars product.
That was actually pointless. He just showed up to say, you suck, and then left. Why is it that every single character, every single time, they have some direct interaction with Darth Vader? Every time. Vader's everywhere. He meets everybody, or rather everybody meets him, or encounters him, or sees him constantly. Yeah, the Chad, do not choke on your aspirations director versus the Soy, then I suggest you find some Rebels director. Where's the snark? Where's the trademark Vader snark?
Director Barsha. I understand there has been...
Vader is so well done as a villain, he still completely steals the show. I mean, it's undeniable. If you need an example of what a well-done villain brings to a story, then Darth Vader is one of the best case studies.
They should have had the battle droid theme from, Attack of the Clones. Like, there's so many missed opportunities to, tickle the member berries, basically, and bring forth, this feeling of nostalgia.
No fucking way Vader would waste this time just to say, do your job. And he would strangle him over the phone too.
Other fan service moments throughout the game include, Kira? Yeah, everyone couldn't wait to see her again. I don't even think most people recognize where she's from.
Kira!
Sounds
It's
like you
Kira
made
from
quite
Star
an
Wars,
impact
a
on
solo
T'Challa.
story,
Okay.
Han Solo
Look, just
verse.
get me Yank and I'm out of here.
Everyone loves Kira.
The
I'm really
Queen's never
glad.
going to-
Some of it gets so desperate, the only fun you can have is fucking around.
We're too fast for him, Nix.
Like a bantha? For real?
Oh, look, it's an Obi-Wan barrier where you can just walk past. Look at all the references this game makes to the media they come from.
My squad leader got promoted after Hoth. I swear we never even saw a rebel. Uh-huh.
What do you mean you never saw a rebel in Hoth? They were everywhere. Do you not remember the nipple turrets that fucked you guys up?
Though I would say perhaps even sadder than Vader was the Han shot first area. You see, this takes place post-Empire Strikes Back, so enough time has passed that the iconic moment in which Han shot Greedo has been immortalized in the world of Star Wars.
Don't sit there. That booth is cursed.
Not one of your superstitions again. Or never cut through a bantha crossing. Spit after you see a mirage or it's bad luck. Throw sand over your shoulder before you sell water.
This isn't a superstition. Everyone who sits in that booth gets shot. You want that to be your final resting place? Be my guest.
This shit is so ridiculously worshipped and held up as a result of being a bloody reference that they now have an in-universe fucking shrine where people come to discuss the fabled moment in which some guy shot some other guy. God, I hate shit like this.
I admired the developers of Star Wars Outlaws for going out of their way to provide a new perspective on the Star Wars galaxy. I think that is exactly what we needed from an open world Star Wars game. But I do appreciate that we get all this time on Tatooine as well, with all the references to the movies and other bits of lore. And trust me, there are a lot of references and characters you might be familiar with.
I don't understand what's happening in this section. What am I supposed to be impressed by?
A lot of references and characters.
So many references.
You might be familiar with. If you're not that familiar with Star Wars, this ain't gonna make a ton of sense, but just stick with it. These are a couple of the references I found.
What?
What does this have to do with the... This is insane. We get all these new perspectives.
I don't care. What the fuck?
From the movies.
What?
We need,
what a
we
fucking
need...
stupid statement.
It's not even a new perspective, because in the Kenobi show they went to the fucking Skywalker moisture farm, so we've already done that. It's not even new.
Wait, what is happening? I just grabbed something to drink. I just heard M through my headphone. I heard M
Metal,
in my
good.
kitchen through my
You gotta
headphones.
bring it back
that
for Metal.
I did not have on.
Maybe he's acting as if all of the things he's been describing are new perspectives on Star Wars. When he mentioned, yeah, there's a shitty card game. There's some bugs on Kijimi. There's there's a food mini game.
Wow.
There is. We
The
needed
new
to get a new
perspective is
perspective on
references
Wordle.
and lore.
If you're not that familiar with Star
I
Wars,
swear, if you're actually about to go, look, it's Boba Fett, look, it's Vader, look, it's
That's actually pathetic.
Please spare me.
this ain't gonna make a ton of sense, but just stick with me. These are a couple of the references I found. Number one, in A New Hope, Luke and his family live on Tatooine.
Oh my god!
Nice, man.
Whoa!
Thank you, dude.
Wait, they do? On Tatooine
Did he already
itself?
say this?
This is a guy who's explaining to someone who doesn't know Star Wars that
We're at
the
that
things
point-
are references.
We're at the point where the Star Wars shills are all like, you probably haven't seen these old as fuck movies, so I'll have to explain it to you. And we're sitting, you're like, oh, what?
I'm just imagining cutting to like him mid-conversation with someone excitedly saying, and then it turns out that Vader is Luke's father.
You probably don't know, Vader is this guy from these
I need to
movies.
explain-
What's funny to me is we're almost at the level of cynical that when they were putting these things in, they were like, imagine all the YouTube videos where they point these things out. Or,
Yeah. Number two, you can find the Sarlacc pit from Return of the Jedi. Number three, you can...
No, because this is before Return of the Jedi.
Yeah, so...
Uh-oh, he even fucked that up. He referenced so hard in his brain that he just assumes if you see a Sarlacc pit, it is the Sarlacc pit from
Return
They
of
Salax.
the Jedi.
They Salax.
The game specifically places you on the outskirts of Mos Eisley so that you can ride in on your speeder similarly to how they did in the movie. Number 6.
Well, no, that's actually that's a bit of a problem, isn't it? Because Mos Eisley is a spaceport. Why would you not just fly into Mos Eisley and land there?
Because it's like in the movies, Rex.
Number 6, you can go to the cantina that they went to, and even go to the booth where Han Solo sat and got shot at.
Oh my god, there's a reference to it. You can see talk about how someone got shot where Greedo sat.
Oh my goodness.
Motherfucker is spending longer on the references than he has on any game
The mechanics. Has he even mentioned that you can't pick up guns and keep them?
Maybe he will.
Not yet.
Lando. That's right, he's in the game and he serves a purpose. So
Yeah.
I didn't mention
I didn't do the Lando part. Is his voice Billy D. Williams?
No.
No, it's very noticeably not him.
Name of Sabaac. I think we're all tired of Star Wars relying on nostalgia to keep people interested, but
why did you do this?
He said but. He said but. Okay, he's gonna get out. He's gonna
He's fighting the good fight
It's gonna make
against it.
sense any second now. He's gonna make this
No,
make
he's
sense.
already not allowed.
He's already
to keep people interested, but I think this is a tasteful use of nostalgia and familiar.
So you just went through
You
a
go-
full list, and only for Lando did you say, and it serves a purpose.
Lando. That's right, he's in the game and he serves a purpose.
I find all this incredibly cynical. The Lars Homestead is just tacky as fuck.
It seems like all of it is just tacky, to be honest. I mean,
Yeah.
even the cursed Han Solo seat. Like, ooh, don't sit there. And that just like, what the fuck? Why?
The
Yeah.
point of it in the
Here,
movie, as
you know,
far as I
here.
was concerned, was that it's not a particularly crazy event to have happen in that cantina.
No, nobody cared. They didn't even.
Yeah.
They just,
They all got
kept
on with their
going.
day. The cursed booth. Ooh. Greedo's ghost. Fucking.
Greedo's ghost is a quest giver.
Yeah.
Put me to rest.
He's an expert. He can unlock missions.
But let's be honest, it does actually work, and all of this was done despite an apparent promise of avoiding fan service, and yet you look at the marketing and the truth becomes very obvious.
We can do a round of applause for Lando, I think. Yeah.
It's exactly the fodder social media needs, too, because nobody's talking about the experience of playing the game or finishing the story, that's for fucking sure. It's entirely blatant that the formula is tried and tested on this. It works.
He vatored!
Oh, wow.
I'm stressing. Oh, I'm stressing. Good job, Dave.
Dave Filoni, yeah.
Well done, Dave. Thank you, Dave. Dave Filoni. You have my soul.
Dave Filoni, I'm not worthy.
It was wonderful. Red. That's red.
Put in recognizable thing and the people will praise you for it.
Lando and the Jawas are automatically cool because of the nostalgia.
It's also very clear what the intentions were with Lando. Even if you try, you cannot make an enemy out of him. Not that it's a huge surprise, being that you have an in-game mechanic related to making Kira an enemy, and that doesn't change anything about how much she likes you in the story.
She got like a big grudge against the other rebels. Just a moment ago, she's saying, "Ah, yeah, you rebels, you're just like the Syndicate." But here it's like, well, she has to like Lando because he's Lando. And if she doesn't like Lando, we're less likely to like her. I can't believe how consistently that's been attempted as like a means of essentially transplanting pre-existing interest in an established character onto a new character. It's such a common strategy.
I like this one. I can do it. I like this guy.
See, you like them because the character you likes them.
We're not Jedis, we're not Sith. You know, we're not part of a rebellion. You know, we're going headfirst into the Syndicates. We're going headfirst into the underworld.
There's one Jedi in the galaxy, and we won't meet him.
All of this is fucking fascinating, considering you just so happen to bump into Jabba, Boba, and Darth fucking Vader, but it's chill because Yoda isn't there?
It also brought Wildcard, the game's first DLC expansion to its world, allowing Kay to engage with a character who earned quite the reputation back when the original films were a thing.
Okay, why the fuck do you sound like an AI trying to fellow kids me about Lando Calrissian? Who the fuck describes him as a character who earned quite the reputation back when the original movies were a thing. Now, since we really have been getting more and more meta-ish with discussing the systems in place to create an experience here, why not talk about something that I'm sure you never would have expected would become a chapter in this video: checkpoints and saving. If you've watched me stream anything, you'll know that I have a bit of a saying, namely, is this the not way, which mainly refers to exploration in any given level of any given video game. There could be several options, all with some items to find or environments to soak in, but one of them might just lead to a cutscene that sends you to another level entirely. And so, the way is the story, the mission, the thing that will lead to the next cutscene and checkpoint. The not way is what I want, to check out all the different areas before I continue on the story path. Dead Space is an example of having a pathway sensor to essentially guide me to the not ways. Quest arrows can solve it as a problem by going everywhere they don't tell you to, though these are fairly considered somewhat hand-holdy in terms of options. Another solution would be to allow backtracking, though there are some narratives that kind of prevent that. Of course, it can be a tough balance, and in the case of Outlaws, there is nothing in place for it, and you will regularly hit cutscene walls that change the level entirely. You can even simply walk through a tight space and the game won't let you go back. It will stop the collection of alternative loot. Obviously, this doesn't rank high in terms of issues, but introduces the idea of how things get split up and saved. When you die in Star Wars Outlaws, you will be sent back to the nearest checkpoint that was made by the game. This is an incredibly straightforward system that's been nailed for many decades. Outlaws runs on some kind of dynamic, demented system that alters your checkpoints like a drunken monkey pressing all the buttons in a fucking rocket ship. When reapproaching an Imperial base in order to get vault codes, I died. Instead of spawning me outside the base as usual, like any normal interaction in the game, it spawned me in the top of the tower such that I could grab the vault codes almost immediately. I once died to the Empire and lost 2,000 credits only for the game to spawn me in the room that allows me to take those credits back immediately. There are full sequences of alarms going off and game overs being prepped, but as long as you cross a checkpoint line, it doesn't matter. You'll be reset forward instead of backward, as was obviously intended. The game will consistently provide you progress and rewards for playing like a fucking idiot. Generally, in several areas, I can play like an insane, suicidal moron, and it allows me to skip entire areas because the game was so haphazardly installed with not only incredibly generous checkpoints, but simplistic ones that do not discriminate between engaging with the level as created or acting like a completely coked out muppet.
I don't think that was supposed to happen. Oh, look at the checkpoint. Oh, there isn't the alarm. Go, 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 go. Come on, Kay. What?
The
Hey, I'm in.
vault. Okay, let's wipe some debts.
Hey, I'm in. Oh, good, a cutscene. That means I should be in the clear.
Come on, come on. Oh, these files are impossible to understand.
What are you? For the record, if you guys didn't notice, what we just did is subvert the entire fucking thing by taking advantage of the awful stealth mechanics having barely any way of working properly. Even the way I entered the fucking level, I just awkwardly fall onto boxes that nobody notices for some reason, then fall down and, you know, I shot someone, killed a guy, ran around upstairs. None of these systems are working properly, and they rely on you not really paying attention or testing anything in a way that goes beyond what they expect you to do and they hope for you to do.
One of Thornton's guys.
Whoa. Yes?
No, you are an intruder. And if you don't want to
Oh,
sound
no.
them up,
Oh no! I got... Oh my god!
Come on,
Yes!
come on.
Yes!
Oh, these files are impossible to
Game
understand.
design, baby!
Whoa.
Yes! What are they talking about Mace Windu for?
That'd be a way to shut that down.
That whole previous room with alarms and people in it and everything, it just gets wiped out the second I cross the threshold. I don't see any alarm trigger.
Quiet, Nix.
At least not yet. Yeah, I think we might be far enough. I don't know. Okay, yeah, that just broke. That's that.
What was that? They're headed our way.
Yes.
Not good.
The checkpoint system essentially functions as a foil to the stealth system. Activating checkpoints can undo the buildup of the alarms. The teams that built these respective portions of the game clearly never met. There are, however, checkpoint engagements that seem downright cruel, bitter, and significantly glitchy. You can be booted so far back compared to where you were that it's assumed the checkpoint was somehow skipped or the game is having an aneurysm. I once spawned more than a kilometer from where I died when not on a mission. Another time, I got arrested by a trooper in Wayfar and I ended up in Mos Eisley. I fell into the out of bounds, apparently, and then I got respawned fucking ages away. Metal here clears the pirate camp, moves to another part of the world, and resets on death to the beginning of the pirate camp event. He then dies and resets to the pirate camp event with the pirates just shooting at wildlife.
Why did you do this here? And why is this reset? What is happening? What the fuck?
A truly bizarre one for me was clearing the section with the pirates, falling to my death in a waterfall ahead of the area, and respawning to before the encounter with the pirates. Annoying, but I assumed that's how it worked. I then die in that encounter, and it spawns me in the waterfall.
I'm also... wait.
I got killed by stormtroopers in some distant location only for the game to spawn me outside an Empire base. I was heading to Fort Sunfire and they spawned me on the other side of the map. They often don't match location to the events at hand either. I killed everyone in the room and then died after activating the console, and the game sent me to a checkpoint where everyone is alive again, but the console is still activated. As you can imagine, this dotty, senile fucking AI behind the checkpoint controls makes for a rancid user experience when you simply want some fucking consistency in the game to continue what you were doing. Another great example was grabbing a keycard, progressing past the area, hitting an alarm, and being drawn back to the beginning. Everyone respawned and reset, but I had the keycard. It's like a bloody roulette wheel when it comes to guessing what kind of respawn you might end up with. Though I suppose nothing beats the game spawning me inside of a sandcrawler. Oh yeah, I should probably explain that. You see, the game, when I died at one point, decided I should just spawn inside a fucking sandcrawler, trapped. Literally, there was nothing I could do to escape. I don't know why it did this. Could be the result of mutual animosity at this point, but it doesn't make for a very fun experience. There was even a point where the game crashed and it didn't count anything I did in an Empire compound, meaning I had to do it all again because apparently they don't have the capacity to save your shit.
Getting the impression they're spawning infinitely here. Aha.
It's time to crack out the booze.
Explain the problem, optional. The problem is you made this video game, and really everything is downstream from that. I'm sorry, what?
Freezing. Let's talk about that, shall we? Fucking freezing. I cannot tell you how many times this piece of shit game froze on me and everyone else during this entire project. My god, it is prompted by fucking anything. It happens all the bloody time, and it will absolutely ruin the shit out of anything you're doing. If every reference in the past 10 years worth of video you just watched isn't enough, this section right here should be the open and shut case that this retarded retarded fucking video game was so far from finished that it shouldn't have been blessed with the category. This is a shitty torture device, one that tests your ability to pay for the chance to hurt yourself, which there's probably more than one kind of person who would want that, especially a Disney-branded experience, but it's not my kind of thing, I can assure you. You all know precisely what this experience is. The game shuts down entirely, you lose all of the details of your progress, get reset with the garbled mess that is the checkpoint system, and you have to sit there knowing there was fucking nothing you could do about it.
Oh. Oh, is that just... Oh, alright. Alright.
Okay, well... The game crashed again. I don't understand. Why are you doing this?
Alright.
Yeah, let's go fight. Oh, game crashed. I was like, oh, you're about to do something involving gameplay. Well, your game crashed. I hope this doesn't become a regular thing with this game. I don't know if it's known for crashing a bunch.
Oh. Alright, loaded the map, so that crashed the game.
Stop by the markets.
I think I do. Let me have a look here. Oh, is my... Uh-oh, game froze. Thank you.
All right, welcome to the stream. Yo, bro, is this... What are we loading it? Like... Are we creating the game? I mean, like, what's going on here?
Oh, yeah, it crashed again. Oh, oh, it crashed. Sorry, something was about to happen, so the game crashed.
Come back later. You won't regret it.
The game crashed. You won't regret it. And the game fucking crashed us. Oh no.
Your device ran into a problem and we have to immediately... My computer crashed.
Oh no, someone's calling for help. No, 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 you're not. Oh. Okay. Oh, this game is so polished.
And cute.
Would make sense to have a stream of Star Wars Outlaws and not freeze, so... My favorite is when you say stop, and then it goes, whoa, we can't go around and stop in the game, okay, it's broken. Like,
what? Star Wars Outlaws blue screened my PC. It crashed my computer. It didn't crash the desktop, it crashed the computer.
Gets me over. Oh, fuck off. My game crashed. Why?
Funnily enough, the first time the Crate Dragon ate me, I was unable to reload my save file. The Crate Dragon actually broke my save file, and I couldn't load back into the game and actually had to load an older save.
I was talking to him yesterday. It's actually kind of funny. I was kind of talking yesterday. I was like, hey, I want to stream something tomorrow for my sanity's sake from doing all the Rings of Power stuff. And I was like, should I do this or Monkey Game? And before he answered, I was like, oh wait, there's Space Marine next week that I'm going to play with Mark in co-op, so I'm probably not going to want to play something I'm going to finish in any case. Did the game just randomly crash even though I wasn't doing anything? We haven't even started yet. It just crashed. Let's just look at Why?
And so we reach the dregs of my discoveries when playing this thing. Bugs, glitches, and outright fuckery. What better way to celebrate than a good old-fashioned musical montage paired with the imagery of the disaster these devs created? I will join you once it's completed for the conclusion, going over what we saw, what we heard, what we've learned, and why no one should ever play this game.
Well, guys, I think I'm safe.
What are you waiting for? This ain't good, Nick.
What?
Fine, really.
What the fuck, man? Nice. $160.
Wait, I just phased through this fucking thing. I don't think that was supposed to happen.
Ooh.
Is this part of the DLC or what? Is this? I can see you.
The game still has some major flaws that I don't think get talked about enough.
How could it be that there's any AI that aren't in this room that aren't aware of this? How is it that they can just, like, not hear all that happened? You know? She better not be stuck. She better, like, do what she needs to do here. Well... Excuse me? Hello? She's not gonna open the door. She's stuck. Which means I'm gonna have to reset and do all of that again in order to get... Move!
They're coming our way.
I can't even do anything about it. They're on the other side of the door. And she's not gonna open the door. Which means I'm gonna have to do all that again. Oh my god. This game is so bad.
Hey, maybe we can infiltrate the base like this. Hey, that'd be dope. Maybe we can... Oh my god, we actually... Could we? Oh! Oh my god, it can't get any worse. It just rewind. It auto-saves in the bug. That's next level, man. That's pretty good. Wow. Oh, look at him! Hey, fellas, can I do anything with dicks?
The fugitive and the Overlook have come in. Hurry to the area and neutralize them.
I hate those things.
Wait, what? I'm not even sure what happened there.
Okay. Alright then. Oh! Yeah, okay. Thanks for the quality game.
What if you get caught? Star racing is illegal in that sector. What am I going to do if you get hurt?
Stormtrooper.
Get out of here.
Just a part of that for no reason at all.
He's so silly! He's so silly! He's so funny and silly!
Whoa! No, oh. Oh. No.
There were so many glitches, it was hard for many to take the game seriously.
Why is this game? It's just frustrating. I wasn't even doing anything this time.
I can use this. I can't pick that up. It won't let me pick up objects. I can't pull out my gun. I can't interact with this. I can't interact with things. The game is bugged. Yeah, I can't pull out my gun. I could zoom in. It lets me zoom in. It lets me melee, but I can't pick up objects. I can't open this chest.
See something?
I have officially become soft locked in this game, unless I can find a way to fix it.
Wow. What am I hearing right now? What was that? Which? That was a really weird audio bot. All right. Yes, we're in Crimson Dawn territory. Oh. Oh, we're about to. Oh, we're about to cheat the system here. Oh shit! Oh my god! Dude, I don't even know where I am. Where are we? It's crazy.
Go back to our post.
Seriously!
In the background.
Search the area.
Yes, this is all the
Oh, Jesus. Ah, not again. Get out of here. There we go. Yay. my god, again? Bro. Okay. Alright. What's this guy doing? Big my leg.
Star Wars Battlefront 2.
Right side.
I got it.
Sound's not even working.
Kay is in full paralysis. Her character model even gets moved by this animal, which is definitely not supposed to happen. I am stuck doing the usual, press every button on the controller and keyboard, in and out of the menus. She's not coming back.
You are fair.
We can't let her get away.
Well, this is the most fun I've had in this game so far. Ubisoft, I think there are a couple bugs that you need to be. Yeah, fuck this. How do I get a refund?
Now, I guess the question here is that hate justified?
Yes.
I'm gonna say no, but also yes in like a lot of areas. There's a lot of goofy moments in this game.
You don't just rely on, oh, it's buggy, and people are overhating on it because of the bugs. No. On like a brutally fundamental level, the game is poorly designed. It's ill-conceived and incomplete.
This game could have zero bugs whatsoever. It could be a completely it would still be sub 4.
And so here we are. Let's take a look back at Star Wars Outlaws.
I played all the Star Wars games. I think the one thing that we really looked at was the decision and agency in Knights of the Old Republic that allow you to make those choices.
Sure.
And it's a legendary game, and it's a legendary game for a great reason. It's because it gives people people that much freedom to become a character that they define.
Sure.
And I think that's super important. Even with an authored character like Kay, it's very important.
Absolutely.
So that was the biggest touchstone. Apart from that, the other game that was a big influence was, and this isn't a Star Wars game, but it's Ghost of Tsushima.
Oh, cool. Yeah,
because of the purity of the fantasy and the elegance of the execution ingrained within an open world that really connects.
Well, I mean, that's just painful, absurd, breaches the Geneva Convention. Here we go.
I know the game didn't get great reviews, and I know I dunked on it. I might just play it straight up. How bad could it really be, you know?
From everything they've shown, all the gameplay just looks like the most cookie-cutter generic Ubisoft open-world experience, which I am beyond exhausted with. Hopefully Star Wars Outlaws is a surprise banger.
Star Wars Outlaws has a broken setting to begin with. I don't mean the mere fact of being set between 5 and 6, but they chose it while adding some fundamental elements that cannot squeeze in, like the Zerek Besh, a significant organization in the world that rose and fell within the isolated moments of this game despite being a massive power supported by the ISB.
Still can't believe Zerek Besh just collapsed like that.
Yeah, okay, I guess it's just gone now, as is every possible piece of influence this rushed world would have had on the major canon had anyone cared.
Oh no, I've lost the ability to run! I'm just sliding around! My walk cycle's been consumed by the Empire.
Meanwhile, the plot is as filled with coincidences, holes, and insincerity as almost every other project you see attempting to market with mass appeal.
Gardener is gone. Your moonflowers are gone. And soon, you too will be gone.
No, I will never leave you. For you, dear fire are mine. Mine! My love!
Scored yourself a sit down with the boss. Just keep playing the game like you did and you'll be fine. But whatever you decide to do, just remember, the only real question in life is whether the fucking you're getting is worth the fucking you're getting. Talk soon, honey bun.
Is this your duty as sheriff? My duty? My fucking duty? Yeah, maybe it is my duty. Maybe it's a duty we should all have been fucking paying more attention to. I thought you had a stick up your ass.
Only here it's cranked to 11 and they managed to bypass basic human decency by launching a product barely 25% finished.
I think Ubisoft has done a really, really good job, by the way.
You there?
Never mind.
I suppose I can't complain. They did attempt to warn me. After all, the Star Wars Outlaws title card arrives on screen right after she crashes.
We're okay.
Probably the most honest piece of foreshadowing in the game.
In Mass Effect 2, there was so much stuff you could choose to have a wide variety of endings. And it felt like you were actually making choices, at least some parts in that game. It was quite nice.
Well, you're making the same mistake that I did, which is that I expected the story in this game to matter. Whoa!
Oh, we're spotted, Nick.
What are you doing?
The characters range from the random inhabitants of the world being barely functional posters expressing a strong desire for death to slightly more significant characters that take minutes before betraying the very little information we were given in the first place to the supporting cast and the villains amounting to worthless, monotonous, overcompensating embarrassments that often contribute to the meaning in this story as much as your average bantha poodoo.
Not a mug, he's just having some private time. Ow. Oh. Oh, he's having a good time, this guy.
I suppose Giddeek had a flicker of humanity, with ND5 having become a shell of a character because they hadn't written anything for him beyond cool robot. The vast majority of the interactive dialogue he has with Kay is devoid of life, and they barely speak to each other about anything anyway, leaving us with Kay Vess.
So I murdered 2 people, 3 people.
Started shooting them. They started shooting me, and everybody. Oh my god.
We gotta get out of here.
Just killed 3 people.
We gotta get out of here.
You just killed 3 people and stole.
It wasn't supposed to go down this way. What have I done?
Murdered 3 men and stole a fake ID. That's pretty much exactly how this played out so far.
This is way beyond bad luck.
It's your fault, lady. They were gonna pay you. You just had to wait till you were outside of the vault.
You pulled a blaster out when you weren't paid immediately upon finding somebody. You could have just waited for an explanation. Especially when we were behind enemy lines in the first place. It was super stupid, Kay.
This is way beyond bad luck.
Maybe we just suck.
And as mentioned, deeply retarded, flip-flopping, self-righteous, ego-consumed, disingenuous, wannabe Han Solo, neurotic, traitorous, backstabbing, spineless, selfish, thieving, freeloading, blood-sucking rat, complaining incessantly about her unfortunate life despite having everything handed to her by people she barely cares about.
Comfy, huh, Nix? Someday we'll be sleeping on a bed like this every night.
And never failing to miss an opportunity to break up her sentences like a constipated retard.
Hey, give me that moon.
I didn't really talk much about the themes because there's nothing to speak of that was coherent.
We want to make this game about the open world. We want to make his journey about freedom as well.
It's about freedom. They achieved fucking nothing meaningful regarding the notion of freedom, how it counterbalances with security or oppression, what it means to those who don't value it, who haven't experienced it, who cannot choose it. The game was downright cowardly when it came to any kind of thematic expression, and it's fucking sad. The dialogue throughout the game was horrendous in just about every possible aspect it could be said to fail, giving the game an incompetent, cold and dull experience.
Pinning the hype and setting them against each other. The galaxy isn't a playground, Kay. It's a prison. And if we want freedom, we have to be prepared to make some tough choices. And that's what, to free people like me? Or just hand you the keys?
Giving the writing a distinctive lack of dynamism, authenticity, creativity, and teeth.
Dank Ferric.
Huh? Dank what?
There was perhaps a line or two worth noting in this particularly dense, dire swamp. It is truly remarkable that they were able to create something so devoid of humanity while missing essentially every opportunity the game provided to experience just about anything as a human being. Good job! Next up would be the mechanical circus that is this game's code.
You'll see me do it! Fuck you! Oh.
The notoriety system is simply unfinished, and as much as that obviously applies to everything in the game, in this case I am referring to it simply not working or having pieces in the wrong place consistently.
As far as I can tell, the only negative that you get out of that is that you cannot fast travel while you have a Death Trooper.
Yeah, you can't while they're active, yeah. But I got them on me, and then I went to continue story, and their notoriety gets wiped if you activate a cutscene. Great. The game is broken, everybody. Are you shocked?
So detestable. Like, it doesn't even strike me as broken. It just seems like nobody in the room wanted to make a video game. It's the equivalent of essay prompt into turn in blank sheet of A4.
Judging from the incredible ineptitude of the basic trooper all the way up to the Death Troopers, it's clear they must have run out of time, and it functions very much as a simple suggestion at best.
This feels pretty good, actually. Oh, that does.
The world is an empty, bland, repetitive experience filled with copy-pasted elements that hope to convince an audience that even for a second something close to human worked to provide anything beyond a vortex of misery.
It's down here. Something fun, perhaps? It does feel a bit more open. Maybe I'm wrong. Well, it's actually just a dead end. Never mind. I thought I was being rewarded for exploring, but instead I am meant to stay on the path. Okay, I guess I'll just go and follow your line.
Populated by zombies with no interest in anything other than looking retarded. Star Wars Outlaws was developed by using the Snowdrop engine, an engine meant to enhance support in dense populations, dynamic cities, and expansive landscapes with various activities along with outer space exploration. Pity that this was so poorly executed that no one would have noticed. Kijimi is clearly the last planet they were working on, and they only managed to sort out the campaign portions. Its primary landscape is less significant in size and activity than one of the several primary locations in Tatooine, a planet they clearly focused on. Also, stop trying to make Kanto bite a thing. No! Keep the cringeworthy sequel shit in the sequels, please. For that matter, keep all of your shit out of Star Wars.
Amazing, right? These High Republic
yes, these High Republic cruisers. Yes, the High Republic, which definitely happened. Definitely canon. The High Republic, yes, these High Republic cruisers, indeed. I so do find it fascinating how many efforts have been made to wedge in all of the new Disney Star Wars stuff into the mix.
Mais y a un deuxième type dessus! Mais c'est une blague! Mais...
The Syndicate and Reputation systems are paper-thin, easily exploitable, and severely lacking in options and consequences for expected interactions between different factions, with some being outright off the table as a result of this mess being so rushed.
The only reason I had the Oshiga at the end was because of the main mission I had to do for them.
Yeah. It fails to simulate anything close to a consequential approach to an underworld that must use any and all leverage in order to gain power and prevent loss via subterfuge, betrayal, and destruction. They manage to code in some awkward trespassing, stealing, and killing penalties that all mix in together with no ultimate consequences. Both the minimum and maximum effects are embarrassing, and the entire system is essentially self-fulfilling in its effort to be celebrated. There was certainly no interest in making it a boon to the mechanics in the game.
Nah, I'd win. Nah, I'd win. Nah, I'd win. I'd win.
Okay, I give up.
Nah, cool. Yeah, I didn't want to have fun Ubisoft anyway. That was good. Nah, that's a smart game design choice. I think it's really cool when you put a big thing on the screen and just end it right there and then reset it.
The open world, freedom-encouraging aspects of the game, filled with meaningful choices, couldn't be closer to the opposite. Nothing is truly reactive or alive in reference to any given event or action.
What do I have to do to bribe him? 100 as well!
He wants 100 credits? You can f right off. How do I get out of here?
How do I back off then? Can I just like, oh, you can't like back off? I have to try to bluff?
Oh, this is bullshit.
I need 100 more credits?
There is constant fuckery with invisible walls and preventions for plenty of standard actions, along with a severe lack of consequences in the few choices players can make. The broad experience is finding out just how little freedom there truly is.
Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, and the big thing that those have is that it really is a sandbox, and a very pure sandbox. You have a whole set of tools and means of interacting with the world that can result in really emergent gameplay. I mean, obviously in that case, it's one of like radical freedom. But here, I mean, as it's already sort of become apparent, a recurring theme is, man, I guess I can't do that. I can't do this. I can't do that. I'm like constantly reminded of all of the things that I can't do. It's an open world game with a very specific pitch and promise that is being made to the player.
It is rather bizarre that an open-world Star Wars game, in premise, allows you to play as whoever you want, go anywhere, develop anything, have anything, while packing hundreds of millions into a veteran development team with 6 years to spend, and you didn't launch the greatest game of all time? Instead, you broke the money printer. But that wasn't the whole story. They managed to make space feel like a dead, empty void. Normally, that might be a compliment, but it was exactly the opposite of what they were going for. The contracts and mission systems were repetitive, copy-pasted bullshit with obvious and embarrassing exploits.
Just don't lose that.
haul the tracker to the discs.
There was 2 ND5s!
The merchants were lazy, broken, lame, and incredibly simplistic, with a clear lack of programming regarding their own reactivity in their own surroundings. The sheer restriction of exploration and choice-making is hilarious. They tried to front-load what could be mistaken for mechanical interaction, but the more you explore these opening hours, as well as the rest of the game, it becomes clear there is little to no interest in providing a deeper experience. There are countless examples of just how much they would have had to outright ignore any sense of player interest in creating a unique experience or exploring a new world. The game promotes itself on being an outlaw experience where you can barely even steal from the average person or conduct the average lawless missions. No heisting, hold-ups, or generally morally interesting decisions to make. You can't even go on a crime spree against the Empire in the cities. Then there's the severe lack of vehicles and their insistence on running into each other when they aren't sitting confused, indefinitely waiting for the game to decide what the fuck they're supposed to do.
Look at this place. Be Maragana.
Deadeye is bugged to hell and back while clearly having been made to compensate for the horrifically awful combat system.
Hey, Vess!
What?
This is bad. They won't quit! We're pinned down! These guys don't stop!
A truly fucked up, unfinished, and embarrassing copy of better systems.
Oh, it's actually Deadeye, more or less.
Red Dead Redemption Deadeye, get out of here!
But at least you were able to aim a gun and fire it.
The gunplay of Star Wars Outlaws is really basic. And that isn't to say it's basic in a bad way. It's basic in the way a ham sandwich is basic.
Alright, there you have it. The design behind the gunplay is tantamount to a fucking ham sandwich, which is about all I and anyone else can say to compliment the gunplay, as they managed to fuck up most of what could be considered tier 2 design, like the variety of weapons, or the ability to constantly aim from cover, or picking up guns, and, well, that's already as far as they couldn't get. The less said about the physical combat, the better.
What?
That was something.
Follow my lead, Nix.
You see, despite it being a consistent source of hilarity, it truly is a buggy disaster, accidentally simulating a bargain bin Incredible Hulk, only this time, as mentioned, you are the Incredible Bint with a bob, wiping through armies, wondering how the fuck you got here. We have no effort put in beyond spamming attacks, no counters, parries, alternative forms of physical attack outside of upgrades that simply make you even faster at doing what you were already doing.
Star Wars Outlaws did something very original for a AAA game, in that it made Kay permanently grounded. And in my opinion, that was genius. The thing about this game is that people go into it thinking it's going to be a guns-blazing, power-hungry adventure, but that's not exactly Kay's character. Kay physically isn't very strong, so she relies completely on manipulation, stealth, and strategy to get by.
What? She relies on... What the fuck are you talking about? Are you serious?
Kay is fast, crawls through vents, and can get herself out of bad situations, but is certainly not that physically strong, so carrying a rifle on her back for long periods of time just doesn't make sense. Her blaster can be upgraded and is modified throughout the game, but it's more of a last resort because the fact is, one person against a swarm of soldiers isn't very ideal, and if she was able to carry a bunch of weapons and take down swarms of enemies, the idea of being a mouse surrounded by giants wouldn't be so daunting anymore, since you as the player would be on the same level as the pursuers, which would ruin the scoundrel fantasy.
Yes, because I don't have a fucking plethora of clips where she can and does do precisely that. Holy fucking shit.
Kay physically isn't very strong, so she relies completely on manipulation, stealth, and strategy to get by. Kay is fast, crawls through vents, and can get herself out of bad situations, but is certainly not that physically strong, so one person against a swarm of soldiers isn't very ideal, and if she was able to carry a bunch of weapons and take down swarms of enemies, the idea of being a mouse surrounded by giants wouldn't be so daunting anymore, since you as the player would be on the same level as the pursuer, which would ruin the scoundrel fantasy.
The abilities in the game are unlocked in this way, and I love it. I really think it adds a lot to the game itself, where it's not just about leveling up and then picking random things on a tree. It's about actually engaging with the characters of the world. It's about engaging with the world itself in specific ways to then progress your character forward.
The new ability system manages to recreate a skill tree with far less meaningful options that requires extra steps to use, on top of having retarded requirements, middlemen, and oftentimes baffling additions to the gameplay. The stealth system isn't.
Take this! Okay, wait, what? That's the stealth takedown? Why not like a classic chokeout? Why like the kidney punch into like a normal, like, hook? It's not really stealthy. Like on the first kidney punch, a normal reaction would be like, ouch! Who did that? Why?
Oh, there it goes.
Guess it left.
That's odd! That's odd! He's dead!
It is an extremely limited, hollow modern mess, made extremely easy, simplistic, and dysfunctional all at the same time.
You'll never find me. You'll never see me. Everybody freeze! What? Okay.
Report for debriefing. Huh? No.
Nothing there. Nothing here.
They clearly made a handful of attempts at a coherent system and gave up before lunchtime, leaving a guns blazing approach to pick up the pieces.
Don't worry about it, it was just the wind. Nope.
Relax. Must have been a rat.
Must have been a rat.
That's her! Okay.
No, it's not.
Let's go.
Shut up.
That was the exact opposite of stealth. Not only did we get the guard's attention, we then whistled to make it an even louder takedown.
I kind of hate this aspect of the game, specifically because I know as well as they do that this kind of effort is broadly acceptable for a lot of people these days, when it's been so long since people have actually played a real stealth game, like Lord of Ring Gollum.
What is that?
Kill me? Pinch you?
Then there's the AI, the blanket of thorough rot that wraps the entire experience up, permeating every last element, never quite leaving you the fuck alone.
Did I just alert everybody?
Oh God! What?
Broken wouldn't begin to cover the fucknado we're discussing in this video. The enemies are not capable of sight, hearing, feeling, reacting, comprehension of any kind, and any element of the game relying on the intelligence of an artificial system is entirely out of luck.
They just accepted their fate. Like, yeah, okay, ain't no.
I don't have anything. Just leave me alone.
The physics are no less fragmented than the pathing, along with the extremely embarrassing spawning systems, all held together with what someone thought was code, and then there's the bloody movement.
It is
A $70 game.
They managed to fuck up the movement, getting stuck on all kinds of shit, ruining any sense of momentum or exploration, jamming and ping-ponging only to get even worse with the platforming, ridiculous broken fall damage, crappy grappling, inconsistent snapping, procking, and all of it slathered in yellow paint, with the only shitty element that can entertain being the hilarious ragdoll deaths.
Hey, it's the criminal. Let's go.
Oh my god! Oh, Jesus Christ!
Truly the golem-like we all needed.
Up. Run. Oh no, your fucking game.
What do I do? What do I do? Fuck. Haha, yes. No, got him. No, got him. Fuck.
Jump. What do you mean you died? Nothing happened. What the fuck just...
Weird thing. Come on. Looks like a private landing pad. Huh. Wonder if they'd ever let us use it, huh, Nix? Can't find anything.
Must have been the wind. Hey, man. Don't you mind me?
Look at that! What was happening there?
Ooh.
Not gonna reward me with something? No.
Oh, whoa, what is going on? What is happening? What? What?
Where could I be?
Ooh.
Nah.
What the fuck is he doing? Is this some sort of elf magic that I am not aware of? Is he training in the Jedi arts? What the fuck is he doing? Look at him go. I'm also slightly confused. Wait a minute. Am I even supposed to be able to... I'm not. How have I just noticed? The floor has not spawned. That is what has happened. There's no floor. Look at it. There's an elf who's just floating down there. I'm not supposed to be able to see this if I go into it. Oh my goodness. Oh no. What has gone on? What has occurred? What is this happening? Oh look. I'm in this. Oh. Oh wow. Oh god, it's like the end of 2001. I'm in a trippy mind vortex. I'm going to end up in a room and I'm going to see an old version of myself.
It's the foundation of Melito culture. Everyone obeys the queen and puts the clan's needs over their own.
Oh, that's it?
Yes.
Oh. What was that?
Just don't think we should be going down. Down just seems like the wrong direction. Oh no. Oh no. No. It's happened.
What? It's fine, really.
What the fuck, man? Nice. $160.
This is like the most fun the game gets. Oh. Did you see him? His foot got caught like in the water. He's dangling from his foot.
What are you doing, you fucking retarded game? Oh my god. Look at his hands! Look at his hands!
Oh, that ankle. Anyway, the level design was a backwards, soggy experience, challenging the notion that sentient beings approached something even close to a plan for this game.
Typically in games, it's very common that if you're in a dungeon, and it's designed kind of in a little bit of a pathway, where you go through, you get the objective, and by the objective there's a way for you to get out, This will be like maybe a back door that leads to the entrance, or like something to drop down near the entrance that you couldn't do before. Skyrim does this a lot, to good and bad effect. So here, right after we get the objective, they present us with this obvious open hatch and a way to crawl up on a rope. But when you crawl up on the rope that it's obviously presenting for you to get out, it has guards positioned such that they could be staring right at that, and they'll see you. Unfortunately, you can't turn the camera any further than this to see if there are guards behind you that can look at it, because this is a very poorly designed game. What the criff? What the criff?
Come on, Nix. They're after us.
We're out of this bitch. No! What the fuck? Why didn't it grab onto the ledge? I hate this game.
Leading us to the cavalcade of minigames in which the broad minor puzzles in the game amounted to a handful of basic challenges for a child born without a brain, and that was if you were lucky enough to find one. We then have the slicing, an exploitable, unfailable, shitty photocopy of a passing internet fad. The rhythm game, that's one of the most functional challenges in the entire experience, despite being easy as shit, even for the deaf. Leading us to Sabaac, the exploitable by design, repetitive, semi-functional card game desperate to even lick the sweat of the quality of card games in fictional worlds. At least there were some arcade games, briefly entertaining and making up about 99% of the fully functional pieces of the game. The Fathia races were pathetic, yet somehow less pathetic than the extremely embarrassing speeder races. The less said about the Jet Cordo fuckery, the better. There's a shit ton of meaningless collectibles clearly designed to extend the time people spend in this empty world, but at fucking least we get to play the unfailable QTE adventure ensuring Kay and Nix get to eat some food.
Am I playing a minigame to eat right now? This is not real.
So much flavor in these peppers.
Kay, who gives a
Speaking of Nix, the little fucker acts as a cheat code for the devs to allow heavy exposition as well as additional mechanics that would otherwise have left them bewildered as to how in the world to make a video game.
He is enabling shit to happen because they're too lazy to make it possible in game with just K.
Yeah.
Because clearly the talent of this team lies in creating the thorough and exciting mechanical extravaganza that is petting every fucking animal in the game, and sitting, and leaning. Because of course.
That's why every game has to have a pet feature. Because when they have it, everyone in chat and on the internet goes, Game of the Year, post the GIF. And if they don't, they go, this game's trash.
On top of all that was the camera and the graphics, the lazy and subtly destructive elements that seep through the connective pieces of the entire experience.
Is this my bike? Oh, there we go. Okay, so we have a... Was that my bike? Why it's just still going?
What do I call you? All right, Kay.
What did I hit there?
What is going on?
God damn. I hit that bitch so hard she fell into a barrel.
Which is rather amusing when considering it was very obvious that they littered in some cinematic sequences requiring a single action to complete to try and convince the audience something was happening during this swamp of a project.
The way the snow falls on the people and the environments, it's impressive, and it gives this location
No, it
a unique
isn't.
feel.
Could you stop it? When your soldiers in Battlefield 5 go into water, they will get wet up to the point that the water on the model got up to, and then it will slowly dry from the top down the longer that you are out of the water. When you dive onto the ground, your character model will have dirt based off the side that was on the ground that you were on, and it persists. It's like, guys, we've got to stop giving these super amazing praises of the shittiest versions of those things in other games. Like, oh, there's snow on your character when you're out in the snow. It's like, yeah, you don't get bonus points for that. It would be a negative if you didn't have that.
Wasn't this done in Uncharted 2?
Like, you go to the snow area in Uncharted 2, and I think this happens to Nathan Drake in that game. More simplistic versions of it happened in, like, GameCube games. You know, like, Link would get wet in Wind Waker, and you'd, like, drip around. This is now, like, 20-year-old graphical effects that we're talking about here.
Yeah, this has gone from something that's neat to something that's cool to see to something that is expected.
The next step is to make it reflected in the played experience, which we seem to be roadblocked on. I feel like you could name games up to like 10 years old or so that look better or as good.
I think Red Dead Redemption 2 looks a hell of a lot better, and that's a previous generation video game.
Like, man, this Arkham game from 10 years ago, that looks really fucking good. Like, what happened? The daylight and the nighttime and everything that switches around, you don't have like the pre-made visual effects, so they can make them look as nice as possible. They just have to work with all the light going around and ray tracing and the changing day-night cycles, so they're not as crafted as visually impressive.
In fact, thinking about it, I'm quite struck at how much of a missed opportunity the opening portion is. It's so lame, like, and dull.
It looks really dull.
Yeah.
Look at it. Look at the colors on display on
And
the
for the
screen.
record, the game doesn't have a lot to offer, but it's even stripped down in this opening. Like, a lot of things are not available deliberately. They don't let you do the arcade stuff. Everyone's dialogue is limited.
Yeah.
The merchants sell nothing. It's just lame.
Go on, you can go.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Okay.
Are there any women here today?
Are you all ladies?
Watch it.
Are you a lady? Are you a lady?
Hey,
Yo, you're a lady too. You're both lady troopers. What about you?
careful.
Oh, you're a man. What about you?
Keep your distance.
Oh my gosh. There's so many all the women.
The design behind the animations, music, and difficulty settings are a collective, uneven, reheated calamity, replete with a slathering of pathetic fan service, truly representative of Lucasfilm's entire approach with an IP they have run into the ground. They even managed to fuck up checkpoints. Fucking checkpoints.
What are you wearing? How big is your hat? How big is your hat? Look at that. Look at this guy in his hat. It's like a veil. It's like the shitty Virgin Mary.
To close it all up, there's a plethora of bugs and freezing indicative of a thoughtfully fucked up and rushed production, making, all in all, an unmitigated disaster.
Oh no, don't come over here. No! They went through it. What the heck?
Did you just walk through that wall?
Nope, I was wrong. Oh, are there like 5 guys? What happened? All right. Oh, God.
What? He doesn't have an instrument. What are you playing, man? You just up there to look cool?
The town is going to be a little confusing, okay? I fell to the floor.
Mark. I have questions, but I'm not going to ask them.
It's unbelievable. I can't believe that we got to do this. This is like someone gave us money to do this. Like, that's crazy.
I reached something of an end with my exploration of this game when grabbing most, if not all, upgrades for pretty much every upgradable thing, on top of having completed all available mission types as well as the campaign, of which I unfortunately completed more than once. There wasn't a spit of land I hadn't yet set foot on, nor many NPCs left for me to have a riveting exchange with, though that wasn't the end of the journey.
The season pass is going to have 2 narrative expansions, plus you're going to be able to get a cosmetic pack for Kay and Nyx. And so it's definitely fantastic. There's also a mission called Jabba's Gambit.
Yes, 2 DLCs were indeed released during the making of this video, and man, what amazing changes came with them. Just look at this wonderful list of absolutely improved elements. This is the part where I remind you a dev correcting a chair clipping through the floor might just be listed as extensive multi-layer environmental stability redesign. The claims of what's been improved do not necessarily represent the actual improvements, nor the degree to which those improvements have been completed. Anyway, with that in mind, let's see how the improvements are going for ourselves, along with some help from some YouTubers doing their best to make this seem like it's not a catastrophic failure.
I am excited to try it because I do think this game has a lot of potential at its core. I think that the idea is a cool one. Open world Star Wars game, sort of a Han Solo-esque character. Okay, bring it on. Oh no, the game just crashed. Oh no.
Now it has become a feature that Kay can indeed keep her weapon when climbing ladders, when rappelling, rock climbing, when going through a vent, by gum, even when getting onto your speeder. Isn't that fucking incredible? Good job, lads.
Now, normally in Star Wars Outlaws, if you climb the ladder, it gets dropped. But she actually puts it on her back now, so you get to hang on to these weapons. Big deal out here for stealth game fans.
She puts it on her belt and carries it with her. And if I run up here and I climb this, she grabs it, puts it on her belt, and then keeps going. So you can actually carry these weapons with you now, which is a big improvement. I think that that is awesome.
Well, it should have been like this from the start, dude.
Insert obvious, like, should have been here from the start, dude. I totally agree.
Then why the fuck did you say it was an awesome improvement rather than a necessary addition they should feel ashamed of having kept out of the game for 6 fucking months?
I said that this was a 6 out of 10 at launch. Like, I was not that impressed with how many problems they had in the game at launch. It was pretty clear it had been rushed through and through.
6 out of 10? That's the result of having a plethora of issues in the game?
You can mount those on your back now and take them with you, which you couldn't do before. You used to drop those as soon as you were going out of an area or when you would go up a ladder or a grapple hook or something. So they've added tons of quality of life support to the game. Massive Entertainment has done an amazing job at just listening to player feedback and continually adding things above and beyond the story DLCs that they were working on just to make the game better for the people that are playing it and enjoying it. And I think that we need to give credit where credit is due, because they didn't have to do that, and they have gone out of their way to continue to add support to the game and to make things more fun.
Tons of quality of life. You've got to be okay. Gamers, or at least this subsection of gamers, are clearly a bullied and decrepit species with lower standards than Disney adults. Oh, you guys think I'm being too mean? Well, how about I show you what kind of weapons-grade rhydonium was being huffed initially as to why Kay could not hold on to a weapon.
Kay can pick up enemies' weapons and use them for her advantage, but you can't put them on her back and carry them with her, and a lot of players were upset that that wasn't a feature. But in the context of her character, that's just not her style. Kay is fast, crawls through vents, and can get herself out of bad situations, but is certainly not that physically strong, so carrying a rifle on her back for long periods of time just doesn't make sense.
Just doesn't make sense? Motherfucker, it doesn't make sense that you got that sentence out with Ubisoft's cock so squarely lodged in your fucking throat. It wasn't yet incorporated because of bugs and incompetence. It wasn't a meaningful design choice committed with purpose. Listen, Mongo gamers, please get help. Now, despite this significant update having taken place to fix this game, it was clearly still saturated with fuck-ups. We got plenty of shitty expository story dialogue.
This is Akiva.
We got plenty of shitty expository mechanical dialogue.
Need to get through that door. Need to get through that door. Better check in on Lando.
We got plenty of conveniences, holes, and entire writing avalanches of nonsense, including the dialogue crossing over itself.
How thorough, especially for a clanker.
If the Empire does fall, using droids means the facility can be entirely isolated from the outside world. You're right. I would like it.
Hondo was probably hoping this would... Hey, Andy. Easy does it.
Welcome back, Kay.
Well, Hondo's got one piece, Stinger's got the other. We put them together, bam. Everything opens, and the treasure...
The exchanges between ND and Kay still suck balls the majority of the time.
Kay, I would like to lodge my objection to this contract.
I hear you, Andy. I really do, but we're going to Kajimi to grab that cargo.
Though they do actually have the most interesting conflict in the entire game during DLC 2.
I need you on this.
I would follow you almost anywhere in the galaxy. But you've given me the freedom to choose. And I'm choosing to stay behind.
Well, then it is settled.
It'll be a quick job. I'll get the treasure and be back soon.
You know what I did before I met you? Before Jalen, before Sliro.
The Clone Wars.
Yes. When you removed the restraining bolt, it was the first time I had a real choice about anything.
Andy, you don't owe me anything for that.
I know. And I considered walking away. I knew my highest chance of survival was to operate alone. But, Kay, surviving isn't enough. I chose to stay. I choose to stay with you. Because simply put, working together feels right.
What an incredible resolution. Working together feels right. Never could they have provided us anything interesting from ND5. Not his perspective on the Clone Wars, nor his feelings about autonomy. Oh well. From there, we also have a very lazy reuse of assets. Most notably in the form of reusing the cutscene for the triumphant and hopeful end to the game for the end of DLC 2. Yep, they reused it, and all they did was alter the dialogue a tad, and we've been over how much they don't give a fuck about lip sync already. If I just layer these two scenes together, you can tell pretty easily. Excellent job, folks. Also, the dialogue still majority sucks.
Is this something Nyx would enjoy having?
Oh, if it's shiny, he'll want it.
Then here you are, Nyx.
Kay is also still a retarded loser throughout the DLCs, though they managed to keep her trait of being fucked over in a deal and not giving a single shit for some reason consistent.
So, now that your palm has been amply greased, you can sell Stinger Tash out and tell us where to find one of her ships.
What haven't you heard? The price of betrayal has gone up. Make one more trip for me, then I'll give you what you want. Pirate's honor.
We'll do it.
Hondo?
What? He said pirate's honor.
And if you happen to run into the Empire, just say it's a shipment for Admiral Kryder. Good luck.
And this time, I will come along and personally handle the details. See you back on your fine vessel.
Pirate's honor, huh? That's a new one.
They still can't get the combination of reputation and story correct, despite one curious attempt in the DLC where you are almost attacked, but if your reputation is good enough with the Pikes, they will back off, and as much as that was almost impressive, they have a far more significant fuck-up. During one of these missions, it is necessary to steal a shipment that the Hutts have an investment in.
Hutts. And they're looking for the cargo. Someone must have tipped you off.
The story warns that this will be tough, because you have to battle them for it, but that's only if you have a mid to low reputation with them. If it's high, you can get in and out no problem. I didn't have to interact with them at all because my reputation is stellar with everyone, since it was so easy to farm like I discussed 8 hours ago. However, this game is so fucking lazily developed that there is only one set of cutscenes based on your choices and your current reputation levels.
I was supposed to warn you about the Hutts.
A little late on that, but thanks.
You're very welcome. Safe flight back.
This means that all of the characters will operate as though you got into some important fight with the Hutts, even though it's more than possible for you to avoid them entirely.
We saw you taught the Hutts a lesson.
It's just pathetic. There's even a pirate lady who's built up as the ultimate bad guy for the second DLC, and they don't let you kill her. She is instead rambling in a cutscene, and you get to press one button to put an end to it. If you choose to let her ramble, they just press the button for you.
Looking for scraps, led around like ring dogs by degenerate old pirates. They were useless. I beat the Hutts. I gave them a fortune. What did they do with it? They spat on it and tossed it back in my face. Well, the ends to me. They're going to choke on the nip, and I'm going to climb the face of office to take the federal license. I'm going to save you.
Great job, guys. The animations still suck balls. The wanted system is still operating as though the Empire have the memory of a goldfish that's been dead for centuries. You can still kill countless troopers and have it amount to nothing because the AI can't maintain any attention on you, to the point that simply walking around is now enough to save you. This applies just the same to space, by the way. Watch as I escape custody by simply moving forward.
We're running, Andy.
They're making a break for it. Take them out. You're being hit, Kay.
Hang on.
You will, however, be delighted to know about the speeder update. You can now shoot while riding the speeder. I guess it wasn't an intentional feature to make you sit there using Deadeye alone. Only I was immediately struck by just how overpowered I was. Seriously, I was having less trouble while shooting on the speeder than when I was on foot, which you would think would have less of an aiming penalty since you aren't also driving. Only I did rather quickly figure it out. You see, when you get the light shot, rapid shot, and heavy shot as firing modes, they will overheat at different rates to account for the power of each module. However, when shooting on the speeder, the devs give you a universal overheating limitation for the blaster. So, yep, you guessed it. In order to easily exploit this, you simply have to choose the most powerful of the three options, and you will be given many more blasts before you overload. Hence why I felt so powerful. I used the heavy shot, meaning I was exploiting the game without even fucking realizing it. Again, wonderful job, lads.
In Grand Theft Auto Vice City, you could fire your weapon while in a vehicle. In this game,
what?
you can't.
That's crazy.
And you still can't pick shit up while on the speeder. Shocking absolutely no one. All in all, shooting while on the speeder seems to be something that again should have been there from the start and now only functions as a method of blindsiding and confusing journos into saying this shit has significantly improved rather than it's now barely scratching at functional.
Part of the free title update, so available for everyone. Yes, no more awkwardly waiting for an adrenaline rush to take them all down as your only option. Now you can also use your blaster whenever you like while driving around, which is huge and a long overdue change. But it gets even better. With the previous update, we were already able to pick up weapons from enemies and keep them with us for a longer time before Kay would eventually throw them away while walking into a friendly area, for example. Now, while picking one up, they basically stay with you forever until your ammo runs out and you are able to swap between them and your blaster in and out of combat.
They make it sound as though it's a perfectly functional system and patches major holes in the game when the absolute opposite is true, in that loads of issues have been added and it's one of about 10,000 issues that need fixing. Something to seriously note is that they gave you a second ship to actually fly. It is flyable, has its own form of handling, cannon, shields, and is mission relevant. I couldn't believe it. If you want to fly one alternative to the block of boring you have to use throughout the game, then you only need to finish about 99% of the missions to get your chance to use another ship. Briefly. And only in the DLC area, not the full game. Yes, they did that. Also, you can't customize it. In other news, the combat is just as fucking terrible as it always was. though, something notable is the changes made to the Death Troopers. They now spawn way more of them because the devs realized how fucking pathetic these elite soldiers were, and they made their spawn area a speeder-restricted zone, as though you couldn't bypass that by simply shooting at them and waiting for them to come to you. They are still a piece of piss to humiliate on the hardest difficulty, and you know what? They get these special grenades, but when you pick up their dropped grenades, they automatically convert to your shitty normal grenades, and I think that's some bullshit. Clearly the worst aspect to all of this. There is an attempt to design missions in these DLCs, but there's still no consequence for any choice that goes off script. Take this moment here where you are supposed to stealth take down this guard, then switch on the power to make your way through to the next area. You can just skip it and troll the AI. No choices ever seem to matter. They even give you another fucking escort mission where boredom is the final boss and no player has defeated such a powerful enemy.
Yeah, how about we avoid attention?
Did you miss us? Unhand me, you sludge-covered bog hound!
Or not.
You may have killed Vess, but I will get out so easy.
Auto-sorting still exploits the hell out of the slicing minigame. Deadeye still dominates.
That worked!
Cutscenes still override gameplay consequences.
Come on, we can take Thornton's ship.
Grenades still go off retardedly in cutscenes.
A mark from the Morenia. You think I would let this out of my sight?
Collision is still fucked.
Where's that sunrise?
Oh, cantina already. That was fast.
You work your way, Vess. I'll work mine.
My gun got lodged in a wall, and the shitty platforming managed to create a pretty swell clown situation. I even spawned in mid-air, for fuck's sake. But at least we got another spectacle cinematic running experience, eh? After all of this, what it truly came down to was a test of the stealth and the detection. Had this truly been improved as much as had been claimed? Well, first off, the alarms don't even end stealth missions now. It seems they've just removed that aspect to annoy less people with resets, which is hilarious as the removal of features is now marketed as the removal of forced stealth.
Kay is fast, crawls through vents, and can get herself out of bad situations, but is certainly not that physically strong. And if she was able to carry a bunch of weapons and take down swarms of enemies, the idea of being a mouse surrounded by giants wouldn't be so daunting anymore, since you as the player would be on the same level as the pursuer, which would ruin the scoundrel fantasy.
Stealth didn't matter all that much in this game, but with that change you can now just infinitely fuck around with no consequences. There is no substantive stealth in the game anymore. Really, there is only retarded AI and confusion for the player if they don't know what this game's disabilities are. You may as well go guns blazing all the time because it makes no real difference to anything. Stealth is completely worthless as a system in play. Detection is a fucking joke as always.
Kay's time on her our speeder became a lot easier for starters, as did her time with the game's stealth sections, which did away with the annoying fail conditions entirely.
To be absolutely clear, updating the game such that you don't have to use stealth, you have no failure state or penalties, and you can use the gun makes the sneaking into district stuff hilarious and broken. Reviewers will frame this change as a plus when all it does is break the game because it's not designed to support these options. Though perhaps I should prove that with one final montage. Once more into the breach, folks. Grab your clown music and your DLC exclusive clips and your Star Wars popcorn bucket, because here is the kind of gameplay you are dealing with when testing out just how well made the AI is and how much that serves the experience of stealth gameplay in Star Wars Outlaws as of the latest patches, fixes, and updates. Take it away.
Can't let them spot us next.
Will keep us going for cycles. I've almost got it. Once I'm through the door, we'll collect all the treasure that Kepi left so well guarded, and you can all retire. How's that sound?
Sounds like a load of Nerf dogs. Relax. Old Bad's not getting out of there. That's what you said.
Hey, I haven't been reading. Do you read?
Slowly, I'm back on board.
Okay, just hang tight, buddy.
What's that? What?
Eliminate on sight.
Oh, good job. We lost them.
What? Let's take a look. Have you heard? Just one more thing to deal with. We should check that out. What? On me. Oh well.
Command, we've lost the suspect.
Stand down. It's nothing. We should get back.
Dude, this guy lost me after I killed all of his friends to the point of believing he imagined me.
She's hurt! Defend! Ah! What the? Command, I'm alone out here. marked. We lost sight of the target.
Where is she?
Understood. Keep searching.
Whew, I think we lost him.
I'm not being paranoid.
We've lost visual on the target. Return to your stations.
Getting paranoid. Nothing. Huh? Suspicious. Wait a second. I'm not being paranoid. Huh? Huh. Wait a second. Suspicious.
Historically, if I were to stand right next to this guy, so at like his 90 degree, you know, from straight in front of him, 90 degrees off just to the side, he would not see me. So I'm wondering if they've improved that. So I'm going to walk right next to this guy as he crosses in front of this cover and see if he detects me, okay? Right here. I'm at like 90 degrees to him. Yeah. I still had to do it like right in front of him to get detected. And okay, so that's not really improved. Maybe like encounter AI is better, but it seems like their general behavior might still be a little stupid. But I mean, they are stormtroopers after all. They were never that intelligent to begin with. If you've watched any of the movies, I guess.
Just kind of are standing there waiting for me to shoot them. And I mean, I get it. Stormtroopers, cannon fodder. It fits the movies.
Maybe you could just make the argument that she survives these outrageous situations because stormtroopers have worse aim than a morning glory dick trying to take a piss.
Stop making that fucking stormtrooper excuse. Thanks, Taika. Cunt. The AI is as bad as it ever was, which should be plainly obvious by now, but I would still prefer to end this section on a long grass segment, which I think, considering the length of this video, should be downright nostalgic at this point. We began so long ago with a huge long grass bug, only for us now to compare post every update, DLC, fix, tweak, and repair made to every system this game has to offer, to see just how much of a difference a year's worth of developmental fixes have made.
Find some cover. Not good!
Come on! Don't think! Shoot! Oh, come on. No. Oh, come on.
Go, go, go! Ah, come on!
Come on.
Grenade! Take Ferric! Hustle! Firing explosives! Launching grenades! Keep up! Take Ferric! Ah! Oh, shoot!
The updates are pathetic. That's the truth. They added some thin, basic functionality that doesn't even properly function. This is the content you receive for paying significantly more than the overreaching base game price. Thank goodness they haven't clearly chopped a piece of the actual game out to simply find a way around charging more for this swamp feces. Oh, and it still fucking freezes, by the way. Suitably, it actually froze for me right as I was finishing the final DLC.
Now hurry.
Just got a little ways to go before it's all the way there. But until then, you're just gonna have to wait and, oh no! As I was filming this outro, it crashed again. Dude.
I do feel somewhat sorry for these guys having to find something to praise regarding a full update from the devs, and the best you can do is talk about how you can switch perspectives on the gun while aiming from left to right.
And the other thing they've done is they've added the ability to swap shoulders manually by pressing the left stick.
But then I also don't feel sorry for them, because this would be a lot easier if you were just a little more honest about what the fuck this whole mess is.
There were a ton of optional things I could do, such as talking to people to get more information, or even reading data pads and remembering the info will come in handy.
A ton of things like talking to people and reading. Jesse, what the fuck are you talking about?
And that's the main thing for me, is I've been able to really play out a fantasy of being a Star Wars smuggler that no other game has been able to do for me.
I guess the bar was pretty fucking low to begin with.
The game can be plenty of fun because more often than not, there's satisfaction to be found in the fantasy. I truly felt like the thief I was supposed to be.
Well, I'm glad your fantasy has blinded you from just how awful this thing is.
What are you guys thinking of Outlaws? Are you like me and are bucking the trend of the popular narrative that it's a bad game?
I'm sorry, bucking a trend? Plenty of you motherfuckers said this thing was brilliant. Allow me to buck the trend by refusing the chance for this game to coast by on being considered even close to mediocre when it needs at least another 2 years in development to earn that kind of incredible achievement.
The fact that the game has fleshed out cutscenes, fun side missions, and an open world, and player choice that works, that surprised me.
Yeah, I would have been surprised to see that too, because the game definitely doesn't have fleshed out cutscenes, fun side missions, and an open world or player choice that works. Your imagination, however, works fabulously.
We're able to win by simply outsmarting our opponent rather than physically overpowering them. A fantastic way to end the game.
That's not the ending of the game. Also, you don't outsmart him. The plan fails and you just fucking shoot him. You know, overpowering him.
Another great thing about Kay that I'd like to note really quick before the next segment is that she always has something to say about her environment.
Ooh, still in one piece.
That's literally not a comment about her environment, you elephant clown.
If you want to fulfill a Star Wars Han Solo fantasy, then I think Kay as a character you could really get behind, and you could really find a playground to fulfill that internal narrative for yourself.
Oh, good God.
Of course the game isn't going to be Red Dead Redemption 2, and it's crazy to expect that.
How about expecting it to fucking work? How about we don't get mad at Red Dead for setting a fucking fantastic precedent that Outlaws can't even slither into the shadow of?
Star Wars Outlaws is not a bad game per se.
But to say that it's objectively a bad game for not meeting an insane standard is just straight up silly.
It's objectively a bad game because it doesn't meet the standard of a functional fucking video game even after a year of updates and fixes. It's a broken piece of shit that disrespects the very notion of a loyal and paying customer. If your standards are pathetic enough that you allow unmitigated slop like this to become anything close to an acceptable standard for a medium that's already had enough trouble earning its place in the arts, then maybe you deserve to play shit like this forever.
We saw a lot of people pointing out how bad the AI was, how buggy the game was, and how bland the open world formula had felt. While I don't think these criticisms were indicative of the whole game, the problem for consumers was that's primarily what was shown. Because these sections of the game were unpolished, it was easy to clip farm that part of the game and blissfully forget about the parts that were done well. Especially in this current internet age where, realistically, unless it's a widely beloved classic, no one wants to hear how great a product is.
No, very few parts are done well, and they are mostly sequestered to the visual artists, the work on the environments, and the objects in the world. This is one hell of a bullshit myth that the game went viral on its most awkward bits with all the great stuff going unappreciated. As though any mechanic in this game scrapes beyond the surface of coding and doesn't generate a full fucking circus of hilarious clips when observed in its natural habitat. It's somewhat remarkable remarkable the kind of praise a game like this can still get despite its innumerable failings.
Outlaws excels in world building and exploration, especially when you're in the cities, as there is life in every corner.
Thankfully, stealth has been greatly improved with recent updates, so those of you like me who have played this since launch will notice a positive improvement in this area of the game.
Outlaws nails the feeling of being a scoundrel, and traversing the criminal underworld is an experience I think isn't obtained anywhere else. The detail in the different societies is staggering.
This video game takes everything that makes a video game fun and just runs with it.
You know, it doesn't automatically make you a more fair and balanced reviewer to simply be nice to the piece of shit game. Coverage like this is a big part of how these utterly unfinished garbage slopbergs could ever come to be considered ready for release. With the benefit of being labeled not so bad after all, many can be convinced this crime isn't some of the lowest of the bottom of the barrel quadruple-A scum of the earth. Not to mention, some of these videos are just hard to listen to, man.
This story expansion is a pretty short adventure, clocking in at around 3 to 4 hours, depending on your skill level. You can actually power through it even faster if you skip all the story cutscenes.
Oh yeah? You go through the DLC faster if you skip the cutscenes. Oh, that's some juicy insight you can only get directly from Gaming Bolt. Where would we be without you fellas?
This triggers a manhunt. You'll have to go to a Death Trooper camp, find the officer there, take them out, and then use their credentials to wipe your records from the system, basically saying they killed you and that there's nothing to look for anymore. That was a cool little event.
No mate, they are a broken, unfinished mess that spawn inside each other while obviously not functioning the way the developers intended. You can wipe them off the board with one of the earliest introduced mechanics, for fuck's sake.
But Outlaws feels like the love child of Red Dead Redemption and, please bear with me on this, but Ubisoft's Watch Dogs.
Portions of Assassin's Creed, portions of Far Cry, a taste of Red Dead Redemption.
Keep Red Dead Redemption's name out your fucking mouth.
Almost every cantina conversation I eavesdropped on or discarded datapad I read pointed me towards some new treasure to seek out or gambling tip to take advantage of, and it always felt like I was gleaning some illicit information rather than just being spoon-fed chores to complete, as is the case in so many other open-world adventures.
I'm sorry you felt the need to say something so fucking wrong, unless of course you truly find the busy work in this piece of shit meaningful.
I guess if you're gonna rip off any game, it may as well be Uncharted.
It's literally the climbing from Uncharted copied into a Star Wars game.
And if you like the Uncharted series, then you should like Star Wars Outlaws.
Fucking hell, how's that for an indictment on Uncharted?
And all of this stuff reminded me a lot of the movement controls in the Uncharted games.
No! Stop it! That was such a clean no.
That's gonna be clipped, yeah.
It's so much worse.
A GTA style wanted system.
The wanted system is also like very Red Dead and like Grand Theft Auto style.
No, it's fucking not, you donkey bitch.
Well, I'd probably call this one Far Cry in space.
Ugh! Don't you dare!
No.
Don't you fucking dare!
Don't even try it.
What an asshole!
Now I'm real mad.
It just gets to a point where the praise starts to make you wonder.
Outlaws is a shockingly solid game.
I think that Star Wars Outlaws is a really, really good game.
I actually liked Star Wars Outlaws, and I already want to go back for some more. I think IGN was right. It's a solid 7 out of 10 game.
I loved Outlaws.
Star Wars Outlaws is f***ing awesome.
Really? Calibrate your enthusiasm.
Oh my god, that was so beautiful. That was Lord Vader!
Maybe all this excitement and enthusiasm has been brought on by other aspects.
I've not been paid to say them, and I'm getting negative comments and people saying I've been paid by Disney or Ubisoft. Ubisoft flew me out to a special event in LA where I got hands-on with the game and got to chat with the developers and the actors, and also got to go to Star Wars Galaxy's Edge and Disneyland. But everything I say in this video are my honest impressions of this game. Also, just as a heads up, I've not been paid to make this video or say any of this.
This is a
great Star Wars game that just so happens to be a little rough around the edges. I would like to make a point in saying, yes, I did get this game early, but I also did not get paid to talk about the game highly.
Yeah, they did reach out. There's going to be a ton of things in the contract that will not bind me to any sort of tailoring of what I need to or don't need to say about this game. If it's complete ass, I'm going to be totally candid about that. And so at the end of the day, nothing was signed. Nothing was done.
Star Wars Outlaws is awesome.
I mean, I got to tell you, I don't think I need any help getting hyped for this game at this point. Like, I'm fully in the throes of it.
I'm not being paid. I'm just doing this because I enjoy the game.
I have been playing it for days now. I love it. Like, I'm totally in.
I have officially been won over, and I have to say thank you to Ubisoft for sending us early access.
I will be playing the game a day early access.
I've actually been playing it for the last 2 days because I got an early access key. Thank you, Ubisoft.
Star Wars Outlaws. Ubisoft was kind enough to send us a complete copy on Vanessa's birthday a whole week before it was released, like 8 days before it was released.
But I also did not get paid to talk about the game highly or anything like that.
We have to have this conversation again.
You just get, yes, we know they didn't literally write you a check.
He needs
with
to mention how that's
send it to
illegal,
you.
and that's why that doesn't happen, is because if it did happen, it would be not legal, and that's why it doesn't happen.
Give access to influencers and journalists to see behind-the-scenes looks and early press screenings that they don't give to everyone, and people have accused that access of being a form of payment or influence. Now, I was fortunate to meet Leslie Headland, and now looking back, I think it was well-intentioned and a wonderful experience, but that particular photo backfired just a bit, because some accounts saw this photo and just saw a list of Disney shills.
You have the nerve to show your face around here? You're a disgrace!
It does understandably well when reviewed in a 5-hour block by those pampered and provided heated seats, travel, food, drink, and a welcoming embrace for the past and future of this newly found connection. That's what all of it is designed to do. To trick anyone into thinking there's much more at play here, when in reality it's a tech demo at best. A fucking illusion of interactivity, freedom, choice, and entertainment. A scum pit cloaked with a scented blanket that is slipping the player right into the dingy hole for every second that passes. The circuit and industry of review has gotten so clogged with bullshit it actually determines how games are made, in the sense of trying to manipulate the fact that many people don't review more than a few hours to farm the exposure and move on to the next project. Good old G-Man gave quite the dick-polishing review of the game, to the chagrin of his audience, expecting integrity as well as a balanced understanding of what was on offer here. After noting his early access and experience working with Ubisoft to play the game early, it became clear what happened. I'm going to read his pinned comment that he wrote. Pinning this comment for posterity, and also because this is the last time I'm commenting on this, because it's really like talking to a brick wall. But the fact of the matter is, this video was not sponsored. By YouTube's own rules, you have to disclose if a video is sponsored or features paid advertising. I can get in serious trouble by not being honest about this kind of thing, and I sure as hell wouldn't risk my channel over a video for a Star Wars game. You can easily look at all my videos with actual sponsors, like ExpressVPN, Opera, etc., and see that I've turned this on. Finally, for those interested, as for the preview event, I drove 45 minutes each way to Ubisoft's Sydney office, paid $40 for my own parking, and then sat in a room with one other content creator for 4 hours before driving home. The only thing they paid for was a cup of coffee. If you don't agree with the video, that's fine. Make up your own minds about the game when you play it. Until then, stop believing all the crap you read on the internet.
A publisher saying, here's some money, give our game a good review. That ain't happening, but oh yeah, we're going to the press event. Oh yeah, and it's or like, oh yeah, we're gonna fly you out to, you know, wherever, and then you're in a hotel, and then you get to play the game, and you get invited to other events, and you can hang out, and you can talk to the developers, and you can do your previews, and you can get them out super duper early. How much is that going to influence you in terms of the way that you respond to a game that's put before you, and make a video about that?
They have access. They do not want to lose access. Access will decide a lot of what they'll say about a thing. The problem is not that people assume he's got a big sack with a $sign on it that was given to him by Ubisoft. It is that he has been influenced by the fact that he has now got a connection to them that gives him access.
Yes.
Yes.
Very straightforward.
This is my problem.
If you put out a very negative video, you wouldn't be invited back to the next event.
Do you think that anybody here is getting fucking invited to check out the next Ubisoft game at some preview event? Of course not. We've been too negative.
No.
There's no fucking way it would happen.
Well-
Which should be interesting to you from the perspective of, like, they want you to do this. They think it will be beneficial to get you to come out to this event, to play the game, and then make a video about it. They expect that will yield them positive outcomes. That's something to think about in terms of the nature of how access...
The reverse point of that is, do you believe they contacted you to review this game early via Access because you're so good at your job and they just wanted your opinion desperately? Or, or because they're hoping to influence you toward a particular direction, one that you may not have taken or one that you may not have taken as hard without this interaction, and that in future they may just have you back again if you continue to be nice and chill, if not positive, about our games. Which this video is surprisingly astroturfy for what the game actually is.
That's an ad. We watched an ad for 18
It feels like an ad, is correct.
Holy shit, like, you're all shitting on me. It's like, why do you think it is? It's because the video is fucking weird.
It is
it's
weird.
Like, we about this game that's so obviously crap. That's why the response is so negative.
After battling his fans indefinitely that this was truly his opinion on this piece of shit, he decided to try and quiet down the controversy by removing the video.
The same day he uploaded this video, he put out this tweet where he says, "I'm removing my Star Wars Outlaws video. I guess I forgot the cardinal rule where you're not allowed to say nice things about video games anymore."
Oh, here we go.
And I don't want to get a month's worth of abusive comments over it. And there's two more.
Well, wait, all right. So let's.
Threats.
Lucky for us at EFAP, we watched his video and commented throughout, the link for which is in the description. Here's a moment where we read what his fans had to say and what he had to say back to them before trying to bury the video forever. First and foremost is, are you going to review the game now that it's out? Which I think would be a wonderful thing for him to do. Get stuck in and tell me what you think and compare it to your initial thoughts, and then talk about the introspection you can gain from that. How important is it to express your initial thoughts if they are so far beyond close to reality, I wonder. That would be an interesting topic to go. Next one says, "I'm glad I unsubscribed from this bad actor a long time ago. Where's the review for this trash? It's been out for weeks now." Did he even look at the footage he selected for the video? Laugh my ass off. I mean, some of it did seem to be directly contradictory sometimes, but it might just be he's not familiar.
Stealth, bat.
Can't wait for all the good things you're going to say about Assassin's Creed Shadows. No, it's really bad, dude. This was just a paid review, man, sold out. He replied to that saying, "It's not a review. Are you dense? It was a 4-hour playthrough of an unfinished build over a month before the game came out. We're acting like previews don't exist anymore." Someone said, "If this is not the review, when are you posting the actual review?" And he said, "No matter what I say, I'll have to put up with thousands of more asimine comments." So I guess he's not going to review it for that reason.
Get over it.
Someone said this will end up in a Chromecat video someday. That's possible. Usually your reviews are great, but you've messed up with this one. And he said it's not a review. And he said, "Okay, maybe address the situation instead of playing semantics. Everyone's calling you out because the product the public received has none of the virtues you talked about." He said, "How is this semantics? I played a literal preview build over a month ago before it launched. That's not a preview. Then what is? I'm not interested in addressing any situation because the people have already made their minds up regardless of what I say, and I don't even like Star Wars enough to bother trying to convince everyone else." Or anyone
Then why
else.
did you drive 40 minutes to Ubisoft headquarters to play the game if you don't care that much?
Why would you preface it with, like, "Oh, I don't care about Star Wars"? It's a video game. You review video games. Why would you say, like, "Well, I don't want to justify or explain any of the things that I said about this because I don't care about Star Wars as an intellectual property"? It's a video game, and you made a video on it.
It was a new IP, then what? What's the excuse if it was a new IP?
Exactly.
He said in the video that he did care about Star Wars. He's one of those like disaffected fans.
I mean,
Yeah, I thought so.
Of course,
but
that's been awkward as well.
I feel like that comment might be the best one, the quickest way that got to him in the sense that he received it. The fact that he said everyone's calling you out because the product the public received has none of the virtues you talked about. It's really hard to argue that that's not the case here, because it is. Man's rear got obliterated by Ubisoft for that sweet, sweet money.
Oh no.
The fact this has the lowest views of your most recent videos says a lot. How does it feel to shill for a game that completely flopped? You have no integrity. Damn, these are top comments.
Those are people who watch him.
Yeah, it's really rough. 500 Uber points have been deposited into your Uber bank. Bad
Which is
textures,
a real thing.
bad facial animations, bad AI, basic shooting and stealth, etc. Name one thing this game does that's great. I'm not seeing it. Way more sympathy and excuses than other games you've dunked on that were way similar. You've cucked on this review. And there's 170 likes. Oh dear.
So the guy says, failing to disclose your relationship with Ubisoft, what you receive for reviewing the game in advance, etc., etc. G-Man here, he replies with, I have no relationship with Ubisoft.
Oh
this is
my
not a sponsored
God.
video. But you do because you went there. That's the.
Of course he does,
it's
yeah.
It's not a financial relationship because you're not getting paid, but it's an access
Probably not
relationship.
sexual.
So someone said unsubbed, and he said, don't let the door hit you on the way out. They said, don't let Ubisoft money choke you when you spend it. He said, if you're the kind of person who has a mental breakdown over a single video that has a difference of opinion, I genuinely don't want you as a sub. It's like, bro, what do you mean?
Why would you make these comments?
Whoa.
Why would you make these comments?
There are plenty of single opinions you can express that would make me want to unsubscribe. Of course there are. What do you
Only
mean?
hurt yourself by making these comments. Why would you do this?
They said same here, and he said bye.
Dude, stop it.
I'm not bitter at all.
Someone said, I really don't think you should be replying to all these comments. And he said, so I'm supposed to endure literally hundreds of insults, and I can't reply to any of them. Great logic, mate.
Welcome to the internet.
What do you mean you can't? No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't.
You can.
Well, yeah, you can absolutely.
Replying to all of them.
Don't read them.
You don't get to play
You can
victim
just not
later
read
once
them.
you've antagonized everyone.
If you want to reply to some of the people who you think maybe could be reasoned with or whatever, do that. But don't do this. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. What are you doing, man? What's the point?
It's not about how he felt or what he saw. It's like recognizing the game is out now, and we've got confirmation it's fucking horrendous. What do you have to say as someone who promoted it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You used your integrity to sell this to people. This aged just as horrendously as we expected. Wonder how much bro got paid. And he said a month ago, how did this age horribly? The game's not even out yet. That's someone else has said it's out now and it aged horribly. I wonder if he ever played the game again. I mean, he genuinely thought it was so good. All of this is far more common than you could ever imagine, and it fucking sucks in and of itself while having catastrophic effects on the world of art.
I did receive a review code about 3 weeks after launch from Ubisoft on PS5, and then another one in November for PC.
Thanks to Ubisoft for the early access to the DLC.
I was not paid directly or indirectly via contract or handshake agreement in any way for this review or any other review of Outlaws.
Yeah, okay.
What I was given was access to a remote 4-hour session a few weeks early to try out Outlaws, and then again a key last Friday to get a head start on reviewing the game.
And this isn't to say that being paid is the sole reason for their rampant enthusiasm. Plenty of people really do think this game is great. The more you engage with exploring why certain games are celebrated, the more disappointed you may very well become.
Maybe I'm alone here, but half the reason I like Star Wars in the first place is because the Force and lightsabers are dope as shit.
I will continue to love Star Wars until they put me in the grave, so it was a no-brainer for me that I was going to have a great time with this game when it first came out, which is why I got the Ultimate Edition.
And it's not like any of this is a surprise to the devs. This was the plan.
Vess being awoken by her cute, easy-to-love sidekick, Nyx.
I found myself connecting with Kay very quickly, and that's no doubt aided by Nyx, who's just the cutest little guy.
She's absolutely charming. There's a likability to her that makes her journey enjoyable, especially thanks to her companion Nyx, an adorable creature who honestly steals more than a few scenes.
Anyone with a heart is gonna like this little guy. He's the adorable companion, which automatically makes him iconic.
Well, we can't wait to play the full game and spend hours, especially with Nyx, because that's like the most fun part of it.
Of course.
Generally, the most fun I had in stealth was when working together with Nyx, who, by the way, is just so cute. Oh my god, I love him.
Part of what's so frustrating is some try to compare the game's post-launch treatment to that of No Man's Sky, that it was given an extreme overhaul that dramatically improved the experience and fixed the majority of player issues, while to this day continuing to add more features.
Star Wars Outlaws is now a game that fully leans into the ambitious vision and scope that its creators originally originally intended for it.
But Ubisoft didn't walk away from this game. They heard the criticism, released multiple patches, and addressed some of its most glaring issues.
That has since transformed Outlaws into an excellent game that is easy to recommend in 2025.
This is patently insane, and the devs could only have prayed that narrative would kick off, whereas thankfully enough of an effort was made to repel the average customer from wasting their money on this miserable sack of compost and regrets. The reality is, patches, expansions, and DLCs are never going to be the solution to this game's problems. Nothing short of a full rebuild from the ground up can ever bring a person to truly respect this rotten train wreck. I didn't even talk about the Ubisoft Connect bullshit.
I guess this is life for us now, homies.
Core challenge completed. I got Ubisoft Connect experience.
The functionality of this system determines whether you can even play the game.
I was gonna stream part 3 yesterday, but I couldn't stream yesterday because Ubisoft had completely pooped the bed. They had poo-dooed the bed. I couldn't even open Ubisoft Connect, which meant that Star Wars Outlaws would not even launch. Couldn't connect to the services, so it couldn't launch. Because thanks to Ubisoft's backend being in complete turmoil, I guess, for that day, I couldn't play the single-player game that I had purchased. So that's great, that's awesome, love that.
Not to mention that on launch, the game managed to wipe an entire player base worth of save files when trying to add in desperate patches.
I couldn't start the game for like 30 minutes post-launch, so I decided to go against my better judgment and download the Ubisoft launcher on my PC. I downloaded the game and started playing, and within the first 5 to 10 minutes, I experienced 2 hard crashes 3 minutes apart from each other. I have no idea what the fuck is happening, bro. What the fuck? Ubisoft actually put out an advisory telling people to delete their save file from the game if they started playing it at midnight because they forgot to send out a day 1 patch on time or something like that. And basically what would happen if you kept playing with that save file, it would lock you out of certain main missions in the game, causing you to be unable to progress through the main storyline. So yeah, the entire launch process and just being able to get into this game was an absolute nightmare.
Check out what happened to Tony today. Ubisoft, I need a full refund because 4 hours wasted is not okay for something I paid full price for. Star Wars Outlaws. Latest version of the game. As one of the players affected who had access to an older version of the game, we are aware you might be encountering some issues after this recent patch. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience this may have caused. To solve this issue, please make sure you are playing version 1.2. Here's how to check your version, blah blah blah. Once you've confirmed that you have the latest version, please start a new save to fully enjoy Star Wars Outlaws as our team intended. If you continue on a prior save, you will unfortunately face issues and progression blockers. Thanks for understanding and continued support. If you run into any other issues, please don't hesitate to reach out.
As of September 2025, Star Wars Outlaws made its way to the Nintendo Switch 2. The Galaxy is now in your very own portable console for the low price of... goddamn. Though that's after doing the rigmarole with the virtual game card shit Nintendo have in the store. First thing you may notice is the game is a third the size of the PC version. I'm sure we won't end up seeing the consequences of that. Star Wars Outlaws on the Switch 2 requires that you sign into Ubisoft Connect, by the way, so that's wonderful. Another beautiful, brilliant element of this top-tier era. That Ubisoft Experience bonus notification is a sign of the end times, I swear. So it should come as no surprise to those with the brain power to at least find their way to wearing a hat that this has all the hallmark failures of the main game. Something inescapable even with an excellent port. However, there are many cutbacks in quality, especially when previously mentioned that this is a third the size of the PC version. The game has been quite significantly graphically gutted. It lacks the already worrisome stability of the PC version, as well as being being plagued with a reduction in shadow frequency and quality on top of fog, water, dust, and countless other effects taking a hit. Upon giving a good strong glance to the walls and floors, the problems with ray tracing become far more apparent. The tinny sheen and shine in select areas is not even close to properly optimized, and the resulting scattered effects show an errant set of visuals that make for a wacky visual rot. Textures, when viewed in unusual environments, highlight this the most. Lighting changes can illuminate the problem, combined with the poor loading delays and the already myriad issues that plagues the game. It simply makes for a classic Outlaws experience. You can see the dust effects coming in here to actually outright kill the game's ability to provide a coherent experience, the ray tracing taking yet another hit. Many different decorative and environmental elements have been removed in order to facilitate a steadier frame rate. The geometry, models, and textures seem to increase their stability issues the further away they are. Cutscenes, whether or not pre-rendered, are struggling to maintain FPS, and some drops appear despite being locked at 30 FPS. Broken shadows and elements simply popping into existence is rather jarringly ugly despite being expected. The portable mode obviously takes even more of a hit in most aspects, notably the draw distance, and we still get crashes, many crashes. Because what would it mean to play Star Wars fucking Outlaws without crashes? The major result, however, is shoddy graphics, inconsistent and broken lighting, low-res textures, regular pop-ins and load fuck-ups with a healthy slathering of the previously mentioned freezing, and despite all of this, it's still considered one of the better ports currently. It's just unfortunate that no matter how good the port is, you are porting this degenerated piece of shit. If you were wondering, everything is still fucked, including the AI, seen here being absolutely unable to simply face you in a gunfight. Just brilliant. As mentioned, combined with what we already know, this about sums up the Switch 2 experience. Other than mentioning you can indeed stumble across this man, good old fella hanging out in the streets here with his poorly loaded bathrobe and his mask on. Man, the COVID era was crazy even in the Star Wars universe. Star Wars Outlaws Switch 2 review. This is the port you're looking for. Star Wars Outlaws makes a strong case as being the best Star Wars game of recent years. Don't get me wrong, I like Cal Kestis well enough, and I enjoyed Star Wars Hunter's riff on Overwatch, but neither of them captured the universe of Star Wars in a way that Outlaws does. It's helped immensely by lead Kay Vess, a charismatic swindler who never gives up despite finding herself drawn into shady shenanigans far bigger than she could imagine. While it's been a long time coming, Outlaws finally arrives on Nintendo Switch 2, and Nintendo's new handheld proves a perfect place to experience Kay's adventures. Actions have consequences to the story and the options that you'll have later on, and it feels organic and interconnected, even as you're embroiled in another unsavory score with a different alien group. When the time for being quiet is done, Kay is more than capable of making a hell of a lot of noise, blasting enemies into oblivion, and Outlaws' mix of sneaking and shooting comes away feeling more like a Star Wars take on Uncharted than the many Assassin's Creed comparisons. In fact, that's nigh on what it is, with plenty of clambering to be done between the quipping and thieving. Nathan Drake would be proud if he wasn't at the other end of a galaxy far, far away, and, you know, fictional. The first cut is to the frame rate, with the maximum refresh rate sitting at an expected 30 FPS. Anyone who claims that this is no longer playable hasn't spent the last 20 years gaming. What the fuck? And it's a locked 30 FPS too, making everything feel consistent, smooth, and reliable. Personally, the most noticeable differences are in the character models, and Kay Vess in particular looks far less detailed in in-engine cutscenes than she does on PC and the other more powerful systems. The character models were many players' major complaint about those original versions, and their cut back further here. However, you're mostly going to view her from behind as she sneaks around and shoots aliens in the head, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. The stellar voice acting is fully present and correct, and the drama continues apace, even without a batch of hyper-detailed character models saying the lines. Gaming journalism, healthy as ever. This is all kind of interesting as well, since according to GVG, Outlaws was the only game at PAX that Nintendo wasn't allowing anyone to film any footage of, even behind the shoulder. It is assumed this is the result of it being even further unfinished, that the frame rate and resolution were even more troublesome than the ultimate outcome. Clearly they were doing everything they could to hide and soften reality before allowing the public to know anything more specific, and in some ways, considering how people talk about the game, I guess it worked.
You know what that is?
Right.
That's just fucking great!
Things are grim for the mainstream high-budget world of gaming. The industry appears to be in a free-fall avalanche of bleeding, from corporate flops to layoffs to restructuring to buyouts to outright closure of what would be considered the generation of money-printing IPs. This is due to every last possible metric for quality being ignored in favor of chasing that desperate appeal of prestigious success, as understood by those who seem to have inherited media empires they do not understand. I honestly fucking hate just how much video games aren't video games at this point, and this is a problem at every level of the industry. There is obviously an inevitable push and pull of creative expression with financial success. This means you could push every last microtransaction and price gouging element to extend the spending of every last person looking to play while cutting every last corner of development to rush this mess to release, or you could try to remember that longevity, respect, and even financial success can very easily come from a good old-fashioned, well-made game. The major creative heads, directors, producers, and developers are seemingly hell-bent on ensuring their next job is good to go, rather than investing any kind of love and care into the one they are currently working to create. I'm not even sure, after having gone through so much of this game, that they ever had an intention of pushing it any further than it currently stands. It may even be further along than they ever expected. The way it's described with broad, flowery language over and over again as though it isn't an empty disaster brings more and more people in every day to waste their time on a completely forgettable experience with nothing to offer, coming out with a thumbs up at best. The critics, reviewers, and previously mentioned marks need to radically reconsider the pot having boiled over these past 2 decades, with great consideration as to jumping out of said pot instead of slathering the cock of any given new release from any given new studio. This Lovecraftian army of mouthpiece stooges who are so desperate for access and attention that they will say literally fucking anything to make the game sound even slightly mediocre because they can't feasibly paint any more positive a picture with the material at hand need to remember why they wanted to talk about video games in the first place. They have sewn themselves into a fictional tapestry in which they report on a series of wonderful experiences provided by the very best of media in generations, while they just so happen to increase the scope of their accessibility and their bank account. This provides an inevitable clogging. A clogging of all sources of information. A decadent, multi-headed slop geyser with thousands of videos praising and pushing every last element of something that deserved a quick and thorough strangulation in the cradle. Countless instances of unwitting marketing describing history, features, and experiences that couldn't possibly resemble anything close to authenticity unless everyone else just so happened to be delivered the fucking alpha while they have access to a version yet to hit the market. Please, for the love of Cthulhu, enter the new and wonderful world of having anything that resembles a standard. The world that gives you the chance to build integrity, authenticity, and strength of character. As for the players, the gamers, and the customers, Raise your standards for the experiences you are paying for. Respect your own wallet and the work you do to prevent the chance for some shitty company to tell you through false promises during a world on fire that the hollow excrement you slog through is fun, and so suck it up. Instead, focus on experiencing something unique, fulfilling, and wonderful provided by artists who care. The live service quadruple-A early access sludge posing as a video game release is beyond spiteful, terminal, and ridiculous, though the marketing made to promote these tumors are arguably fucking worse. All of this to say, things are grim. We have to keep a watchful, descriptive eye on where the faults are present and malignant if we're ever going to reach a better time for major budget legacy IP inspiring influential media for the studio heads, the creatives, and most importantly, the customer.
This is your adventure. You may be playing a character, but it's your decisions and how you shape their adventure.
Hyper jump into the orbit of another planet and land seamlessly, all seamlessly.
Feeling as a player that I have freedom and agency, and pursuing things not because I'm being told to do so, but because I want to.
I think it's this sense of freedom. You're a space pirate. You can do anything. You can go anywhere. It's your decision. So I think that's the beating heart of this story.
Wait, Dad? Why can you not stop lying? Please stop lying!
I don't know what that is.
What is wrong with you?
We can, however, all take some solace in the fact that it was indeed a miserable failure. During release week, Reuters attributed the drop in Ubisoft shares, their lowest since 2015, to the muted reception of Star Wars Outlaws. JP Morgan analyst Daniel Kervin noted the game had trouble meeting sales expectations, lowering his forecast by 2 million units. He also highlighted that Outlaws' development budget was 30% higher than Assassin's Creed Mirage, and Twitch data showed it was underperforming Assassin's Creed Mirage by 15%. In September of 2024, Ubisoft provided insights into the sales performance of Star Wars Outlaws, describing it as softer than expected. As a result, Ubisoft delayed the release of Assassin's Creed Shadows and announced the PC port would be available on Steam at launch instead of delayed like Star Wars Outlaws. An open letter published on September 9th, 2024 by a minority investor group led by AJ Investments expressed deep dissatisfaction with Ubisoft's performance. I won't read the entire letter, but to summarize and paraphrase, financial results have heightened the concerns regarding management's ability to deliver value to shareholders. The share price of Ubisoft has decreased by more than 40% over the last year compared to the rise of its competitors. Ubisoft, in its current state, is mismanaged. We cannot understand the decision to focus on attempting to please investors with quarterly results through the release of multiple average games per year, ultimately harming Ubisoft's reputation, rather than providing exceptional experiences for gamers through the production of hit games with support from a strong franchise portfolio. Recent reviews show Star Wars Outlaws was not ready to release. The current trajectory of Ubisoft under the existing management and governance is unsustainable. Immediate and decisive action is required to turn the company around and protect the interests of all shareholders. We suggest that Ubisoft allow shareholders to vote for a new CEO and allow sale of business. So ends the letter. In October of 2024, Ubisoft released its half-year results, acknowledging that Star Wars Outlaws sales underperformed expectations. Star Wars Outlaws debuted as the third best-selling game in the United States in August of 2024. That same month, it was 9th in the top 20 games by revenue in the US, UK, Germany, France, Spain, and Italy for August on both PC and consoles. Hopefully, the now dwindling reputation and sales of the game game can put it in a permanent coma, never again to grace the news or an innocent PC's hard drive. Ubisoft have been a pathetic company for some time. I'm sure several of you are aware of the statement made to account for the lack of engagement in their games as of late, and I quote, "Consumers are playing fewer games, playing them for longer, and as a result, outside of a few notable exceptions, many new games are struggling to stand out and achieve the sales they may once have had." Oh yes, that's the issue. They also recently had to admit to using AI-generated art in Anno. It unfortunately slipped by their review process. I wonder if Call of Duty will eventually claim the same. And on November 13th of 2025, Ubisoft announces the postponement of the release of its results for the first half of the fiscal year of 25 to 26. Ubisoft has requested Euronext to halt trading of its shares and bonds from the market opening on November 14th, 2025 until the publication of its first half 2025 to 26 results in the coming days. This led to a much-needed cash infusion from Tencent to assist Ubisoft's debts in exchange for a 26% stake in Vantage Studios, the team that will pursue new entries in the Far Cry, Rainbow Six, and Assassin's Creed franchises. Let's just say the story ain't over, though it is for Star Wars Outlaws and its sequel. Thank fuck. And I'm not just saying that for shits and giggles. This comes from Tom Henderson of Insider Gaming.
They also recently cancelled Star Wars Outlaws 2 because that was planned and in the works. But it wasn't like it didn't enter production for as much as I know. It wasn't really like
so still in like the pre-production. Like
it was very very early. But
we were probably 7 years away from seeing it.
Yeah. But they looked at Outlaws 2 and thought, let's not do that. But yeah, just some interesting stuff.
And I really hope that they get a chance to do a
sequel. No way.
Because I feel
I'd
what
be
the fucking way.
Advocate
for even more.
Either one of two things has happened. You're totally compromised, or you have the shittest opinions ever.
I would have gone as far as saying this thing shouldn't have been released to the public yet. It's like an ill-made, spiteful little product.
It's not like a scam, but it's immoral.
It's not complete. They know it's not complete. They're trying to fix it desperately while also having matched, expected sales, try to boost it up, rely on people like this, making videos like this. It's just so funny, right? Star Wars Outlaws is better than you've been told. It's like, you're doing fucking propaganda for the game at this point.
That would give them an opportunity to iron out some of the kinks.
Yeah, man, let's give them another game so they can make an actual game next time. That'd be neat.
That would be cool. Yeah, they only had 4 years and $200 million. You know, they just need a second chance to really polish it up and refine their idea.
How do they get licensed to just put up these absolute funeral pyres of money? I don't get it.
Though even with all of that, there are fans of this game. Fans who tried to band together and commit to encouraging Ubisoft to go ahead and make the sequel. A petition was created because, you see, the fans still believe. All 2,258 of them. Yeah. The sequel is definitely dead.
Massive Entertainment is being sued for false advertising. I'm just kidding. But they should be, because they made Star Wars Outlaws. But the next best thing is happening. They're announcing layoffs. That's right. Massive dog shit.
Don't you worry though, people. The CEO of Ubisoft explained this troubling result using some simple logic. And I quote, "For Star Wars Outlaws, we didn't reach our sales target. The game suffered from a number of items. First, it suffered from the fact that it was released at a time when the brand that it belonged to, was in a bit of choppy waters, and the game had a few items that still needed to be polished. And they were polished and debugged in the early weeks. But it did affect sales volumes. That's some fucking hilarious cope, my dude. Star Wars is indeed in trouble, but that's irrelevant compared to your broken game. Fans are always going to be more than happy to spend a shit ton of time in a Star Wars open world game, if it were even close to good. Stealth, or what they called stealth, is entirely defeated with one untested and hilariously malformed mechanic, and that would have been the case had they not updated it such that stealth barely even exists anymore anymore. Any meaningful choice you attempt to make in this game, both mechanically and narratively, has the same result in the code as splashing holy water on an incontinent vampire. Which brings me to a point of trying to wrap up this video, which means we probably have at least 15 minutes left. What is there to say about this game?
I hate this game!
I don't think that there's a single thing about this game that I find appealing.
What you see in the first 5 hours is awful, and yet it's better than the full game experience with only superficial changes in later portions, both mechanically and narratively.
It's an engine that will support the game experiences that we can dream up. So that's ideal. And I don't think there's another technology out there that can do this kind of thing.
They seemingly dreamt up a broadly dysfunctional, exploitable, restricted, yet thoroughly perforated experience. No vehicles, weapons, ships, or gadgets beyond fucking binoculars and a shitty grapple.
How would anybody play this and thought it was fun? Like, I'm going into the existential crisis now. Like, I'm actually stressed out in real life over this game. Like, this game's stressing me. This game's upsetting me. Like, I'm drained, bro.
On top of everything, it was optimized like a wet piece of shit. It's utterly stuffed with glitches, lag, and buggy freezes, while often looking like complete ass.
Why is my chat moving so slowly? Let me guess, the game is just eating my processing GPU power for some reason, even though it's... Wait, did it change my settings again? Hang on. I just realized that it fucking did it again. Stupid fucking game.
An open-world Star Wars video game where you can't customize your character, your ship, your speeder, your weaponry. You can't even work for the Empire or the fucking Rebels. There is truly nothing special about this experience. It can pass some smell tests if you don't look too long or too deep or with any kind of pressure, the mark of a paper-thin, hollow clay brick being juggled through the black hole of artistic expression, only you quickly realize that ain't clay, that's fecal matter.
Someone gave us money to do this. Like, that's crazy. Yeah.
The team aimed to create gameplay that felt cinematic and seamless. They sought to evoke a matinee action atmosphere and employed visual techniques such as vignetting, film grain, lens effects, and ultra-wide resolution, drawing inspiration from the visual style of Rogue One, and the game was a failure.
Hey, I will be honest. Someone gave us money to do this. Like, that's crazy. I don't know what I am doing.
The developers focused on creating the game's open world that expanded gradually and felt conscious rather than simply being large in scale. Its design was particularly inspired by Ghost of Tsushima. The team aimed to create combat that offered diverse tactical approaches, avoiding a narrow focus on precisely taking cover and taking headshots.
Okay, alright, I'm in combat.
Wait, what? I can still take you out.
They couldn't quit.
Come on.
What? These like 4 stealth missions have been painfully a slog to get through. These missions where like the extent of it is go there, talk to that person, go there, talk to that person, go there, talk to that person, go there, and then climb the most basic platforming challenges imaginable, and then go back and talk to that person, and then that's the mission. The mission design and the level design is like so uninspired. And how can you expect that just because it's got like a Star Wars quote, which at this point, I don't even know how much that's worth to the average person. Star Wars as a series has been seriously diminished in basically every medium. Obviously, we've seen it with films. They haven't made a new Star Wars film because they're so terrified about how many people would actually turn out and watch it. The TV shows have started to deteriorate to the point where now they're even like openly canceling some of these projects. In terms of the video games, it, like right from the start of this Disney Star Wars era, there were problems. Like Battlefront was a big disappointment. Obviously, there was all the craziness around Battlefront 2. I guess people have like more positive views on the Jedi games, but even those don't strike me as like being particularly interesting. And now there's this, right, which has sort of emerged kind of almost like destined to fail. But I mean, it's interesting to think about like how at the root of a lot of the problems that have existed for all of these projects is just like a consistent failure to be like imaginative or interesting.
There's nothing varied, creative, or dynamic in the way the challenge of this game unfolds. The most complex sequence in the entire experience amounts to an awkward rancor battle that at its best fails to reach the mechanical complexity of your average Mario Party game.
My job is very easy. It's, at the end of the day, it's one slide, and then 4 years it's saying the same thing. It's one slide with this promise. Be a legendary outlaw. At the time we had the word scoundrel. Be a legendary scoundrel in a galaxy of wonder and opportunity. That's the promise, and that's what we want to deliver on. And there were 4 different pillars of the experience that were the most important. So we prioritize those features when we develop it. First one was making a true scoundrel experience.
You are a liar.
Second one was exploration and the joy of exploration, the open world and the seamless part of it. The third was the reputation system. And you live and die by your reputation.
They don't even bother to lie badly anymore.
And the fourth, a really compelling story that was part of Star Wars canon.
Could you imagine your only job being the reaffirming of these 4 core aspects, and they end up being so shit in the final project? I love how stealth is shoved into almost every crevice in this game, and it's not even related to a core pillar. Ultimately, how big a world is doesn't actually determine how good an open world game it is. How does the saying go? As vast as an ocean with the depth of a puddle, or in this case, the depth of a droplet. What is a far more substantive quality gauge is how much the game realizes the freedom to act, the freedom for the player to change the world around them. There is something truly fundamental that the team behind this game never considered, and it shows.
Hey, come over here.
No.
Gamers can be a tad rebellious. People do not like your rails, especially repetitive, monotonous, restrictive, and jarring rails, drenched in a full mix of unfinished garbage.
It just feels like a whole bunch of things kind of got like thrown into a blender, but like each of those little components like didn't even get that much time to be meaningfully developed or fleshed out. I don't know, there is a degree to which it's perplexing, yet at the same time it's like so generic that it almost isn't.
It's like the developers know what a game should look like and completed all aspects of one up to about 30%, and in some cases much less. In some ways, when considering how cynical some choices were, like Nyx's inception in the game, it's indistinguishable from a computer having synthesized a series of common denominators for what makes a popular video game. Only there seems to have been some corruption in the code. To be clear, this is far worse than the average modern Ubisoft. What we're dealing with, as has been mentioned a few hundred times, is a dramatically unfinished game. A game that perhaps once completed could enter the hallowed halls of modern Ubisoft quality, like well, yeah. Look, I'm just trying to say this thing is catastrophic even by comparison to those fuckers, okay? Once again, we have a modern protagonist that's broken at the core, with unlikable being the understatement of the century for a modern game that has failed to reach anything close to the financial or critical success they needed, designed for a modern audience that never existed. Or perhaps they did.
Star Wars Outlaws is a good game. Star Wars Outlaws is a great game.
An excellent game.
The beauty of these locations, how thriving and bustling they feel, how much they reward you interfacing with them, how well metered the open world activities are, how smart and engaging the expert system is, and how impactful the reputation system is, all give you the distinct impression that Ubimassive were not only trying to deliver the biggest and most beautiful Star Wars game ever made, they were also trying to respond to much of the criticism we throw at Ubisoft about how they design open world games. By and large, Massive were successful on both counts. Star Wars Outlaws is a game that is incredible to look at, but it will also make you ask, what's over there? And it will reward your curiosity if you choose to find out.
This game does indeed go hard if you are clinically retarded.
Overall, I'd say this was like
6, 7 out of 10.
I think it's fair that a lot of people are calling it kind of a 7 out of 10 style game. It definitely feels that.
For me, I'm sticking with an 8 out of 10, which is what I gave on the original podcast.
As for my overall rating, I'd probably give it a solid 8 out of 10.
This is a game for me for sure. I'm going to give Star Wars Outlaws an 8.5 out of 10.
The game really did live up to the reputation of its inspirations.
I think a lot of people are seeing that I'm having a good time with the game and that I'm enjoying playing through with my walkthrough series, and that perhaps I'm ignoring some of the glaring issues it has, and I'm getting negative comments and people saying I've been paid by Disney or Ubisoft.
I mean, it would have blown my mind if Vess was alive when I learned about Star Wars, so...
Well, we can't wait to play the full game and spend hours, especially with Nyx, because that's like the most fun part of it.
Of course.
Julian, as you know, here at IGN, editorial and journalistic integrity is some of the most important stuff in the world to us. Don't laugh.
I didn't like the game. I thought it was like really bland and boring. I think everything about it's unappealing. The story sucks. The world's stupid. The combat's boring. The characters I don't care about. It's just the same soft modern Disney bullshit Star Wars. You can't even kill the wildlife. Anytime you jump down from something, you instantly take damage. I see a bunch of invisible walls, animals that you can't kill, combat seeming to be one-dimensional and garbage. And I'm like, this is literal, like, that's all I care about, really. Do you think it's a 7?
Kind of a 7 out of 10.
Maybe for somebody it is.
Journalistic integrity.
As mentioned merely 15 hours ago, all of this can be yours for the meager cost of 60 quid with an extra 35 for the season pass and another 20 on top to get yourself the ultimate edition, netting you the art book and shark bundles. If you know anything about my channel, you will know a lot of my work focuses around a hope for media to improve, to reach heights that now seem long lost in storytelling. Something of an additional interest is that same result for the assorted media surrounding these stories. I am fucking tired of just how garbage media review and criticism has become.
As well as that, you can't artificially pause the game to craft more of these items either. You know, like just to...
First of all, what's wrong with that? Second of all, you could just have a system like in The Last of Us where it's in real time, but I can still craft stuff. You can't craft it. That is better than if you could craft it. Why? Because then you'd be like, oh, but I can just pause and keep healing. It's like, yeah, until you run out of resources to heal, and then you're screwed. So what are we even talking about? Why were you saying that like it's a positive? It's not necessarily a negative that you can't craft healing items, but why is it being presented strictly as a positive?
Generally speaking, it was a circuit filled with lazy, rushed, clickbaiting desperation, slathered with a severe lack of information and a desire to get the bag at all costs while taking very little time to understand why media is meaningful in the first place. It wasn't some great time for media discovery, breakdown and assessment. Despite that, I would have said there was heart, soul, and passion. However, it has become hyper-preachy, comically incestual, and significantly lazy.
A good portion of the NPCs are doing what NPCs do in town. Shopping, drinking, gambling, bitching about the Empire. Many are having conversations letting you know what's going on in the world. And as the story progresses, NPCs also change the things that they're talking about.
I don't know if it's better or worse that a simple laziness can explain it. So much of the shit they say in these videos is so categorically untrue. Any time spent trying to discover why can often be sidelined as a result of these same videos purporting the notion that criticism must occur as a result of financial incentives, as though they themselves are immune to such motivations. I'm not making any claims about any given creator having been paid off by any given company. However, we know that takes place. What has been somehow forgotten in this conversation is the concept of payment by access. So many reviewers get all kinds of access to all forms of media, as well as partnerships with those developing and promoting the games. Despite this, they, for some reason, cannot or don't want to see for the fucking life of them why that might bring bias in favor of the media at hand, leading, at the very least, to the criticism being shaved off, the approach more promoting, and the framing to become passive, understanding, and essentially celebratory.
Yeah, we don't know what you play on, we don't know where you got it, we don't know what you were told, we don't know if you were paid, we don't know if maybe they sponsored other things from you. I really have a problem with it. So with you bringing it up, yes, that is exactly it. How much do you know? Were you told this by them? Did Ubisoft sit you down and say, here's what this is happening? And by the way, because I can tell you that during those 4 hours, there is a person on that Discord call with you. So that person is saying, oh, well, so here's what's happening in this moment. And you're just repeating PR to me now. And that's all you're doing is just repeating PR to me, and you're not telling me that you're repeating PR to me. So that makes you nothing more than a fucking shill. And it really pisses me off.
Happens to be a little rough around the edges. I would like to make
a little rough around the edges. This is like slimy at this point. Come on, you can't know. You've played this much of the game. You have to know.
This guy is just like, this is a shitty review that is basically lying. It is completely sweeping all of the problems under the rug. It's not being honest. He said Factor was a restaurant quality meal service.
That's where we go. It's like 0.1.
It's like the most obvious thing to breach into the I need you to understand this guy's a liar.
Some of the mental gymnastics at hand attempting to praise this absolute piece of shit fascinates me because I don't think all of it is as simple as a lie being told. When you have the kind of incentives these people have, along with integrity as strong as your average butterfly wing, you'll find your mind wandering to just about any statement to maintain it.
You can hear people in the city talking about joining up with the Empire, and then as soon as you get off the ship, you can see an Imperial recruiting booth.
The recruiting booth you see on your way into Akiva is, in fact, nothing. The NPCs involved can't be interacted with, and nothing of significance can take place, even though you can be guided to it. Despite this, many reviewers have mentioned it. What I realized from this is that if a developer were to add a box in one of the major cities in each planet and had the player choose to drop some credits into the box with a choice to supply the Empire or the Rebels, with a built-in reality that anything from 0 to 9999 credits does nothing, but if a player hit 10k credits, you would receive a thank you for your contribution and a text block explaining there's some victory that's been made possible by your donation on some distant planet. If this were the case, you would have access media referring to this as an intense mechanic that allows galactic influence through political donations, turning the fate of the war in whichever favor you decide to commit your financial gains made throughout the game, despite, of course, this mechanic meaning absolutely nothing. I apologize for getting so very political there.
Hassan Piker, you motherfucker. This game was designed for kids. I hate this idea that like kids like stupid, like weird, cringy shit. No, they don't.
I am also tired of this retarded argument that children's content should be shit. It is still work created by adults in an industry with skill sets, standards, and meaning for those that engage with it. You wouldn't catch people saying, hey, don't praise this movie or this game, it's meant for kids. Don't give praise to WALL-E, guys, it's not meant for adults. The fuck kind of logic is that? Fact is, this game isn't even meant for children on some kind of thematic or tonal level. The animals being immune to harm, or the hidden swear words, or the live service experience being a matter of having the player stapled to the rails of fun throughout is not born of some interest to provide a clean experience for kids. It's a sterile, hollow, cheap, ugly mess made for soy-farming, Disney cock-guzzling vampires who never quite understood the point of, let alone made the jump to, adulthood, which is different. Being so utterly witless and pathetic such that only the undeveloped mind of an adult toddler could enjoy it is not the same as being made for kids. Kids need, among many things, meaningful, formative, and high-quality storytelling precisely to build them into functioning and emotionally intelligent adults. They are also less equipped to parse parse out what the meaning of any given story is when compared to the average adult. In theory, anyway. So, it is on artists to ensure the work created for the next generation is of strong and meaningful quality. Fact is, games of this monetary and production caliber used to absolutely be fucking better. As far as I'm concerned, outside of the actual payments for positive reviews or the access-poisoned cunts, it should have become obvious that standards have simply crashed the fuck out in all formats. It's not the most inspirational time out there for the world of media, this game being quite the example.
This is a really good game. There is so much love and passion put into this game. You can tell when you play this game that the developers took the time to think about every single aspect and provide a tight, neat, clean, enjoyable experience set in the Star Wars universe.
Sure thing, bud.
So Ubisoft and the team have done an amazing job creating a game that feels authentically Star Wars.
Good God, shut the fuck up. Star Wars is in a weird place, and that's a kind assessment. So much of what's released is, not you, absolutely destructive garbage. An insane amount of what's been created only cost the companies behind it money, dignity, and longevity for the IP. This game is just another corpse on the pile, another grab bag of Star Wars goodies being thrust onto the screen in the hopes of sapping what few dollars remain. Even if you played as a prime voice-acted by Harrison Ford Han Solo, the game would have failed. I mean, there are some batshit insane people that think it is currently a Han Solo simulator, and it still failed miserably.
I think as a Han Solo simulator, it's pretty hard to beat.
Setting it in the most popular time for the franchise did fuck all. Spamming Star Wars iconography did nothing for it. Not even Vader could wake the audience from their coma.
What was The Force Awakens if not essentially like the safest, sludgiest attempt of just throwing all of the most recognizable iconography at people as possible, resetting the world of Star Wars to something that was more akin to A New Hope in order to get as many people in as possible essentially on nostalgia? What is The Mandalorian except for like the most like basic, bare bones, lame story with like no character, stupid plots, totally failing to leverage the premise, which people can get behind because, you know, bounty hunters in Star Wars is cool. Like there's something there that is like interesting, and it's a show that's been carried essentially on like almost like the imagined awesomeness of that show that isn't actually the case. And then yeah, you have something like this where it's just a generic Ubisoft open world game, but it's got the Star Wars coat of paint on it, and that was considered enough. God, it's just such a slog to get through this game.
The best it can do is arbitrarily convince people the game is worth a few hours before being forgotten forever.
It's just through and through really incompetent and incomplete and broken and needlessly long. It was just a grim experience.
It is a fantastic finale that genuinely makes me hopeful that Massive or someone else keeps the story of Kay and her crew going.
Fuck off, no sequels. This manipulative, skinwalking symbol of the destruction of all things expressive and meaningful about humanity deserved to dissolve into a slab of foul, cancerous flesh to be eaten by the bottom feeders of the universe well before the first line of code was written.
And they made a great game, so please, give it a chance.
Anakin Skywalker did not get his arms and legs sabered off for this to be the state of Star Wars or gaming. Stop it. The devs already moved on to Division 3. This piss-drenched corpse is being left in its grave. To be clear, when a JP Morgan analyst says the game had struggled to meet our sales expectations and reduced the sales projections for the year, it is very clearly the most sanitized corpo speak for the game failed miserably and we're abandoning it to the 10 people who actually play it until they discover something better, like Lord of Ring Gollum.
All right, this is it. This is the end. We've done it.
Ubisoft was so startled by the underperformance financially of this game that they delayed Assassin's Creed Shadows to February, and The reporting is that every other Assassin's Creed project, of which there's like 6 or 7 right now in the near future, all of those also got delayed. And each one of those represents a major financial hit. I mean, just AC Shadows, I believe they said in their earnings call, that delay constituted like $20 to $30 million to push it back just like 3-4 months from November to February. That's crazy, but that's what they were willing to do because they did not want to run into a Star Wars Outlaws situation again.
Which is the ultimate fate for a fuck-up of this magnitude. A well-earned fate, I might add. You see, I tend to think we were a tad graced in the prior decades of big-budget mainstream media, at least relatively. We were showered with some absolutely fucking life-defining bangers that created an interest in particular careers, hobbies, and adventurous attitudes. We had so much inspiration, awe, exploration, excitement, meaning, and wonder to work with through the best of action, adventure, thriller, fantasy, drama, horror, sci-fi, and comedy, with countless more to mention in every medium one could imagine. For video games, the stories, mechanics, and styles were genre and industry defining. A world filled with infinite potential and experience. It is because of this, in my estimation, that a gentle tolerance was created.
It's truly neither good, nor is it bad. It's really only extraordinary in its mediocrity. For every positive aspect of the game, there's an equal and opposite negative to balance it out.
The reason something like Star Wars Outlaws or The Force Awakens, among many examples, have managed to, on release, coast by on a strong rating of fun mediocrity is because many of the mistakes in the given media are tolerated by the average modern customer as quirk or growing pain, to inevitably be ironed out and to join the ranks of the greatest of all time. Because that's what stuff does, right? We have so many incredible greats in media, and all of this new slop will become that. Inevitably. Just a bit more work to be done, both in updates and in perspective for the foolish consumer. This is very much reflected in other industries. There are still many people who believe the Star Wars sequels will reach masterpiece status in just a decade post their release. It's only a matter of changing your perspective. This self-delusion is brought about by a long, strong era of entertainment because it's a seriously fucking addictive drug to collectively celebrate a piece of media that made everyone feel something unique and wonderful. That particular dragon has been chased off a fucking cliff at this point. The world we are currently in was indeed built on the shoulders of artists that sacrificed countless hours to create so many incredible pieces of media that did indeed iron out the experience prior to release because they cared to. It is in this lax and luxurious industry those past artists gave the power to exist that pieces of utterly bogged excrement by the name of Star Wars Outlaws are allowed to be tolerated against all reason.
Another games journalist has given another video game a 7 out of 10. And today I'm going to tell you why that's fairly common, actually, because there is like a pretty good reason for it. Most games that come out don't even have an inch of the complexity that you see in something like Star Wars Outlaws. It has incredibly complex systems. Most games aren't even close to that level of complexity.
No, the fate of this absolutely not 7 out of 10 game is to deposit the excess promotional material as freebies to retail chains, confusing the workers as to what this decrepit relic could have been and why nobody cares about it just a year after release. Did you know that the man in charge of creating the minigames in Star Wars Outlaws actually made a blog post about how no one discovered a small quest line in which Kay can eventually unlock her own father, which in and of itself is enough for me to say that of course there are people who give something of a shit on all of these projects, and that makes everything so much sadder. He posted this, obviously, in the hopes that someone might care to try it, since one would have thought it would be discovered on its own, as is the case with most secrets in many video games that are well enjoyed through history, rather than being propped up by people who don't even care to play it beyond their review. And that is already the fate of this game. Unloved, forgotten, and costly to so many in every level of this industry, especially to those that paid to play it, leaving us to now reach the end of this nightmare. Did I just make a video longer than 17 hours? Looks like it, I guess. Included in this video is a Plagued Creations animation, artwork from OmegaRidley and Fringy, along with some clips provided from different YouTubers experiencing this game, including a big old chunk from Dev, for which I am extremely grateful. Thank you all so much. The video would not have been the same without you. Other than that, I did create this entire thing solo for what was essentially 14 months while working on other projects. I just had one or two things I really wanted to say, and so here we are, and now it's done. Outlaws, bad. Fuck Disney and fuck Lucasfilm Games.
Yo guys, it's me, Charlie. Hey, did that guy just turn into sand?
Yeah, what was that? Oh my gosh, a little goober dog came in here. There's a little goober dog who came inside. Look at him, he's inside the bar restaurant. No one cares. There is no OSHA in Star Wars. Especially after they canceled season 2 of The Acolyte. There's definitely no OSHA in Star Wars.
I suppose the joke is still on me and all those who ended up playing the game. We've no one to blame but ourselves.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, I just fucking absolutely fucking raped myself.
If you didn't already know, you can support the channel and future videos just like this one by checking out my Patreon or Subscribestar. Or you can become a member on YouTube. If you are more interested in video game breakdowns, I have an extensive takedown of Dark Souls 2, a game that deserves perpetual generational hatred. Other than that, I have some series breaking down games like Yooka-Laylee and Resident Evil 7 of all things. It's been a while since I've done a game. For anyone who's seeing this as their first video, I typically do much more film and story analysis on this channel, but really, who knows what will happen next? I have a second channel that might interest you as well. A channel where myself and a bunch of friends break down in a podcast format a whole load of movies, games, TV shows, and YouTube videos called EFAP. We tend to have a fun old time over there.
A Solo, a Palpatine.
You will. But it turns out Han Solo did have people. He had a love affair with Rico, and that's how Vess was born. But he had to leave because his true heart belonged to Jawa, or not Jawa.
To Chewie.
I'm sorry. This brain, even thinking about this game, is melting my brain.
To Jawa. You don't even know his name. He's just Jawa.
It's just Jawa.
We've covered many topics, so check it out if you're interested.
You filthy slut! Did you fuck with me?
The Blob is the first person through to his to the next stage of the game, but the next fight.
Well done, Blob.
So we have Norman Bates is coming up next.
Ooh.
And Norman Bates has the unenviable task of going up against Boogie 2988.
Oh, would win.
Oh, okay. That's way too scary.
This is
He has a gun.
Round one of this fight takes place at the Bates Motel, which Boogie has just checked into.
This is just so fucking funny, no matter what you would have said. Okay.
Well, obviously, Boogie is knife proof. Because he's impenetrable skin.
Boogie may not shower, so.
So Norman gets a knife?
Oh, yeah.
Norman would have a knife and his mother's wig.
Does Boogie get a gun?
Boogie gets
he
the
has
USB
one.
gun.
Yeah, that's his loadout.
Basic loadout.
He owns a revolver.
So,
Oh my god, Boogie might win.
Boogie is not in a position to employ any stealth strategies.
You can make a terrible movie. And while it still qualifies as a film, it's still bad. Okay. This reminded me of Karl Marx and...
This reminded me of Karl Marx!
It's basically one big futuristic science fiction allegory of the Vietnam War.
What? It's an allegory for the Vietnam War.
How is that? How is it an allegory? Yeah, the Viet Cong, that was, the equivalent of giant aliens.
Hordes of aliens.
What in the world are you saying?
What are you smoking?
That is absolutely ridiculous. That is such. I can't believe that he said that.
Enemies that are so unlike us that they're basically an alien race.
What, like the Vietnamese?
Like Asians? Like Asians? Is that what you meant? An alien race? Like, you know, those
Phil
slanty-eyed
Bento,
folk?
fucking
Like, oh
pump
my
the
God,
brakes,
Phil
my
Bento.
dude. Jesus.
Jesus, Quentin. You can't say that.
What?
Damn. God fucking hell. This video just got fucking amazing.
What did he say exactly?
We have enemies that are so unlike us that they're basically an alien race.
We have enemies that are so unlike us that they're basically an alien race. Dude.
And darkness must pass.
I guess a lot of people at the time connected the speech to being pro the Iraq war, which was going on.
Oh my God. What is happening? I hate
That's
it.
that is where it's at.
This is where it is.
I would never have guessed that that's where this was going to be.
That's a very new one. Where did you hear that from?
Oh my god. Funny, you get these sort of moments in these video essays that are absolutely hilarious. I never thought I'd get one from Nostalgia Critic.
And I would go so far as to say it's probably my favorite game.
Oh,
this
now
year.
it's only
Wait,
favorite game of the year?
Favorite game of the year.
What are we?
Really?
Damn.
I mean, Stellar Blade came out this year. What else
Well,
came out
I'm
this
sorry,
year that was really
Astrobot fucking
Why is
clears this
that?
in a heartbeat.
Yeah,
It's not close.
Astrobot is really, really great.
Balatro to contend with.
Wukong.
Like
Yeah,
big releases.
Balatro, Wukong, Helldivers
Yeah.
2.
Silent Hill 2 remake.
Oh, the new Zelda game. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Then the
That
Prince
was
of
last
Persia
year.
game come
There's
out.
a
I
list
heard
of
was pretty good.
New one. Yeah.
Space
Oh,
Marine
wow.
2. Yep.
To be fair,
Yeah, Space Marine 2.
some people are highlighting. You might not have played anything else.
If I could, I'd like to take this moment to say video games are fucking awesome. There are still plenty of great games being made. You may just have to look in different places. Allow me to list a few you may or may not have heard of that I've been enjoying in the time of making this video. Perhaps they could be of some interest to you. I'll start simple and progressively get to some of my favorites down the line. First up is Tower Wizard, a pixel art styled idle clicker that has just a little bit more going on than it sounds. You are trying to manage the construction of a tower with magical abilities. You will encounter some simple choices that provide more or less effective results in resource accumulation. In turn, this provides a more profitable prestige bonus that then eventually gives you the ultimate tower. You can easily sink some time into a game like this and leave whenever you wish while enjoying what is a fun idea. Next up is Widget Inc., a 2D tile idle clicker. I think they're described as incremental games, where you essentially start out with limited resources until you build up to creating something of a giant factory. You have to decide where and how to place certain widget producing elements to best effectively automate a world where you can strategize a way to create the ultimate factory to then try and optimize and prestige. Obviously, this is not the kind of game everyone enjoys, but I do find it interesting how many forms exist and can apply to your preference for complexity. Like Shapes 2 is another step up for this kind of management, but I would say it's much more of a definitive factory game, only you need not worry about powering or creating the machines that dig up, move, and change the items you need to deliver to progress. These games often have progression tied into being left idle, which is why they were perfect for me to play while editing. Timberborn, a big ol' wholesome beaver management game with a charming, vibrant, and comfy 3D art style where harsh droughts and heavy flooding decide the life and death of your colony. You need to be quick to manage and maintain everything needed to get your beavers through the years until you can create a beaver utopia, leading us to Factorio, being a full-on factory simulator with real-time decision-making and strategies to consider. If this is your type of genre, or you have any kind of interest in it, one of these games would probably give you a hell of a lot of fun, but if you're looking for something else, let's switch it up. Remaining simple, I had a bunch of fun with a particularly retarded plinko kind of game called Nobby's Number Factory. The game is unabashedly a 90s disaster of experimental insanity, and it's cruel in how quickly you can simply lose, but I had fun with the time I played it. Certainly a unique experience, taking us to a game about digging a hole, which is both its name game and precisely what it is. You start with some shitty tools and a low amount of cash until you dig a backyard to near completion. You can find all kinds of shit that gives you the chance to upgrade and get to the bottom of this mystery. Again, it doesn't take a lot of your time and it's very fun for what it is. Next up is a chess roguelike with a bunch of rule changes and options for progressing that might surprise you considering the game you're playing. I'd say that leads in nicely to mentioning Balatro, something of a blowout masterpiece if its success is anything to go by. Balatro is a roguelike deck building game based on poker with some crazy variables generated by collecting and utilizing joker cards. The game is presented with a retro aesthetic alongside a deliberately glitchy art style reminiscent of an older era. Then we have Turmoil, an oil tycoon sort of game where you have to choose locations, equipment, and compete with other barons for the best results to make the most money. Ball Pit is a roguelike brick-breaking bullet hell game where you try to optimize your balls to build a better world. What a concept. How about Buckshot Roulette, where you play as a man stuck in a low-poly diesel punk world being forced into a one-on-one where you have to anticipate blank rounds in a shotgun to defeat an opponent using all kinds of items and careful planning. Then there's the lo-fi, low-poly, industrial aesthetic Clover Pit, a game that entails being trapped in a single room filled with grime and a slot machine. A machine on which you must turn a significant profit or you die. It's a kind of play on escape rooms as well as being a minimalistic horror satire with some strategy and deck building thrown in. Ever heard of Dome Keeper? A somewhat roguelike pixelated atmospheric tower defense game where you have to defend against incoming creatures attempting to destroy your dome while you mine for resources to eventually escape and complete your mission. Which leads nicely into talking about Drill Core, similar to the prior game in premise, but the scope goes a tad further. This one boasts clean and crisp pixel art with a corporate retro-futurism aesthetic on top. You manage a team of drillers looking to oversee several complicated projects in all kinds of environments. You mine for materials that eventually give you strong upgrades and opportunities. Then we have Forgive Me Father, a first-person boomer shooter utterly splashed with a distinct 2D 3D combination, creating a sort of comic book aesthetic in a distinctly Lovecraftian world. Have you heard of Death's Door? A stylish, isometrically viewed, minimalist, Souls-like action-adventure RPG where you play as a bird just trying to make it through a world of death. Amnesia the Bunker did eventually come out, and despite my seething hatred for Amnesia Rebirth, this title was far more the speed I was looking for. Presented with frictional, standard, oppressive, and dynamic atmosphere, focusing on small changes in lighting and sound being absolutely tantamount to your survival, you are locked in a World War I era bunker with a creature that will end your life the moment it gets the chance. You need to move through the bunker, collect resources, discover how you came to wake up here, what this creature is, and how to escape. Next up is Schedule 1, an open world sort of crime and economic simulator with low poly and borderline cartoonish graphics that absolutely goes for substance over style. Even still, the game is very distinct and quite addictive. You get to essentially play as Jesse Pinkman in the world of Breaking Bad. You can cook, sell, and buy materials to get better living standards and hire people to build your drug empire while avoiding the police with a day-night cycle and plenty of people to both impress and piss off as you try to move up in the world. You've probably heard of Vampire Survivors, a 16-bit pixel art retro roguelike bullet heaven survivor game. A game where you can choose from a set of characters and locations to battle it out, earn points, and continue the cycle until you get through all kinds of wacky challenges and arenas. I always manage to return to Vampire Survivors and still have shit tons of fun, taking me to the two games I spent the most time with in this stretch of making this video. First being Blueprints, a first-person roguelike puzzle adventure game that sees you enter an ever-shifting mansion trying to piece together a sprawling mystery while taking note of every last piece of information available to you such that you can conquer this insane building. The graphics boast a beautiful, atmospheric, cel-shaded art style well with a soundtrack to complement the already increasingly tilted atmosphere. I highly recommend this one because if it is your kind of game, you will absolutely fall in love. The final game I want to mention as a sort of, hey, maybe check it out if you haven't heard of it, is Look Outside, a turn-based survival horror RPG in which you awaken in an apartment building struck by the effects of the Visitor, a Lovecraftian creature that has altered the very humanity of the inhabitants of the building. You must set out to find the resources to survive, to recruit companions to join your team, and to discover the mystery behind the Visitor and what can be done about it. This game gave me countless hours of fun on streams and off. You get a whole different set of experiences and surprises depending on what kind of run you engage with and how you treat those in the world. The game doesn't skimp on the horror and gore while simultaneously delving into some dark humor and wholesome revelations about humanity. This is one I just cleanly recommended because I loved playing it. Honestly, I think it's worth everyone giving it a shot. Also, it has one of the best soundtracks I've heard in a while. Just give this a listen. So yeah, that about does it on that front. Gaming is cool, and even with my limited time to play new stuff or indie stuff, I get around to all kinds of bits and bobs anyway, and you can too. We need not black pill in the pursuit of criticizing a very rotten era. We can indeed walk and chew gum. It is always darkest before the dawn. If you have the time, I'd appreciate all of you checking out some other videos and creators too, like Theo T. Tree, a lad who is up and coming in the old gaming analysis space of the YouTube world. He's doing plenty of exhaustive breakdowns of specific mechanical design in video games, as well as a critique of Elden Ring's DLC. Another fella I wouldn't mind giving a shout out for his video that actually relates to this whole topic is Media Kit. His videos stood out among many for the crazy amount of graphical editing he did, as well as his focus on research and the game's mechanical depth you simply don't see much discussion of. I easily recommend his video on the subject.
Star Wars Outlaws is not a bad game. Anyone who says so is being disingenuous. It's competent. I experienced only minor bugs. It comes across as a realized version of what the game was outlined to be.
I assure you, I am being extremely serious when I say the game is not bad. It's fucking abysmal and should be sentenced to an eternity in Tartarus. But hey, he and I don't have to agree on everything, and that makes it much more interesting. Links to everything in the description. Thank you so much for checking out this video, especially those who managed to get to the end. I'll see you in the next video. All in good time, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, truly memes. Okay. So many people could have seen it if Mahler didn't steal all the viewers. He could have been here for it. I asked him to hang out. He was like, me, I want to play video games myself because I'm soy.
Oh my god, that was so beautiful. That was Lord Vader.
That's red.